the Parishad. Sri S.M. Vijayanand, the ex-Chief Secretary, Kerala State and Chairman, the 6th Finance Committee Commission of Kerala. I welcome him personally. Oh, that's so nice. He is the Government of India Panchayat Raj and Parishad Secretary also, and it's a rural development. We have to be proud that he has come here to participate in this function. Next is Sri M.R. Srinivas Murthy ji is over. M.R. Srinivas Murthy ji is IAS. He was ex-additional Chief Secretary, Government of Karnataka, and he was our Rural and Panchayat Raj Secretary during my tenure also here. We welcome him on behalf of the whole Panchayat Parishad. Dr. D. Rajshekhar is a former Director, Institute of Social and Economic Change, Isaac, Bangalore. Please do come. Welcome. I welcome you on behalf of our Parishad here. Dr. Kala Sitaram Sridhar. Please come, sir. No. Dr. Kala Sitaram Sridhar is a professor and head of the Center for Research in Urban Affairs, Isaac. I welcome him on behalf of the Parishad here. Sri Muhammad Sanahullah ji is an IAS retired officer, member of the 5th Finance Commission of Karnataka. We welcome him on behalf of the Parishad here to have been participating in this program and giving us a valuable time for this. Dr. Chaya Degankar. Please. No, please come. Please. She is a professor and dean, retired, Department of Economics, Kulburga University. I welcome her also on behalf of the Panchayat Parishad to have giving her valuable time here. Professor G. Palani Turai. Dean Student, Welfare, Gandhigram Rural Institute of Deemed University. Welcome him also. Next is Professor M. Gopinath Reddy, Professor, Center for Economic and Social Studies, Hyderabad. Allah. Dr. N. Shivana is a professor, retired, Institute of Socio and Economic Change, Isaac, Bangalore. Sri R.S. Ponde, Controller, Member 5th Finance Commission of Karnataka. I'm sorry, I have left out somebody here, so I'd like to invite Dr. M.V. Venkatesh, is IAS officer, and he is Secretary for Planning Department, and he has already served as so many DCs in our areas. We are so happy to invite him here on this occasion. On this occasion, I would like to invite all the students of the Sheshadripuram Law College to have been participating here in this occasion, and being present here itself is not enough. Participating in this occasion is also very important, because the rural development has to come from the youths now. We are almost crossed our ages, so it has to come from you people. So I would like you to participate in the future seminars and other things also. Then, last but not the least, I would like to invite the media to have come here to see this program being held in a good way and giving a good opinion about this rural development to the nation and to our state in particular first, because ours is the first state who have brought this Panchayat Raj Parishad for the first time in the history of India, and later on Mr. Rajiv Gandhi, who brought this into the effect for constitutional amendment. We have to be proud about it, of Karnataka having brought this issue here. Then retired director L.C. Viresh, is it Professor Katyayani Josna from? Katyayani, okay. Katyayani Chamraj, Mrs. Smita, they are all here, because I am so sorry if we have left out anybody. Please don't take it otherwise. We welcome you personally and on behalf of the whole of the Panchayat Parishad to have come here, and you are participating here. West. Our CMDR director is also here. I welcome him also here. And our DR Patil ji just corrected me, saying that the West Bengal government was the first to introduce this, but very successfully bringing it to effect is Karnataka, I say that. Even West Bengal is first. But we have to be proud of ourselves first. Let us go to others. Thank you. And I would like to invite all our executive committee members of the Panchayat Parishad and other elected representatives and ex-presidents of other institutions who have been participating in this occasion, who have come here, and we would like all the people in future to call more number of people to participate in such functions and make this function a success. Thank you very much. I would like to invite Srimati Prema Patil, who was President of Jilla Panchayat Haveri, and she was a member to our Dharwad district also. Please come in front. Bunny. Thank you.
ಸ್ವಾಗತ ಮಾಡಿದಂಥ ನಮ್ಮ ಉಪಾಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಾದಂಥ ವಿ.ಎಸ್. ಪಾಟೀಲ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಮುಂದೆ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ಕುರಿತು ಪ್ರಾಸ್ತಾವಿಕ ನುಡಿಗಳನ್ನಾಡಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜ್ ಪರಿಷತ್ತಿನ ಕಾರ್ಯಾಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಾದಂಥ ಶ್ರೀ ವಿ.ವೈ. ಗೋರ್ಪಡೆರವರು.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೆ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಈ ಒಂದು ಮುಖ್ಯವಾದ ಏನಂತೀವಿ ಚರ್ಚೆ, ತಾಂತ್ರಿಕ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ವಿಷಯಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಸೆಂಟ್ರಲ್ ಫೈನಾನ್ಸ್ ಕಮಿಷನ್ ಹಾಗೂ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಫೈನಾನ್ಸ್ ಕಮಿಷನ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಚರ್ಚೆ, ಒಂದು ಸೆಮಿನಾರು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜ್ ಪರಿಷತ್ತನ್ನು ಅವರು ಏರ್ಪಾಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈ ಸೆಮಿನಾರಿಗೆ ಚಾಲನೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದು ನಮ್ಮ 5ನೇ ಹಣಕಾಸಿನ ಆಯೋಗದ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಾದ ಶ್ರೀ ನಾರಾಯಣ ಸ್ವಾಮಿಯವರು ಮತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ಹಿರಿಯರಾದ ಡಿ.ಆರ್. ಪಾಟೀಲ್ ಅವರು. ಅವರೊಂದು ಈ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜ್ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಅನುದಾನದ ಬಿಡುಗಡೆ ಅಥವಾ ಆಡಳಿತದ ಸಬಲೀಕರಣ ಆಗಲಿ, ವಿಕೇಂದ್ರೀಕರಣ ಆಗಲಿ ಇವು ಎರಡು ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ ಮೇಲೆ ನಿರ್ಭರವಾಗಿರ್ತಾವೆ. ಮೊದಲನೇದು ಸೆಂಟ್ರಲ್ ಫೈನಾನ್ಸ್ ಕಮಿಷನ್, ಎರಡನೇದು ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಫಿಫ್ತ್ ಫೈನಾನ್ಸ್ ಕಮಿಷನ್. ಅದ ಕಾರಣ ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ವಿಚಾರ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗ್ತೈತೆ, ತಿಳುವಳಿಕೆ ಹೇಳಬೇಕಾಗ್ತೈತೆ ಮತ್ತು ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೆ ಪರಿಚಯ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಇದೇ ನಾನು ಕೇಳಿದೆ ಯಾವ ಭಾಷೆಯಲ್ಲೇ ಮಾತಾಡ್ಬೇಕಂತ, ಕನ್ನಡ ಅಥವಾ ಇಂಗ್ಲೀಷ್. ಕೆಲವರಂದ್ರು ಕನ್ನಡ ಮಾತಾಡ್ರಿ, ಕೆಲವರಂದ್ರು ಇಂಗ್ಲೀಷ್ ಮಾತಾಡ್ರಿ ಅಂತ. ಸರಿ, ಈಗ ಹಿರಿಯರ ಆದೇಶದ ಮೇಲೆ ಎರಡೂ ಮಿಕ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಸರಿ ಎಲ್ಲರ ಅನುಕೂಲ ಆಗ ಇಂಗ್ಲೀಷ್ನಾಗ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. Before I start, I would wish to welcome and address Dr. M. Veerappa Moiliji, the Honorable former Chief Minister of Government of Karnataka, who has been kind enough at this age to come and preside over this important seminar and guide all of us. Then we have Sri D.R. Patil Ji, Honorable ex-MLA and Vice Chairman of the State Decentralized Planning and Development Committee, Government of Karnataka. And then we have for today's inaugural session, Professor of Indian Institute of Public Administration, New Delhi, Dr. V.N. Alok. Then we have the senior advisors, guidance, and what should I say, knowledgeable people in the field of decentralized planning, finance at the center and the state, Dr. C. Narayan Swamy, who has been the Honorable ex-MP and Chairman of the 5th Finance Commission. And then we have Sri S.M. Vijayananda, who was the ex-Chief Secretary, Kerala State and Chairman 6th State Finance Commission. Then we have with us Dr. S.S. Meenakshi Sundaramji, who was the ex-Secretary, Minister of Rural Development, Government of Karnataka. For your information, Dr. Meenakshi Sundaramji was in Delhi as the Secretary when the 73rd and 74th Amendment was brought into force. In fact, he was the one who was responsible for drafting the 73rd Amendment. The youngsters should know about it. Then we have with us Sri M.R. Srinivas Murthy, ex-Additional Secretary, Government of Karnataka. I have very close association with Dr. Srinivas Murthy because when I first got elected as Deputy President of Ballari, Dr. Srinivas Murthy was the Secretary, RDPR, under the then Minister of late Sri M.Y. Gorpade. So his guidance has been very valuable for me, sir. From that day, today I have spent 26 years because I became Deputy President in the year 2000. Now we are in the 2026. So for the last 26 years, I have received your guidance, and on those lines we have progressed and we have come thus far. How far we'll go, we don't know, but we have to keep going. Then we have with us Dr. M.V. Venkatesh, Secretary Planning, Program Monitoring and Statistics Department, Government of Karnataka. Then we have Dr. D. Rajshekharan, former Director, Institute of Social Science, ISAC. Then we have with us Dr. Kala Sitaram Sridhar, Professor and Head of the Center for Research and Urban Affairs, ISAC. Then we have with us Sri Mohammad Sanaullah, member of the 5th State Finance Commission, who has been with Dr. Narayan Swamy and give us valuable contribution in completing the report. Then we have Professor G. Palnitore from the Gandhigram University. He's a very versatile person. He's a champion in decentralized development and what should I say, planning, and he's equally well versed in all other social and political activities in the state, because his guidance is very useful in forming the opinion and especially educating the youngsters. Then we have Dr. N. Shivana with us, Professor, Retired Institute of Social Sciences. Then we have Sri R.S. Ponde, who is also a member of the 5th State Finance Commission. Then today we have all the dignitaries and officials from the Government of Karnataka, various departments. We have with us ex-President Prema Patil and the Karnataka Panchayat Raj Parishad, all the executive members who have come here. Then we have with us various dignitaries from various institutions, especially those who have come from the educational institutions, and with specific reference to Sheshadripuram Law College, who have taken the trouble to come and attend this program, because very useful, because this is the backbone of decentralized planning and development. That's the Central Finance Commission and the State Street Finance Commission. Then we have all the other gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen who come here, press and the TV media. As I explained, the seminar has been organized to educate ourselves and get an in-depth understanding of the Central Finance Commission and the State Finance Commission. As you know, there's a direct linkage with the Central Finance Commission and the State Finance Commission. In fact, if the State Finance Commission is not in place, the Central Finance Commission will not release the funds. But after the 73rd, 74th Amendment, the Central Guidelines and Constitution was further amended to increase the scope of the Central Finance Commission to cover the Panchayat Raj institutions by giving them access to the Central Consolidated Fund to provide funds for the Panchayat Raj institutions based on the recommendations of the 5th Finance Commission. For your information, the 14th Finance Commission was the first Finance Commission who came forward and provided 2 crores 87 lakhs, recommended 2 crores 87 lakhs to the center for release to the panchayats. And at that point of time, that was for the period 2015 to 2020. So at that time, this 14th Finance Commission realized that giving such huge amount to the panchayats is not adequate, because we don't know what they'll do, how they'll manage. Therefore, they introduced the first time in the country, they brought in the GPDP, Gram Panchayat Development Plan. So the Gram Panchayat Development Plan, for your information, started from the center and not from the Gram Panchayat. You must be aware of it, because that is the importance the Central Commission attached to decentralized planning and development. So as a result, now the GPDP, what we talk about, is as a result of the initiative taken by the 14th Finance Commission. Now it has been 10 years since the GPDP has come into force, but unfortunately the performance of the GPDP is not satisfactory, is not to our mark. They are not functioning the way it should function. I won't go into too many details because I'm giving only an introductory remark here. The main reasons why the GPDP is not functioning properly is, first, we don't hold the Gram Sabhas genuinely, sincerely, on time. Secondly, the Gram Panchayats don't have an idea how much resources they are available for planning. From our experience, the GPDP today, what is prepared, is only 15% of the actual plan that has been executed at the Gram Panchayat level by the Panchayats. Because in the absence of resource envelope, what is happening is a wish list is prepared at the Panchayat level, saying that, because you don't know how much money they have or how much money they are going to get, saying that we want this, we want this, we want this. This wish list is called so-called planning, but it's not planning. Nevertheless, it comes up, and at the state level, based on the funds allocated to the Panchayat, the wish list is converted into a plan list by selecting from the wish list. Now, this is by definition is not called decentralized planning, and certainly does not fit into GPDP. Of course, any planning starts with a wish list, and then based on your constraint, that is the most important constraint, is the financial constraint. Based on that, you trim your wish list and make it a plan. But that has to be done at the Panchayat level and not at the state level. This is happening because the resource envelope is not made available. I've been saying that right from whenever I get an opportunity. Resource envelope is the total amount of resources available or spent in the Panchayat in a given year. That information was made available, and that information can only be made available when the state budget is presented, and along with the state budget there has to be a linked document and a resource envelope for each Panchayat. Only then the planning process can be complete. Another deficiency is the Gram Panchayat members don't have access to data. They don't know what data is available there. When I say data, there are 29 subjects which have been devolved to the Panchayats. They have been devolved, yes, but they are actually not functioning there. They are not able to operate there. They don't have the funds, and they don't have the data. For example, in a Gram Panchayat, if you say when they want to do planning, what do they require for housing? Take housing department. They only want how many sites are there, how many houses are there, how many RCC houses are there, how many kacha houses are there, how many huts are there. If these 5 data is made available at the time of planning, they can plan based on what can be done. When this information, it may be sitting there. Everybody says, ide sir, ella ide, Panchitra hatra ide, aa software nagide, ella software nagide, but ಅವ್ರ ಮುಂದಿಲ್ಲ, ಗ್ರಾಮ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ಸದಸ್ಯರ ಮುಂದಿಲ್ಲ, ಪ್ಲಾನ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದಾಗ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಏನು ಬೇಕು ಅದು ಇಲ್ಲ. Therefore, what is important is we need an online dynamic master database for each department, for each function, for each department. That database has to be created and given in front of the panchayats. There has to be a separate software, we have already initiated that, which does an API, application program interface, and then extract, transport and load from each of the line departments the required data which we want for the planning purpose. So much of voluminous software is there. You can't give all that software to the panchayats and say, here, data is there, take Panchatantra 1, 2, 3 is there, do planning. They'll get lost. They only need specific information what is required for the planning. So this new software which we are in the process of developing has to be made available to them so that when they sit for planning on their screen, with the online dynamic upgradation of the data is made available and they get what they require. And what they require will be designed, for example, at the state level by the Decentralized Planning and Development Committee, which will be the administrator for this. Now, this is as far as the planning is concerned. Now, the 16th Finance Commission guidelines, as I said, 14th Finance Commission started the GPDP. Today, the 16th Finance Commission guidelines has taken this forward and have said 80% of the funds should be for basic amenities and 20% should be for performance. Now, what is performance? How do you measure performance? How do you assess the performance? How do you validate the performance? And how do you take all this, package it in a way that the 16th Finance Commission understands it? This is not happening, though it says it should be done. So therefore, in 2022, when I was the Vice Chairman of the Decentralized Planning and Development Committee, we commissioned CMDR, that is the Center for Multidisciplinary Development Research, Dharwad, with the assistance and guidance of CMDR or Bandara, yeah, CMDR, and with the assistance guidance of Dr. Shivana. At that time he was associated with CMDR to come up with a comprehensive devolution cum performance index at the Gram Panchayat level. Sir, this is not available anywhere in the country. They have done this in August 2023. They have submitted a report. Dr. Meenakshi Sundaram is party to it. He is aware of it. He has seen it. Fine, we have this very comprehensive, nice report. With that report, you give it to the Gram Panchayat, it will only catch dust. They won't read it, and even if they read it, they won't understand it. And even if they understand it, they won't know how to implement it. Therefore, we requested CMDR people to come up with a manual which can be placed in the hands of the panchayats. And as you know, the word manual means you just strictly follow the manual and you must get the comprehensive devolution cum performance index. That will tell you where each panchayat stands. For example, when they prepared the manual, they took 40 gram panchayats as a sample, 10 from each division. And they did this exercise and came up with a comprehensive evaluation performance index. According to them, Haveri district, Ranibennur Taluk, Udiyal Gram Panchayat scored the highest 0.63. That is 63%. They should have scored 90 if the devolution and performance and devolution index was correctly implemented. In the same Haveri district, Ranibennur Taluk, the lowest was 0.29. Irani. Now in the same taluk we have 2 gram panchayats. One is highest, which is not acceptable in any case because 0.63 is not a good performance. Nevertheless, it is there thanks to the report prepared by the CMDR. Then the lowest is 0.29. Now who's to go and analyze this? Who's to find out why they are lagging behind? This is what the 16th Finance Commission wants. They say performance based, we give you 20%. What is the performance we must be able to convey to them? So therefore, in our opinion, with this manual, we should be able to compute this within 15 minutes. You can get the performance because they have prepared a template, they have prepared the software. You have to only enter yes, no, 01, 01 and hit the button and you will. Why they are at 0.29, why one is at 0.69 in the same taluk. This analytical analysis has to be done at the Gram Sabha level. Mr. Satish has already given me a slip, it is time, so I cannot go further. I'll just conclude one thing on the, I have talked enough on the 16 finance. Coming to the state finance, lot of work, effort has been put in by the 5th Finance Commission, reports have been submitted, everything, but unfortunately none of us can understand that. When I say none of us, the elected members cannot understand. We have gathered here some educated, elite people, experienced people, seniors like you will be able to throw light. But even if you throw light, the common man should be able to understand that. So therefore my submission is, of course we have now, Patilji will be inaugurating, releasing one magazine from Gram Panchayat Parishad. In that magazine every month we'll try to put some information. But what is more important is in the state budget, there has to be a specific section on the State Finance Commission to educate the people and say what is the recommendation of the 5th Finance Commission and this year what we have done out of that recommendation. Because the report is for 5 years. All 5 years everything cannot be implemented because we have a standard answer from the government officers based on available funds. So everything is based on available funds, but at least tell what is available, what is not available. Based on the recommendations of the Finance Commission, what you have done this year, what you have not done. So at least this will come out through the document, in the finance budget document, and at least the people will understand. Unfortunately or fortunately, elections have not been held today. So there's nobody to understand. Today, in fact, if you ask me seriously, we do not have the locus standi to stand here and talk about these subjects because we have not conducted the elections. We have violated the constitutional directions. We have violated the Supreme Court directions. Then what are we here standing here and talking about? Only to satisfy ourselves and share our knowledge. Our knowledge is not enough to improve the quality of life at the Gram Panchayat level. We need elections, we need representation. Election is the seat of power. Democracy is the seat of federal administration. You have seen what has happened in Tamil Nadu yesterday. I don't want to go into that. Therefore, till elections are held, we have no locus standi to talk about this. God willing, let it solve us. I just understand the implication of this, what I am saying. So, I don't want to go further. Satish has already, before he sends me the next slip, I want to conclude that on top everything looks alright, but when you go into details, there are so many gaps. So all of us concerned must
ಉದ್ಘಾಟನೆಯನ್ನ ನೆರವೇರಿಸಿಕೊಟ್ಟಂತ ಎಲ್ಲ ಗಣ್ಯ ಮಹನೀಯರಿಗೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಈಗ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ರಾಜ್ಯ ವಿಕೇಂದ್ರೀಕರಣ ಯೋಜನೆ ಮತ್ತು ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಸಮಿತಿ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಗ್ರಾಮ ಎನ್ನುವ ಒಂದು ಕಿರುಹೊತ್ತಿಗೆಯನ್ನ ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಎಲ್ಲ ಗ್ರಾಮೀಣ ಪ್ರದೇಶದ ಯುವಕರಿಗೆ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು, ಅದರ ಮೂಲಕ ಗಾಂಧಿಯ ಕನಸಿನ ಗ್ರಾಮ ಸ್ವರಾಜ್ಯವನ್ನ ಜಾರಿಗೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಕಿರುಹೊತ್ತಿಗೆಯನ್ನ ಹೊರತರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಅದನ್ನ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಮಾಜಿ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳಾದಂತಹ ವೀರಪ್ಪ ಮೊಯ್ಲಿ ಸಾಹೇಬರು ಬಿಡುಗಡೆಗೊಳಿಸಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ತೇನೆ. ಕೆಂಪೇಗೌಡರು ಅದನ್ನ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು. ಡಿ.ಆರ್. ಪಾಟೀಲ್ ಸಾಹೇಬರು ಕೈ ಜೋಡಿಸಬೇಕು. ಡಿ.ಆರ್. ಪಾಟೀಲ್ ಸರ್ ಜೊತೆಲಿ ನಿಲ್ಲಿ ಸರ್, ತಮ್ಮ ಹೊತ್ತಿಗೆ ಅದು, ತಮ್ಮ ಸಮಿತಿದು. ಬನ್ನಿ ಬನ್ನಿ ಬನ್ನಿ, ಚಲ್ಪತಿ ಈ ಕಡೆ. ಏನು ವಾಟರ್ ಬಾಟ್ಲ್ ಕಿರುಹೊತ್ತಿಗೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜ್ ಬೆಳೆದು ಬಂದ ಇತಿಹಾಸ, ಗಾಂಧೀಜಿಯವರ ಕನಸಿನ ಗ್ರಾಮಗಳು ಹೇಗಿರಬೇಕು ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಸಣ್ಣ ಪರಿಚಯವನ್ನ ಈ ಕಿರುಹೊತ್ತಿಗೆ ಮೂಲಕ ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಗ್ರಾಮೀಣ ಪ್ರದೇಶದ ಯುವಕರಿಗೆ ಮಾಡುವ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನವನ್ನ ಮಾಡಲಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ಮಾಸಿಕವನ್ನ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜ್ ಪರಿಷತ್ತು ಹಿಂದೆ ಪರಿಷತ್ ಪತ್ರಿಕೆ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಪತ್ರಿಕೆಯನ್ನು ಹೊರತರ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು. ಅದು ತಾಂತ್ರಿಕ ಕಾರಣಗಳಿಂದ ನಿಂತು ಹೋಗಿದ್ರಿಂದ ಹೊಸದಾಗಿ ಒಂದು ಟೈಟಲ್ ಅನ್ನು ರಿಜಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಹೊಸ ಪತ್ರಿಕೆಯನ್ನು ಬಿಡುಗಡೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಒಂದು ಉತ್ತಮವಾದಂತ ಪತ್ರಿಕೆಯ ಹೆಸರು ನಮಗೆ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ. ಗ್ರಾಮ ಸ್ವರಾಜ್ಯ ಸಂಚಿಕೆಯನ್ನ ಈಗ ಮುದ್ರಿತ ಸಂಚಿಕೆಯನ್ನ ಬಿಡುಗಡೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ಮಾನ್ಯ ಡಿ.ಆರ್. ಪಾಟೀಲ್ ರವರು ಉಪಾಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರು, ರಾಜ್ಯ ವಿಕೇಂದ್ರೀಕರಣ ಯೋಜನೆ ಮತ್ತು ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಸಮಿತಿ, ಇವರು ಅದನ್ನು ಬಿಡುಗಡೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಬನ್ನಿ ಈ ಕಡೆ, ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡಿ ಆ ಕಡೆ. ಇದು ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಎಲ್ಲ ತಾಲೂಕು, ಜಿಲ್ಲಾ ಪಂಚಾಯಿತಿ ಮತ್ತು ಗ್ರಾಮ ಪಂಚಾಯಿತಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಪ್ರತಿ ತಿಂಗಳು ನಮ್ಮ ಪರಿಷತ್ತದಿಂದ ಕಳಿಸ್ತೇವೆ. ಹಾಗೇನೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ವಿವಿಧ ಇಲಾಖೆಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ಆಸಕ್ತರು ಸಹ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಬ್ಸ್ಕ್ರೈಬ್ ಮಾಡಬಹುದು. ಎಲ್ಲ ಗಣ್ಯರಿಗೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಉದ್ಘಾಟನಾ ನುಡಿಗಳು ಮಾನ್ಯ ವೀರಪ್ಪ ಮೊಯ್ಲಿ ಸಾಹೇಬರು ಆಡೋದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಮುಂಚೆ ದೆಹಲಿಯಿಂದ ಆಗಮಿಸಿರುವಂತ ಇಂಡಿಯನ್ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಅಡ್ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರೇಷನ್ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಆಗಿರುವಂತ ಹಣಕಾಸು ಆಯೋಗಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಆಳವಾಗಿ ಅಧ್ಯಯನ ಮಾಡಿ ಪುಸ್ತಕವನ್ನು ಪ್ರಕಟಣೆ ಮಾಡಿರುವಂತ ಶ್ರೀಯುತ ವಿ.ಎನ್. ಅಲೋಕ್ ಸರ್ ಅವರು ತಮ್ಮ ವಿಶೇಷ ಉಪನ್ಯಾಸವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ತೇನೆ. ವಿ.ಎನ್. ಅಲೋಕ್ ಸರ್.
senior statesman of the country, Dr. Veerappa Moiliji, who was the chairman of the second Administrative Reform Commission of the country, which is now the Bible of the administrative reform, not just in Karnataka, but the entire country, and of course the former Chief Minister of the state, and my favorite. Then the champions of Panchayati Raj, Shri D.R. Patil and Dr. Narayan Swamy, friends on the dais, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I'm extremely delighted and grateful to Dr. Narayan Swamy and his team for having invited me here. In the state, which is the champion of Panchayati Raj, it is not just in the thinking, but the empirical study that has been conducted at the union government level, which has confirmed that both Karnataka and Kerala, they are the champions of Panchayati Raj. And it has been, I was involved in that, and this was approved by none other than the Prime Minister of the country. Okay. So even the Prime Minister of the country is fairly convinced that Karnataka is the champion, Kerala is the champion of Panchayati Raj, along with Tamil Nadu and other states. This particular seminar that is being conducted here is on the Union Finance Commissions and the State Finance Commissions. The Union Finance Commission, why it has been created, I just spent a minute or two because I can see the students sitting there. We are federal country, but nowhere in the Constitution the word federal exists. Article 1 of the Constitution, it says, India, that is Bharat, shall be a union of states. And those who are in political science and in law, they know that the process of creating federal system in the country is a top-down approach. So the union or the central government, they keep most power with themselves. It's unlike the United States of America. Some policy makers and scholars, they compare India with US, which is not the case. India is very different, US is very different. In fact, no two federations are identical in natures. All of them are very different natures. So, in this country, the union government is largely collecting most of the revenues. In fact, about 65% of the revenue the union government collects. Most buoyant source of revenues are there with the union government. Take it the personal income tax, corporate income tax, or the central GST and the custom duty. The state government have been assigned a very few taxes like the state GST, the value added tax, state excise, and a couple of others. But the state is responsible for most of the expenditure, or whatever you call it, the responsibilities. So there is a vertical imbalance, and the constitution which actually confirmed that there should be continuity with change. So they have assigned or they have created Article 280 that every 5th year there will be a Union Finance Commission which will transfer, which will suggest or which will make some recommendations so that the funds can be transferred to the states. Now, why this Union Finance Commission, which is very, very important for this particular seminar, and for which Ghorpadeji is sitting here, and I'll just refer this to him. Union Finance Commissions or the entire constitution is based on the 1935 Act. Now, before 1935 Act, there was something that has happened in Australia. Australia is also a federal country. The Western Australia, they threatened to secede. So the government of Australia, they said you are giving money to your own people, wherever you have their own political party. So we would like to be a separate country. Okay. So in that negotiations, Commonwealth Grant Commission was created. On that line, we have created the Finance Commission of India. The Finance Commission means all professionals will sit there, they will make some recommendations, and under Article 281, all the recommendations along with the action taken report will be placed in both houses of the Parliament. But what is the difference? That is the things that Mr. Ghorpade and others will think about it. That the Finance Commission of India is constituted largely by the Ministry of Finance. They decide the membership. So you can see in the 16th Finance Commission, most people have come from the Union government. Okay? Those who have been working in the central institutions or those who have been working in the central ministries. There is no meeting as such with the state government. But I am even going a state further with this, that the Commonwealth Grant Commission in Australia, 1/3 of the membership comes from the local government associations. Just about 2 months ago, I got a call from Brazil that they wanted to have the data about the associations, the municipal associations or the panchayat associations in India. I was quite embarrassed. I said, except Ghorpade ji, except Patil Saab, except other people, there is no such associations. Or maybe in Kerala, Vijayanand Saab is sitting here. No such associations exist in other part of India. So there is no association which we can say at the central level which can create some kind of a pressure window for the union government so that the participations of the local government is there at the union finance commissions. What all happens, somebody who is a general purpose, scholars, they write the chapter of the local government I do have respect, all the members, those who are sitting there, the 16th Finance Commission, the 15th Finance Commission, or the 14th Finance Commission, but they are largely the people, those who work in many other areas, they also work in the local government areas. Okay? If there is a pressure window from the local government association of the country, then there has to be one member at least in the Union Finance Commissions which can write a chapter on the local governments. Why I'm saying there should be a chapter on the local government? Because generally government functions based on the past practices, the best practices and the precedents. The precedents of this country till 1995, before the 10th Finance Commission was created, there was no such TOR in the Union Finance Commissions. What all has happened, Meenakshi Sundaram Saab sitting here, the 73rd and 74th, now 73rd and 74th was created because of the Joint Parliamentary Committee report. And the Joint Parliamentary Committee report which led to the 74th Constitutional Amendment, which was headed by Mr. K.P. Singh Deo, they included, which is actually the most important development that has happened in the legal writing, they said there should be a sub-clause in Article 280. Now 73rd and 74th, which is a carbon copy to each other, okay, there is no such mentions about the Part 9 and 9A about the Union Finance Commissions. But the Union Finance Commissions, it is created in Article 280, so there is a sub-clause inserted there which says that the Union Finance Commission will suggest measures to augment the consolidated fund of the states for panchayats and municipalities due to the recommendations of the state finance commissions. What the Joint Parliamentary Committee thought, that if there is a state finance commission which has been created through Part 9 and 9A, then there will be some stress on the state government, and that particular stress the Union Finance Commission must address. But what all has happened? First of all, the Union Finance Commission, right from the 10th Finance Commissions, they have been giving some kind of a lump sum grant to the states for panchayat and municipality, which is a minuscule. You may think that's a few lakhs crores of rupees, but few lakhs of crores of rupees are not good enough for 2,60,000 panchayats in the country and about 5,000 odd municipalities, because this is concerned to the people. What all has happened? The 10 finance commissions, they made some allocation about 4,000 crores of rupees. 11 finance commissions, they made some allocation about 10,000 crores of rupees. Somebody can correct my numbers. Then the 12th finance commission, in which I was working, they made the allocations about 20,000 crores of rupees. What we thought, that instead of making some kind of a lump sum grants, and I hate the word grants. Grant is an English word which means you are the grantee. You come with a begging ball, okay? And we are the people who will be giving you the money, okay? So I hate this word. I said should be devolution. The way the state government take money from the union taxes, in the same fashion the local government should also get the money from the union taxes. After all, the salaries and the operational maintenance cost of the union government come from the finance commission money. Similarly, the salaries of the state government employees and the operational maintenance costs come from the union finance commission money. That why not the establishment cost of the panchayat and municipality should also be met from the same fund. So the 13 finance commissions, I think Vijayanand Saab is sitting here, and Mr. Manishankar Iyer, who was at the helm of the affairs, he made a lot of efforts, and I would like to mention the name of one of the very senior, again a very senior person, Mr. V. Ramachandran Saab from Kerala, and we sort of convinced the 13 finance commissions headed by Mr. Kelkar that the percentage of the union divisible pool should be to panchayat and municipalities, because it has certain kind of advantage. First, it is inflation neutral. Second, the local government, both panchayat and municipalities, will be connected to the growth of the national economy. Because taxes is the functions of your growth. If the taxes of the union government increases, similarly, the flow of funds to panchayat and municipality will also increase. So the 13th Finance Commission said that 2.5% of the union taxes will be shared with panchayat and municipalities. Like 41% of the union taxes that goes to the states, similarly, panchayat and municipality should get money. So it is not about the money part of it, it is about the route, under which route the money should flow to panchayat and municipalities. Unfortunately, the 14th Finance Commission, I think Ghorpade ji appreciated 14 finance commissions, but the 14th Finance Commission, with just a stroke of a pen, said whatever the 13th Finance Commission said is unconstitutional. I mean, one can laugh at it. How come one constitutional body is making a comments to his predecessor? Okay, so they said it's unconstitutional. Okay, and second thing, what the 14th Finance Commission said, which is not consistent with the spirit of the Constitution, they allocated money only to Gram Panchayats and forgot to mention anything about the autonomous district councils or the local government falling under 5th and the 6th schedule. Okay. Luckily, the 15 finance commissions, though they did not, they simply followed the 14 finance commissions, and then sort of made some recommendations, but that is again in the terms of lump sum grants. One can say that the 4 lakhs crores of rupees that has been allocated by the 15th Finance Commission is good enough, but it's not. Now, I come to policy part of it. Both these institutions, the Union Finance Commission and the State Finance Commission, they are the only institutions in the country which have been mentioned in the constitutions. Okay. These two institutions, they write fiscal policies about the country, about the state, but not so popular. People generally make comments about the budgets. People do make comments about the state budget in the recent past, but they hardly make any comment that it has not been debated. So I must congratulate the organizer of this conference that you have organized a conference on these two institutions, which is mentioned in Article 280 and Article 243 I and Y, and which write the policies for the next 5 years or so. Now, Union Finance Commission, I'll just touch this and then I'll stop, because I understand the opportunity cost of this house is very high because of the presence of Dr. Veerappa Moily ji. That finance commissions, because of the TOR, that they will make the recommendation on the basis of the State Finance Commission's report. It makes them frustrated, because the State Finance Commission report of all the states at the same period is not available with the Union Finance Commissions. So what they have been doing, they have been making their own assessments. And since they were making their own assessments, they have been trying to fix some of the things which Ghorpade ji just mentioned about the data part of it, about the accounts part of it, okay, and the own source of revenues. Okay, these kind of recommendations they have been making it. Whether they have been successful or not so successful, but they have been doing that. But unfortunately, there was no continuity. If the 14th Finance Commission is saying something, the 15th Finance Commission is in his own wisdom saying something else. Okay, so finally the things were not happening the way the central government or the parliament, or what should I say, the union government, they want the panchayat and municipality should function in that way. So the 15th Finance Commission, for the first time, again based on the Commonwealth Grant Commission's practice, they thought the state government are quite reluctant to constitute the state finance commissions. Murthy Saab is sitting here, was a finance secretary, and many of you, those who have been in the finance department of the state government, they hate the institutions like state finance commission. I said, why they are there? We are good enough. We can transfer money the way we like. Chief Minister is sitting here, Finance Minister is sitting here, and the money part should be left to us. Okay. So they hate institutions. Sorry, sir. That's a case. That's generally the case. Union Finance Commissions, it has been respected in the Government of India because it has been created from the Ministry of Finance and working very closely with the Department of Economic Affairs and the Prime Minister's Office. So they submit something which is acceptable to the union government. But that is not the case with the state. State government, state finance commission is created, and it has happened in Karnataka. Moily Saab's time, sir, the second SFC report did not see the light of the day. Right? That was headed by Mr. K.P. Surendranath. So it was capped. It has happened in Maharashtra. It has happened in Gujarat many times. So the Union Finance Commission thought that generally in this country things work if you allocate some money, if you allocate some incentives, then only some institutions are created. So the 15th Finance Commission said, based on the line of the Commonwealth Grant Commissions, that unless or until you create this institution, you will not be entitled to get this much of money from the union government. But state again, they were sleeping. So when the deadline comes, generally what happened in the government, until someone writes a note, what they call it a PUD, or the thing does not work. And nobody writes a note, and there was some advisory from Vijayanand Saab is sitting here, must have been issued some advisory when he was secretary in the Ministry of Panchayati Raj, the rural development, nothing has happened. But towards the end of it, some states created State Finance Commission and they submitted the report right on time in order to get the installment, that kind of installment from the union government. 16 finance commissions, and I know I don't want to say much about this because there is a session on state finance commissions there. They have taken this forward and they said that even the basic grants, they have allocated these kind of conditionalities that you have to have a state finance commission in place and you have to have a election in place. Okay, so which is the term which has been created by the 14th Finance Commission, followed by the 15th Finance Commission, the 16th, the panchayat has to be duly constituted. Okay. If it is not constituted, we will not call it a panchayat. So I think all the distinguished member, okay, those who are sitting here, they will take a note of this, and I think what Gurupalaji has said, it makes a lot of sense. Because if you do not hold elections in Karnataka, you will not be entitled to get grants on this accounts for the financial year 2026-27. So the election has to be conducted. Okay, that's there. Then they said, if we give grant to the state, what they do, they will do some twisting. Okay. And the money does not really reach to panchayat and municipality. So what they say, the 16th Finance Commission, that the state must have a matching contributions, and through that matching contributions, the amount will increase. Okay. So now about 8 lakhs crores of rupees for both panchayat and municipality that has been allocated, and 4 lakhs plus crore is for panchayat. And now what all is happening in the last, that's the last point I just wanted to mention. Initially, the share of municipalities was small. Now the share of municipalities is increasing in the local government grants. Why? Because the government of India feels that urbanizations is an important thing. And we are going to have the census in 2026, which is going to be over in 2027. There was some circular of the Ministry of Home Affairs, unless until you complete the census, the jurisdictions will not change. So I think we are here in the interregnum, and before the census is over, that is from 2027, we have to keep our own house in order, and then perhaps the kind of allocations that have been made, which may undergo some kind of a change. Because I think at that time, the number of municipality will increase. The 16 finance commissions give a lot of emphasis to those areas which comes in the city areas, but are still called rural areas. They call it a growth centers. Generally, migration takes place, and people, those who are there, they are actually involved in the economic development, economic activities, and the growth generally takes place because of them. So they call it a growth center. So that's I think that is there. Last point, which is very close to my heart, is the fiscal data. The fiscal data has to be in place. I think the CNAG, I just had a meeting last week. They are working on the National Accounting Manual. Not the kind of manual, the model which was set in 2002 or 2003, but a little simpler one, so that the panchayat and municipality can adopt it, and it has to be homogeneous across states. So the policies, the fiscal policies, become easy for them. So I just stop it here, and thank you once again for the invite, and thank you so much. Thank you.
ಬಹಳ ಅರ್ಥಪೂರ್ಣವಾಗಿ ಆಳವಾದಂಥ ಜ್ಞಾನ ಸಂವಹನವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದಂಥ VN ಅಲೋಕ್ ಸರ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಈಗ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಾಗಾರವನ್ನು ಉದ್ಘಾಟನೆ ಮಾಡಿದಂಥ ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಮಾಜಿ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳಾದಂಥ ಶ್ರೀ ವೀರಪ್ಪ ಮೊಯ್ಲಿ ಸಾಹೇಬರು ನಮ್ಮನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಉದ್ದೇಶಿಸಿ ಉದ್ಘಾಟನಾ ನುಡಿಗಳನ್ನು ಆಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ತೀವಿ.
ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜ್ ಪರಿಷತ್ ಇವರ ಆಶ್ರಯದಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೆಯುತ್ತಿರುವ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜ್ ಡೇ seminar on the reports of the 16th Finance Commission and 5th Karnataka State Finance Commission. And I find galaxy of experts, great administrators who have dealt with these subjects in their respective sphere. ಇಂದಿನ ಈ ಸಮಾರಂಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಅತಿಥಿಗಳಾಗಿ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸುತ್ತಿರುವ ಶ್ರೀ DR ಪಾಟೀಲ್ ಅವರೇ, VY ಗೋರ್ಪಡೆ ಅವರೇ, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ VN ಅಲೋಕ್ ಅವರೇ, ಶ್ರೀ BR ಪಾಟೀಲ್ ಅವರೇ, SM ವಿಜಯಾನಂದ್ ಅವರೇ, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ SS ಮೀನಾಕ್ಷಿ ಸುಂದರಂ ಅವರೇ, MR ಶ್ರೀನಿವಾಸ ಮೂರ್ತಿ ಅವರೇ, MV ವೆಂಕಟೇಶ್ ಅವರೇ, MR ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಕಲಾ ಸೀತಾರಾಮನ್ ಶ್ರೀಧರ್ ಅವರೇ, D ರಾಜಶೇಖರ್ ಅವರೇ, ಶ್ರೀ ಮೊಹಮ್ಮದ್ ಸನಾವುಲ್ಲಾ ಅವರೇ, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಛಾಯಾ ದೇವಾಂಕರ್ ಅವರೇ, ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ G ಬಡಲಿಂಗರಯ್ಯ ಅವರೇ, ಭಾಗವಹಿಸುತ್ತಿರುವ ಎಲ್ಲ ವಿದ್ವಾಂಸರೇ, ಪರಿಣಿತರೇ, ಪತ್ರಿಕಾ ಮಾಧ್ಯಮದ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರೇ, ನಾರಾಯಣ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಅವರು, when my friend Narayan Swami met me, he told me that by 11:30 this session should be over. To me, so already 11:30. Then I was in a very precarious position when I come here to speak. Of course, I am supposed to inaugurator need not give a speech also sometime. Even if he wants to give a speech, it should be limited to the inauguration. I am quite, excited to see all the experts here. You name anyone here, he is an expert on Panchayat Raj. I was highly benefited by them when I was Chief Minister, Planning Minister, Finance Minister. There is a fund of knowledge available, and our duty is only to encash upon that knowledge, the treasure of knowledge. There are experts all over the country. It's not confined only to Karnataka. Now, I hear Professor Alok, and before that, while giving an introduction, he gave a critical introduction. My friend Gorpade. I remember because his his brother was my colleague in Devaraja's ministry. Then he was my minister for rural development when I was chief minister. And he was as much or more critical than our friend. When the amendment to the constitution came, I think Srinivas Murthy or Meena Sundaram Dinno must be knowing, both of us were anxious to see that we should be the forerunners in enacting Panchayat Raj here, in pursuance to this letter and spirit of the constitutional amendment. We had number of sittings. Of course, our wavelength was the same. I said yes. We should be more progressive than the amendments. No, the very original amendment. That is how, even though it was not mandatory to have reservation for the backward classes, I think we are the pioneers in the country to introduce political reservation in our amendment to the constitution, in our Amendment Act. And I think we were the forerunners in conducting elections also on the panchayats in accordance with the amendment, constitutional amendment. And we succeeded. It politically benefited us. We were anxious to have next phase of election for the Taluk Panchayats and also for the Jilla Panchayats. Then, there are vested interests outside a political party. There are also vested interests within the political party. So they thought that Ghorpade and Mr. Moily will become politically more powerful if we allow them to conduct the Taluk Panchayats and Jilla Panchayats. If we were to conduct that, I think we would not have confronted the debacle in the next assembly election. Debacle was because of the Babri Masjid, and wherever we had 10% of Muslim population, Muslim voters, in the assembly election, we lost 110 constituencies. Otherwise, my strength would have been 110 by 39. But we were blamed. No, it is because of Moily we lost the assembly election. Fact was that because of that Babri Masjid, Muslims went against it as an en masse. Because in the elections, no political party can antagonize any particular community. Then you face the debacle, maybe Muslim community or any other community. So I was helpless because everybody was against the election, including the high command at that time. Then Ghorpade resigned my ministry and went out, rightly. So that is how it is in the blood. Ghorpade, when he said, critically analyzed and said yes. I don't know whether Mr. Narayan Swamy in his report has said, I don't think he has said. No. If there is no election, no fund should be allocated. You are not given that recommendation. But I think I did not see specifically. I think the elections is mandated, just like assembly and parliament. These panchayat elections will have to be held. I don't think any government in power can say no to it. And the democracy is such that we have to go by the rule of law, the constitution. I think we have flouted the constitution by not conducting elections, either to the municipalities or corporations or the panchayats. That we need to address the question. Another point, of course, I have limited time, that is how only few points I will pick up, particularly on the Gram Sabha. I think this is one provision which is, it's a direct democracy. And I think I was asking Mr. Narayan Swamy whether he has allocated very specific funds on the Gram Sabha. He said no. He said programs will have to be approved. Where is the point? Mr. Alokji has already said merely programs are not going to help you anywhere unless specific provision for funds are made. For the Gram Sabha, they should have, that kind of an independence has been provided in the constitution itself. Because in the Gram Sabhas, as the foundation of the Panchayat Raj system to perform function, powers entrusted to it by the state legislatures. Unless the Gram Sabhas are strengthened and empowered, and the very spirit of the amendment to the constitution is nullified. We'll have to do it. And I think the seminar will have to discuss on that and say that Gram Sabha, you strengthen it. I think you have strengthened the real democracy, as when you see in the amendment to the constitution. You can't take powers away. I think now even the planning is not allowed. They are not allowed to even select the beneficiaries. Gram Sabhas is done. We have been thinking that this democracy stops with the legislature, and the legislators are the ultimate boss of this democracy of this country. This cannot be. Constitution is important. And when you say constitution, the panchayats are important, local boards are also. I've given a very big chapter under the ERC report. I've given a very big and effective chapter on this local governance. Look, there's a exclusive and a very exhaustive report on the local governance. It speaks about the inclusive government. I'm telling you about the local governance. And see, that's the real foundation of democracy. And if you shake that foundation, democracy itself cannot survive. We speak of generation next movements these days. And it is now, we found that in the neighborhoods, generation next, they took the politics, democracy to the streets. I think we should appreciate Tamil Nadu. Through democratic form, they came out with generation next. I think that is going to happen. With the elected government, they do not function. And they do not respond to the aspirations of the people. Then ultimately, democratic process itself will take care of the aspirations of the generation next. This is the demonstration, I think, first time it has happened within our country. Otherwise, they have not gone to the streets, but they have chosen the election as a medium to inject the revolutionary measures. This is what every political party will have to be conscious of it. We know very well that the Alokji has been talking about many things. But many a time, sometimes the bureaucracy can also sabotage. I give one instance, where I was heading an oversight committee, that is the 33%, I think, 27% reservation to OBCs in all the apex institutions like IIT, IIM, AIMS and many things. You remember, I can give an instance. Of course, within my own committee there was a lot of problem. They wanted to sabotage the very intention of the, I think, 44th Amendment or so. But anyway, I passed through it. I gave a report to Dr. Manmohan Singh, our then Prime Minister, and he implemented it. When my report was implemented, I was happy that yes, it is implemented, and I was happy, patting our own back. Once my good friend was former Advocate General of Karnataka, Professor Ravi Varma, rushed to my house at Delhi in the during lunchtime. He said, "Sir, the constitutional bench is going to strike down the amendment." I said, "What happened to my report? The report has been implemented and the reports have not been placed before the judges." Can you imagine how the bureaucracy can sabotage? How? It's an instance, which I found. I said, how is it to know those reports have not come to the hands of the judges, all the 5 judges? They were saying. And Professor Ravi Kumar, he was arguing for some party in the very same case. He said, "I will give these reports." He came to me, asked me 5 copies of the report. Fortunately, those reports were with me. Handed over those reports. Fortunately, the Constitution bench, they desisted from pronouncing the judgment. They took another 10 days. And of course, ultimately, the constitutional amendment, as recommended by my report, was implemented. I'm just telling you how at every stage the vested interest can entrench and sabotage the democratic aspirations. This has happened. It is one instance, where I am a party to it. So that's why, we have to be very vigilant about it. The time has now come that, nobody can take the people for granted. If you don't do it, they know how to do it, either through the electoral process or they take the matters to the streets. So elections will have to be held. I think the government will definitely take these things very seriously, Louis. I appreciate that, here, our constitution has given everything to us. The ಧಾರ್ಮಿಕ ಸ್ವಾತಂತ್ರ್ಯದ ಹಕ್ಕು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಸಂವಿಧಾನದ ಪ್ರತಿಜ್ಞೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ಇವತ್ತು ಸಭೆ ಮೊದಲು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಸಾಂಸ್ಕೃತಿಕ ಶೈಕ್ಷಣಿಕ ಹಕ್ಕು ಹಾಗೂ ಸಂವಿಧಾನಾತ್ಮಕ ಪರಿಹಾರೋಪಗಳ ಹಕ್ಕು, ಸುಮಾರು 6 categories of the rights have been given in the Constitution of India. I think we have to find out now, we have to list out what happened to them. Rights have been given, but the rights have been taken away. Either, by some way or other. Adrinda Samajadalli now, that is how you find these ripples in the society. That is also because of so many, discrepancies. For example, the caste. Part 3 of the Constitution, we say, ಜನತೆಯ ಮೂಲಭೂತ ಹಕ್ಕುಗಳನ್ನು ನಿಗದಿಪಡಿಸಿದೆ ಹಾಗೂ ಜಾತಿ ಮತ್ತು ಅಸಮಾನತೆಯ ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬಲಿಷ್ಠವಾಗಿ ನಿಂತಿರುವ ಅನಿಷ್ಟಗಳ ತಾರತಮ್ಯ ಮತ್ತು ಶೋಷಣೆ ಇವುಗಳಿಗೆ ಒಳಗಾಗುವ ಅಸ್ಪೃಶ್ಯರು, ಮಹಿಳೆಯರು, ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಮತ್ತು ಅಲ್ಪಸಂಖ್ಯಾತ ಹಕ್ಕುಗಳ ರಕ್ಷಣೆಗಳನ್ನು ರೂಪಿಸಿದೆ. We'll have to list out what is our performance on all these things. I know if you don't do it now, the time has come that there is a challenge of the time. Either people take it to the streets, or to the electoral process, they can demolish all these established political parties which they cannot perform. We will perform. The people take the right in their own hands. And Tamil Nadu the elections are the signal to it. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ಇವತ್ತು ನಾವು I don't think you can anymore defer the constitutional aspirations. They will have to be done. Now we feel that the ಸಂವಿಧಾನ ಕೇವಲ ನ್ಯಾಯವಾದಿಗಳ ಕೈಯೊಳಗಿನ ದಾಖಲೆ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಉತ್ತಮ ಬದುಕಿನ ವಾಹಕ ಹಾಗೂ ಅದರ ಶಕ್ತಿಯೇ ತಲೆಮಾರುಗಳ ಉತ್ತಮ ಬದುಕಿನ ಜೀವಾಳ. ಇದನ್ನು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ B.R. ಅಂಬೇಡ್ಕರ್ ಅವರು ಬಹಳ ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟವಾಗಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. We think, suppose we don't do it in the government or in the legislature or the parliament, the lawyers will take up this matter with the Supreme Court and do it. Suppose they also don't do it, people themselves will do it. And this is what is happening in the country or elsewhere in the world, is that the people will take these things cudgels together. Because there is a level of patience with which the electorate can work. But if it goes beyond that, I think the people themselves will take this. If it cannot be done by electoral battle, if it can be done by electoral battle, yes, it can be done. Suppose it cannot be done electoral battle, people will take to the streets. We need to be very careful about all these things. ಆದ್ರಿಂದ ಇವತ್ತು ಬರೀ ಭಾಳ ಅಲೋಕ್ ಅವರು ಭಾಳ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಹೇಳಿದರು. ಫಿನಾನ್ಸ್ ಕಮಿಷನ್ಸ್, you find only the representatives of the finance ministry, they nominate who should do it, It's highly undemocratic process. The states are not taken into confidence. All the organs of the constitutions, they are not taken into confidence. I don't think, this arbitrariness, as is rightly said, what happened in Australia. Some parts of Australia, they said that we see. And same, our country is in a similar position. The time may come, the geographically or sociologically, there may be societies and societies, they feel let down and they take up the cudgel themselves, either ask for a seat or for a segregation. I don't think it should happen. That is why the constitutional aspirations will have to be taken serious consideration by all the organs of the government, whether it's the government of India or the state government. You cannot trample it down just because it's not convenient to me. It is not just because it's not convenient to my community, just because it is not convenient to my caste, just because it's not coming, to my society. I think what should be done, that whether it is convenient to the population at large, and you need to address these problems. And we have the ಸಂವಿಧಾನದ ಒಂದು ಯಂತ್ರದ ಹಾಗೆ, ಅದು ಸಂವಿಧಾನ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಅಂಬೇಡ್ಕರ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಸಂವಿಧಾನ ಒಂದು ಯಂತ್ರದ ಹಾಗೆ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಜೀವವಿಲ್ಲ. ಸಂವಿಧಾನವನ್ನು ಯಾರು ನಿಯಂತ್ರಿಸುತ್ತಾರೋ, ಯಾರು ಅದನ್ನು ಕಾರ್ಯಗತಗೊಳಿಸುತ್ತಾರೋ, ಅವರಿಂದಲೇ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಜೀವ ಬರುತ್ತದೆ, ಅವರಿಂದಲೇ ಜೀವ ಹೋಗ್ತದೆ. You may lose life. What happens when you lose, ಜೀವ ಬರುವುದು ಅಷ್ಟೇ, ಜೀವ ತೆಗೆಯುವುದು ಅವರೇ. ಜನರು ಆಯ್ಕೆ ಮಾಡುವ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿ ಸದ್ಗುಣಿಯಾಗಿರಬೇಕು, ಆತನಿಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲವನ್ನೂ ಒಳಗೊಳ್ಳುವ ಗುಣ ಇರಬೇಕು. ಒಂದು ವೇಳೆ ಜನರು ಆಯ್ಕೆ ಮಾಡಿದ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗೆ ಈ ಯಾವ ಗುಣಗಳೂ ಇಲ್ಲದಿದ್ದರೆ ಸಂವಿಧಾನವು ಈ ದೇಶವನ್ನು ರಕ್ಷಿಸಲು ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಗುತ್ತದೆ. So, by merely taking oath today, I think, let us not think that our obligation is over. No, we have to live through this letter and spirit of the constitutional aspirations of this country. And we practice casteism, we live the spirit of communalism, and we think this is my community, this is this country. Country is just opposite. The country is something different from that. It's a larger entity. Are we doing something, whether the elected people or the elected or any government, any organization, whether we respond to that larger interest of the society or not. This is very important. Corruption has become very rampant. Today we find a report that the Karnataka state stands third in number of corruption cases. So it's not a good certificate for Karnataka. We need to address those problems, because otherwise corruption will definitely erode very fast the democratic ethos. When the democratic ethos disappear, then who will take charge? All these vested interests will take charge. We need to address them and allow the democratic institutions to function properly. You created the institutions, allow them to function. You don't allow them to function, then what is called, then it will result in anarchy. People take the cudgels themselves. This is what we need to be careful about it. And social justice is an important element in the functioning of a democracy. It is an important gel in the cog of the democratic setup. And if you deny that, you will be denied the right of social justice. Perhaps the democratic machinery itself will erode. ಆದ್ರಿಂದ ಇವತ್ತು ಬಹಳ ಚರ್ಚೆಗೆ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ವಿಷಯವನ್ನು ನೀವು ಕೈಗೆ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ಅದನ್ನು ಇವತ್ತು ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಷನ್ಸ್ ಇದು ಬರೀ ಡಿಬೇಟ್ಗಾಗಿರುವುದಲ್ಲ, ಅಥವಾ ಡೆಮೋಕ್ರಸಿ ಆಸ್ಪಿರೇಷನ್ಸ್ ಡಿಸ್ಕಷನ್ಗಾಗಿರುವುದಲ್ಲ. We have to live through the democratic ethos of this country. If you don't live through that, any lack of it will definitely erode the fundamentals of the democracy. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ಇವತ್ತು ಒಳ್ಳೆ ವಿಷಯವನ್ನು ತಾವು ಚರ್ಚೆ ತಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ಇದು ಬರೀ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ವಿಚಾರವನ್ನು ಅನುಷ್ಠಾನ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಅಮೆಂಡ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಟು ದಿ ಕಾನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಷನ್, ದಿ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜ್ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ, ಇದು ನಿಜವಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಇಡೀ ದೇಶದ ಬದುಕಿನ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಪ್ರಾಮುಖ್ಯತೆಯನ್ನು ಪಡೆದಿದ್ದರೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಪ್ರಜಾಪ್ರಭುತ್ವ ಬದುಕು ಸರ್ವನಾಶ. ಇದು ಇನ್ ದ ಬೇಸಿಕ್ ಆಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಡೆಮೋಕ್ರಸಿ ವಿಲ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಬಿ ಪ್ರಾಪರ್ಲಿ ಅಂಡರ್ಸ್ಟುಡ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಲಿವ್ಡ್ ಥ್ರೂ. ಭಾಳ ಸಂತೋಷ ಇವತ್ತು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯವರು ಈ ವಿಚಾರವನ್ನು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಚರ್ಚೆಗೆ ತಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ಇದು ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಇದು ಅನುಷ್ಠಾನ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಅದು ಸರ್ಕಾರ, ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ರಾಜ್ಯ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಇದನ್ನು ಇವತ್ತು ಈ ಆಸ್ಪಿರೇಷನ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಕಾನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಷನಲ್ ಅಮೆಂಡ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಸ್, ಕಾನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಷನ್ ವಿಲ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಬಿ ರೆಸ್ಪಾಂಡೆಡ್, ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಅದರ್ವೈಸ್ ದೇರ್ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ಎ ಪೆರಿಲ್ ಟು ದಿ ಡೆಮೋಕ್ರಸಿ ಆಫ್ ದಿಸ್ ಕಂಟ್ರಿ. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ಈ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಆಗಲಿ. ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿನಿಯರು ಕೂಡ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ಇವತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶದ ಪ್ರಜಾಪ್ರಭುತ್ವ ಉಳಿಬೇಕಾದರೆ ದಿ ಡೆಮೋಕ್ರೆಟಿಕ್ ಆಸ್ಪಿರೇಷನ್ಸ್ ವಿಲ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಬಿ ರೆಸ್ಪಾಂಡೆಡ್ ಟು ಇಫೆಕ್ಟಿವ್ಲಿ, ಪರ್ಫೆಕ್ಟ್ಲಿ, ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಅದರ ಕೊರತೆ ಆದರೆ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಬಾಧಕ ಆದರೆ, democratic setup itself will collapse, and at all cost, as citizens of the country, we need to protect the democratic edifice at any cost. And ಇದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಮಹಾತ್ಮ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಅವರ ನೇತೃತ್ವದಲ್ಲಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಸ್ವಾತಂತ್ರ್ಯ ಹೋರಾಟ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಅನೇಕ ಜನ ಬಲಿದಾನ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆ ಬಲಿದಾನ ವ್ಯರ್ಥ ಆಗಬಾರ್ದು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಕೂಡ ನಾನು ಅದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಮಹಾತ್ಮ ಗಾಂಧಿಯವರು ಕೂಡ ಈ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜ್ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಗೆ ವಿಶೇಷವಾದಂಥ ಪ್ರಾಮುಖ್ಯತೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟರು. ಯಾಕಂತ ಇದ್ರೆ ಅದೇ ಈ ದೇಶದ ಪ್ರಜಾಪ್ರಭುತ್ವದ ಜೀವಾಳ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಹೇಳಿ ನನ್ನ ಮಾತುಗಳನ್ನು ಮುಗಿಸ್ತೀನಿ. ತಮಗೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಶುಭವಾಗಲಿ. ಚರ್ಚೆ ಅದರ ಅನುಷ್ಠಾನದಲ್ಲಿ ಅದು ಪರಿವರ್ತನೆ ಆಗಲಿ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಕೂಡ ಹಾರೈಸಿ ನನ್ನ ಮಾತುಗಳನ್ನು ಮುಗಿಸ್ತೀನಿ.
ತಮ್ಮ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷ ಉದ್ಘಾಟನಾ ನುಡಿಗಳ ಮೂಲಕ ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಮಾರ್ಗದರ್ಶನ ಮಾಡಿದಂಥ ಶ್ರೀ ವೀರಪ್ಪ ಮೊಯ್ಲಿ ಸಾಹೇಬರಿಗೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ನಾವು ಉದ್ಘಾಟನಾ ಸಮಾರಂಭವನ್ನು ಮುಗಿಸ್ತೇವೆ. ಸಮಯದ ಅಭಾವದಿಂದ ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಸಮಾರಂಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಉಪಸ್ಥಿತರಿದ್ದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ಉದ್ಘಾಟನಾ ಸಮಾರಂಭವನ್ನು ಯಶಸ್ವಿಯಾಗಿ ನಡೆಸಿಕೊಟ್ಟಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹಿರಿಯ ಗಣ್ಯ ಮಹನೀಯರಿಗೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಸಲ್ಲಿಸ್ತಾ ಈಗ ಒಂದು ಚಹಾ ವಿರಾಮ 15 ನಿಮಿಷಗಳಿರ್ತದೆ. ತಕ್ಷಣ ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಚಹಾ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಇದೆ. ಚಹಾ ಸ್ವೀಕರಿಸಿ ವಾಪಸ್ಸು ಈ ಸಭಾಂಗಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದು ಆಸೀನರಾಗಬೇಕು. ಮೊದಲನೇ ಗೋಷ್ಠಿ 14ನೇ ಹಣಕಾಸು ಆಯೋಗದ ವರದಿಯ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ಚರ್ಚೆಯನ್ನು ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಮಾಡ್ತೇವೆ. ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಹಾಗೆ ಇಲ್ಲೊಂದು ಪ್ರಕಟಣೆ ಇದೆ. KA 53 ME 6774 ರಸ್ತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸಂಚಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಅಡ್ಡಿ ನಿಂತಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ನವರು ಇದನ್ನು ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರಂತೆ. ದಯಮಾಡಿ ಯಾರದ್ದು ಅದು ವಾಹನ ಇದೆ ಅದನ್ನ ಪಕ್ಕಕ್ಕೆ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಗಮನಕ್ಕೆ ತರಕ್ಕೆ ಬರೆಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಯಾರು ಇಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೆ ನೋಂದಣಿ ಮಾಡಿಸಿಲ್ಲ, ರಿಜಿಸ್ಟ್ರೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿಸಿಲ್ಲ, ದಯಮಾಡಿ ಹೊರಗಡೆ ರಿಜಿಸ್ಟ್ರೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು KA05NJ 2818 2 ವಾಹನಗಳನ್ನ ದಯಮಾಡಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಸಂಚಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಅಡಚಣೆ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಂತೆ, ಅದನ್ನು ವಾಪಸ್ ತೆಗಬೇಕು. ಶಿವು ಮತ್ತೆ ಸಂತೋಷ್ ಅವರು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರೊಜೆಕ್ಟರ್ನ ಅರೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಆನಂದ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬನ್ನಿ, ನಿಮಿಷ ಚೇರ್ಸ್ ಚೇರು.
Okay. That's in where you near. ಕನೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಫೋನ್.
BR ಪಾಟೀಲ್ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ರೆ ಬಂದು ಅದನ್ನ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷತೆ ವಹಿಸ್ಬೇಕು. BR ಅವ್ರು ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ ಸರ್. ಪಾಟೀಲ್ ಸೇಮ್ ಇರ್ತದೆ. DB ಅಂಟಿ ಬನ್ನಿ. ಈಗ ಮೊದಲನೇ ಗೋಷ್ಠಿಯನ್ನ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ಗೋಷ್ಠಿಗೆ ಆಹ್ವಾನಿತರನ್ನ ಸ್ವಾಗತಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜ್ ಪರಿಷತ್ತಿನ ಪ್ರಾದೇಶಿಕ ಕಾರ್ಯದರ್ಶಿಗಳು, ಹಿರಿಯರು, ಮಾಜಿ ತಾಲೂಕು ಪಂಚಾಯಿತಿಯ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರು ಆದಂತ ನೀಲಕಂಠ ಕುಸ್ನುಕ್ ಸರ್ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಆಹ್ವಾನಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ.
ಸಂಪರ್ಕ ಇಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಣ ಬನ್ನಿ.
ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜ್ ಪರಿಷತ್ತಿನ ವತಿಯಿಂದ 16ನೇ ಹಣಕಾಸು ಆಯೋಗ ಮತ್ತು ರಾಜ್ಯ 5ನೇ ಹಣಕಾಸು ಆಯೋಗದ ಕುರಿತು ಈ ವಿಚಾರ ಸಂಕಿರಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಿರುವ ಈಗ ತಾನೇ ಇಲ್ಲಿಂದ ನಿರ್ಗಮಿಸಿರುವ ಮಾಜಿ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿ ಆದ ವೀರಪ್ಪ ಮೊಯ್ಲಿ ಅವರೇ ಮತ್ತು ಈ ಗೋಷ್ಠಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದೇ ಗೋಷ್ಠಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಉಪಸ್ಥಿತರಿರುವ ಕೇರಳದ ಮಾಜಿ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಕಾರ್ಯದರ್ಶಿಗಳಾದ ಶ್ರೀ SM ವಿಜಯಾನಂದ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ರನ್ನ ಈ ಗೋಷ್ಠಿಗೆ ನಾನು ಅರ್ಥಪೂರ್ವಕವಾಗಿ ಸ್ವಾಗತಿಸುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಮತ್ತು MR ಶ್ರೀನಿವಾಸ ಮೂರ್ತಿ IAS ನಿವೃತ್ತ ಅಪರ ಕಾರ್ಯದರ್ಶಿ, ಮುಖ್ಯ ಕಾರ್ಯದರ್ಶಿ, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸರ್ಕಾರ, ಇವರನ್ನು ಸಹಿತ ಈ ಗೋಷ್ಠಿಗೆ ನಾನು ಸ್ವಾಗತಿಸುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಮತ್ತು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ D ರಾಜಶೇಖರ್, ಮಾಜಿ ನಿರ್ದೇಶಕರು, ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕ ಮತ್ತು ಆರ್ಥಿಕ ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ, ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು, ಇವರನ್ನು ಸಹಿತ ಈ ಗೋಷ್ಠಿಗೆ ನಾನು ಆದರದಿಂದ ಸ್ವಾಗತ ಮಾಡ್ತೇನೆ. ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಕಲಾ ಸೀತಾರಾಮ್ ಶ್ರೀಧರ್, ಮುಖ್ಯಸ್ಥರು ಮತ್ತು ಪ್ರಾಧ್ಯಾಪಕರು, ನಗರ ವ್ಯವಹಾರಗಳ ಸಂಶೋಧನಾ ಕೇಂದ್ರ, ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕ ಮತ್ತು ಆರ್ಥಿಕ ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ಅಧ್ಯಯನ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ, ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು, ಇವರನ್ನು ಸಹಿತ ಈ ಗೋಷ್ಠಿಗೆ ನಾನು ಆದರದಿಂದ ಸ್ವಾಗತ ಮಾಡ್ತೇನೆ. ಮತ್ತು 5ನೇ ಹಣಕಾಸು ಆಯೋಗದ ಸದಸ್ಯರಾದ ಮೊಹಮ್ಮದ್ ಸನಾವುಲ್ಲಾ, ರಿಟೈರ್ಡ್ IAS ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳು, ಅವರನ್ನು ಸಹಿತ ಈ ಗೋಷ್ಠಿಗೆ ನಾನು ಸ್ವಾಗತಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಈ ಗೋಷ್ಠಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಗಣ್ಯರನ್ನು ಮತ್ತು ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜ್ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಆಸಕ್ತಿ ಹೊಂದಿರತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಹನೀಯರನ್ನು ನಾನಿಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ವಾಗತಿಸುತ್ತಾ, ಈ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜ್ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಯಾರನ್ನ ನಾವು ಕೆಳಗಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೇವೆ, ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಎಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೆ ಕೆಳಗಿರ್ತಾರೆ, ಒಂದು ಭಾಗವನ್ನು ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಹದ ಒಂದು ಭಾಗವನ್ನು ಸಹಿತ ನಾವು ಕೆಳಗಿಟ್ಟಂಗ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಮೇಲೆ ಎತ್ತಿದ್ರೆ ಗ್ರಾಮೀಣ ಮಟ್ಟದಿಂದ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೋದು, ದೇಶವನ್ನು ಸುಭದ್ರ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು, ಗಟ್ಟಿಗೊಳಿಸ್ಬೋದು. ಆ ದಿಶೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ವಿಚಾರ ಸಂಕಿರಣಗಳು ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಈ ವಿಕೇಂದ್ರೀಕರಣ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯನ್ನು ಬಲಪಡಿಸುವಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಜಾಗೃತಿಗೊಳಿಸ್ತವೆ. ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರ ಪ್ರೇಮ, ಕರ್ತವ್ಯ ಪ್ರೇಮ ಮತ್ತು ಸಮಯ ಪ್ರಜ್ಞೆಯನ್ನು ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಜಾಗೃತಿಗೊಳಿಸಲು ಸಹಾಯ ಆಗ್ತವೆ. ಆ ದಿಶೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕಳಕಳಿಯಿಂದ ಬಂದಂಥ ವಿದ್ವಾಂಸರು, ಈ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ವಿದ್ವಾಂಸರು, ಮತ್ತು ಬೇರೆ ರಾಜ್ಯದಿಂದ ಬಂದಿರತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕೇರಳ ಮತ್ತು ತಮಿಳುನಾಡು, ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ರಾಜ್ಯದಿಂದ ಬಂದಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ನಿವೃತ್ತ IAS ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳನ್ನು ಅವರಿಂದ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಲಾಭವನ್ನು ಪಡಿಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ನಾನು ಸ್ವಾಗತ ಭಾಷಣವನ್ನು ಮುಗಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಜೈ ಹಿಂದ್, ಜೈ.
ನೀಲಕಂಠಪ್ಪ ಕುಸುನೂರ್ ಸರ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಈಗ ಈ ಗೋಷ್ಠಿಯ ಪ್ರಮುಖ ಉಪನ್ಯಾಸವನ್ನ 16ನೇ ಹಣಕಾಸು ಆಯೋಗದ ವರದಿಯನ್ನು ಕುರಿತು ಶ್ರೀ SM ವಿಜಯಾನಂದ್ ಸರ್ ಅವರು, ನಿವೃತ್ತ ಅಪರ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಕಾರ್ಯದರ್ಶಿಗಳು, ಕೇರಳ, ಇವರು ಮಂಡಿಸಬೇಕಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಂಡು.
My fellow panelists, respected participants, I think we are running 1 hour 15 minutes late. I'll rush through. I'll not take 45 minutes. I was supposed to start at 11. I was 12:15. Anyway, doesn't matter, we can cover up. As was mentioned by B. N. Alok, the Constitution measure says measures to supplement, augment the consolidated fund. Measures could be anything. We must kind of compliment our finance commissions. They have been quite liberal. We can criticize finance commissions. I don't think measures means giving grant. But they are now giving grant, and compared to what the states are giving, it is substantial. Alok said it's very little. It's very little if you look at the national resources. But compared to what states are giving, particularly non-southern states are giving to the states, it is substantial. In some states, 90% of the funds of panchayats is the Union Finance Commission grant. So they are only to recommend measures, but they have gone beyond. And in my understanding, of all the constitutional institutions and agencies related to Panchayat Raj, including state and central governments, the most successful role and effective role has been by the Union Finance Commission. All others have failed miserably, including Gram Sabha, Gram Panchayat, DPC and everything, state finance commissions. But relatively speaking, the Union Finance Commission has been most performing from the constitutional sense. I'm not getting into figures. They gave some grant, but 13 lifted it, and that was mentioned. But very significant. After that, all finance commissions have gone back. The 13 said as a share of the divisible pool. I was part of a lot of the discussions, and finally, Mr. Kelkar was convinced, yes, the local government should get a share. But after that, they've gone back to the grant in 8. And 14, I was Secretary Government of India when the 14 came. We were all surprised. We were all taken by surprise. It is a huge grant. For local governments alone, it was 2 lakh crore, and urban was 87. And at that point of time, it was fairly loose conditionalities, any of the civic amenities. But they made a big mistake. All the finance commissions have made a big mistake. The local governments, as per the Indian Constitution, are beyond civic bodies. All the finance commissions think that they are civic bodies. They do economic development and social justice. So there is no earmarking of resource for SC/ST except in states like Karnataka, Kerala, where the state act is sick. The Union Finance Commission doesn't say at least so much should be spent on SC/ST. It's because Finance Commission is supposed to look at social justice and economic development, which means agriculture and all that they can do. But unfortunately, we are confined to the civic amenities. The 15th Finance Commission was quite a disappointment. It was COVID. They wanted to give a big grant to COVID for health, justifiably, but they gave it to, in the name of local governments. And I know nowhere in India other than Kerala, local governments have control over health institutions. In urban, of course, Chennai, Mumbai and all that have control. So that was a big washout. No local government ever knew how it was used. So that was a very, very big disappointing kind of thing. And in 15th Finance Commission also was used by the central government to impose conditionalities on the panchayats, like water supply, sanitation. And I was very surprised when my own former ministry said, you shall choose 2 themes, and out of the 2 themes, these are the activities you shall take. It's not done, but there was no bar, they did it. Now the 16th Finance Commission, that's the topic. It's not a big jump, but reasonably okay. 4,35,326 crore and 2,90,000 for the urban. But more than that, 56,100 for special infrastructure and 10,000, not a big amount, for urbanization. Professor Kalla will object, but I have a very strong objection to a basic premise of the 16th Finance Commission that urbanization is superior. Urban local governments require more things. A very, very wrong concept. What is required is, Dr. Abdul Kalam said, strengthen rural areas to prevent migration, not to strengthen urban areas to welcome migration. But they have put it in writing that they are the economic activity, hub of economic activity, so we need more of urbanization. By more of urbanization, linking panchayats to 1 lakh per cities, the panchayat will decline. I can tell you everywhere, the panchayat governance is better in spite of low staff. People are closer, people feel closer, and nobody feels closer even to a town panchayat. So this is a fact. I have dealt with both across time for a long time, but somehow they were, and they have also done something which will create a lot of problems. They have given 40% to urban, they call it, based on a projected urban population of 2030. But one big distinction, that's what the point which Professor Alok said, nobody knowing local governments is the Finance Commission. So they have said, you give money for urban local governments and rural local. There's a big difference between urban and municipal. Urban doesn't match municipality. So who will get it? Will Ministry of Urban Development give money to panchayats? The typical example is Kerala. Kerala officially has, I think, about more than 78% is panchayat and 22% is municipal population and corporation. But it is getting 16,600 crores for urban and 3,000 crores for rural. Now, who will administer it? Where will GPDP go? Nobody has realized it so far. So even Karnataka, of course, is little more matched, equal, 50-50. 18,000 for rural and 18,400 and 800. Not much of a difference. So this big mistake, it will be translated, panchayat and municipalities, there's no urban-rural in terms of this thing. It's true, states are not converted all urban, means census towns into this thing. Whether they should convert is a freedom given to the states by the constitution. I don't think government of India can get into it. As the governor of the state shall determine. So governor can determine anything. But on some principles, on some norms, not this thing. So this is a very, very big issue, not pointed out by federal activists, state activists, and not even by local government activists. This mismatch will now fall into place once you start giving it. Okay, this is a big thing. The positives. One, the quantum. 80% goes to panchayats in rural areas. The quality of the funds. Quantum is fairly good, I said. The 80% is basic grant and 10% is state performance and 10% is local government performance. I would say all the performance conditions are positive. For example, most important thing, 50% of the basic grant is untied, which means the panchayats can spend on whatever they want, but nobody knows what they want. State tax are notoriously vague. No real function has been devolved in 90% of the states. You read the state tax, it just reproduces 29 subjects. So can panchayat spend on agriculture? But agriculture office is not under the panchayat. So it's going to be a major problem to spend untied resources because the subjects are transferred by law, but the functionaries are not under panchayat. They can't even call them. So that is going to be another issue. But anyway, untied is a great, great thing. So, and the 20% of the performance grant is totally untied. So essentially, 60% is untied. Then elected local governments are needed. Look, I don't think any other commission insisted on that. Government of India was insisting, but not a commission saying that you, 50 also said, you can give it to only elected local governments. If there are no elections, you will not get it. And most beautiful thing, which Karnataka government also will violate, no conditionalities other than those conditionalities laid down by the Finance Commission, which means you can't have this direction, spend on water supply, spend on libraries, spend on anything. You can't give. It's illegal. Unconstitutional. And Government of India cannot say spend on localizing SDGs, spend on water supply, green and all that. You can't say that. So that's going to be very, very important. Then one important point I want you to note, which is Karnataka is very important, that point. The Finance Commission says of the tied grant, which is 60%, that's 40%, is for sanitation and or water management. It's very important. Not or, and. It says and or water management. So you can spend the 100% on water management. Unfortunately, the Finance Commission has not defined water management. I talked to immediately, the day Finance Commission report came out, I talked to some top people in the country on water management. They say water management includes everything in water. Roof water harvesting, watershed management, river management, stream management, everything. If that is so, your eco regeneration can be done perfectly. I am sure state will say water management means drains and water supply. So that's another area where we may have to be very alert. Those who are interested in decentralization, even if required, go to a court, so say water management. Water management is a common this thing. Get some 10 experts to define water management and that's all. But it is not what Ministry of Water Resources says or the state government says. So that is again going to be another thing. Then another thing which I strongly support, when we had this, we find 80 to 90% of the Finance Commission grants are spent on cement concrete roads, nothing else. Now they say it cannot be more than 20% of the 60%, which means it will be only 12%. So you have a huge resource for other activities. Health, education, nutrition, all the critical social sectors, if the panchayats do well, they can. So these are some of the positive conditions. The very, very big positives. Then conditionality, accounts and audit is a very, very welcome kind of thing. It has to be up to date. And another important thing which Dr. Alok mentioned, the state transfers to panchayats. Karnataka will be meeting, most Indian states don't meet. At least 20% of what the Finance Commission is giving. So that's a big amount, at least 1,60,000 crores. You have to give. It can be any form of transfer, but you have to give. So that is again, from the second year it will kick in. Then another thing which is important, which Karnataka will not be hit, most of the North Indian states will be hit very badly. You have to have an OSR which is 1,200 per household. Most of them is minus, not even 1 rupee. In the whole of central India, including UP. So most of the money is going to UP, Bihar, by population area, is not for any other partisan reason. So they have to raise resources. First, bring it to 1,200, then raise it by 0.25% every year, 2.5% every year. Not easy. And for urban, you have to raise it by 5%. Karnataka, of course, is already raising it much more. You will not get hit. Then something which is a slightly vague concept left to consultants, but if the state understands the concept of service level benchmarks for all urban local governments. But by the way, it's shocking that the Finance Commission, which is constitutional, does not use the word local government. It uses the word local body. And local body is nothing to do with local government. It's an old British term covering all local bodies, including universities a local body, cooperatives a local body. But I also told them when I interacted with them, please use the word local government. I don't know why. The constitution uses the word only local government. Though of course, in the preamble and all, not preamble, in the objects, somewhere local bodies I saw in the 73rd and 7th, but in the constitution there is no such thing. Yeah. So local body is not there. Institutions of self-government, that's the word. But anyway, that's more sentimental. So service level thing. Then another very, very important thing, report all transfers to local governments in the accounts. Capture. Now we don't know. We claim. And it has to be formally captured and the AG has to, in Appendix 3 of the state finance accounts. Every transfer which goes to, whether it be centrally sponsored, grant, everything, money going to local governments should be captured in the accounts. That's a very, very innovative kind of thing. Then another positive thing, earlier, if performance grants are not received by this thing, that goes into the Government of India kit. Now it has to be redistributed. That's a very important thing. Most states will not get this performance grant. So it will be very funny, some states will be getting 50,000 crores because some states can't meet the performance condition. That's my guess, unless they do some paper this thing. Then they are called for GIS based property tax, but for urban. I would say Karnataka should do it for rural because we have an excellent thing. Then they have also introduced something which is still as of now conceptual called urban data platform. So a data platform will ensure that all your budgeting, reporting gets it done. I think if that is developed, the Karnataka can look at the rural data platform also. Then they have brought a new word for capacity building. They call it learning management system. So it's a very funny term. We have all been used to the old capacity building and capability building. So they said you should put in place a learning management system, which is weak in urban, even in Karnataka. Rural is reasonably good, Karnataka being one of the best. Then a very welcome thing which needs to be, states were ignoring that, leaving it to the CAG. I am a member of the Audit Advisory Board of the CAG, and I know the present CAG, and including the past CAG, took a lot of interest in local government matters. Otherwise, it didn't matter at all to the CAG. And the CAG, previous to that, decided to stop local government audit. Then these people have reintroduced it. So they have said that technical guidance, TGS, should be improved. So I'll come to that later. Then of course online accountability, availability of accounts and all that. Then not so positive thing, one of course I said the urban premium. Then they are saying strengthen finance commission and everything. But they are also saying drop the condition on the basis of the recommendations. They can't be dropped. Then you are killing finance commission. So some of they have said, but I don't think Government of India will do that. Then a very strange recommendation is the Niti Aayog to study SFCs. I have my own understanding of Niti Aayog. You may not know it. I know it quite deeply. They can't study SFCs. Should have been the NIPFP or NIRD or something they are doing. Then something they have missed that was pointed out by Dr. Alok, it's still granulate. The big miss. Then what could be the possible? They are saying panchayats are not collecting. Collect 2.5% more. What can panchayats collect in the Indian context? It's for the Finance Commission to give advice. They could have commissioned international studies. In the Indian context, in Bihar, what can panchayat raise? In Jharkhand, what can panchayats raise? Without telling that this is a fiscal domain. Urban is fairly clear. Rural, we are not very clear. It's very difficult. So that kind of discussion, they could easily have set off. That they have not done. Then they have not spoken about borrowings, which Karnataka was a pioneer. Urbans can do, even rural, it can be pooled borrowing for certain kind of thing, but they have not touched on borrowings. And a big question is GST. Should panchayat, because wealth is coming from there, should panchayats get a share of GST? Mr. Kelkar strongly advocated it, but all the states shot down. He at that time said 882, 2 to local governments, but that should be something which we need to push. Then I thought that giving so much money, they have given a lot of disincentives. If you don't have that, you will not get it. But there are no incentives to decentralize. If you decentralize, you will get a top-up of what state gives, we'll give you 5%. Something like that would have motivated a lot of states to give, but that kind of thing I didn't see. And they have somehow left, in spite of GPDP existing, at least on paper, for the last 10 years, they have not used the word local plan. Very surprising. And they have not used the word municipal planning also. So where will this money go? Just into the budget? So that is, I thought, is a miss. And a big miss is all the money, most of the money for which the tide grant goes is controlled by parastatals. Water, drainage. So if you are spending 40% on this, what is the relationship where you have no control over the water board or water authority? The finance commission say they shall do an agreement, at least in like a performance contract. The water board will say, yes, we will give it to you at this thing, and you can supervise. So it's absent. So can you give grant to somebody over which you have nothing? Not even a relationship. That is again one of the negatives. Then as a personally, I work a lot in this area. Social accountability is not mentioned at all. Gram Sabha is not mentioned. It's a core Indian institution. The only constitution which gives direct democracy a place, to my understanding, is India. Which says Gram Sabha. There are no word of Gram Sabha, Wat Sabha, social accountability, social audit, everything. They're saying audit. And this thing. Then something which post-COVID I thought they will mention is disaster management and local governments. There's a disaster management fund. Can local governments get a share? So that is also something we can go on adding what they should have done, but that's, I thought just I'll sensitize you on something this thing. I'll not take long because we have to get into the comments and next session. But I have some suggestions to Karnataka, both urban and rural, based on operationalizing the 16th Finance Commission in letter and spirit. First is something Karnataka has done partially in rural areas, responsibility mapping. You can't transfer all the thing, impossible, but say these are the responsibilities and just give an advisory, your untied fund can be spent on these responsibilities, which are legally yours, for which the department is supposed to cooperate. I think Karnataka has done it for 10, isn't it? 10. They have done, some more to be remaining. Urban, nothing has been done. So urban big parastatals are totally outside, even Bengaluru Corporation. So I don't know what they will do. Then a new GPDP, Municipal Development Plan, Karnataka can initiate and have the first, of course Kerala has a plan right from the beginning. You can have a planning for the municipal areas, a participatory budgeting system for the municipal areas, but not saying what to do. Pushing by the process. Have a process which brings out people's needs and the municipality will respond. Don't sit here and say municipality should spend 10% for this, 2% for this. Let us keep a very transparent process, build the capacity to ensure that process happens, including role of SHGs, and then the plan will be responding to local needs, but not saying that this should be the priority, not even in Kalyan, Karnataka. Then for something which can be done, you can build the capacity of panchayats, all this thing, on development ideation. This development will fetch these returns. And this part of Karnataka would require this. What you can do in a coastal area, what a panchayat can do in a hill area, a tribal area, SC area, ideation coming from everybody, and you give it, let panchayat still do the whatever they want, but this is something very important. And another area which is indirectly mentioned where Karnataka can do a pioneering work, I think it was mentioned by no less a person than Mr. Moili himself, local statistics. We just don't have local statistics. And your act says you need PRA and priority ranking method, which means you need local statistics. So local statistics, it'll take a long time. Indian statistics is more than 100 years old. So that is something. Then Karnataka has a unique district sector schemes and a budget document, which has become very, sorry for saying that, become very, not very speaking, the EU herself critiqued it. So that has to be reformed so that it reflects. And panchayat-wise allocations, of course you have some 6,000 panchayats, isn't it? It's not a big deal. 6,000 panchayat, what panchayat gets can be shown. From Finance Commission, from centrally sponsored, state sponsored, should be shown panchayatly. If you think that paper, you'll waste paper, put it in the bin. But that should be passed along with the assembly. Otherwise, it doesn't make any sense. And the people know how much money is flowing into the panchayat. And that account system will be post facto. This is very important kind of thing. Then, looking at some old, the 13th Finance Commission said you will have a property tax board. I personally feel setting rates should be a local government function, but supervising collection can be a central independent function. Not just property tax board, it can be a revenue board. These are the panchayat revenues, are you collecting? That's all. To verify, you have a lot of surplus staff everywhere, particularly after GST, so many sales tax staff are surplus. So you can pull them from different departments and have a high-powered revenue board, which is not there in the Finance Commission. I am saying something which Karnataka can do to operationalize the Finance Commission recommendation. Then accountability measures. The bouquet of accountability measures. Accountability measures cannot be one. So starting from conventional accountability like audit, internal discussion, transparency, disclosures, right to information, social audit, and something which we have started in Karnataka, Aruna Roy Madam's group with the government, they call it People's Information System. So online disclosures coming from your government departments. So what they call Janata Information System. Then of course, local fund audit is a very weak department everywhere in the country. So that's very critical. If you want accountability, the LFAD has to be very strong. I think And then something which Karnataka did, but it's only on paper. I think the 13th Finance Commission said all the states should have an ombudsman for local governments, or they can notify an existing organization as an ombudsman. Very powerful ombudsman. If you want to control corruption, Srila Pamelji was mentioning about corruption, you need this. And Karnataka, just for paper to satisfy the condition, notified Lokayukta as the ombudsman. But I would say, have an ombudsman, powerful ombudsman, which is just something which Karnataka has decided on paper, is operationalizing. Then the whole lot of community-based monitoring and all that. Learning management system, I don't have to in this thing, but I want to point to a good practice. There is a capacity building framework brought out by the Ministry of Panchayat Raj. Fairly good. First was Rehu and all worked. This time it is some other committee. And that you can adapt it to the Karnataka context, urban and rural. So that we are very clear what capacity, what gap, what competency, what is there can really be done. Then I would say more than urbanization, focus on the urban-rural linkages. How they influence each other economically, socially, and even politically. And very, very important, which is missed by everybody, is the strengthening of DPC, which all over India is weak, including Kerala, which is the most functional DPC. It's not as the constitution envisages. I've seen some of their work. Indian Institute of Human Settlements, no? You have it in Bangalore, supposed to be quite competent on this urban-rural issues. They, at probably IAM, could be asked to bring that what could be the urban-rural linkages. The urban-rural linkages in Bangalore could be fabulous. I remember when Sir was secretary here and I was secretary there was something, Manishangarayar came out with a concept of some employment by local. And he told me he got an offer from the private sector of 50,000 jobs. Can you take it? Can Panchayats take it? If 5,000 jobs come up in Kerala, I would be shouting hoarse. So Bangalore has huge potential that needs to be done. And the last point is local government associations. This is a very innovative kind of thing, but it's not a local government association. Local government association is all the 6,000 panchayats have an association of not of presidents, of local governments. And municipalities, corporations, block panchayat, district panchayat. So 5 kind of local government associations. Fantastic models in the West, where local government associations decide the salary of the chief executive, if I'm not wrong. And they decide collection of revenue. So I think we need to have local government association to be a powerful lobby for the new Tamil Nadu government. Professor Palendra, you can suggest that. Very democratic, elected, no nomination, nothing, and that is the thing. The last point, which you may not like, without having elections, we have to hang our head in shame. There's no point in discussing any commission or any reform planning without having elections. I just can't understand why we should fear people. I just can't understand. Thank you.
ಹದಿನಾರನೇ ಹಣಕಾಸು ಆಯೋಗದ ವರದಿಯನ್ನು ಬಹಳ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಸಮಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಆಳವಾಗಿ ನಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ಪರಿಚಯಿಸಿದಂಥ ವಿಜಯಾನಂದ್ ಸರ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಅವರ ಮಾತುಗಳಿಗೆ ಮತ್ತೊಬ್ಬ ಹಿರಿಯರಾದಂಥ ಶ್ರೀ MR ಶ್ರೀನಿವಾಸ ಮೂರ್ತಿ ಸರ್ ಅವರು ತಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರತಿಕ್ರಿಯೆಯನ್ನು ನೀಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ತೇನೆ.
ತಮಗೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಈ ದಿವಸದ ವಿಷಯಗಳು 16ನೇ ಹಣಕಾಸಿನ ಆಯೋಗ ಮತ್ತು ರಾಜ್ಯದ 5ನೇ ಹಣಕಾಸಿನ ಆಯೋಗ ಅಂತ 2 ಭಾಗ ಇದೆ. 2 ಬಗ್ಗೆಯೂ ಕೆಲವು ವಿಷಯಗಳನ್ನು ತಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದೆ ಇಡುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ನನಗೆ ಸಂತೋಷವಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಎಸ್, ವೈ ನಾಟ್, ಬೈ ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಡಿಮಾಂಡ್. Yes, okay. But we always have follow the tradition of starting in Kannada and lapsing into English later on. So that's the way we begin everything, including the governor's speeches here in Karnataka. They start with the Namaskara, Tamagellarigu, etc., etc., and then lapse into Kannada. Yes. Now, at the outset, I would like to compliment my dear um, the Finance Commission chairman and members for the very detailed and very hard-working work they have done. And recently, I have received the volumes of the State Finance Commission, both relating to urban bodies as well as local, rural Panchayat Raj institutions. And I was very impressed to go through the amount of work that has gone into that. So my compliments to them first. But they describe themselves as the 5th State Finance Commission. Kerala, Mr. Vijayanand just now mentioned they are through 7th Finance Commission. If anything, Karnataka's Finance Commission should have been the 8th. We have completely forgotten the first Finance Commission, which was headed by Dr. Honawar in the year 1987-88. That was the first Finance Commission. I was head of a Zilla Panchayat, Zilla Parishad as it was then called, and I was not called Chief Executive, I was called the Chief Secretary, because at that time the person who built these institutions, Shri Abdul Nazir Sahab, he thought district government, district panchayats, district parishads should be district governments. State government should not day-to-day interfere in the working of Zilla Parishads. That's how the president of the Zilla Parishad was Adhyaksha, but the bureaucratic head of that was called the Chief Secretary. And that concept, I think we have completely forgotten now, which is a tragedy. So I would give you the title of at least the 6th Finance Commission, if not the 8th Finance Commission. We should have had 8 Finance Commissions, but we did not. We did not, we had to have elections every 5 years, we did not. Okay, those are political issues, I won't go into those things. I have trained only as a civil servant, and I worked in rural development for more than 1/3 of my service, more than 11 years, out of which 10 years I worked with panchayats. 3 years in the Zilla Parishad and 7 years as Secretary of the Panchayat Raj system. Now, Mr. Vijayanand mentioned about planning. Did you know that as Zilla Parishad Chief and as Zilla Parishad, we prepared the 8th 5-year plan for Mysore district? Mr. Meenakshi Sundaram was reminding me about that. We prepared a complete document, what my district wants, how we are going to fund it, what support we need from the state, what support we need from the center, and what will be the per capita income of my district. Now that was the autonomy that was then given to the Zilla Parishads. And when state government called us for discussions, for plan discussions, mind you, at that time, only the states used to go to the planning commission for having plan discussions with central planning commission. We used to have plan discussions between the state government and the districts. That was the degree of autonomy that we at that time wanted to confer on every district. But I think, many political issues intervened. I was asked to conduct or promote Gram Sabhas in Mysore district. Mr. Narayan Swami will not get offended if I say politicians kind of were not too enthusiastic at some point. I had a meeting of all the Mandal Panchayats. Those days we had Mandal Panchayats, not Gram Panchayats. Mandal Panchayat presidents, Adhyakshas, and told them how Gram Sabha can be organized by each one of them. One of the Mandal Panchayat chairman told me, "Neevu general nan mele etkatta iddira. You are trying to create a situation where people will be questioning me. I do not want to be questioned by people." This was in Mysore district, the home district of late Shri Abdul Nazir Sahab, who thought of this Panchayat Raj system as designed by Ashok Mehta Committee report. This was earlier designed in the in an expert committee headed by Dr. Ashok Mehta. That was that gave the blueprint for Karnataka's Zilla Parishad system. So there was a mention about availability of data for planning and how much should be given for amenities, how much for performance and various things. Now can Gram Sabha produce data? Sometimes they articulate demands. Production of data, gathering of data, analysis of data, and presenting the conclusions is to be done by expert bodies or at least parts of administration. The panchayat system must take into consideration what data is gathered, what conclusions are presented, and then take a decision about what is required for those. Planning is a slightly complex kind of exercise. It's not very simple that 10 people, elected people can come together and say, I will plan this way, I'll plan that way. Now the real difficulty that we have, why we have not had that kind of autonomy, is that in the Constitution, 73rd and 74th Amendments, there is a fundamental lacuna. Article 243, it says what are the functions of the rural local bodies, what are the functions of the urban local bodies. But these functions are taken from the state's own functions as listed in the 7th schedule. And it says, legislature of a state may by law transfer any of these functions, subject to whatever conditions. So which means the function remains as a state function. The legislature may say, you do this much of work, subject to my conditions. As if that's not enough. In the Karnataka Panchayat Raj Act itself, functions of Zilla Panchayats, Taluk Panchayats, Gram Panchayats are listed. But it says where any function is funded by the state or central government, that function shall be discharged only according to the terms and conditions imposed by the central government or state government. So where is the autonomy? So we are now slightly focusing excessively on the Finance Commission and the delegation. The real issue is in the allocation of functions. The real issue is in the autonomy that is granted to you. The real issue is in the administrative capability of the people. What is the administrative capability that a Gram Panchayat has? Gram Raj can become Ram Raj. How will it become Ram Raj? You have to have the required administrative machinery at the Panchayat level, Gram Panchayat level. For that, the Gram Panchayat will have to be large enough. You can't have one village, one Gram Panchayat, and you can't have one engineer, one teacher, one this, one that. It's impossible. That's how our earlier Mandal Panchayats were a more viable body than today's Gram Panchayats. So, we need to have, first of all, the ability of local institutions that should be built up. Do Taluk Panchayats have their own cadres? No. Gram Panchayats have their own cadres? What? Bill collectors and watermen. They are their own cadres. Right from the Panchayat executive officer, that's Panchayat development officer as it's called. That is state cadre. And Taluka Panchayat doesn't have its own administrative setup. District Panchayat doesn't have its own administrative setup. So you don't have the administrative machinery with you. You don't have the autonomy in law and in the constitution. Do you have the accountability? That is something to be seen. You are accountable to who? So these three elements, the administrative ability, the administrative accountability, and most importantly, autonomy. Ability, accountability, autonomy, all the three need to be looked at when we talk about the Zilla Panchayat system. If a state government can get away not conducting elections for 5 years, which is mandatory under the constitution, well, what is the autonomy and what is the accountability? So the real issue is not really finance. Well, the State Finance Commission has come up with a recommendation that 60% of the non-loan net own resources should be given to the local bodies. Now, I am a former finance secretary. I can frame the budget such that I can show 60% tomorrow morning. Because the money is mine, the administration is mine. So I'll rework it and show it to you. The same budget. You know that. You know Mr. Ponde. Ponde was my finance advisor, in the Rural Development Department. The real issue is not finance, in my opinion. The real issue is autonomy. The real issue is administrative, ability. The real issue then comes, if you have the ability, if you have the autonomy, then you will be made accountable. You should be accountable to some system. These 3 A's are very important. The 16th, sir. Mindset, correct. ಅದೇ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ನೀವು ಜನರನ್ನು ಎತ್ತಿಕಟ್ಟಬೇಡಿ ನನ್ನ ಮೇಲೆ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರು. And I know how MLAs felt when Zilla Parishad system was introduced. How the ministers of state government felt. One minister wanted a road in a particular taluk in Mysore district. With some difficulty, I found some money and issued an order and showed it to him. Nodi, nammoorin rastege ನಾವು ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಕೇಳಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಬಂದಿದೆ. ನಾವೇನು ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರೋ ನಾನು MP ಆಗಿಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀನೋ. See, nobody wants to lose power. So the autonomy that was given to Zilla Parishads and Mandal Panchayats in the year 1987 in Karnataka was slowly whittled away and taken back. Today, every committee at the local level is appointed at the instance of the member of the Legislative Assembly. Howda Narayan Swami Sahib? Howda? Okay. So, that is one. Now, coming to the Finance Commission, I think, I have only delivered a political speech now, sorry. Mainly it is question of, where is the real issue? That was my point. Coming to the Finance Commission, the Central Finance Commission has given 7,91,000 crores for 5 years for all the states. We have, for rural local bodies, Karnataka share is 4.37%. For urban local bodies, some 6.36% or something like that. So let's say average 5%. Out of 7 lakh crores, if you get 5%, you get 35,000 crores or 40,000 crores. And you get every year about 7,000 crores of rupees. The State Finance Commission's calculation is your non-loan net own revenue resources will be 2,10,000 last year, 2,20,000 or 30,000 this year. Out of that, 50% government has agreed to give. So 1,10,000. 1,10,000 is what should go to finance department. Local bodies from the state budget. 7,000 crores is what the Central Finance Commission gives. Where is 1,10,000? 1,20,000? And where is 7,000 crores? Why are we making such a big fuss about 16th Finance Commission's dispensation for panchayats. It's insignificant. I know 13th Finance Commission made a path-breaking suggestion that they should have a share in the, in the devolution. But that didn't happen. Now we need not make a big deal about the 7,000 crores that Karnataka will get every year, or 8,000 crores. When our own resources, our State Finance Commission says you give 1,20,000 crores. So that, and for that, they have imposed 31 conditions. Central Finance Commission has imposed 31 conditions. The last condition being that nobody else should issue any condition, impose any condition on anybody. Not the state government, not the central government. This is also unconstitutional because my act says if I take money from state government, I am subject to their conditions. But you say don't impose any conditions. So the fundamental issues, therefore, we need to focus on is why all this confusion has come about. That's because the state government's functions and this local body's functions, they are overlapping. These supposed list in the 11th schedule and 12th schedule, it is nothing but a concurrent list. It is not even like in the 7th schedule, union list, state list and concurrent list. All these are functions of the state government, which state government continues to have powers over, and they are shown as, so it depends upon the state government really to decide how much of autonomy, how much of financial support, and how much of accountability I need to give to the local bodies like panchayats. Because for everything that happens in the panchayats, everything that happens in the villages, everything that happens in Bangalore city, the state government also feels responsible. It is not as though if there is no water in a particular village, the minister cannot say, this is not my concern, you go and ask your panchayat. No. He feels it is his job also. So we need to evolve a system where we understand whose function is what and how that level should be strengthened to perform that function effectively. So in conclusion, I would only like to say that the real issue is not one of finance. The real issue is one of our understanding the limits of state's work, limits of district bodies' work, the limits of the local bodies' work. If we do all that, we will have a more meaningful system of decentralization. Mr. Vijayanand mentioned about the need for having associations of panchayats, and I must compliment you people having started the Panchayat Parishad. Some years ago, I started an organization called CMAC, City Managers Association of Karnataka. I was the first president of that, and we had all the municipal bodies and the city, Bangalore City Corporation. They're all members of that, and together we would organize training programs and other seminars, etc., for the benefit of our employees, in all these things. Now, I have not heard of this association for the last 10 years. So we seem to set up institutions, but we fail to empower them, enable them, and hold them accountable. I hope this seminar will make us aware of the need for not merely creating new and new institutions, but supporting them. As you water the nice banyan tree plant, not banyan, people tree plant, you need to really water and support the institutions. Namaskar.
ಪ್ರತಿಕ್ರಿಯೆಯನ್ನು ನೀಡಿದಂಥ ಶ್ರೀ ಎಂ.ಆರ್. ಶ್ರೀನಿವಾಸ ಮೂರ್ತಿ ಸರ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಮುಂದಿನ ಪ್ರತಿಕ್ರಿಯೆ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಡಿ. ರಾಜಶೇಖರ್ ಸರ್ ಅವರು, ಮಾಜಿ ನಿರ್ದೇಶಕರು, ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕ ಮತ್ತು ಆರ್ಥಿಕ ಬದಲಾವಣೆಯ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ ಐಸ್ಯಾಕ್ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. As Mr. Srinivas Murthy has already mentioned, after this one word in Kannada, then I'll have to shift to English. And today, I also would like to thank Mr. Narayan Swamy and also his colleagues, Fondaji and others, for giving this opportunity to me to speak or to provide response to the recommendations of 16th Finance Commission. And I thought that the reason why we have been invited, both me and Professor Kada, is that we have prepared a report from ISEC for 16th Finance Commission. I thought that that's basically the context in which we have been invited. So I happened to talk to Mr. Narayan Swamy a couple of times, and then he explained the purpose of this meeting. And then we looked at whatever we have prepared. I thought that that's not really quite adequate or quite this one, because one of the things that he kept on telling is that your response to 16th Finance Commission. So what we thought that we should, we have prepared a PPT, and this is prepared together with my colleague, Dr. Manjula, who is sitting there. This is basically what we thought that we should mention about implications of 16th Finance Commission for Karnataka. The commission, the 16th Finance Commission, has come up with, it made a very detailed kind of study, and then voluminous report. I went through most parts of the report, particularly about local government, and it has also made several recommendations about which Mr. Vijayananda has already spoken, and then he has summarized. I would like to pick up one of the recommendations, one of the issues, because that is, although Mr. Vijayananda said that Karnataka can easily manage, that is basically own mobilization of own sources of revenue, but we do have a slightly different opinion. That is something which we wanted to place before you. Because Finance Commission has paid special emphasis on the need to generate own revenue, because it's felt that it is a minuscule in several parts of India. And then it also noted that despite being legally empowered to collect various taxes and fees, many panchayats fail to tap into these revenue streams due to a lack of clear statutory and administrative provisions, capacity constraints, and weak enforcement mechanisms. Certainly, Karnataka does not have the first two weaknesses, because it has come up with clear statutory and administrative provisions, and there are no capacity constraints because of this one. I think that what problem is enforcement. Can you just go to the next one, please? Yeah. And for those of you who are not quite aware of, the Karnataka has empowered Gram Panchayats for own revenue mobilization in Karnataka, and this is something which some of you have been working on Karnataka. It's quite basic, elementary. Gram Panchayats can impose property tax on various types of buildings and other things, and it can also collect the user fees, license, and various other kinds of sources. It can tap into those sources. Section 199A of the Act mandates Gram Panchayats to revise the taxes and rates once in 2 years in respect of building and lands, and once in a year on other items. And levying tax on the basis of capital value of the property was inserted with effect from 2016. And what is the status of own revenue mobilization? And then a long time ago we concluded that own revenue as a proportion of total expenditure as well as total receipts has been very low in Karnataka. Recently there has been a study which looked at the average amount of own revenue mobilized by PRIs, mainly Gram Panchayats. It was 230 crores during the long period of almost 10 years, 1 decade. But the average expenditure was something like rupees 13,950 crores, which means the ratio of revenue to expenditure is 1:60, 60 times higher. This implies that the dependence of Panchayat Raj institutions on grants from higher levels of government is very steep, and this is something which even Finance Commission has repeatedly mentioned in its report. And in response to this, Karnataka has initiated some reforms. These reforms were undertaken in 2022. This basically reflects the willingness of the administration to come up with reforms to resolve this problem. The first step was to have all the details of the properties. There was a pilot project for the tax reforms, and afterwards this was introduced in all the districts. Subsequently, the survey was extended to all the GPs in the remaining districts of Karnataka. The government has also changed the method of assessment of property tax. The tax rates are worked out on the basis of capital value of the buildings or vacant land, type of construction of the building, and nature of its usage and age of the building. Annual rates varied based on the type of building, such as residential building, commercial building, and industrial factories, and size of vacant land. To continue these reforms, a capital value system of tax calculation was introduced to generate property tax demands, because this is something which will help the panchayat officials to regularly work out the taxes. The system of automatic calculation of tax in each year was introduced, providing significant relief to staff, increasing efficiency, and aiding in projections and necessary action plans. In addition, ease of tax payment was also introduced. What is this ease of tax payment? This is nothing but the citizens can now pay the tax in full or in part through various channels, including doorstep payment through POS machines provided to bill collectors in almost all the Gram Panchayats. Now it is important to look at the evidence. So the evidence we have presented here, the evidence pertains to all the districts of the entire Karnataka state. As you can see here that in 2002 and 22-23, this is the year of reforms. The total number of taxable properties was 1,12,000. This was the number. This has gone up to 1,38,000. So which means there is a significant impact of these reforms. The second impact is that yeah, okay. So can we go to the number 2? Previous one, please. Yeah. The second impact is very significant. That is proportion of properties with more than rupees 1,000 demand, current demand increased from about 7% to in 2022-23 to currently 25-26. It has gone up to 22%. So which means the Gram Panchayats are now having properties that carry higher current demand. The impact 3, the next one, is that Gram Panchayats with more than rupees 10 lakhs of current demand increased. And this is one important thing, that is Gram Panchayats with higher current demand, because earlier most of them were having less than 10 lakhs, most of the Gram Panchayats. Now, the proportion of Gram Panchayats having more than 10 lakhs of current demand have also increased between 22-23 to 25-26. Can you go to the next one? So you can see that there has been appreciable increase in current and total demand, because the current demand, the colors are not very clear, but from 22 onwards there is significant increase. The red one is what is the total demand, because the total demand is increasing very sharply. This is basically because the collections are lagging behind. because the government has succeeded in introducing some of these reforms. The current demand has increased, number of properties has increased, and then correspondingly current demand has also increased, but the collection is something which is lagging behind. Because of this, can you go to the next one? Next. This is the collection of proportion of amount that is collected towards current demand and the proportion of amount collected towards the total demand. The blue line, you can see that there has been sharp decline after the reforms were introduced from 98% to 56%. In the last 3 years, there has been some improvement, but still the overall collection of, the proportion of collection to total demand has not really reached the previous level, that is 2022-23. The same is the case with the proportion of amount that is collected out of current demand. So the rough picture is that in the last 5 years or something like that, the current demand has gone up, but the amount that is collected out of current demand and total demand is something which is coming down. Although there has been some improvement in the last 2 to 3 years, the levels have not really reached the pre-reforms years. Can we go to the next one, please? Yeah. This is the recommendation of 16th Finance Commission, about which Mr. Vijayanand has also mentioned. And the exact recommendation is reproduced here, that for Gram Panchayats to receive the RLB performance component of RLB grant in fiscal year T, we recommend that Gram Panchayats rise in the year T1 minimum 1.025 times of OSR in the year T2, or 2.25% of per annum compounded growth rate, and like that. But I think the crucial thing is that whether Gram Panchayats have on an average 1200 rupees per household per annum. That's a crucial thing. This will be So now I think the basic thing is that we have to see how many Gram Panchayats will be able to mobilize rupees 12,000 per household in the next few years. Can we go to the next one? Yeah. And we have worked out this amount, and then because of lack of paucity of time, and then we did not work out for all the Gram Panchayats in the state. What we did was that we have basically taken 4 taluks representing 4 regions, one from coastal Karnataka, one from southern Karnataka, one from northern Karnataka, one from Bombay Karnataka. This is Udupi. In Udupi, sir, Mr. Vijayanand sir, you are true. Almost all the Gram Panchayats will be able to have 1200 rupees per household from next year onwards, because that's excepting one. All others have the line basically indicates 1200, because all other Gram Panchayats in Udupi Taluk will have higher amount than 1200. Can we go to the next one? But not in Kolar district, which is not far from Bangalore. Here, most of them are below, but several of them above. So one can say that 50-50%. But several of them are even something like 500, so they have a long way to go. Can we go to the next one? In Yadgir Taluk, one of the least developed districts and taluks in the state, and here almost all of them are below. In fact, the collection, although current demand is little higher than 1200, but collection is below 1200 in almost all the cases. Next. In Gadag Taluk, from Bombay Karnataka region, the same situation holds good. Barring some 3-4, all others will be less than 1200. So this is the statistical picture. And now the thing is that, can you go to next? So what are the challenges? Why exactly this is happening? So this is the question. That number of properties increased, current demand increased, but most of the GPs in prosperous taluks in South, North and Bombay Karnataka will not be able to meet the requirement of 16th Finance Commission. This is because the collection was less than the demand, leading to growing gap between the demand and collection. So what reasons? government of Karnataka government maintains that this is because of teething problems. Okay, we also verified this hypothesis. The fact that Udupi is doing better as compared to other parts of Karnataka, it may be somewhat true, because wherever the human resource development is better, maybe I think people are able to understand and then make a payment as far as wholesale revenue. And our use of POS machines or use of UPI payments may be better in the developed regions, but not so. But this is not really the reason. We have conducted a field work in the recent years in a couple of districts. What exactly is the picture that we get? At the field level, we have visited several Gram Panchayats. At the field level, what happens is that taxable properties have gone up. This is basically because of new layouts. Because several Gram Panchayats have come up with layouts because they're nearer to the villages, especially some of the bigger villages. They have converted agricultural lands as layouts. The owners of these layouts, people have bought the land, but they're not paying the taxes. They're saying that afterwards, once we construct the houses, we will pay. But vacant land, they're not paying any taxes. In some cases, these housing properties are owned by people from who are residing in Bangalore. They come now and then to their villages and then they pay payment, but they're not regularly paying. The second thing is that owners of homestays or owners of other basically richer households, they are not willing to pay the higher taxes. They have been lobbying for the reduction in the taxes. ನೀವು ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಕಟ್ಟೋದು. So unless you reduce, we are not going to pay. This is the kind of response that they are giving. So they also bring political pressure. One of the PDOs was telling that the MLA talks to us about reduction in this thing. And then in other people, what is the urgency? Why are you becoming so urgent? Why you are insisting that we must pay tax? We will pay, and then whenever we have money, and then right now we don't have money. This is how they are responding, and then this is the perspective of Panchayat PDOs. They say that we keep sending them notices and other things, but they hardly take note of these notices. And their perception is that it's the poor who are very regular to pay, but the better off are not really paying their taxes. So this is the kind of this. So this is the top challenges are from the perspective of households, and these are the opinions of PDOs and other things. And then if you look at the monitoring itself, and we come across that when we talk to some of the PDOs and Panchayat staff, why the tax collection is low or coming down, and then they don't know, sir, it's not coming down. But what they're doing is that they're looking at only the proportion of tax collected out of current demand, but not the total demand. Okay? They say that, look, we are collecting some 80%, 90% or 100%, so we are better. So I think the monitoring itself has become a little bit diluted. And then their main complaint is that elected representatives do not really cooperate with us. So these are the challenges that are there. So although Karnataka is better in terms of its reforms, and then the reforms have become successful in increasing the number of properties, increasing the current demand, because the collection has been lagging behind, it is a little doubtful whether the Karnataka will be successful to meet this basically the yardstick or the norm of 1,200 rupees per household in the next few years, so that it can get the performance grant. This is where I stop. Thank you very much.
ಪ್ರತಿಕ್ರಿಯಿಸಿದ ಡಿ ರಾಜಶೇಖರ್ ಸರ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಮುಂದಿನ ಪ್ರತಿಕ್ರಿಯೆ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಕಲಾ ಸೀತಾರಾಮ್ ಶ್ರೀಧರ್ ಮೇಡಮ್ ರವರು, ಮುಖ್ಯಸ್ಥರು ಮತ್ತು ಪ್ರಾಧ್ಯಾಪಕರು, ನಗರ ವ್ಯವಹಾರಗಳ ಸಂಶೋಧನಾ ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಐಸ್ಯಾಕ್. ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕ ಮತ್ತು ಆರ್ಥಿಕ ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ಅಧ್ಯಯನ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು.
Thank you very much. First of all, I know we are past 1 o'clock and we are running late, so I don't want to take a lot of time here, but I want to thank the chairman of the state's 5th SFC, Dr. Narayan Sami sir. He called me when I was in the US. So despite the many personal and professional commitments I have today, I am thankful to him because I committed to him, I'm here. Dr. Pandey sir, Dr. Sanaullah sir, and my own distinguished colleagues here on the days, Vijayanand sir and M.R. Srinivasmurthy sir, my own dear colleague Professor Rajshekar, and Dr. Meenakshi Sundaram, Professor Shivanna, Professor Alok, Dr. Patil, and Mr. Satish, and Mr. Naveen who proposed the introduction. I thank all of you. And this is a part of the study that Professor Rajshekar said that we also did for the 16th Central Finance Commission, Government of India. And while I appreciate the micro level perspective Professor Rajshekar has given, mine will be a little bit more top down from the central to the ULB's perspective. And I will definitely respond to Mr. Vijayanand. This is the overview of my presentation. Maybe you can move on to the next one, sir. So these are the trends in urbanization in Karnataka as compared to all India, and you will see that in 2011 Karnataka is supposed to be only 38.67% urban, whereas all India is 31% urban. But I will tell you, this is low by any national or international standards. But please go to the next one, sir. These are the definitions of urbanization in various countries of the world and compared to India. India uses, as most of you know, that population size, population density and non-agricultural employment of 75%. Male full-time, right? So those are our criteria, and these are all and conditions. They are not or conditions, right? So all three conditions pertaining to population size of 5,000 or more, population density of 450 persons per square kilometer, and 75% male main non-agricultural employment have to be met for an area to be classified as urban. And these are some cross-comparative definitions of urbanization around the world. USA and Australia, they use only population size. Like Europe, Germany, for example, uses population density. And some countries closer to us, like Japan, they use both pursuit of non-agricultural employment along with density. So it's very clear that India uses a very conservative definition of urbanization consisting of 3 criteria, all of which have to be met for an area to be classified as urban. Next one. So now what I did is, in a paper published in 2020, I looked at what would happen if we make our definition of urbanization a little bit more relaxed compared to the census definition. Okay, so here is that. So here what we see is, if India were to use only population as the definition of urbanization, all India were to be 31%, like what we see, and like for Karnataka, so this is state-wise analysis. So what would happen to Karnataka is that Karnataka would be about 55.74% urban if we use only population size as a criterion for urbanization. Next one. What would happen if we were to use only population density as a criterion for urbanization? You will find that Karnataka would be 56% urban, even as of 2011. Okay, even as of 2011, if we were to use only population density rather than the 3 criteria that we use. Next one. So this is consistent with the Government of India's midterm economic survey of 2017, in which I think Dr. Arvind Subramanian was the chief economic advisor, and they found that based on nighttime satellite data, India would be 55% urban, even as of 2015 or 2016, the preceding year. So sir, I agree that urban local bodies need not get more funds, but please consider the trend of urbanization, the cross-country definition of urbanization, and use nighttime satellite data to understand the extent of urbanization to determine devolution, right? So I'll show you some more evidence, sir, in support of this. Vijayanand, sir, I hope you're listening. So, the number of urban local bodies in Karnataka and populations are there. I didn't know before I came in here that we are supposed to respond to a presentation, but I'm just tweaking my presentation to respond to your concerns. So Karnataka in 2010, 11, 2017, 18, population per ULB and the ULB is being upgraded. And you will see that there is a steady increase in the population of the urban local bodies of the city corporations, city municipal corporation, TMC, town panchayat, notified area council and so forth, from 9.1 million for the total population to 14.4 million here, and from 4.4 million to nearly 5 million here, and so forth. So you will see that there is a steady increase also in the number of ULBs being upgraded, right, to various types of bodies. So this basically is consistent with the national trend and shows that citizen expectations of demands for various urban public services are increasing, right? That is the point I want to make. Next one. Now, as far as the study we did for the 16th Central Finance Commission, of which Professor Rajshekhar was the project director, and he was kind enough to include me in this study. So what we looked at is, this is based on the ICRIER report to the 15th Central Finance Commission. So the total municipal revenue per capita of all the Indian states is what you see here. Karnataka is here at 5,212 rupees per capita, which is above the all India average at 4,624. This is total municipal revenue per capita. Next one. Now, this is total municipal own source revenue. Own source revenue, when we come to that, all India is 1,975, and now Karnataka becomes below the average, all India average, at only 1,393 rupees, right? Own source. So transfers, if we add, it is higher than all India average. Next one. So what do the CFC grants to urban local governments in Indian states, how do they look like? So CFC grants, when you look at, all India is 332, whereas Karnataka is below at 315, right? So I'm just trying to say a simple story based on these numbers. Municipal revenue, Karnataka is above all India average. Own source revenue, Karnataka is below average. CFC grants to ULBs in the states, that also Karnataka is below average. Next one. Now, these are the allocation and release of Central Finance Commission grants to ULBs, comparison of Karnataka with all India. So the only simple thing I would like to say here is that during the pre-COVID years, Karnataka's allocation and release to ULBs from the CFC were actually on par or above average compared to all India. But post-COVID, it has actually declined, in all fairness, right? Next one, please. So, actually, sir, I think Emma Srinivasmurthy sir rightly referred to this. What is Karnataka's share in the central grant in aid to urban local bodies? 5%. You said that, sir. Correct. That's correct. So, which are the other states which have more share than Karnataka as far as central grant in aid to ULBs are concerned? Basically, Maharashtra at 9.6%, Rajasthan, Uttar Pradesh is the highest, 16%, West Bengal, 7%, right? These are all more urbanized than Karnataka, but however, Bihar, it is only like 10-11% urban as of Census 2011, we don't know the latest numbers yet, but Madhya Pradesh right? Madhya Pradesh is also less urbanized than Karnataka. They are getting more share of central funds, right? And now we know that the 16th Finance Commission continues to use a formula which prioritizes population, area, and some other factors. Population is 90% weightage, which is the reason why UP is getting a large share, right? And area is 10% weightage. This is one thing I want to point out. Next one. Now, how do the state transfers? Now we know central CFC grants to urban local bodies in Karnataka are below average, below all India, 332 and 315. Now, state transfers. Actually, when you compare across the states, you will see that Karnataka is the highest here, which means that our state finance institutions and all, they have done a good job. And the top one, 3,000. And here also you have population, area, SCST, standard of living, and health and education with certain weightages. So the rural shares are arrived at, right? So urbanization still gets only 32% share, and the rural areas get 68% based on these indicators. And nowhere like urbanization is really used as a criterion for devolution of funds, right? Next one. Now, sir, I think Emma Srinivasmurthy sir, you said that the City Managers Association of Karnataka you thought was defunct. No, sir, it's alive and kicking because in 2016-17, Dr. Vishal RIS, he was secretary of the CMAC. He gave us a big study on sustainable financing options to Karnataka's urban local bodies. And this table I'm presenting here is an offshoot of the work that he funded to us. And we, Dr. Vishal and I, we co-authored this paper in which we looked at the determinants of own source revenues of ULBs in Karnataka. And what we found was that, taking into account all the econometric problems that arise in such an estimation, we found that road length per capita has a very statistically and positive impact on ULB own source revenues. Specifically, for one investment of 1 kilometer of road length, there is an increase in the ULB per capita own source revenues to the extent of 430 rupees. That is what we found, which is very, very significant. And this means that ULBs should spend their resources to invest in roads, public infrastructure like roads, so that people get the confidence that, well, I can access my job, I can go to my grocery store, I can go to school, I can go to some other social occasion, so I will pay my tax, right? Maybe Professor Rajshekhar mentioned this micro level unwillingness of the rich to pay taxes. Maybe this is something that people will pay, place more confidence in far as payment of their taxes is observation that CFC recommendations for transfer to ULBs must be made on the suggestion made by the most recently, because they are more aware of local conditions.
ಕ್ರಿಯೆಯನ್ನು ನೀಡಿದಂಥ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಕಲಾ ಸೀತಾರಾಮ್ ಶ್ರೀಧರ್ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. 5ನೇ ಹಣಕಾಸು ಆಯೋಗದ ಸದಸ್ಯರಾಗಿರುವಂಥ ಶ್ರೀ ಮೊಹಮ್ಮದ್ ಸನಾವುಲ್ಲಾ ಸರ್ ಅವರು ತಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರತಿಕ್ರಿಯೆಯನ್ನು ನೀಡಬೇಕು. ಬೇಡ ಸರ್, ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಈಗ ಆಡಿಯನ್ಸಿಂದ ಏನಾದರೂ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಗಳಿದ್ರೆ ಈ ಗೋಷ್ಠಿಗೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಂಗೆ ತಮ್ಮನ್ನ ಕೇಳಬಹುದು.
I don't want to go into all the details because much Murthy sir was. Now, as per the seminar debates which you have already come across, I have seen one thing. See, in the urban areas, it has gone to 55%, which is a very bad state. See, we say India is a rural area, which comprises of almost 70 to 80%. But whereas we are seeing people are coming from villages to urban areas. So how to cut down that? That is the basic requirement here. I mean, not to cut out, we have to try to urbanize the local people. We have to bring in infrastructure at the village levels, at the highest infrastructure, wherever it is possible. Basic requirement is water and other things have come up, but they have not been effectively working in a proper way. JJM has come, that has come, this has come. Overfunding is being done by so many agencies in all the heads of the departments. It may be in forestry, it may be in women and child welfare, in all the 29 departments. Everyone is overlapping the other department. These things have to be cut down first, so that the utilization of funds will be properly maintained and seen to that it reaches the people there. Now, as of Srinivas Murthy said that, see, there is one grey water management now, as of now, which is going on in the state. We are seeing what is the meaning of grey water management. They have to see that all the gutters and all the things, they have to be brought into one streamline. Then the water has to be purified and then led to the lakes or to the rivers. It's not being done that way. They see only some local contractors are working there to their whims and fancies in some places. In some places it may be good. I don't say everybody is of the same thing. See, the rural institutions like schools, other things, rural colleges have to be developed. See, we are spending money only for free bus passes from rural areas to the district places. That should stop first. The minimum education system in an area which consists of certain particular population, there has to be some junior colleges, good colleges, some technical institutions, so that they will have the amenities there. So people will think that we should not go out. And another very important thing here is, see, the people working in rural areas, for example, teachers, any PDOs, anybody, everybody travels from cities nearby. They don't spend their salary in the rural areas. So it should be made compulsion to see that some housing system has developed in the rural panchayat areas, wherein everybody has to be compulsorily stay in that area. Some development work takes place there, and they will look into that. So any officer, any elected representatives go there, and they should have a good meeting hall where they can come together, so that at least 50% of their salary is spent in that rural area, and it is automatically divided, it goes to the rural development. So such things have to be very important. See, in taluka places, there may be some higher education institutions. So the passes which are being issued to the bus passes, free bus passes, they should not go beyond the district. I mean, the local talukas. Those who can afford it, they can go. Why do you give free passes there? You should stop all these things. So that if there is no particular trade or an engineering college or medical college, something like that, okay, let them go to the higher things, that those affordable people can go there. Even the rural people who are eligible for those things, for them, let the facilities be availed. So such things we should think of. Okay, the facts and figures are very much high, it is very good. But nobody is thinking, see, in Bangalore is coming like anything. It is becoming next Calcutta here. In Calcutta, people say once a person goes out, they are not sure whether they are going to come back alive or not. So even Bangalore is coming like that way. All the big cities are coming like that way. See, I have seen in Maharashtra, all district places are being developed.
That's about what Vijayan Sabit said and what Dr. Sridhar Kala is a debate about the rural and urban. Okay. I think, as I said, that both the part 9 and 9A both of them are entitled to quality education. Both of them are entitled to healthcare. Both of them are entitled to the women in both areas are entitled to safety. Okay? I mean, these are the concerns. Why do we need the area to be allocated to urban areas, to rural areas? I can see working in Columbia University, and the entire nation, as you can see, that in New Delhi, the Niti Aayog, is the growth rate has to go up, and India should achieve by 2047 Viksit Bharat. If you go there in New Delhi, you know that the so if that is the concern, that they see where the multiplier of the money is there. Okay. People generally say that in the urban area the multiplier is higher. Okay, that's economist language. Is something, it becomes his concept. It's not the okay. So that's good. That's what I said. Both of its own area from rural to urban. Entire Kerala is actually urban, but you still have panchayats, right? So that's one point, sir. My second point, sir, Murthy Saab, yours. 11 schedule is not part of the 7th schedule. These are not these 29 functions necessarily need to be devolved. Including the matters or the subjects enumerated in the thing, Vijayanand Saab said we should call it a local government in a formal sense, okay, which has a very different meanings. If you use the word local self-government, what the Gandhian constitution have described, Gandhian constitution which has been written by Srimad Narayana Agrawal,
Sir, Gandhiji said India lives in villages, and also we discussed about the Pura model. If maybe it is the Union Finance Commission or the State Finance Commission, we should make the concerted efforts to define the rural areas, and when we start allocating more resources to the rural areas, nobody wants themselves to be called as an urban area. So this is the strategic shift that has to be done. Otherwise, we are going to continue with this. Because it happens in the income certificate.
Yes, my clarification is on Article 283 B, B and C. Particularly, I request Professor Alok to clarify. You know, Article 243 I and Y are quite clear what the State Finance Commission has to do and how they are to be constituted, what frequency this, that. Now, 16th Finance Commission has recommended that 283 B, B and C should be amended because the State Finance Commission reports are not available on time for the Union Finance Commission to formulate their recommendations. That is the reasoning they have given. As Sir S.M. Vijayanand Sir mentioned, that it is killing the SFCs. I also I agree with him, but Kala Sridharan said that this should continue because the SFC reports, they know better than the UFC at the national level, and the SFC reports should be considered by the UFC to formulate their recommendations. I want your reaction.
Very quickly, I know it is your seminar.
See, if you read the 16th Finance Commission report and what you are referring to, they have simply reproduced what the 11th Finance Commission said, right? That because they found it a problem that they cannot really base their recommendation based on this. Point is, they wanted to address the TOR, the way it has been written. If they are not being able to address that, they are giving this kind of recommendations. So, and they also know that there's no constitutional amendment is going to take place because of these recommendations. Okay, so I don't think they are very serious about this. Okay, thank you.
I think you can.
ಸರ್ ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ನೀವು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಿರೋದೆಲ್ಲ ಸರಿ ಇದೆ, ಬಟ್ ಗ್ರಾಮಾಂತರದಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ಗಳು ಸರಿಯಾಗಿದ್ದರೆ, ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಸೆಂಟರ್ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿದ್ದರೆ ಗ್ರಾಮಾಂತರದ ಯಾರು ಸಿಟಿಗೆ ಬರೋಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಲ್ಲ. ಈಗ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ಗಳು ಹೋದರೆ ನೀವು ಬಿಲ್ಡಿಂಗ್ ಯಾವಾಗ ಬೀಳುತ್ತೋ ಆ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಕಳ್ಸೋ ಭಯ ಪಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಅಂದರೆ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿಗಳು ಓಪನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಈಗ ರಾಜಕಾರಣಿಗಳೆಲ್ಲ. ಅವ್ರೇನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಈ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಸ್ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ಮುಚ್ಚಿ ಅವ್ರ ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿಗಳು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಬರಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ನಡೀಬಾರ್ದು. ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ನಡೆದ್ರೆ ಇವರು ದುಡ್ಡು ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಇದು ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ. ಈ ರಾಜಕಾರಣಿಗಳನ್ನ ನಾವು ಕಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು ಅಂಥವ್ರನ್ನೇ, ಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿ ಇರೋರು. ಯಾವಾಗ ನಾವು ವೋಟರ್ಸ್ ಇದ್ದಾರೋ ಅವ್ರ ತಿಳುವಳಿಕೆ ಬಂದು ಒಳ್ಳೆಯವ್ರಿಗೆ ನಾವು ಕಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಶುರುವಾದಾಗ ಅವಾಗ ಈ ದೇಶ ಸರಿ ಹೋಗೋದು ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಒಂದು ಈಗ ಉದಾಹರಣೆ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ, ನಮ್ಮದು ಬಸಟ್ಟಳ್ಳಿ ನಮ್ಮ ನೇಟಿವ್. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಸ್ಕೂಲು ನಮ್ಮ ಬಾವರ ಚೇರ್ಮನ್ ಆಗಿ ನಡೆಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈಗ ಅದು ಹೈಸ್ಕೂಲಿಗೆ ಸುತ್ತಮುತ್ತ ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರೀಸ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಅವ್ರ ಹತ್ರ ಹಣ ಕಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಈ ಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿ ಪ್ರೈವೇಟ್ ಸ್ಕೂಲಿಗಿಂತ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ನಡೆಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆ ಸುತ್ತಮುತ್ತ ಇರೋ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಯಾರು ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ಹೋಗಲ್ಲ. ಆಯಿತಾ, ಈ ಥರ ಒಂದು ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆಯೂ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇದಷ್ಟೇ. ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟ್ಲಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಅನುಕೂಲ ಸಿಗೋದಿದ್ರೆ ಆ ಬಡವರು ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗೋಕ್ಕಾಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಸರಿ, ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಇವತ್ತು ಜನರ ತಪ್ಪು ತಿಳ್ಕೊಬಾರ್ದು. ಅಂಬಾನಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಇಡೀ ದೇಶದ ಆಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಎಲ್ಲ ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರೀಸ್ಗಳು ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಹೊರಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಯಾವ ದೇಶ ಉದ್ಧಾರ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ? ಇದನ್ನು ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡೋರು ಮೇಲಿರೋರು ಏನಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಅವ್ರ ಪೊಲಿಟಿಕಲ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ. ಗೊತ್ತಾ, ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ ಜನರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಬರೀ ಭಾಷಣ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ನಮ್ಗೆ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಅರ್ಥ ಆದ್ರೆ ಕೇಳೋಕ್ಕಾಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ನಾವು ಯಾರಿಗೋ ಕೇಳಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಮೊದಲನೇದು ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ಆಗಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಸರ್ಕಾರಿ ಸ್ಕೂಲು, ಸರ್ಕಾರಿ ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟ್ಲ್ಗಳು ಎಲ್ಲ ಅನುಕೂಲ ಸಿಕ್ಕರೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಗ್ರಾಮಾಂತರದವರು ಟೌನ್ ಕಡೆ ಬರೋಲ್ಲ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಒಂದು ಈಗ ಬರೋ ಇನ್ಕಮ್ಗಳಿದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಒಂದು ಕಾಂಟ್ರಾಕ್ಟ್ಗಳಿಗೆ 100 ರೂಪಾಯಿಗೆ ಅವ್ನು ಟೆಂಡರ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಾಗ 50 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಅವ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ, 50 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಅವ್ನು ಕಿತ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಅವ್ನು ಏನು ಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾನೆ? ನಾವು ಅವ್ನು ಬೈದ್ರೆ ಉಪಯೋಗ ಅಲ್ವ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಒಬ್ಬ ಕಾನ್ಸ್ಟೇಬಲ್ಲು ಕೆಲಸ ಸಿಗಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ 5 ರಿಂದ 10 ಲಕ್ಷ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಬರ್ತಾನೆ. ಅವ್ನು ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಆನೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇದೆಯಾ? ಇದನ್ನ ಅದರಿಂದ ಇವೆಲ್ಲನೂ ರಾಜಕಾರಣಿಗಳು ದುಡ್ಡು ತಗೊಳ್ಳೋ ಕಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದು. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಏನು ತಹಸೀಲ್ದಾರ್ 1 ಕೋಟಿ ಕಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಕಮಿಸಿ ಇವ್ರಿಗೆ ಅವ್ನು ತಗೋಬೇಕು, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ವಾಪಸ್ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು. ಯಾವ ದೇಶ ಉದಾರ?
Both the amendments is defunct
we are not able to do much about it, as what Mr. Alok sir is doing. Maybe we have to go in for a new amendment, and this urban and rural difference is there, no? All this allocation, all that fund allocation, all that. I think so that has to come down now, because we have to, it's better we go in for a new amendment, because we are not able to implement. In total, 73rd and 74th amendment, it is much more, one more amendment is required, wherein the rural and this, the urban divided, and the allocation of funds. And the devolution of funds, we are nowhere near that. So all that has to be clubbed in, and maybe we have to think on that. Thank you.
ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಇದನ್ನು ಮುಗಿಸೋಣ, ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಟೈಮ್ ಆಯಿತು, ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಗೋಷ್ಠಿಗೆ ಹೋಗೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಮೊದಲನೇ ಗೋಷ್ಠಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸರ್ ಉತ್ತರ ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ.
Ellarikku namaskara once again. See, one point I want to make is that to cover all the comments, no country has become high income without also adequately urbanizing. So 60% urbanization is required for a country to reach a per capita income of $10,000. That is the international evidence. So India nalli ivaga ನಾವು 30-40% urbanization ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ, but we also have to raise our incomes. ಒಂದು ಎರಡನೇ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಏನಂದ್ರೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ವೀರಪ್ಪ ಮೊಯ್ಲಿ sir in the morning he said that we live in a democracy. So we cannot really control people's decisions where they want to live. If they think that my future, my standard of living will be better one day, that is the hope that Bengaluru or Mysuru offers to me. You cannot stop them and say that this is not China, to say that we hope beda you be here only, wherever village you are, right? So we have to invest both in our rural and urban areas in order to improve our standard of living and per capita income. 3. The last point I want to make is, everybody talked about Pura. Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam's PV Indiration's idea. So there's nothing wrong in Pura in providing urban amenities to rural areas, health, education, sanitation, roads, water supplies, nothing wrong. But what is missing in rural areas, which is there in urban areas, is in our definition of urbanization, population density. ಈಗ ನಾವು ಒಂದು ವಿಚಾರಣ ಸಂಕೀರ್ಣ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. We are getting together here in such large numbers. High quality human capital, high skills. Our density indane urban areas have higher per capita income. ಅದು ರೂರಲ್ ಏರಿಯಾಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕಷ್ಟ ಅದನ್ನ ರೆಪ್ಲಿಕೇಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದು, ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಡೆನ್ಸಿಟಿ ಇಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ದೇರ್, ಬಟ್ ದಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದೇರ್ ಇನ್ ಅರ್ಬನ್ ಏರಿಯಾಸ್. That is the reason why Pura is there, but we cannot get in rural. But what is possible with healthy urbanization is not a substitute like for rural development, and vice versa. We need healthy urbanization and good rural development. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
This is a big debate, I'll not get into it, but Professor Indiration and I have discussed it personally with Dr. Kalam. They say it is densification of the current rural. It's not that you provide amenities in rural areas. A 5,000 village linked becomes a 50,000 village. So that is the way out, not to slum population increase. We have 140 crores. We have to look at their lives, not just some empty growth and these kind of things. So that is the most important thing. Second is constitutional amendment. We all feel is required, but Meenakshi sir will say in 1992 there was a kind of politics where everybody thought we should do it. Nobody really believed in it. Now that cannot be recreated. If you open up the thing, it will be much less than what it was there in 92. No doubt about it.
Thank you very much. Now, the most important thing is not really what kind of amendment we'll have, what we'll call it, whether Gram Swaraj, Ram Swaraj, whether local body, local panchayat. These are not the important things. The important things is economically, what is the, you see, they said, the panchayats, Udupi Panchayat and Yadgir Panchayat. Udupi Panchayat is able to collect per capita so much, Yadgir is not able to. What is the per capita income of Bangalore is 7,300. Per capita income of Udupi and Dakshina Kannada, that is Bangalore, is 6,000 something. Per capita income of Yadgir is 1,40,000. 1/4 of this. This is one explanation for differentials in tax collection by Udupi Panchayat and Yadgir Panchayat. Why is that so? The important thing is, what is the per capita income? What is the share of agriculture in per capita income? Share of agriculture in Karnataka in GSDP, gross state domestic product, is 15%. In the country itself, it is 15-16%. The number of people dependent on agriculture is close to 55-60%. So the per capita wise, non-agricultural occupations give 4 to 5 times more income than agriculture. So the solution is not going on investing in more and more agriculture. That's one possibility. The other is move people away from agriculture into non-agricultural occupations. All countries have achieved higher per capita income not by investing more and more in agriculture, but by reducing people dependent on agriculture. America has less than 5% people, UK has less than 5% people, Japan has less than 10% people in agriculture. All the others are working in non-agricultural occupations. This is the crux of our problem. When that happens, we don't have to move people. In England, all the villages are not deserted. I studied in England. I studied rural development in England. I went to the villages there. Village houses have the same facilities as better facilities than houses in London. That is Pura. Urbanization of villages. Give all the urban facilities in villages. But for that, village people's income has to go up. For that, more and more non-agricultural occupations have to be developed, and agriculture has to be populated less. Then you will have more income per household. When I wanted to visit a farmer's household in Norfolk, university sent me there. He said, I am a small farmer, you came to me. What is your land? 250 acres. The average holding in Norfolk area is 1,000 acres. He says, I am a small farmer. So that is, when population is moved away, our holding size will increase. Unless each farmer has 20-25 acres of land, he cannot earn decent income. So these are all interrelated issues. So we need to really do a lot of thinking and address basic issues rather than worrying about have I got more power, have I got less power. Well, those are all next issues. Yes, important. Thank you very much.
ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಮೊದಲನೇ ಗೋಷ್ಠಿ ಮುಗಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಮುಂಚೆ ರಾಜಶೇಖರ್ ಸರ್ ಉದ್ಘಾಟನಾ ಸಮಾರಂಭದಲ್ಲಿ ವೇದಿಕೆಗೆ ಬಂದಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಅವರಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಗೌರವ ಸಮರ್ಪಣೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ವಿ. ಗೋಷ್ಠಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಿದಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹಿರಿಯರಿಗೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಸಲ್ಲಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಈಗ ಊಟದ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಇದೆ. ದಯಮಾಡಿ ಎದುರಿನ ಕಟ್ಟಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಎದುರುಗಡೆ ಊಟದ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಇದೆ. ದಯಮಾಡಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಊಟವನ್ನು ಮುಗಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ವಾಪಸ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಬರಬೇಕು. 2:45ಗೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಸೇರೋದು 2:45. ಸಂಸದರು ಹಾಗೂ 5ನೇ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಹಣಕಾಸು ಆಯೋಗದ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರು ದಯಮಾಡಿ ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಆಗಮಿಸಬೇಕು ಅಂತ.
ಉಜ್ವಲ್ ಘೋಷ್ ಅವರು ಇದ್ರು, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆಯವರು ಬಂದು ಕೊನೆಗೆ ವೀಣಾ ಅವರು ಇದ್ದರು ಕೊನೆಗೆ. ಈ ಒಂದು ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಲೈನ್ ಟರ್ಮ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ರೆಫರೆನ್ಸ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಈ ಒಂದು ಇದಕ್ಕೆ 5ನೇ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಹಣಕಾಸು ಆಯೋಗ ದ ಬೇಸಿಕ್ ಟರ್ಮ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ರೆಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ವೇರ್ ದಟ್ ವಾಟ್ ಈಸ್ ದ devolution between the state and the local self-government. This is one level. The second level was the devolution between the rural local bodies and the urban local government, rural and urban shares. And the third level was between among the rural local self-government. The fourth level was among the urban local self-government. And the commission also introduced one more level which is very important, the devolution at the ward level, and accordingly the devolution at the ward level was also introduced additionally in this one. Then the commission was also asked to look into the state finances and look into what will be the possibilities of devolution across the state and the local self-government, and the grants in aid to the local self-government, the measures needed to improve the financial position of the local self-government. Then next is examine and make suggestions on the extent to which and the manner in which the resources available to the local bodies could be best utilized for meeting the expenditure of these bodies. Make a detailed analysis. This commission has made it. Make a detailed analysis on repayment of loans and advances extended by the government from time to time to the local bodies and make suitable recommendations. Then in making these recommendations, the commission was asked by the government to look into the financial position of the state and accordingly tailor the recommendations. This commission was fortunate enough to submit the 3 reports. It was first formulated as an immediate requirement of the 15th State Finance Commission grants, and the commission accordingly promptly submitted its report in February 2024. The major recommendations include sharing pattern between state and the local governments in the ratio of 51-49, out of 49% for local bodies, 35% to the PRIs, 13% to ULBs, and 1% exclusive share to BBMP. The ratio of tied and untied grants to be 50-50. Many of the recommendations were accepted, but the increase in the share of LSGs by 1% was not accepted, and the increase 1% share in the BBMP's account was also not approved. The final report by the commission was submitted on 27th November 2025, covering the award period for 2026-27 to 29-30. Now, methodology of the commission and this report is very important. This report, I must say that, is an inclusive report, in the sense everyone participated in the deliberations. The commission had the advantage of having the discussions with the honorable ministers, chief minister, deputy chief ministers, and all other VIPs. The visits to the states like Kerala and Telangana and the premier research institutions also rather enhanced their knowledge. Then departments. All the concerned departments were consulted more than one times as per the needs, requirement, and every time the new issue was arise, and they were consulted and their opinions were taken into account. Then the most important part, I must say, is the field visits. The commission visited all the 31 districts, had discussions at the Gram Panchayat level, Taluka Panchayat, and the Jilla Panchayat level with the public. They wanted to know rather the desire, the demand of the public also, and many of our recommendations. Of course, some of them have appeared in ATR, some of them rather have been put into in a framework that the fiscal, governance and other institutional recommendations, which also form a core part of this report, are to be rather considered by the administrative departments for implementation. That is a very important achievement. I must say that the earlier commission's reports, the governance issues or the all other issues were never considered in the ATRs. But because of the very strong recommendations that appear in this report, the government has come out with stating that the concerned departments will make the efforts to bring these recommendations as per their requirements into implementation. And special research studies. So the premier research institutions in Bangalore and Dharwad CMDR was asked to conduct the studies on rural local finance, urban local finance, and also especially with regard to BBMP by IHS. And we had access to all the three reports for making the recommendations. Now, just we would like to brief just that Commission had given a very valuable recommendations to the 16th Finance Commission, and I must say that 16th Finance Commission acknowledged it also, and they also said that in fact they asked for a special mail also from the Finance Commission to give more details about the recommendations made, and you can find that some of these recommendations appearing in the report also. So devolution criteria in the morning session, many were expressing that area and population too are very rather broad-based criteria, will not take into consideration the important factors. In fact, this commission had recommended that as per the earlier commission, we should give the importance to the SC/ST population along with area and population, and also the devolution index. Accordingly, the ratio of population 50%, area 20%, SC/ST population 10%, and index of devolution 20% was given. Then special recommendation was also made to make the million plus cities based on the current population rather than going to the 2011 population, and rather allow the new urban areas to enter into the million plus cities. And then it had also rather recommended for strengthening the decentralization and attaining sustainable development goals. This report has a exclusive chapter on sustainable development goals. We have also taken into consideration the budget required for implementing the SDGs in the Karnataka state. Then it has also suggested for what is required is proper mapping of the responsibilities and of the 29 functions and 18 functions, and we rather recommended that this should also come into the recommendations of the 16th Finance Commission. Then augmentation of the own source revenue, we had already given that GST should not be one-time bound. It should be a continuous process because many local self-government taxes are subsumed in it. Revenue from the subsumed taxes released to the states should be released to local self-governments in full and earmarked separately. Cess and surcharge above 5% to be transferred to the devolution fund by the center and the states. Provision of funds for operation and maintenance of expenditures both for the local, rural local self-governments and the urban local self-governments, because all of us know that many assets are created in the JJM and other programs, but for maintenance of assets there is no separate funding. It is rather very difficult for the Gram Panchayats and all to maintain those things. So separate funding for maintenance was both for the governments was rather recommended. Similarly, Gram Panchayat should get, this is another important point, that Gram Panchayat should get the administrative cost of implementing the central sector schemes and centrally sponsored schemes. Then the 5 city corporations to be brought under the million plus category. It is also proposed to provide a special grant. If at all, we had proposed that 16 Finance Commission, if at all it is giving state specific grants. First of all, we said no state specific grants because they were not given by the 15th Finance Commission. Then if at all they are given, then we had proposed 1.15 crores for the development of infrastructure in Bangalore. Then recommended a 25,000 crores grant to Kalyan Karnataka region and 10,000 crores to Malnad region as development grants under state specific grants. Now we will come to the main report that was submitted by the 5th State Finance Commission. Now this report has not come out as it is. We had a very deliberate thought given to design each and every sentence of this report. Now what were the considerations that were taken into account when we designed the report was that the trends in the gross domestic product of the state and the revenue base available for determining the size of the divisible pool. The MTFPs for the next 5 years were studied very carefully to find out what will be the increase in the resources and the designed part of the LSGs. Access the resources of the state government and demands. We have considered the demands of the state also with regard to expenditure on civil administration, debt servicing, development and other committed expenditures. Then commitment of the state to ensure implementation of the 5 guarantee schemes that have been introduced in the state. Then additional financial requirement for implementation of the recommendations of the 7th Pay Commission. Growing trends in urbanization and the concentration of growth process in the urban areas leading to increase in demand for infrastructure and services. The need to enhance the quality of public expenditure to maximize the outcomes. The need to achieve the targets set in the Sustainable Development Goals 2030. Accordingly, the Commission has assessed the present financial position of the state and the local self-governments and the future projections about the receipts and expenditures up to 2930 to determine the divisible pool and arrive at the vertical and horizontal devolution of resources based on consultations at various levels. The devolution framework. A devolution framework recommended here has 5 levels with the introduction of a new 5th level covering interstate sharing among each ward of CC in the total share of that city corporation. Here the purpose of devolution was that to see how much fiscal space can be made available to the local self-governments for the increased functions and meeting the needs of the people. The other basic contributions include solutions to the problem of securitization of electricity. Ponde sir worked a lot on it. Then panchayats and debts analysis of the local self-governments. It has also considered requirements of localization of sustainable development goals, climate action plan and disaster management. The emphasis is also more towards self-reliance through increasing own source revenues and rationalization of expenditures and more efficient governance network. At the first level, the devolution recommended was between the state and the local self-government was 40-60 ratio. This is because we looked at the budget of 25-26, looked into the devolution to the local self-government in the process, it was 56.7%. So we had a discussion with the finance department and based on that we recommended a share of 60% to the local self-government. But this recommendation was not considered due to the growing responsibilities of the expenditure of the state and the share of the LSGs increased from 48% to 50%. That itself I think, and the fact that the Graha Lakshmi scheme and Annabhagya scheme are now shifted under grants. So therefore, it will not affect more of the devolution of resources between the LSTs and the state. Now, with regard to rural urban, now we see the report is more scientific based in the sense that many things are considered while deriving the devolution formula. Now, with regard to the shares of the rural and urban, we have taken projected population, one parameter, with the weightage of 40%, area 10%, SCST population 20%, standard of living index 10%, the health and education 10 each. So this is basically the MPI, the multidimensional poverty index that has been considered. Then we arrived at the shares and based on the bifurcation of the grants of Graha Lakshmi and Annabhagya between the rural and urban areas, the estimated share was 45-15, and that was recommended out of the share of the 60% to the LSGs. At the second level, between the rural RLSGs and ULSGs, the recommended share thus is arrived at 45-15. The government has determined the share in the action report, RLSGs at 35% and urban bodies at 15%. For urban bodies, including GPA and 5 CCs, the ATR says the share will increase from 12% in 2026 to 15% in 29-30. Then we had also taken a care that this type of a devolution should not result into any financial loss to any of the current ZPs, TPs and GPs. So whatever is the current allocation to them, which came out to be in the 25-26 budget estimate, it came out to be 26% for ZPs, 67% for DPs and 6.31% for GPs, and we recommended a share of 28% for ZPs, 64% for TPs and 8% for GPs. At the third level, devolution among the urban local bodies in different units. The fifth Finance Commission, State Finance Commission, for the first time has considered slum population. Earlier there was population area and SCST population and illiteracy as an indicator. Illiteracy doesn't make any sense now because when the state has achieved almost more than 85% of literacy. So instead, in the place of illiteracy, slum population was taken as an indicator, and this was also considered by the 10th Finance Commission, State Central Finance Commission. The 5th State Finance Commission recommended that the devolution across the ULSTs should be based on the indicators. So all this criteria is accepted by the government. The devolution will go as per the indicators and the criteria that has been recommended by the Commission. So population projected 40%, area 15%, SCST population 20% and slum population 15%. Then at level 4, determination of the intersect shares among the each unit of each tier of the RLSTs and ULSTs. Now for the rural local self-government, we have given a broad criteria also. Population, we have gone beyond population. You look at the ZP, Jilla Panchayat, population 60, area 20, SCST population 10%, Human Development Index. Karnataka has prepared the Human Development Index in 2022. Again, the effort is going on now to prepare the state Human Development Report. Perhaps will come out in 2026. So HDI is also taken as an indicator at the Jilla Panchayat allocation level. Then for the TPs, we have taken population 60%, area 20%, SCST population 20%. Since HDI is already taken at the district level, we have not taken it as at the TP level, and these are the indicators for the Taluka Panchayats. For the Gram Panchayats, population 60, area 20, SCST population 10, and the tax effort index. for incentivizing the GPs, this has been taken up, and this is how the inter-se allocation among the units of the rural local self-government is determined. Then for the urban local self-governments, the indicators are population 50, area 15, SST population 20, slum population 15, and this on the basis of this, across the different corporations, each unit will be, the devolution will take place. Now this is very important that we have considered ward level devolution, and that is what is where we want to strengthen the decentralization process also in the urban local self-government. The 5th State Finance Commission for the first time recommends devolution of funds at 5th tier as ward-wise devolution out of the total budget of a city corporation. 20% may be kept aside for undertaking inter-ward development works. The remaining 80% inter-se sharing among each ward of a given city corporation based on population 70%, area 20%, and slum population 10% in the ratio of 70, 20, and 10. Then grants to the rural local self-governments. As per the Act, we have recommended that minimum 20% untied grant should be given to all the GPs as per the section 206 of the KGS and PR Act with no conditionality, so that the GPs can utilize this fund for their necessary development activities. We had rather recommended, or the Commission has recommended, the ratio of tied and untied grants 50-50, and in fact in the ATR the government has accepted that slowly it will think over of increasing the share of untied grants, which is very important for taking up the local based works in the Gram Panchayats and the other local self-governments. So grants in aid, we had proposed, next slide, some minimum and maximum grants. This is mainly based on the Commission's visits to the field. For the minimum grants and maximum grants, each ZP, TP, GP should get was 500, 320 minimum, maximum 1,560 depending on the requirements, and the government may think over. We had given one-time establishment grant. Many new TPs have come up, many new GPs have come up, a new district has been rather formed. So all these require establishment structures, and therefore we had recommended one-time establishment grant, 500 for ZP and 200 for the TPs and 30 lakhs for the GPs. Then maintenance grant. Of course, in the ETR, government has not accepted. They say that you raise the revenue and maintain the assets. But you know that in North Karnataka, in Kalyan Karnataka, the region from which I come, people are so poor. That's what they said. I have no ability to pay. From where I can pay? So how you are going to maintain the assets? Most of the assets have become defunct because of the non-functioning and non-maintenance properly. And we had thought very seriously over providing the maintenance grants. And we had suggested that at least a minimum of 25 and maximum of 50 as a grant for ZP, and minimum of 50 lakhs and 25 lakhs to the TPs, and for GPs 3 lakhs and 5 lakhs. Then we had given also performance grants for which conditions also are there. A performance grant of 50 lakhs to ZP each, TP 30 lakhs and GP 10 lakhs. And the grant for capacity building. So morning we were talking about the capacity building, which is most important in view of the growing functions, changing dynamics of growth process, etc. And we have given capacity building grants especially in the ratio of 20, 10 and 3 to this. Then the Commission also considered giving grants to the special GPs which face some type of disasters, some type of uncertainties, etc. in the Malnad, hilly areas and the forest areas, and a grant of 10 lakhs per annum was suggested for those GPs in those extreme areas. Shall I read out the performance grants condition? More or less they are similar to that. The emphasis is more on utilization of grants, non-salary grants for development purpose, utilization of 90% of SCPTSP grants, which is very important. Most of the SCPTSP grants are not either effectively utilized, or they rather are not, they are put into those uses which rather directly don't have much benefit for the SC/ST population. So we have put this condition, then periodic and timely submission of the accounts, annual accounts reports, etc. Then for the TPs also more or less the same condition, but with one more condition, that at least 50% of the GPs in that TP should have achieved more than 90% in the OSR collection of the current year dues and 50% of water charges dues. And these parameters are more or less aligning with the RDPR's parameters for that. Then performance grants to GPs, collection of tax revenue 90% during the previous year, and the periodic and timely submission of annual accounts reports, and the conditions imposed by the 15th Central Finance Commission. 90% of the utilization of funds received for implementation of the center and the state sponsored schemes. Reconciliation including energy audit and update payment of electricity bills with respect to water supply and street lights. Then we had also rather said that Panchayat Performance Advancement Index, their performance in Panchayat Advancement Index will be also a parameter for judging the performance. So morning there was a lot of debate on what is performance, how is performance and all. We have tried to devise some of the quantitative indicators that can help us to rather come out at the performance assessment. Then the capacity building grants were basically two directions oriented. One is develop the infrastructure. We don't have proper infrastructure for developing the capacity building of the different local self-government institutions, and then conducting of the training programs. And we said there is a need for designing the local training program which is aligned with the modern development issues and aligning with the Viksit Bharat scheme also. Then for the urban local governments, more or less the same conditions were left. But the one more condition was that they should attain the service level benchmarks. Commission visited many of the urban areas, and I also rather been working with the other commissions and the reports. We found that the most critical area is the urban drainage system. So most of the households do not have proper drainage and the sewage systems, which rather is a very critical area. And you know, our suggestions also to the 16th Finance Commission, also rather from most of the states they got it. So that has also been included in the 16th Finance Commission report as the grants for the urban local bodies. Then formation of ward committees, conducting of 50% of the prescribed meetings within the first year, and publication of the minutes of the meeting, and notification of areas, sabhas wherever they are applicable. There was quite a good public impression on what we gave suggestions on the management of state finances. Most of the media covered this because they were quite interested. That with regard to tax reforms, we said enhanced GST compliance, mandatory e-invoicing and AI-driven error detection, GIS-based property valuation, and a digital e-stamping system to expand the coverage and improve tax collection and efficiency. Increasing the non-tax revenue, we had given a detailed analysis in the report through expanding coverage to new areas, tourism, mining, etc. Asset monetizations we have identified also, and attracting investments. Rationalization of schemes. This is very important for the state because we have 1,000 schemes My colleague Dr. Janki Ram is sitting here from the planning department. He will agree with me that we have more than 1,000 plus schemes with less than almost or equal to a grand budget of 10 crores, and lot of administrative cost is there involved in these implementation of the schemes. So we had suggested for rationalization of schemes. Then for expenditure rationalization, we said reduce non-scheme based committed expenditure. Salaries and all with the 7-5 commission, the huge burden is going on to increase. We said that the performance assessment should be rather made stringent, identify unnecessary cadres, staff in the departments that have been rendered redundant. Just now we were talking about that since GST has come, a lot of staff in the sales tax department has become redundant. That can be, their potential can be used for somewhere else also. Then formulate an effective HR policy and adopt different hiring practices as per the requirements. We should go for different flexible practices. Debt management, the share of the interest payments we have won in revenue expenditure will increase from 14.6% in 25-26 to 16.69 in 29-30, indicating an increased burden of debt liabilities. The state is very closely reaching 25% limit of the maximum limit. Then we now come to the finances of the urban local self-governments, the reforms suggested by us, bringing additional property under the tax net. If the property tax is, it is also an estimate made by Janagraha and also considered by and reviewed by the Commission that if the property assessment coverage increases, there will be a significant increase in the property tax collection. The correlation is as high as 0.94. It is evident that the OSR of the city corporations and CMCs can be increased by rupees 118 crores and rupees 23 crores respectively annually if the additional properties of 2,15,428 and 1,75,318 respectively are covered under property tax net. Ensure end-to-end digital workflows for assessment, billing and payment with built-in transparency and audit trails. As per Karnataka State Budget 25-26, professional tax receipts are about rupees 1,458 crores. It is recommended that the net proceeds of course these are not considered by the state, but we still made a recommendation because it should go to the local self-government. The state should allocate, this was also something new which we thought state may consider, a fixed share, at least 5% of the city generated GST to ULSTs. Even if 5% of the city GST is collected, they will have significant increase in their revenue. There is an urgent need to address the issues related to levying of advertisement fees and which has high financial potential. Karnataka state must adopt innovative practices and leasing models similar to those followed in the other states, increasing the non-tax revenue, covering metering of the water connections, augmenting the rental income. In fact, we have suggested where there are avenues available for this, then SW1 charges and parking fees, etc. Recommendations with regard to loans. This was first, I think first time it appeared in the State Finance Commission report. We had recommended for a loan regulatory authority. There is no such regulations and all, and we said that rather developing the credit score and rather making it public, etc., and controlling the loan system, we should have a loan regulatory authority. Then availing loan under Urban Infrastructure Development Fund through National Housing Bank, Contessa suggested, and we had made a relative analysis of the rates of borrowings, and comparatively National Housing Bank gives at a lower rate which the ULSTs can adopt it. Involvement of the local self-government in the projects through public participation. Debt servicing to be restricted to beneficiary ULSTs. This is another important thing, that overall all the urban bodies are charged for the debt raised by some major corporations. So the small urban local bodies are suffering of the finances mainly because of the debts made by the big corporations and all. They have their sustainability. They can rather pay back the debts and all. So we have recommended that that should be restricted to the beneficiary ULSDs only. Then settlement of electricity dues of Gram Panchayats. I must rather acknowledge here that both Phonde sir and the chairman both worked together a lot on this. They did a lot of study on defunct borewells and all, where the charges are made and everything, estimated how much amount is wasted in that billing and everything. So on the basis of that, the recommendation is given that this commission recommends that the budget provision of grants to Gram Panchayats for securitization of electricity dues should be replaced by a budget provision for grants to Gram Panchayats for payment of electricity bills. Then the other important aspect of this report is that we have gone beyond making the report as practical as possible. The Sustainable Development Goals budget, which is required for attaining the Sustainable Development Goals for the next 5 years, is also accommodated in our recommendations. Climate budget, which has a total requirement of about 52,827 crores is estimated, and for the SDG the budget estimated is 79,532 crores in the vision document. That also is considered for doing the devolution. I will go a little fast. Governance issues. Now we have focused on construction of coverage of the sanitation facilities in the rural areas, solid waste management, which are very important issues with regard to. We have suggested that the Hulgi GP model in Koppal district can be scaled up and adopted. Then roads, though there is a lot of focus, we have seen that all-weather roads are rather not available to many of the villages, and that should be rather the RDPR department. There is a need to establish a unified system under the RDPR department to avoid overlapping of works and wasteful expenditure. There is also a need to have a database on rural roads with unique work codes so that no overlapping takes place. Then extension of Gram Thana areas. The government should consider extending the Gram Thana areas in all villages of GPs and take steps to regularize properties in the non-Gram Thana areas. This will not only enable regularization of the constructions and developmental activities, but also bring additional revenues to the GPs. Activity mapping, which is also rather one of the recommendations of the Finance Commission. Then financial support to Karnataka Panchayat Raj Parishad. We have recommended because the Parishad rather is trying to disseminate knowledge through workshops, seminars, and the other print media. So we have recommended for a grant for the Panchayat, annual grant for this Karnataka Panchayat Raj Parishad. Then filling up of the vacancies, which is very, very crucial. The Commission observed that a large number of vacancies exist at all levels in the PRIs. Hence, there is an urgent need to fill up the existing vacancies, especially in technical posts such as engineers, health workers, etc. at the earliest. Strengthening of the district planning committees and establishment of Taluka planning and development committees as per the KGS and PR Act. Restructuring of the Gram Panchayats. GP should be reconstituted with an average population of 10,000 becomes viable for the activities, and minimum of 6,000 with exceptions in Malnad, hilly and coastal areas. Town and country planning wing to be established at Taluka Panchayats. Planning is very, very low at the below district level and even at the district level. So this is very important. Then district grievance redressal authorities should be established in all districts as per the section 296A of the KGS and PR Act. Measures specific to urban local self-governments. Ensure timely elections. Then we had availability of the panchayat level, but that also will come now next. Ensure timely elections and constitution of councils. A tenure of mayors and presidents to be extended to 30 months. Operationalization of ward committees and area sabhas. strengthening of district planning committees under Article 243 ZD of 1 of the Constitution. In the cases of non-availability of elected members, the government may consider appointing administrators as representatives of LSGs in the DPCs to make them functional. Improve human resource management, revision and strengthening of legislative frameworks. We have suggested changes in the municipal acts and all. Enhancement of fiscal autonomy and resource mobilization. Parastatal agencies to be consulted by the ULST should consult to be consulted by the parastatals. So in fact, and now parastatals work very independently, and many a times see the work that is required, the type, design, all is decided by the parastatals, and the ULSG has no say into it, and as a result we find that many a times the design or the work may not be, and it doesn't become participatory also. People don't own it at all, and that is very important part. Strengthening of financial management and audit systems and building a robust digital and data ecosystem. Amendment to Karnataka Municipalities Powers and of Expenditure Rules 1986. These rules have been amended long back in 2004. A high-level expert committee on the lines of Shri K.R. Ramesh Kumar committee, where our chairman was also a member, appointed by the state government, resulting in a comprehensive amendments to the Karnataka Panchayat Raj Act 1993. And amendment came into effect as Karnataka Gram Swaraj and Panchayat Raj Act. As in the same spirit, we find that there is requirement for the urban local self-governments also. Recommendations which are common to both rural and urban local self-governments. Strengthening of Karnataka State Decentralized Planning and Development Committee. A separate link document, the Commission recommends that a separate link document relating to budget allocations in respect of all the state sector schemes. A high-level committee to review the ATR. The Commission recommends constitute a high-level committee taking into account all the members from the concerned departments for monitoring the thing. Elections to the rural and the urban local self-governments under Article 243E. Approval of the bill of the Karnataka State Audit Act. Implementation of recommendations on governance issues which were not earlier done. Strengthening of social audit. Morning also somebody was referring to it. We have suggested, in fact, the report has one single exclusive chapter on monitoring and evaluation. And we have suggested Karnataka has a very good system. We have Karnataka Monitoring and Evaluation Authority, an independent authority established, which can be rather given the functioning of the rather monitoring the impact of all these schemes and grants that are given to the local self-governments. Capacity building, we have given a series of recommendations, but I am taking only few here. Establish a pool of resource persons for training, strengthening the State Panchayat Resource Center, District Panchayat Resource Center, and Taluka Samarthya Sodas. Increase Panchayat Learning Centers, training policy for the locals. That is very important. We don't have at present. It is under formulation, I think. Then certificate diploma courses. Morning also I was talking to Dr. Shivanna, and support to Mahatma Gandhi Institute of Rural Energy and Development, and the located at Jatpur also, and to the university also. In the ATR, the government has informed that the concerned administrative departments will take into action. I will read the details of the ATR later. Then, during the tenure of the 5th State Finance Commission only, the GPDP Act came into force, and accordingly the Commission was asked to give the recommendations on the devolution across the 5 city corporations. So the government requested the Commission to give recommendations as per section 176(3) of the GPDP Act 2024, wide notification dated 9th December 2025, and we were supposed to submit the report, the Commission, by the end of February. A lot of work was done by the Commission to see that it is as practical as possible. I will not read the provisions of the Act. The fifth State Finance Commission has studied in detail structure and functions and the financial resources of the corporations and visited the corporations, wards, had discussions with the officers, and as per the TOR, the Commission has tried to give its recommendations. What were the factors considered very important? The Commission has taken into consideration the following factors. Bangalore is a center of growth of Karnataka economy. The future growth process and the stability of the economic activity in the state depends on the stability of the Bangalore economy. Rapid expansion of the city during the last decade and the large-scale migration leading to growing pressure on demand for basic services. The city is facing acute environmental problems like pollution, traffic congestion, sewerage, water disposal, urban flooding, and other disasters. The 5 corporations and the GBA are governed by a separate act, GPDP Act, and boundaries for the city corporations within the Greater Bangalore area are drawn based on a specific criteria, of course, with regard to the population, geography, revenue, and administrative efficiency. Yet, when we studied in detail, we found that there are differences in these parameters across these 5 corporations. Area of the central corporation is a critical issue, population and density of the east, revenue potential of the west, etc. are some of the very critical issues that need to be considered when compared to others. They also differ in their present level of development and future potential. Inadequate utilization of the present and potential revenue sources, tax and non-tax revenue. Then the analysis was done of all the budgets for the 5 corporations for the last year, and while recommending the devolution under 176(3), the Commission also has considered the provision under 176(2) that mentions that the grants from the state government to any corporation that is facing a resource gap, especially waste corporation, we considered here. Then the mid-year review of the state finances and the present fiscal strength of the state, and while making the recommendations about the ward-wise devolution, Section 97 of GPDP, it mentions that the city corporation shall allocate such amounts out of the budget earmark to the ward committees for undertaking its functions mentioned under this act. This is noted, and accordingly the devolution is designed. Section 103 explains the functions of the ward committees. The major functions include ward development scheme, ward development plan, timely allocation of taxes, fees and other sums, maintenance of civic amenities, etc. And the budget provision should be enough to take up all these functions. Then key challenges that were identified before GBA and the corporations: rapid growth of population, environmental impacts, urban floods, drinking water. In fact, you will find there are variations in the meeting the basic norm of drinking water. At the corporation level, the average water supply in most of the areas is 100 LPCD as against the norm of 135 LPCD. There is huge problem of informal settlements. Many have been identified, declared, not declared, everything, and many of us know about it. And the total slum population is about 9,77,384, which is estimated from the formal and informal slums. And many of them, 51% of them belong to SC/ST group, 19% to the general group, and 16% to minorities. And these facts have been considered when making the devolutions also. And there is also increasing flow of migrant workers. Now, what are the indicators and weightages for devolution which are accepted by the government? Population 40, area 30, SC/ST population 15, and slum population 15. Population is projected population and it must be has projected the population up to 2036 that has been taken into consideration. Devolution among the municipal wards at the level 5. The allocation by the city corporation to the wards shall be not less than 30% of the amount allocated as per level 4 to the city corporation. Then indicators considered are population 40, area 30, SC/ST population 10, slum population 10, and at ward level tax effort. Tax effort is taken as 10% weightage. So allocation of grants rational I will not read. One thing is that the Commission recommends a grant of at least 40% as untied, so that city corporations have the autonomy to spend this amount. The 16th Finance Commission has also indicated 40% of the basic grants as untied grants. Maintenance grants, the Commission recommends 10% of the capital cost as maintenance grants. Performance grants to incentivize the city corporation. The funds provided through performance-based grants should be untied in nature. And the 16th Finance Commission has also provided 20% of the performance grant as untied grants. Now this is the structure of the grants. I am coming to an end first. Maintenance grant, 10% of the capital cost which is worked out, not just simply given here, worked out over the averages for last 5 to 6 years trends. Performance grant, rupees 50 crores to each eligible CC, rupees 5 crores to each eligible ward. One-time establishment grant, the Commission visited many of the wards, they don't have offices, they don't have structures and all. So taken into account all these factors, the Commission has recommended one-time establishment grant at the rate of rupees 2 crores for each new ward, and rupees 1 crore for the existing ward. Without these facilities, they cannot function effectively. Capacity building grants, especially for GPA, is very important because it is a growing economy, metropolitan economy, and therefore financial management of different issues are very important. And we have suggested 5 crores per year per CC for capacity building grants. Then revenue deficit grants. This was recommended by the Commission mainly because some of the corporations, city corporations like West and all, have huge load of population but less resources to manage this one. To maintain the equity of services across all the corporations, revenue deficit grant only for 3 years, as per the FRBM Act is recommended. And then I will not read the eligibility conditions for the performance of the grants. Then revenue deficit grants are given under Article 176(2) of the GPDP Act, and it says that in case any of the city corporations are not in a position to raise enough resources on its own to carry out the obligatory and mandatory functions and their establishment cost, the state government should provide. So under that the Commission has recommended revenue grant. Then the Commission has recommended revenue grants only for 3 years as per the FRBM rules. And the Commission recommends reframing of the FRBM rules also to modify the requirements of the 5 city corporations. We have given some important recommendations for increase in the own source revenue from property tax, expanding the coverage, implementing the multiple checkpoints to curb the property tax avoidance, establish systems to cross-check property tax records with other data sets like electricity bills and other platforms, leverage technology, use advanced technology such as drone imagery to detect changes in the building structures, new structures added, and ensure complete coverage and accurate property classifications. Address tax exemptions. Property tax exemptions should not be allowed without compensation by the state government to the civic bodies. Increase and strengthen the staff capacity as recommended by the State Administrative Reforms Commission. Regular updates and revisions of guidance values and streamline the khata applications. Non-tax revenue. Entertainment fees from ticket-based entertainment, non-ticket-based entertainment, etc. Parking policy to be implemented effectively based on the BMRCL model. Ensure timely revision of trade licenses. This will generate a minimum amount of about 100 crores annually. Assigning 5% share in the state GST. Then levy of congestion charges, London model. Green financing through carbon credits, and the issue of municipal grants. Then mobilization of CSR funds, raising funds from national and international sources like climate finance projects, utilization of 16 finance conditions, finance commission grants by fulfilling the eligibility conditions. I type. Then lastly, no title. ATR. Next. So this is the order that is issued by the government. The share of LSGs in the NLN ORR is increased to 50% from the present 48%. The criteria for allocation of funds and grants across categories of RLSGs and ULSGs is accepted. So all the criteria that we have given is accepted. The 15% share of the ULSGs in devolution to urban local bodies, including 5 city corporations, is accepted and will be increased in a phased manner. 5% share in the state GST is not accepted because it is already a part of the LNORR. The allocation to 2 guarantee schemes, Annabhagya and Graha Lakshmi, is provided under grants. The recommendation regarding maintenance grants to LSGs and 5 city corporations is not accepted. The present flexibility in allocation of grants is retained, and the fixed ratio for different categories of RLSGs and ULSGs as recommended by the 5th SFC is not accepted. But we found, to be very frank, that there were a lot of anomalies in giving especially the allocations to the Gram Panchayats. And there was no base. We tried to find out, both the RDPR colleagues are here only. We tried to get a lot of information on what basis these grants are given, how the allocation takes place. We could not get a very proper logical framework for that. The criteria for allocation of funds and grants across 5 city corporations is accepted. The concerned administrative departments shall take action for implementing the recommendations of the Commission regarding fiscal, administrative, institutional and governance issues. We must say that this is rather the best contribution of the 5th State Finance Commission, because earlier none of the commission's governance issue came as a separate volume which was never taken into consideration. So thank you very much. I missed a lot, but still I made it. Thank you.
ವಿಷಯ ಮಂಡಿಸಿದಂಥ ಶ್ರೀಮತಿ ಛಾಯಾ ದೇವಗಾಂವ್ಕರ್ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಈಗ ಪ್ರತಿಕ್ರಿಯೆಯನ್ನ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಜಿ ಪಳನಿತೊರೈಸ್ ಅವರು ನೀಡಬೇಕಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ತೀನಿ.
Chairman, other panelists, friends. I'm basically a student of civics, political science and public administration, not economics. I look at it from, not Delhi, from Gully. So when you make such a kind of presentations, I look at it. An ordinary individual living in a village is in a democracy, a liberated country. I mean, whether he is in a position to understand, this is my money coming from Delhi to Bangalore, Bangalore to my village. How much I can get? Can I get such a kind of sense in all those things? This is the most important thing. My professor came from America. He trained me. He told me how to judge in a democracy all the governance apparatus works. Look at anything which is being spoken in any place, an ordinary individual will understand. Any report, when you prepare, I mean, it is understandable to the ordinary individual. That is number one. Unless otherwise, it is for intellectual class, it is for the middle class, it is for the market, it is for administrators, not for the public. That was the criteria. I am coming from a state, I mean, where we believe only IAS officer. Finance Commission, it is IAS officer. He will get direction only from the Finance Secretary. He will make recommendation. That's all. But fortunately in Karnataka, Narayan Garu has been chosen. I mean, in that context, we have to compliment, congratulate the commission and the government for having chosen a person reasonably supportive of local governance, faith in local governance. In that perspective, we have to compliment both the government as well as the chairman and the members. Full support. But I am coming from a state where, whenever there is a report, I used to go to the secretary, I used to go to the government, I asked. They say that, sir, we have submitted recommendation. Commission has submitted its recommendation, report is out. Then further I will ask, how many recommendations have been accepted? They will say that, sir, this number of recommendations have been accepted. Then how many recommendations have been acted upon? Sir, that you have to ask somewhere. So I used to ask, there is a report, ATR. Then I used to ask, what is ATR? I thought that action taken report. When I ask them, they give a meaning. Action proposed to be taken. Could you imagine what kind of administrative setup we have? So, in that context, we are living in a democracy. Our democracy is not a full democracy. If you go through the reports recently prepared by many of the international agencies, our democracy is electoral democracy. Now it becomes electoral autocracy. Apparently, it appears it is elected democracy. But by purchasing votes, by purchasing MLAs, by purchasing MPs, your democracy is flourishing. It's a gateway. Our democracy starts only from that gate. The gate itself murky. But what kind of democracy we have? That's a basic question. But if it is a real democracy, it has to come from the bottom. An ordinary individual will have faith in governance, faith in politics, political system and governance and administration, where there won't be any concept like beneficiary. Everybody is a stakeholder and a partner in development, and their participation is more important. Unless otherwise, it is herding. You are not governing, you are ruling. Because in our language, we say that he is a ruler, ruling party. It's a governance party. And when it becomes a government, people say that it is ADMK government, it is a DMK government, it is a Congress government. It's not a Congress government, it is not a DMK government, it is not a ADMK. People's government. People have given mandate. So totally, and then there is another concept like adhikari. Adhikari. Who has given the power to adhikari? That was a British language. But we have not changed in 78 years. And if it is adhikari, it is only elected representative. It is not the official. But in this country, these are all, because we are all enjoying that contributions made by the British. In that context, we are looking at this report. We have a system. What is a system? The paradigm. The paradigm is, we govern, you participate. Elected representatives and officials, they say that, we will govern. Whatever, to be done there, we will dictate. But you come and you participate. Is it a democracy? This is a question. Then you have to change it. In order to bring such a kind of change, 73rd and 74th Amendment came. It gives a new paradigm. What is it? We govern, we participate. You govern, you participate. But we have not taken that paradigm to the participants. That is why still we talk about local bodies. The highest, constitutional entity and institution, the Finance Commission, makes it as a local body. It means what? There is a mindset. This is an institution very closer to the people. It has to follow only the union government and the state government, not the people. Then who are the people? They are all beneficiaries. If benefits you are not getting, don't bother. You bring a petition, be a petitioner. Submissively you submit a petition to me, I will consider. Such a kind of paradigm it works. But local body alters the paradigm. When it will alter the paradigm? When it that concept reaches an ordinary individual in the villages. But we created a constitutional entity, Gram Sabha. And how it functions? Because there are elements, those who are enjoying power in the existing power structure, they are the enemies of the local bodies. They won't allow ordinary people be empowered. So what is more important? I don't require money from any foreign country at all. The money available with us is more than enough. We can contribute it to the other African countries also. You look at the corruption level. The money which has to come to the government legitimately to be used for development activities at the ground, it goes only to the corrupt politicians and the other nexus groups. Not that. But in this country, what is weak is accountability system is very weak, extremely weak. You look at the audit reports. Every audit report, even in local body audit system, it is adding. In 1952 or 1955, it may be 200 and 300. Now, in lakhs audit objections. Huge money, is wasted, completely wasted, and audit objections are there, yet, we are sanctioning. Why audit objections have not been rectified? We never bother about audit objections. We take it for granted because everybody is involved. If you dig it, everybody is caught. So in that context, everybody is happy that this is an audit, you go that. Then you have audit system. Every audit system, social audit system, how it works in the same way as the other audit. Financial audit, social audit, public audit. Despite all kinds of audit, nothing happens at the ground. So unless you change it, is very difficult. And there is yet another issue. We have given a sense to the local body leaders that central government will give money, state government will give money, you spend it. Is it a government? For self-governing institution, if it is a self-governing institution, naturally, what is to be done? They have to generate resources. Unless otherwise, it is not self-governing, it is a spending institution, not self-governing institutions. If self-governing institutions, I will tell you, you go to the villages. I have studied a few villages on Ur Sabha and Gram Sabha. In Tamil Nadu, there is a concept called Ur Sabha. Dr. Meenakshi Sundaram knows it, Ur Sabha. Ur Sabha is a Sabha created by the community itself. They have temples. Even in a particular village, 17 temples, 18 temples are there. Each temple has its own committee. They generate resources. They are not seeking money from the central government, state government to run the temple festivals. They are collecting money. They are spending it and resolving disputes also, family disputes, community dispute, temple dispute, land dispute, all kinds of disputes are being solved because they can get relative justice. If you go to court, neither you absolute justice nor relative justice, you cannot get it, you have to spend money. Whoever is very powerful, they can get, judgment, not justice. So in that context, people believe that relative justice is better. We go to the Ur Sabha. So we will get how these institutions are working very well. Because they feel that temple is ours. If you say that primary school, it is not functioning, you submit a petition to district collector, you submit a petition to DC. Why they are saying that? Because you are saying that it is government, it is ours. You never said that government is yours. In such a way we are doing. We are in a fix. So in that context, a thorough change is needed in this country. A new perspective is needed. People-centric perspective. When you talk about people, I am also a person. I am a citizen. An ordinary individual. He is working in the land. He is also a citizen. In this country, majority of them are poor. I am not saying that. You look at 82 crores of people in this country are lining up in the public distribution system to get free ration and free wheat and free rice. It means that If you are not giving that, I mean, hungry death will take place. Hunger death will take place. So in that context, when we talk about people, how poor gets benefit, how marginalized get benefits, how Dalit get benefits, how women get benefits. So if we are not making such a kind of things, I mean, in my opinion, and this is conventionally a British Raj, and sometimes, I mean, in Tamil Nadu, people used to say that because they based on the experience of the West. Democracy came later. I mean, social reform happened in the Western Europe first. Then only democracy came. But in this country, democracy came first. Then social development later. But this is a problem we face in this country, and for which we have introduced this local democracy. This local government is not only to do this kind of services, engaging the people in development, engaging the people in governance, and mobilizing them for participation in the development process and governance. From that perspective, if you look at, I mean, in my opinion, and that will help the poor. Otherwise, again and again, we will keep the majority of the people in this country as beneficiaries, or petitioner, or voter, or the best consumer for the market. I mean, if we want to strengthen our democracy and making the governance whole people-centric, and we look at from a different perspective. That is why I said that you govern, you participate. We govern, we participate. Not we govern, you participate. If we make this one, bring this change, that will bring change in the consciousness of the people. I mean, unless you change the consciousness, I mean, it is very difficult. But local body is a place where you bring all kinds of, change in the consciousness. With this, I thank profusely Narayan Swami Garu, Patel Garu, and our friend for having invited me to be there with you in this morning and evening. Thank you, sir.
ಪ್ರತಿಕ್ರಿಯೆ ನೀಡಿದಂಥ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಜಿ ಪಡಿಣಿತುರೈ ಸರ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಮುಂದೆ ಶ್ರೀ ಎಂ ಗೋಪಿನಾಥ್ ರೆಡ್ಡಿ ಸರ್ ಅವರು ತಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರತಿಕ್ರಿಯೆಯನ್ನು ನೀಡಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
Thank you, sir, for giving me this opportunity. Dr. Pannivara is leaving. At the very outset, I'm thankful to the chairman of Karnataka State Finance Commission, and also very distinguished members who are part of this, and also chairman, who also was, very actively worked on this particular report for a very long time. And we all saw, as a result of this hard work by the chairman Saab as well as the distinguished members, and also various consultation process which they followed. Unfortunately, I was also a member from CMDR side, partly, not fully. So I knew that hard work, and we could see that the outcome of the report, Chaya Devi's presentation, which was, exceedingly good. I feel it. That too, I come from a rather decentralized laggard state of Telangana, earlier which was part of Andhra Pradesh. So I see the entire process of preparation of the report as well as the recommendations are very deeply, touchy. And it is also, credit goes to the government of Karnataka, to what ma'am has said just now, that ATR has been accepted, if I am right, and majority of the recommendations of the commission that Karnataka State Finance Commission has given has also been accepted, and absolutely the credit goes to Karnataka state government. And I come from a state, as once again I am saying, that these processes are completely absent, because we were also doing first Telangana State Finance Commission report by KCR government, which was actually the government came into being in 2014, but the first very State Finance Commission itself was appointed in 2018, and the report was submitted in 2020, and until 2023, and you all know that 16th Finance Commission also has mentioned that within 6 months of time of submission of any report has to be accepted by the government. And it took 3 long years, that too because they knew that they are losing out on 15th Finance Commission grants if they don't hold Gram Panchayat elections, and if they don't have the ATR in their hands. As a result of this kind of preconditions, the 16th Finance Commissioner, earlier 15th Finance Commission has put it, then they had this ATR which came into being. But even today, although first SFC of Telangana State Finance Commission came in 2023 hurriedly, very hurriedly, although we worked but we were not knowing that, then some people in the government said we have already got the ATR and all that. When we saw that, unlike Karnataka Finance Commission report, as ma'am said, that majority of the recommendations have been accepted. The credit goes, that's why I said credit goes to the, Karnataka government itself. There, unlike, Karnataka, in Telangana, as well as in Andhra Pradesh, we were also part of the Andhra Pradesh State Finance Commission, at least 5th State Finance Commission, whereas after bifurcation, Telangana's only first state commission. Now it is 2nd State Finance Commission also has come. Now, having said all these things, now ma'am has said that recommendations have been mostly accepted by the Karnataka government, but I feel that if they are not being accepted, Karnataka government should give serious thought to this report and to the recommendations, because they have been done, cross-section of the people have been consulted, and they put it with so much of experience they brought into this report. Unlike, I was very sorry to say that in both my states, Telugu states, it was essentially the political appointments. They do not understand. I'm not belittling them, but only I'm saying that they do not understand the intricacies of making the report. So they are mostly political appointments, and they just come to the meetings and go away, and whatever the remuneration package they are expected to get, they will get it for 2-3 years. We don't have that problem with them. But the question is, you must bring the knowledge into the report making. I think that's where the Karnataka 5th State Finance Commission had looked at from very closely, that how important the people's knowledge and the bureaucrats' knowledge got into this report. That's why the report looks very good. But I know that there will be the critical elements into this report. For that matter, any other report, there will be critical elements. So is the case with this report. Now, having come here all the way from Hyderabad, and I've read this very carefully about this from the beginning. I was also part of it, and I also was fortunate to read this. But I only say that there are very few, what is called missing links in this particular report. I think they have been brought out earlier by the respected speakers in the morning. But I reiterate that, for example, Professor Vijayanand, Dr. Vijayanand talked about the GPDP issue in Karnataka. And this report, I felt it, even in your recommendation, did not give very serious thought why Karnataka is not doing so well in GPDP. At least the causation. This is very important, that because this is linked to the
this is linked to the decentralized planning. I think Gorpadeji is very passionate about the decentralized planning from the beginning. And why GPDP in the case of Karnataka has not been taken very seriously? It is maybe religiously you are also preparing, the Gram Panchayats are preparing, but we all know that GPDP preparation even in Karnataka is not very serious. I think that's what Dr. Vijayanand has made a point of it. I think that's one of the illusions that we need to, even if it's now a report is formally submitted, that doesn't matter. But there is a serious need for reflection. But why in a progressive state like Karnataka is not able to push this Gram Panchayat development plan process very seriously? Because this has a very serious implication for district planning, which we are talking about it. Another related issue, although ma'am has said about this, but I find it extremely cursory reference, is the DPCs. We are also following literature on Karnataka district planning committee's progress for almost last 15 years, but it has declined. The whole process has declined in Karnataka, which should not have happened. My feeling is that that is also linked to this GPDP plan preparation, which is also kind of a ritualistic. If it is in my states, I would not have taken very seriously, because they don't understand. If I go to the bureaucrats, senior bureaucrats, and say DPC documents are there, I wanted to use it, they will ask me what is DPC. Now we are in that stage in our state, so we are not surprised when we get that response. But certainly in Karnataka, I will be very surprised, because Karnataka was also doing well in the beginning when DPCs were constituted. When Manishankar Ayerji was there, when they constituted throughout the country 250 districts, because with BRGF grant fund, which will go to when you constitute DPCs, Karnataka started doing very well. Now today, there is also Center for Good Governance in Hyderabad. They made the All India Study report where they say Karnataka nowhere in the picture. That is very unfortunate, madam. And we have the serious responsibility of finding out why DPCs and consequently why GPDP has not been taken very seriously in Karnataka. I think squarely the blame goes to the people's representatives at the bottom level, but the directions must go from the state level. I think I didn't understand, if I am not wrong about that. That's one point that I see, that we should go more into the reasons of why Karnataka is lagging behind when it comes to this particular issue about DPCs. Of course, another issue that she talked about, and I have also seen that the electricity issue, which Gram Panchayats suffer significantly. They suffer even in my state. When we are doing the field work also, Gram Panchayat, most of the money goes to the payment of electricity bills. I think they have given considerable importance. They have rewritten and had a cross section of meetings throughout Karnataka, and obviously credit goes to them. It is also a nagging problem in other states. Certainly it's a nagging, particularly from Gram Panchayat, financial base is so low, despite the fact that they can levy the taxes and all that, but it is all sufficient only for payment of electricity bills. I think that's where these people have moved away from that kind of an issue, although there are significant variations with regard to this payment of electricity bill across different regions of Karnataka, and that chapter is extremely important chapter for many of the states to follow that. How these people nagging problem of electricity bills by the Gram Panchayats and other types of panchayat was addressed in the state of Karnataka. And one more thing, which case Karnataka State Finance Commission mentioned rather, very piecemeal approach that you followed. What is that? Is about undertaking activity mapping and responsibility. You made a cursory remarks about activity mapping. Cursory mapping needs to be done, but the question remains that why is it Karnataka did not do so well? A Karnataka state is known for along with Kerala, and the last 2 times, if you see the devolution index, Alok has gone out. If you see the devolution index report, Karnataka stands first in last 2 years. But when it comes to certain aspects of, for example, activity mapping, resource mapping, along on the lines of subsidiarity principle is extremely important, which Manishankar ISG has been talking about when he has taken over Minister of Panchayat. I think, again, Karnataka State Finance Commission report, there is only cursory that it has to be strengthened. But the question is, we must also mention why it is not strengthened after 30 years of passing of 73rd and 74th Constitution Amendment. Is one issue, although the report might have been formally submitted, but there is a, reason to think that why this activity mapping has not gone ahead. In this context, I must also refer article by Alok ji, who has published this article. Today morning, he has sent it to Professor Shivanna, and Professor Shivanna has in turn sent it to me. He was referring this article about the activity mapping across India. This was published in International Journal. I'm very sorry to say that even he did not think, Alok was not there. Actually, I wanted a reply from Dr. Alok. He said that activity mapping has been done for all 29 items in Karnataka, all 29 items in Kerala, let's say. That is what he has mentioned it. But now you are saying that activity mapping has to be strengthened. If it has been done according to his article, there is no need of this kind of dichotomy. It is not done, I also know that. It is not done, I also know that. Maybe 1-2 departments must have done it, but overall 29 items about 11 schedule, it has not been done. Okay? Kerala also, yes, Kerala is ahead of us, certainly. And Professor Vijayanand also is mentioning about that even Kerala also, there are certain loose ends as far as this thing is concerned. But Karnataka, that is where this Karnataka Commission also mentioned that we need to strengthen this process. Now, we are asking that, particularly, we have to learn lessons from these progressive states. We are asking why you are not pushing this very important activity. That has to go into that. And international, scholars like Alak, when he is publishing it, it goes to all over the world, saying that Karnataka has completed 29 items of activity mapping. On ground, it is not true. On ground, it is not true. One has to accept honestly about that. There is nothing wrong in it. Now, that is what bothers me. One more issue, madam, that you talked about you talked about SDGs, climate action, and all that. This is all macro. Now, we are asking for Gram Panchayat. Now, I think that...
Localization is SDG. We are talking about only that Gram Panchayat.
Okay, you are talking about Gram Panchayat. But you didn't mention about localization, you mentioned about SDGs.
SDGs and GPDP to be linked to that only.
Absolutely, absolutely, that is true. But why SDGs also in Karnataka is not very seriously. It's a serious problem for all of us, because there are 9 items which are linked to the Gram Panchayat level, whether it's a good governance, whether it is safe for women, this is drinking water. Only 9 Gram Panchayat items, not all 17 SDGs which are relevant for the entire country, which was given by the UNDP. We are not talking about that. We are only talking about 9 items which are relevant to the Gram Panchayat. Now, there is also one report by Government of India, Ministry of Panchayat, which was not referred here. Probably you have submitted, you have referred, but we are not mentioned in this. Yeah, I agree that. Yes, 9 themes. 9 themes, and it is not all 17 are mapped. 9 themes which are relevant to Gram Panchayat. Okay, okay, but then this report, because I am also a party to on behalf of CMDR, that whole issue has not been discussed in detail. Yes,
yes, second point is that, sir, now planning department taking that only, planning department is now preparing at the district level and Gram Panchayat level, Human Development Index and the Integrated Sustainable District Development Plan.
Yes, yes.
That-
Again. Well, now this MOPR which has brought out
that thing is now referred to in all these two plans that I
Yes, I mean, because someone who is coming from outside, I wanted to know where do Karnataka stand on this. Where do the Karnataka? Because I know I referred to this for Telangana, but I wanted to know where Karnataka stands for this when the implementation of SDGs, localization of SDGs. That's a one issue. If they already referred it, it's absolutely fine. And finally, one issue, because there are also other speakers, that 50 to 60%, sir, you are saying that now non-loan net state revenues you are devolving to the local bodies. Now, my government, when I ask them, my finance people, when I ask them, they are only telling that it's including salaries, sir. Don't take it so serious. Now, is there any way that we dealing the salaries? No, but because it shows 60% of non-loan net resource of the state have been devolved to that. But actually so, most of the things goes to the salaries of the Panchayat Raj. In our state and Telangana, whatever else of all these things, they don't include the salaries in the devolution point of view. That's why they are in the range of 12 to 15% only even today. But whereas in Karnataka, it goes up to 60%. Now, is there a way out? Is it an artificial jacking up? Or it is because we don't have anything to say on that? I think we must reflect it. When I ask them that Karnataka is doing so well with my member secretary, what she says, she says, no, that's all inclusive of salaries. What is the big deal about it? And most of the money, sir? Yeah. Yes, you have mentioned it, sir. No, but I'm asking, can you recommend the delinking of that? Okay. Yeah. I think that is also very important factor. When the lessons that we can learn from Karnataka. No, because the credit goes to the government that they are giving 60% of the money. If your recommendation is accepted, delinking it, then it will come to 20%.
Even at Delhi, when we were attending the Finance Commission's conclave,
sir,
we made it clear to the other
conclave,
that this is what the practice we are following.
Exactly. But government should understand as early as possible this, because many state governments, I'm happy with this. I can understand that.
Payment of electricity bills.
Yeah.
Amount that should have gone for development of Panchayat.
Right.
Has been deducted for
electricity. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, you mentioned all the details. That's fine. But then this whole budget of 60%. No, it actually overshoots even Kerala's budget. Kerala doesn't include, I don't think. Kerala 22, 23%, 25%, which they are giving from Kerala's budget, revenue resources which they are transferring to local. You yourself. But, the issue remains, sir.
Also there in all the three reports we have mentioned.
Yes, sir. Issue remains, no, sir?
Yes.
Yeah, we have to raise it, and I think very important people are here.
It has to be reiterated.
Yeah, exactly. Please, sir. Please. Because people like us, we are worried. When my government is giving only 12%, when I say 60% Karnataka government is giving, only one answer comes from them, is all includes salary. What's the big deal about it? I think we should not get this kind of response from a very progressive state like Karnataka. That is what my humble request to all the people who... Yeah, yes, sir. So then last one point, sir? Mic code, sir.
In the case of education,
Sir. salary and so that comes under expenditure, right?
The teacher's
comes under
salary, how
expenditure.
will you show that? Similarly, in the case of health department, the salary of a doctor, do we call it as a development expenditure or it is a regulatory expenditure? The problem is the several subjects which have been handed over to the panchayats, they necessarily involve salary component. I would rather agree with you on the other side, namely include the salary and then compare. You are saying that take the salary and then compare. I agree that every one of you, whether it is Kerala, Karnataka, or Telangana, include the salary which is required for development as a part of this. Whether it is 50 or 60 or 12.
Include the salary, they should be part of the Panchayat Raj function.
Yes, yes.
But in Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, they are never part, they are line department function.
That is wrong. See, if it's a line department function, yes.
Yes, I understand that.
That is why right from 1987, we have been following this principle.
Yeah. I mean, see, it's like, you don't know how to call whether egg is chicken is. It's like that.
I agree with you. You have to compare apples with the apples.
Sir.
That I agree. But the only point is which is the one which will constitute the apple.
Correct.
That is what you should.
Yeah, I see that problem, but I'm only telling that member secretaries are quick enough to say. When I say 56% Karnataka government is giving, they said it is mostly salaries. That is, see, salaries also, after all, salaries also very important for any sector. Salaries also important. It's a human resources. Yeah, human resource. But people say nothing is happening, nothing is going to development. It is only going for salary.
The other point is. Non-plan also is now merged into the plan.
Yes, sir.
So you get a different picture altogether now. What was shown 10 years ago will be very different from what you are showing today. That is the other problem.
There is a provision that salary shall be given by the state.
Yeah. That is it.
That they are showing a development.
That is what people are. Anyhow, after all, salary is also a human resource component, and we have to. Anyhow, sir, just one last point. I think the problem that probably we may face from Karnataka is that now 16th Finance Commission. No, I am referring to. Ajay Jha's article, sir, you may be knowing, who was also member of 15th Finance Commission, 15th Central Finance Commission member, who is an influential writer on Ajay Jha says, which is also true. One reads it. He says that now they have stopped the state-specific grants. Yes. Okay. Now state-specific grant now. Yeah. They stopped it. Now the question is that we are proposing certain grants to certain regions. Now what will happen? I just wanted to learn from your experience. For example, you are saying that hilly areas, Malnad areas, this area, there is a requirement of money for all these things because of the nature of the development in these regions. For example, Kalyan Karnataka, which is a very backward region, and your report very clearly says that some money has to go exclusively for that. Now, 16th Finance Commission is asking states, we have stopped this business. Now, we have only give the money only for critical gaps. That's what, very in quotations, you must have read that thing. Now, from here, where do they go? Having recommended this in our report, if they do, money doesn't come, now, what is our take on it? Is it the state government which will support these proposals?
16th Finance Commission, that income distance between 14 to 5%. That is atrocious for states like the states in South India.
I agree that because Uttar Pradesh, Bihar,
to help those states.
Yes. That is true. But it has been coming, even earlier commissions also had that income distance and all.
90% on population, 10% on area. That is also the second southern states.
But their argument is that you have to help the poorer states.
They remain poor always. Revenue diffusion grant that earlier
because they say there is no level playing field. There is no level playing field. That's why you have to.
No, those states which got the benefit of revenue diffusion grant, they continue to do revenue diffusion.
Correct, sir. That's why 16 categorically said that there is no this kind of grants for specific purposes, specific reasons, specific schemes. We only give the whatever critical gaps as per the constitutional language they are saying. Now, my only questions to the distinguished chairman, members, and other distinguished people. Now, can we fill up that kind of? Sir. Okay. Okay. Well, I'm just.
Some of the criteria that we have designed here takes care of the HDI.
Yeah.
Mostly all those areas are having low HDI.
Yeah, yes, yes.
So we have taken that. And the health parameters, the education parameters, the criteria devised is very scientific.
Yeah, very elaborate. I know that. I know that. But my only thing is, since we have worked seriously on these recommendations,
one important thing that we have done in the 15th finance budget, also simply, they say, so far as devolution of fund from the center to the finance commission, and they are allotted to state. Within the state, how they are distributed, how they are
Interesting.
depends on the recommendations of the state finance commission.
Yeah.
So in our state, our criteria and parameters that we have devised on different, they are used to the state. We can also use the central finance funds according to us. That provision is there in the 15th and also 16th.
Thank you, sir. I just raised certain few issues which came to my mind. ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಧನ್ಯವಾದ. Thank you.
ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ
but she spoke in the first session because she's a Kannada. Yes, sir. Okay, we can discuss.
ಗೋಪೀನಾಥ್ ರೆಡ್ಡಿ ಸರ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಈಗ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಶಿವಣ್ಣ ಸರ್ ಅವರು ತಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರತಿಕ್ರಿಯೆಯನ್ನು ನೀಡ್ತಾರೆ.
ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಸೊ ನನ್ನ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್, ನಾನು ಕಡೆಯ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿ. ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಲ್ಲೇ, ಸೊ ನನಗೇನು ಬಿಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ ಅವರು. ಸ್ಟಿಲ್ ಐ ಟ್ರೈ ಟು ಬಿ ದೇರ್. ಲೆಟ್ ಮಿ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಕನ್ಫ್ಯೂಸ್ ದಟ್ ಐ ಆಮ್ ನಾಟ್ ಎನ್ ಎಕನಾಮಿಸ್ಟ್, ಪ್ಯೂರ್ ಪೊಲಿಟಿಕಲ್ ಸೈನ್ಸ್ ಪರ್ಸನ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜ್ ಪರ್ಸನ್, not into urban also. Some different urban people also. So before that, let me also congratulate Dr. C. Narayan Swamiji, chairperson and chairman of the SFC, and other members, Sri Mohammad Sanavraji, Sri R.S. Pondeji, and the team for bringing out an excellent report on State Finance Commission. That's should be a round of applause for them. Rather, I would be happy if Mr. Sanavraji also here on the dais, so that he'll be there. Please come, sir, join. So my presentation will be of 3-4 points only, not more than that. First, compliments to the report itself. I think you can see that on the also. It contains 14 chapters altogether. A kind of review I would like to give a presentation. 14 chapters and 542 pages. Quite voluminous report. Even first Finance Commission also had same volume also, 600 pages. And they have two sections in the recommendations part. One is scheme of devolution, where Professor Chai mentioned about scheme devolution. The second part, it has got 52 recommendations. The scheme 1, devolution, and section 2, governance issues, focused mainly on the governance issues, which has got 38 recommendations. So in total, almost 90 recommendations have been made in this report. It's a quite lengthy recommendation, I think, very intensive and inclusive also. I must also comment, well-written report, and analyzed, and more importantly, very articulated. The many of the issues which they are raising, they have been articulated through discussions. I call it as a pan-India approach. Why? Because, so the commission has gone to Delhi also. They had a good number of meetings in Delhi itself, and visited Telangana and Kerala for their discussion. And more importantly, they had almost 114 sittings in the commission itself, on which many are those are part of it. One important, I have involved in 2 commissions also, is 2nd and 4th, for some studies, and also the present 6th one, 5th one also. So most of the meetings used to be always either chairman or members, not 3 persons. The first time I saw in this commission, all the 3 persons, Trimurtis, chairman, members, the whole day sit. Morning 10 o'clock meeting starts, 5:30 also, lunch served in between also, on the table only. So no gap. I think that shows, I think, their commitment, involvement, sincerity in this bringing report. Just to put a lighter perspective, because the day is getting all over dull now, Mr. Narayan Swami has accepted the chairmanship. His hair was black, dark hair he had. Now he's almost become white. Yeah? Yes, yes. Put on weight also. Sitting all the time. Sitting. And that shows the involvement actually. The thinking process all makes hair dark, black, white, like that. And that is the kind of compliment I would like to give. They also visited number of panchayats, even in urban areas and in Jilla panchayats, meet people also, discussions, and more importantly, second one you can go. Some problem. More importantly, they commissioned 3 studies actually, research studies. So that is very important to support their report. They commissioned 3 studies. One in through Janagraha, one is IHS, that is Institute of Human Settlements, and third is CMDR. And important point that they mentioned 4 F's actually in this. Generally, we are used to functions, functionaries, funds. They added freedoms. That's a very important contribution, I thought, for this report. The freedom for that autonomy that we are talking about, I think that F actually added some quality to the report, I feel. 4 F's now, not 3 F's now. That is functionaries, funds, functions, and freedoms. That's most important. Let me come to this hard recommendations they made, which Professor Chaya Madam also presented. Briefly, I will touch upon with 1 or 2 comments from myself. The first one is as the ratio now 40 to 60. It used to be 60-40 like that earlier. So now the 40 has come this side, 60 has come this side. So this actually, I read some of the papers also, they call it as a revolutionary recommendation. Because in no state government, we have this called 60-40 like that. Generally 60-30, state 60, local government 30. Even pro states also. Actually, 3rd commission in Karnataka made 30%. So that kind of step, there is a courage and confidence the commission has made 60. I think that should be complimented for. The second one was, we call is a 16. It's a vertical devolution. Oh, yeah, we should always demand more. Yeah. So when it comes to horizontal allocation, that is between ZPs, Taluk Panchayats and Gram Panchayats, I have 1 or 2 observations. That is, ZPs get 28%, the 68 Taluk Panchayats, and 8% only Gram Panchayats. You have been asking this component salary. This Taluk Panchayat gives a lot of salary component. Plus teachers, doctors, all salaries component. That's why Taluk Panchayat share is high compared to Jilla Panchayat, Gram Panchayat. But still I felt that GP should have got more. At least they would have around 10. something like that, 10, more than 10, something. No, I am not against the arguments, sir. You might have articulated it, but I feel that when you look at that allocation between the panchayats, 28, 48, 64 and 8, I thought GP should have got to more. If you compare Kerala, I think Karnataka is like much minimum. So, but the minimum also they should accept. No?
GP salary company.
Yeah.
They did not get less than that because they can.
That again depends on state government. Why I am telling is that, see, state government may not accept certain because so that will put a lot of pressure on state budget. Because Karnataka is going for all guarantee schemes, 5, 6, 7 like that. So welfare isn't very much there. I think this pressure on state government more if they give 60% kind of thing. So that is a kind of concept that happens. That's why most state governments they go only 15%, 20%, 20%, 30%. Even Kerala is only 28%. Kerala. So I made that, and one suggestion that I had there for making origin allocation, I think even Professor Gopi also mentioned that there's a better alignment between functionaries and funds. So generally we say that the fund should go along with functions actually. If you take our line department link document, the Gram Panchayat get only 6 functions. Now they're trying 10 departments like that. So if you go with functions, funds, I think they'll get more funds. So there should be a complementarity between functions, funds and function allocation. So that will give more weightage for the allocations. And indicators actually talked about weightage. So I only comment that on this, you have made a suggestion in the report that the reconstituting Gram Panchayats with an average population of 10,000. Between 6 to 10,000, like Mandal had 8 to 12,000 earlier. 12,000. So now, if you are putting for Gram Panchayati, especially the area population, the Gram Panchayat which are lesser population get lesser share. So now we are going 60%, 60 weightage population. If you make population 10,000 or more, so with the panchayat which have more population, they get more share. Even the national, there is argument why UP gets like that. Because more population, more share. The same thing may apply for Gram Panchayats. I think some re-looking at this allocation because you made a recommendation of to increase the GDP population.
90-10
Yeah, 90.
90 population, 10 area.
Yeah.
At least we went down because 60%.
Yeah. No, I'm relating to this population. Because the recommendation should also go with this increasing population. Now the delimitation commission also suggested for more population, more number of panchayats. So one very positive is the 20% untapped grants to Gram Panchayats. That's very, very positive. I think one should welcome, should be happy. But again, I have 1 or 2 comments on these grants actually. I compared with Kerala locations. The Kerala, the Gram Panchayat gets 70%, 60% like that, maintenance establishment. But here if you see the allocation to the Gram Panchayats, in establishment grant they get 30 lakhs. Maintenance they get only 3 or 5 lakhs. And performance, Gram Panchayat get 3 lakhs only. Whereas this GP gets 500 lakhs, 200 lakhs, like that. I am concerned only with Gram Panchayats. So that Gram Panchayat should be strengthened by giving more allocation, maybe different indicators can be adopted. So another very positive recommendation that made by this performance-based grants. Actually, that links the fund allocation, utilization of the resources. So now central government schemes are based on utilization of certificate. If you submit certificate, you get the funds, or you don't get. So similarly, if panchayats are made to complete their work, submit certificates, I think they should get more funds. I think that linkage can be made. And also it is an opportunity to reward panchayats. Whichever panchayat done better, either at the district level, or GP level, so they should be awarded based on the performance, which Professor Gopi is talking about morning also, how to measure I think CM developed a manual now, how self-assessment. So here I thought that the maintenance grant to GPs is quite low. The increasing population area. So anyway, the observations. But when it comes to the Gram Panchayat OSR population, so the Commission provides a lot of avenues actually. So one is that GST grant. It makes a strong recommendation that the part of GST should go to Gram Panchayats. Should go to Gram Panchayats. That's the morning even Professor Alak was mentioning GST. I think made a recommendation GST should also go to Gram Panchayats directly. The second one is that the operation management expenditure, especially Narega and all, Gram Panchayat, they don't get any OEM expenditures. So they have to maintain from their own funds actually. So the Commission made a recommendation should be a separate grant should be given to Panchayats to maintain these accounts, OEM. Operation maintenance should be given to Panchayats. But that is also less than 5%, not less than 5%, I think. It's a very good recommendation done. And more important, administrative cost for implementing centrally sponsored scheme. Yeah, the cost should be borne by Gram Panchayats. ಅವರೇ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಗ್ರಾಮ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ಅವ್ರು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಆ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಯಾರು ಕೊಡಬೇಕು? ಸೊ ಯಾರು ಸ್ಕೀಮನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಾರೋ ಅವ್ರು ಕೊಡಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅದನ್ನ ಈಗ ಸೆಂಟ್ರಲ್ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ದೇ ಶುಡ್ ಗಿವ್ ಸಪರೇಟ್ಲಿ ಅಡ್ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರೇಟಿವ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಫಾರ್ ಗ್ರಾಮ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ಫಾರ್ ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟಿಂಗ್ ದೇರ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ಸ್. I think that's a very good suggestion made by the committee.
But all that is taken at state level and state level. They don't.
No, that's why I made a separate recommendation. They should be given like that. We have to impress upon the government. And budget filling gaps is also a very good suggestion, sir. There's one or two more things are there on property tax actually, on homestays and resorts. And mining royalty should be shared with Gram Panchayats. And utilize GP-owned land to construct commercial buildings. That is a non-tax resources actually, they get rents available. In fact, we did a study long back, 25 years. Ford Foundation provided 7 lakhs to all Gram Panchayats Karnataka, 25 GPs. So they used to build buildings and give it for renting. Marriage hall like that, they build. Even banks, they build buildings actually. I think that's a very good suggestion for going for buildings. And tax on mobile towers and windmills. Sir, Gadagal ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ windmills. Gadag district really. I think that should go to Gram Panchayat. Our entry fees collected at the tourism spots. So now that is also growing now. I think GP should be given more stake on that. And streamlined electricity bill, I think that's a good suggestion. The joint meter reading by both Bescoms and the Gram should be a good thing. And they also made a suggestion, grants to Gram Panchayats for payment of electricity bills. That should become the law of the land. Urban ones. Yes, same thing should be rural. So they suggested this, you are talking about SDG. They suggested energy audit, climate audit, and SDG budget, separate budget for government. That cover takes care of your 9 issues. But all this is very important. All this needs to impress upon the state governments. It's not easy to make recommendation, but at the same time should make strong implication. That's what my suggestion is to. I think many have suggested the SFC cell in the finance department. There should be a separate SFC cell in the finance department, so that will take care of monitoring. Or to reappoint the commission as an implementation committee, which was done under the. So you will reappoint the commission implementation, they will monitor it, at least for a year. Whether this 90 recommendations have been implemented or not can be taken stock of. I think that's the suggestion should go to, from this forum, to the government that, so it should reappoint the commission as an implementation authority. That's what. And as support measures at the GP level, I have made some suggestions here actually. So there is need to strengthen the GP staff by recruiting first and second division assistants in especially we have two type GPs, that is grade 1, grade 2. But in all GPs, they are not there. Grade 1, grade 2. That is SDDs and FDDs. So you see that all GPs should have both officers. But they maintain the accounts of this thing. And even monitoring, even this computer, everything they do it. Second, enhancement of salaries of bill collectors. So they are the poor people, bill collectors. They do a lot of work. I traveled with many bill collectors in their bicycle also. But in many GPs, they don't get anyone to buy a cycle also. One GP, he asked for a fund for a bicycle. GP refused to give. In my studies, I used to go with them to all houses. They know all households, bill collectors. They go to all houses. So they should be. Yesterday I spoke to BDOs also before I came here. And now they have introduced two schemes at GP level. That is ESI, Employees State Insurance, and Employees Provident Fund to GP staff. It is done in 4 districts of Karnataka. One is Udupi, Dakshina Kannada, Dharwad, and Bangalore rural. So the salaries now, they pay the bill collector in Udupi. So he was getting 13,000 something. Now he gets out of 16,000. So now they have to use the DBT, the direct benefit transfer. I think suddenly they stopped, I think, yesterday. The government introduced DBT, the accounts, money will go to their accounts straight away, like the beneficiary account. Now it stopped yesterday. Yesterday's paper says stopped now. So salaries will go directly to their accounts. Bill collectors, all these people. The bill collectors are local staff, appointed by the GP, not by the state government. So I think since they are the tax collectors, I think their status should be a little strengthened by regularizing something like some sort. So the second part was governance issues. I think these issues have been discussed over and above in Karnataka. When I was in Parishad also, sir used to prepare draft 4 pages, strengthening DPCs, constituting this committee, that committee, and they are in all act only. They are not outside, they are in act itself, but they are not implemented. DPC, DPDC, all these committees are there. Activity management that we are talking about, filling vacancies, all these things are there, but they are not taken so seriously by the state government. Even district universal address. Then we have one more, sir. To fill up vacancies, I think we are making suggestion this Constitution of Karnataka Panchayat Administrative Service. When you made a suggestion, the filling vacancies, I think should have this recommend should have gone. That to constitute the service, separate service for the Panchayat. Yeah, as per the Act. That is the need of others. And common to urban government, rural, that is strengthening of Karnataka state. Dr. Patil is there, their parties are there, I think more. And separate link document, which has been going on. And elections to all this, I think there is yesterday read paper in June, I think urban government is going to elections. Some good news, that is hopefully in June. District sector, and you also made a suggestion to constitute statutory state commission Panchayat, that's also there. Strengthening 80, all the fine, sir. But to answer all these issues which have been discussed since morning, we missed one institution in the Karnataka. That is Karnataka State Panchayat Council. It is yet to be called, yet to be made functional. If you call that meeting, sir, if you make a strong suggestion that it is under chairmanship of Chief Minister, if you make this presentation, all the recommendations will be accepted. One go ahead, but that has not been called. But almost by 6 to 7 years, I think, only when Mr. Siddaramaiah was earlier, 17, 18 time, it was called twice, in my memory. Otherwise not called. It's a real policy making body where all ministers will be there, secretaries will be there. I think in one go, I think many of the recommendations can be made streamlined, implemented. If CM says yes, I think it's acceptable. Recently, just few days back, I read in the newspaper a suggestion to the commission. Mr. Sukhdev Thorat, he made a report on the education. he made a presentation before the cabinet meeting. First time I read in paper, an outsider was allowed inside to make a presentation. First time, sir. Sukhdev Thorat made a presentation before the cabinet about the education report. Similarly, the commission requested the CM to make this presentation of your report before the cabinet, and I think we'll get some support like this. So I think that is the way one can operate at the higher level, higher political level, not the sub-state or like that. I think that's the best suggestions I am making from this. And to end, your report also comes to say that, so very interesting conclusion it makes, that framework for establishing a strong cooperative mechanism for the government and the civil society to work together for the welfare of all and ensure that no one is left behind. That's a good statement at the end of the report. And finally, from the academic style of presentation, we call conceptual conclusion. So the most Indian states follow a controlled decentralization model, that is 20-30% allocation. But whereas Karnataka, through this commission report, proposes a deep decentralization model, 60%, deep decentralization to that. And Karnataka could become a model for other states if it is accepted wholeheartedly by the state government, and represents a paradigm shift in fiscal federalism in the state level. So all the best, sir. Thank you very much.
ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಶಿವಣ್ಣ ಸರ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಈಗ ಪೋಂಡೆ ಸರ್ ತಮ್ಮ ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯಗಳನ್ನು. ಅವ್ರು ಡಿಸೈಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಸರ್, ನಾನು ಹಿಂಗೆ ಹೇಳ.
ಇವರು ಹೋದ್ರಲ್ಲ ಒಬ್ಬರು ತಮಿಳುನಾಡದವರು ಏನು, he was talking about the ATR, action taken report. In fact, our report was placed before the legislature, and by 30th of March 2026, government has issued, a finance department with the cabinet approval has issued a order accepting the recommendations on devolution. And regarding the governance issues, they have stated that the administrative departments, namely Rural Development and Panchayat Raj, Urban Development Department, they shall take action on governance issues. So that is how our report is already in operation as far as devolution is concerned, and it is a precondition to receive the Union Finance Commission grants also. So since the constitution of our commission, right from 2024-25 onwards, our report placed before legislature and action taken report being issued regularly every year. That is one point I thought I should bring to the notice. And regarding this responsibility mapping or activity mapping, it was issued, a government order was issued in detail in 2004 itself. But there was some confusion or interpretation issue. Now they have again started. And in the current year budget speech, Honorable Chief Minister has stated that this, as regards DPCs, 21 districts DPCs have been constituted, though they are not functional. Yes, yes. So, thank you for the detailed comments by the panelists. Thank you.
ಮಾನ್ಯ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರ ಒಂದು ಸಲಹೆ ಮೇರೆಗೆ ಸಮಾರೋಪ ಸಮಾರಂಭವನ್ನು ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಮಾಡೋದು ಅಂತ ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಸಮಾರೋಪ ನುಡಿಗಳನ್ನಾಡುವಂಥ ಮೀನಾಕ್ಷಿ ಸುಂದರಂ ಸರ್ ದಯಮಾಡಿ ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಬರ್ಬೇಕಂತ ಕರೀತಾರೆ. ಹಾಗೆ DR ಪಾಟೀಲ್ ಸಾಹೇಬರು, ಗೋರ್ಪಡೆ ಸಾಹೇಬರು ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲೆ. ಮೇಡಮ್ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಡಿ ಮೇಡಮ್, ತಾವು ಬನ್ನಿ ಮೇಡಮ್. ತಾವು ಬನ್ನಿ. ಇಲ್ಲ ಮೇಲೆ ಬನ್ನಿ ಮೇಡಮ್. ಸರ್ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ತಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಸರ್. ಹಾಕ್ಸ್ತೀವಿ. ಚೇರ್ ಹಾಕಿ ಕೊಡಿ, ಚೇರ್ ಕೊಡಿ. ಬನ್ನಿ. ಇಲ್ಲ ಸಾಕು.
ಸೊ ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಇದುವರೆಗೆ 2ನೇ ಅಧಿವೇಶನ ನಡೆದಿದೆ, ತುಂಬ ಯಶಸ್ವಿಯಾಗಿ ನಡೆದಿದೆ. ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆ ಉದ್ಘಾಟನಾ ಅಧಿವೇಶನ ಮತ್ತು ಗೋಷ್ಠಿ 1, ಮೊದಲನೇ ಅಧಿವೇಶನ 16ನೇ ಹಣಕಾಸು ಆಯೋಗದ ವರದಿ ಸಂಬಂಧ. ಈಗ ರಾಜ್ಯ 5ನೇ ಹಣಕಾಸು ಆಯೋಗದ ವರದಿ ಸಂಬಂಧ ನಡೆದಿದೆ. ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಿದ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಈಗ ಸಮಾರಂಭದ ನಡುವೆ ಒಂದು ಗ್ಯಾಪ್ ತಗೊಂತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಪ್ಲಾನ್ ಪ್ರಕಾರ. ಆದರೆ ಒಂದೇ ಸಲ ಮುಗಿಸಿ ಅಂದರೆ ಸಮಾರಂಭನೂ ಕೂಡ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಡಿ ಮೇಡಮ್, ತಮ್ಮ ಸೀಟ್ ಹಂಗೆ ಇದೆ. ಸೊ ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ನಾವು ಈಗ ಸಮಾರೋಪ ತಾವೇನೋ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಕೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಹೊರಟಿದ್ರಿ, ಕೇಳ್ಬಿಡಿ ಈಗ ವಾಯ್ಸ್.
ಏನಿಲ್ಲ ಮೇಡಮ್, ಇದು 5 ನ್ಯೂ ಕಾರ್ಪೊರೇಷನ್ಸ್ ಆಗಿದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ರೀಸೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಅವ್ರು ಬಡ್ಜೆಟ್ ಅಮೆಂಡ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ನಮ್ಮ 5 GBA ಬ್ಯಾಂಗ್ಳೂರಲ್ಲಿ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಮ್ಯಾಕ್ಸಿಮಮ್ ಡೆವಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಸ್ಯಾಲರೀಸು ಅವ್ರ ಪರ್ಕ್ಸ್ ಅದು ಕೊಡೋಕೆ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಅದೊಂದು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ. ಬಟ್ ಮ್ಯಾಕ್ಸಿಮಮ್ ಬಡ್ಜೆಟ್ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಒಂದು ಅಬ್ಸರ್ವೇಷನ್ ಮ್ಯಾಥಮೆಟಿಕ್ಸ್. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಏನಂದ್ರೆ, most of them are coming from the state department to the GPS. ಈಗ ಒಂದೊಂದು ಕಾರ್ಪೊರೇಷನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ you have 5 IAS officers, 10 KPSC officers, 10 from the accounts department, and ನೀವು ಸ್ಯಾಲರೀಸ್ ಕೊಡಕ್ಕೇನೆ ಈ ಬಡ್ಜೆಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಖಾಲಿ ಆಗೋಗುತ್ತೆ. ನಾರಾಯಣ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಸಾಹೇಬರಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರ್ಬೇಕು ಅದನ್ನು. ನನ್ ಆಫ್ ದೆಮ್ ಆರ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ದಿ ಇದು ಏನೋ ಯಾರು ರೆಕ್ರೂಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ನಮ್ಮ GBA ಅಥವಾ ಕಾರ್ಪೊರೇಷನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಇವರೆಲ್ಲ ಏನಂದ್ರೆ ಈ ಕಾಂಪನ್ಸೇಟರಿ ಗ್ರೌಂಡ್ಸ್ ಇಂದ ಬಂದಿರೋರೆಲ್ಲ. ಸುಮಾರು ಜನ ಈಗ BBMP ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಸುಮಾರು ಜನ ಆ ಥರ ಫ್ಲೋಟ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಅದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ನೀವು ಕಡಿವಾಣ ಹಾಕಲೇಬೇಕು. ಫೈನಾನ್ಸ್ ಇಟ್ ಹಸ್ ಬಿಕಮ್ ಎ ಬಿಗ್ ಬರ್ಡನ್ ಟು ದಿ ಕಾರ್ಪೊರೇಷನ್. ಇವರು ಒಂದು ರೋಡ್ ಹಾಕಕ್ಕೂ ದುಡ್ಡಿಲ್ಲ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೂ ದುಡ್ಡಿಲ್ಲ. ಮೇ ಬಿ ದಟ್ ಶುಡ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಬೀನ್ ಹೈಲೈಟೆಡ್ ಇನ್ ಯುವರ್ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ. ಸೊ ದಟ್ ಐ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ವಾಂಟೆಡ್ ಟು ಸಜೆಸ್ಟ್ ಒನ್. They don't have their own recruitment process ಇಲ್ಲ ಮೇಡಮ್. ಎಲ್ಲ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು ಕಾಂಪನ್ಸೇಟರಿ ಗ್ರೌಂಡ್ಸ್ ಇಂದ. So that is become a big burden to the corporation.
ಅದು ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಅಡ್ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರೇಟಿವ್ ರಿಫಾರ್ಮ್ಸ್ ಕಮಿಷನ್ ಏನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದೆ ರೆಕಮೆಂಡೇಶನ್ಸ್, ಅದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಜಾರಿಗೆ ತಂದು ರಿಕ್ರೂಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್.
ಮೇಡಮ್ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಅಡ್ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರೇಟಿವ್ ವೆರಿ ಲಾಂಗ್ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಕನ್ನಡಿಗರಿಗೆ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಕನ್ನಡಿಗರಿಗೆ ಪ್ರಥಮವಾಗಿ BBMP ಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತಿತ್ತು. ಬಟ್
ದೇಶಪಾಂಡೆ ಸರ್,
that is only a suggestion, madam. Don't take it into nonsense. It was only an observation I made.
Sir was very serious about it.
ಸೊ ಈಗ ಸಮಾರಂಭ ಈ ಸಮಾರಂಭದ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷತೆಯನ್ನ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜ್ ಪರಿಷತ್ತಿನ ಕಾರ್ಯಾಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಾಗಿರುವಂತಹ ಶ್ರೀ VY ಗೋರ್ಪಡೆ ಸರ್ ಅವರು ವಹಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ನಡೆಸ್ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ನಾನು ಸ್ವಾಗತವನ್ನ ಕೋರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ.
ಮತ್ತು ಸಮಾರೋಪ ಭಾಷಣವನ್ನು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ SS ಮೀನಾಕ್ಷಿ ಸುಂದರಂ ಸಾಹೇಬರು ಬೆಳಗಿನಿಂದ ಅವರು ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ತಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಗಮನಿಸಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ತುಂಬ ಹಿರಿಯ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜ್ ತಜ್ಞರು ಮತ್ತು ಹಿರಿಯ IAS ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳು, ಇಡೀ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೆದಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜ್ ಏನೇನು ಸುಧಾರಣೆಗಳಾಗಿದೆ ಆ ಎಲ್ಲದರಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರು ನಿಕಟವಾಗಿ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಿದಂಥವರು. ಇವತ್ತು ಅವರು ಈ ಒಂದು ಸಮಾರೋಪ ನುಡಿಗಳನ್ನ ಹಾಡಿ ನಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾರ್ಗದರ್ಶನ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಮತ್ತು ಇದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತನಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಈ ವೇದಿಕೆಗೆ ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ವತಿಯಿಂದ ಹೃತ್ಪೂರ್ವಕವಾಗಿ ಸ್ವಾಗತಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಸೊ ವೆಲ್ಕಮ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀನಿ ಸರ್, ಅಷ್ಟೇ ನಾವೇ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಸೊ ಈ ಸಮಾರಂಭದಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಅಂದರೆ ಎರಡನೇ ಗೋಷ್ಠಿ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷತೆಯನ್ನು ವಹಿಸಿದಂಥ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ C. ನಾರಾಯಣಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಸರ್ ಅವರು, 5ನೇ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಹಣಕಾಸು ಆಯೋಗದ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರು ಸಹ, ಅವರು ಕೂಡ ಮಾತನಾಡೋದು ಬಾಕಿ ಇದೆ, ಅವ್ರು ಮಾತನಾಡಿಲ್ಲ, ಅವರು ಕೂಡ ಮಾತನಾಡಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ. ಮತ್ತು ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ DR ಪಾಟೀಲ್ ಸಾಹೇಬರು ಅವರು ಗ್ರಾಮ ಸ್ವರಾಜ್ಯ ಮಾಸಪತ್ರಿಕೆಯನ್ನು ಬಿಡುಗಡೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಆವಾಗ ಸಮಯ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಇದ್ದರಿಂದ ಅವ್ರಿಗೂ ಸಹ ಮಾತನಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಅವರು ಕೂಡ ಮಾತನಾಡುತ್ತಾರೆ. ಈಗ ಅವ್ರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ನಾನು ಮೌನವನ್ನು ಮುರಿದು ಇವತ್ತು ನಮಗಾಗಿ, ಹೌದೌದು, ಅವರು ಮಾತನಾಡೋರಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅವ್ರಿಗೂ ನಾನು ಸ್ವಾಗತವನ್ನು ಕೊಡ್ತೇನೆ. ಮತ್ತು ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ನಮ್ಮ 5ನೇ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಹಣಕಾಸು ಆಯೋಗದ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಸದಸ್ಯರಾದಂಥ ಶ್ರೀ ಸನಾವುಲ್ಲಾ ಸರ್ ಅವರು, ಗೋರ್ಪಡೆ ಸರ್ ಅವರು, ಮತ್ತು ಬಹಳ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಅವರು ಛಾಯಾ ದೇಗಾಂವ್ಕರ್ ಅವರು ಸುದೀರ್ಘವಾಗಿ 5ನೇ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಹಣಕಾಸು ಆಯೋಗದ ಎಲ್ಲ ಅಂಶಗಳನ್ನು ಕುರಿತಂತೆ ತಮ್ಮ ವಿಷಯವನ್ನು ಮಂಡನೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವ್ರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ನಾನು ವೇದಿಕೆಗೆ ಸ್ವಾಗತವನ್ನು ಕೊಡ್ತೇನೆ. ಮತ್ತು ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಶಿವಣ್ಣ ಅವರು ತುಂಬ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಆಯೋಗದ ವರದಿಯನ್ನು, ಅಲ್ಲಿನ ವೈಶಿಷ್ಟ್ಯಗಳನ್ನು, ಪ್ರಮುಖವಾದಂಥ ಅಂಶಗಳನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ತಿಳಿಸ್ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ನಾನು ಸ್ವಾಗತವನ್ನು ಕೊಡ್ತೇನೆ. ಗೋಪಿನಾಥ್ ರೆಡ್ಡಿ ಸರ್ ಮುಂದೆ ಹೋದ್ರ, ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅವ್ರು ಕೂಡ ತುಂಬ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ, ಬಂದ್ಬಿಡಿ ಸರ್, ಬಂದ್ಬಿಡಿ, ಇನ್ನೂ ಮುಗ್ದಿಲ್ಲ ನಿಮ್ದು ಗೋಷ್ಠಿ, ಮುಂದುವರೆದಿದೆ, ಅದರಿಂದ ಬನ್ನಿ. ಅವರು ಹಿಂದೆ CMDR ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡುವ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ಆಯೋಗದ ಭಾಗವಾಗಿ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಚರ್ಚೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಿದರು. ಅವರು ಕಂಪ್ಯಾರಿಟಿವ್ ಆಗಿ ತೆಲಂಗಾಣ, ಆಂಧ್ರ ಪ್ರದೇಶದಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಇನ್ವಾಲ್ವ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ನಮ್ಮ ಆಯೋಗದ ವರದಿಯ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ತುಂಬ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಮಾತುಗಳನ್ನಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಮತ್ತು ಕೆಲವು ಕ್ಲಾರಿಫಿಕೇಶನ್ ಕೂಡ ತಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವ್ರನ್ನೂ ಕೂಡ ನಾನು ಸ್ವಾಗತ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಸುಪ್ರಸನ್ನ ಅವರು ನಿಂತ್ಕೋಬೇಕು ಸರ್ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು. ಅವರು ಪೌರಾಡಳಿತ ಇಲಾಖೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಜಂಟಿ ನಿರ್ದೇಶಕರಾಗಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿ, ಮತ್ತು 4ನೇ ಹಣಕಾಸು ಆಯೋಗದಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಅವರು ಹೆಚ್ಚುವರಿ ಕಾರ್ಯದರ್ಶಿಯಾಗಿ ಮತ್ತು ಸಮಾಲೋಚಕರಾಗಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದಂಥ ಅನುಭವ ಇದ್ದವರು. ನಮ್ಮ 5ನೇ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಹಣಕಾಸು ಆಯೋಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಅರ್ಬನ್ ವಿಷಯಕ್ಕೆ ಅವರು ಸಮಾಲೋಚಕರಾಗಿ ಭಾಳಷ್ಟು ಕೊಡುಗೆಯನ್ನು ನೀಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರು ಕಡೆ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರು ಅನಾರೋಗ್ಯ ನಿಮಿತ್ತ ಅವರು ಕಡೆ ತನಕ ಮುಂದುವರಿಕೆ ಆಗಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಇವತ್ತು ಅವರು ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅವ್ರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ನಾನು ಸ್ವಾಗತವನ್ನು ಕೊಡ್ತೇನೆ. ಮತ್ತು ಮೇಡಮ್ ಸ್ಮಿತಾ ಅವರು ನಂತರ ಏನು ಆಯೋಗದ ಅವಧಿ GBA ವಿಷಯವಾಗಿ ವರದಿ ನೀಡಲಿಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟೆಂಡ್ ಆಯಿತು, ಆ ಸಮಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರು ಕೂಡ ಅವರು ಕನ್ಸಲ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಜಾಯಿನ್ ಆಗಿ ತುಂಬ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಕೊಡುಗೆಯನ್ನು ನೀಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವ್ರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಆಕ್ಟಿವಿಸ್ಟ್ ಕನ್ಸಲ್ಟೆಂಟ್. ಸೊ ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಅವ್ರನ್ನೂ ಕೂಡ ನಾನು ಸ್ವಾಗತಿಸ್ತಾ, ಸೊ ಇಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಸ್ವಾಗತಿಸಿ, EC ನಮ್ಮ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜ್ ಪರಿಷತ್ತಿನ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಾರ್ಯಕಾರಿ ಸಮಿತಿಯ ಸದಸ್ಯರುಗಳು, ಉಪಾಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರು, ಪ್ರಾದೇಶಿಕ ಕಾರ್ಯದರ್ಶಿಗಳು, ಸದಸ್ಯರುಗಳು ಬೆಳಗಿನಿಂದ ಸಕ್ರಿಯವಾಗಿ ಪಾಲ್ಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಮತ್ತು ಈ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಯಶಸ್ವಿ ಆಗಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅವರು ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣವಾಗಿ ಸಹಕಾರವನ್ನು ನೀಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. KSTPDC ಅವರು ನಮ್ಮ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ರಾಜ್ಯ ವಿಕೇಂದ್ರೀಕರಣ ಯೋಜನೆ ಮತ್ತು ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಸಮಿತಿ, ಈಗ ಒಂದು ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಇಬ್ಬರು ಒಟ್ಟುಗೂಡಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡುವಂಥ ವಾತಾವರಣ ಇದೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಕೆಲಸಕ್ಕೆ ಅವರು, ಅವ್ರ ಕೆಲಸಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಈ ಒಂದು ಏನು ಸೆಮಿನಾರ್ ವಿಚಾರ ಸಂಕಿರಣವನ್ನು ನಡೆಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಕಳೆದ ಸುಮಾರು ಒಂದು 15 ದಿನಗಳಿಂದ ನಮ್ಮ ಸರ್ ಅವರು, ನಾರಾಯಣಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಸರ್ ಅವರು, ಮತ್ತು ಗೋರ್ಪಡೆ ಸರ್, ಪಾಟೀಲ್ ಸರ್ ಮತ್ತು ಎಲ್ಲರ ಒಂದು ಮಾರ್ಗದರ್ಶನದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಒಟ್ಟುಗೂಡಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿ ಇದೊಂದು ಯಶಸ್ವಿಗೆ ನಾವು ಕೂಡ ನಮ್ಮ ಕೊಡುಗೆಯನ್ನು ನೀಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ನಮ್ಮ ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ನಮ್ಮ ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರು 5ನೇ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಹಣಕಾಸು ಆಯೋಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿ ಪೃಥ್ವಿ ಅವರು ನಮ್ಮ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾಯ್ತು ಅಂದರೆ ಅರ್ಬನ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಳಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಬದಲಾವಣೆಗಳಾದವು. ಅರ್ಬನ್ ವಿಂಗ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದವರು ಬಂದವ್ರಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಒಳ್ಳೊಳ್ಳೆ ಆಪರ್ಚುನಿಟೀಸ್. ಒಬ್ಬರು ಬಂದರು ಫಾರಿನ್ ಹೊರಟವರು, ಒಬ್ಬರು ಬಂದರು ಬೇರೆ ಆಂಧ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಸಿಕ್ತು. ನಮ್ಮ ಪೃಥ್ವಿಗೆ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಮೆಟ್ರೋ ಕಾರ್ಪೊರೇಷನಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಸಿಕ್ತು. ಆದರೂ ಕೂಡ ಅವರು ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂಸ್ ಆಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆ ಸಹಕಾರ ನೀಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು. ಇವಾಗಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಬಂದು ಅವರು ರ್ಯಾಪೋರ್ಟಿಯರ್ ಆಗಿ ಬೆಳಗಿನ ಅಧಿವೇಶನದೆಲ್ಲ ಅವರು ನೋಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಆನಂದ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ಅವರು ಕೂಡ ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆ ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂಸ್ ಆಗಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. SFC ಹಳೆಯ ತಂಡ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ, ಮತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ವೇಣುಗೋಪಾಲ್ ಅವರು, ನಂಜುಂಡರಾವ್ ಅವರು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಮ್ಮ PDOs ಅಸೋಸಿಯೇಷನ್ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರು, ವೆಲ್ಫೇರ್ ಅಸೋಸಿಯೇಷನ್ ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಜೇಶ್ ಅವರು ಕೂಡ ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಸ್ವಾಗತ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಈ ಅಧಿವೇಶನವನ್ನು ಮುಂದುವರಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ಮೊದಲನೇದಾಗಿ ಸರ್ ಅವರು, ಸರ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಮೂರ್ತಿಯವರು ನಮಗೆ ನೆರಳಿನಂತೆ ಸಾಹೇಬರು ಸರ್ ಆರಿದ್ ಚಾ ಕುಡಿಸಿದಾರಂತೆ, ಅಬ್ಸರ್ವೇಷನ್ ಇದೆ. ಸೊ ಅವರು ಕೂಡ ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈಗ ಸರ್ ಅವರು ನಮ್ಮನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಕುರಿತು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. DR ಪಾಟೀಲ್ ಸರ್. ನಮಸ್ತೆ.
ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಆಸೀನರಾಗಿರುವ 5ನೇ ಹಣಕಾಸು ಕಮಿಷನ್ನ ಚೇರ್ಮನ್ರಾಗಿರುವಂಥ ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಮಾರ್ಗದರ್ಶಕರಾಗಿರುವ ನಾರಾಯಣ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಅವರೇ, ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಆಸೀನರಾಗಿರುವ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮತ್ತು ಮುಂದಿರುವಂಥ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜ್ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದವರೆಲ್ಲರೂ, ಬಹುತೇಕ ಮೀನಾಕ್ಷಿ ಸುಂದರಂ ಸಾಹೇಬರ ಹೆಸರು ಮರೀಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯವೇ ಇಲ್ಲ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದವರು. ಅಷ್ಟು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದರೆ. ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಇವತ್ತು ಮುಂಜಾನೆಯಿಂದ ಇಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೂ ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಕೂತಾರ. ಅವರು ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಒಮ್ಮೆ ಹೊಟ್ಟೆ ಕಿಚ್ಚಾಗಿತ್ತು ನಾವು. 83-84 ವರ್ಷ ಇರ್ಬೇಕು ಸರ್. 81 ವರ್ಷದವರು. ಏನು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಆಯಾಸ ಅನ್ನಿಸ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಏನೂ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನಾವು ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಮಲಗಿದ್ವಿ, ನಾವು ಕಣ್ಣು ಮುಚ್ಚಿದ್ವಿ. ಅವಾಗ ಆ ರೀತಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಈ ಸಭೆಯ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರು, ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ಪರಿಷತ್ತಿನ ಕಾರ್ಯಾಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರು, ಈ 2-3 ಸಭೆಗಳಾಗಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾರಣೀಭೂತರಾದಂಥ ವೆಂಕಟರಾವ್ ಗೋರ್ಪಡೆಯವರೇ, ಸನಾವಾಲಾ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ರೆ, ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಶಿವಣ್ಣ ಅವರೇ, ಸತೀಶ್ ಅವರೇ, ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ರೆಡ್ಡಿ ಅವರೇ, ಪೋಂಡೆ ಅವರೇ, ಛಾಯಾ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಅವರೇ, ಇದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲಂತೆ ಯಾವತ್ತೂ ಹಿತೈಷಿಗಳೇ. ಭಾಳ ಮಾತಾಡೋದೇನಿಲ್ಲ. ನಮಗೆ ಮೀನಾಕ್ಷಿ ಸುಂದರಂ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ರಿಂದನೇ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಉಪಕಾರ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಮುಂಜಾನೆಯಿಂದ ಹಿಡಿದು ಇಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೆ ಏನೇನು ಮಾತಾಡೀವಿ, ಏನೇನು ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಅಪೇಕ್ಷೆ ಪಟ್ಟಾರೆ, ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಮ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜ್ ಕಾನೂನಿನೊಳಗೆ ಬಂದುಬಿಟ್ಟದು. ಕಾನೂನು ತಿದ್ದುಪಡಿ ಕೋರ್ ಕಮಿಟಿ ಚೇರ್ಮನ್ರೆ ನಾರಾಯಣ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಅವರು, ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಬಂದದ. ಕಾನೂನ್ನೇ ಬಂದಿದ್ದನ್ನ ಅನುಷ್ಠಾನಕ್ಕೆ ಹೆಂಗೆ ತರಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದು ನಮಗೆ ತಿಳಿವಲ್ದು. ಅನುಷ್ಠಾನಕ್ಕೆ ತರೋ ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿ ಹೊತ್ತವರು ಬ್ಯೂರಾಕ್ರಸಿ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾನೂನನ್ನು ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡುವಂಗೆ ಏನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ನಾವು, ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನೀವು ಸೂಕ್ತ ಮಾರ್ಗದರ್ಶನ ನಮಗೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ನಾವು ಏನು ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ಕಾನೂನು ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ನೀವೆಲ್ಲರೂ, ನೀವು ನಾರಾಯಣ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ, ಗೋರ್ಪಡೆ, ಸನಾವಾಲಾ ಸಾಹೇಬರು, ಪೋಂಡೆ ಅವರು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ನೀವು ಆಮರಣ ಉಪವಾಸ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೂ ತಯಾರ ನಾವು. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ನಮಗೆ ನಾರಾಯಣ ಸ್ವಾಮಿಯವರು ನಾವಂತೂ ಒಂದು 3-4 ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ ಎಲ್ಲ ಆಫೀಸರ್ಸ್ ಚೇಂಬರ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗಿವಿ, ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿವಿ, ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಇದು ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. ಏನು ಮೂವ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೂ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ. ದಟ್ಸ್ ವಾಟ್ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ರೆಡ್ಡಿ ವಾಸ್ regarding devolution report, whatever you have seen, all that is at the bureaucratic level only, not with people's participation. This you must keep in mind. But somehow that gets reflected in all the national report and state reports. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಇದು ಆಗಲಾರ್ದಂಗೆ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ರೆ ಹೆಂಗೆ ನೀವು 73rd 74th ಅಮೆಂಡ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಗೋದ್ರೊಳಗೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಇನ್ಪುಟ್ಟು ಅದ, ನೀವು ಅವಾಗ ಏನೇನು ಆಯಿತು ಅನ್ನೋದು ಗೊತ್ತು ಅದ. ಮತ್ತು ಹಿಂದೆ ಹೆಗಡೆಯವರು ಮಾಡಿದಾಗೂ ಅದ. ಹೆಗಡೆಯವರು ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಕಾನೂನು ಆತು. ನಾನಾಗ ಸುದೈವದಿಂದ ಜಿಲ್ಲಾ ಪರಿಷತ್ ಮೆಂಬರ್ ಇದ್ದೆ. ನಾನು ಇವರು ಜಿಲ್ಲಾ ಪರಿಷತ್ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷ ಆಗಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. VS ಪಾಲ್ರು ಜಿಲ್ಲಾ ಪರಿಷತ್ ಮೆಂಬರ್ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಹಾಗೆ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಆದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಜಿಲ್ಲಾ ಪರಿಷತ್ ಮೆಂಬರ್ ಇದ್ವಿ. ಜಿಲ್ಲಾ ಪರಿಷತ್ ಮೆಂಬರ್ ಇದ್ದಾಗ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ರಾಗ ಮೀಸಲಾತಿ ಸದಸ್ಯತ್ವಕ್ಕೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಇತ್ತು. ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷ ಉಪಾಧ್ಯಕ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ ಮೀಸಲಾತಿ ಇದ್ದಿದ್ದಿಲ್ಲ. ನಿಮ್ಮ 73rd ಬಂದ ಮೇಲೆ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷ ಉಪಾಧ್ಯಕ್ಷಕ್ಕೂ ಮೀಸಲಾತಿ ಬಂತು. ಆವಾಗ ನಾರಾಯಣ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಅವರು ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಿದ್ದಾರೆ ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ಅವರು ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಾಗಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಅಧಿಕಾರ ಚಲಾಯಿಸ್ಯಾರ. ನಾವು ವಿರೋಧಿ ಪಕ್ಷದ ಸದಸ್ಯರಾಗಿಯೂ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರ ಮೇಲೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಿಸಿದ ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರ ಮೇಲೆ ಪ್ರಭಾವ ಬೀರಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಮನಸ್ಸಿನ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ಕೊಳಕ್ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ. ನಾವ ಯಾವ ಊರಾಗ ಸಾಲ್ ಚಾಲು ಆಗ್ಬೇಕು, ಯಾವ ಊರಾಗ ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟಲ್ ಚಾಲು ಆಗ್ಬೇಕು, ಯಾವ ಊರಾಗ ಪಶು ಚಿಕಿತ್ಸಾಲಯ ಚಾಲು ಆಗ್ಬೇಕು, ಇವನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ನಾವೇ ನಿರ್ಣಯ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ವಿ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಬೇಕಾದಂತ ಸಿಬ್ಬಂದಿಯನ್ನ ನಾವೇ ಅಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ವಿ. ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಇಂದ ತೋರ್ತಿದ್ದಿಲ್ಲ, ನಾವೇ ಅಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ವಿ. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಸಂಬಳ ನಾವು ಕೊಡ್ತಿದ್ವಿ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಕೊಡ್ತಿದ್ವಿ. ಕಾನೂನಾಗ ಇದ್ದಿದ್ದು ಎಲ್ಲ ಅಧಿಕಾರಗಳನ್ನ ಚಲಾಯಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಡೇ 1 ವಿ ವೇರ್ ಗಿವನ್ ಪವರ್ಸ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಡೇ 1. ಈಗ ಈ ಮೀಸಲಾತಿ ಬಂದಿದ್ರಿಂದ ಅಂತ ನಾ ಚಾರ್ಜ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಿಸಿದವ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ. ಮೀಸಲಾತಿ ಬಂದಿದ್ರಿಂದ ಈ ಅವಕಾಶ ವಂಚಿತರು ಅಧಿಕಾರ ಸ್ಥಾನಕ್ಕೆ ಕೂಡಿರಬಾರದು, ಅವ್ರು ಕೂತಾರ ಅಂದಾಗ ಅವರು ಅಧಿಕಾರ ಚಲಾಯಿಸಬಾರದು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಮೈಂಡ್ ಸೆಟ್ ಸಂಬಂಧಿಸಿದವ್ರ ತಲೆಯಾಗ ಐತಲ್ಲ. ಇದನ್ನ ಹೆಂಗ್ ಸ್ವಚ್ಛ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಇದನ್ನು ನೀವು ನಮಗೆ ದಾರಿ ಹುಡುಕಿ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು. ನಮಗೆ ಈ ದಾರಿ ಸಿಗೋಲ್, ನನಗೆ ದಾರಿ ಸಿಗೋಲ್ದು. ನಾವು ನಾರಾಯಣ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಅವರು ಜಗ್ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. ನಮ್ಮ ಸೀನಿಯಾರಿಟಿಗಾರ ಕಿಮ್ಮತ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಕೆಲಸ ಆಗತ್ತಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ವಿ. ಏನು ಸೀನಿಯಾರಿಟಿಗೂ ಕಿಮ್ಮತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಕಮಿಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಗೂ ಕಿಮ್ಮತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಹೋದಾಗ ಒಂದು ಕಪ್ ಚಹಾ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರ, ನೀವು ಭಾಳ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯವ್ರಿ, ಹ್ಯಾಂಗ್ರಿ ಹಿಂಗ್ರಿ ಏನು ಅಂತ ನಮ್ಗೊಟ್ಟು ಸರ್ಟಿಫಿಕೇಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಹೋದ ಕೂಡಲೇ ಬಿಡ ಹೋತು ಅಂತಾರ. ಹೋದಾಗ ಈ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿಯೊಳಗೆ ನಾವಿದೀವಿ. ಇವತ್ತು ಜನರ ಪಾಲ್ಗೊಳ್ಳುವಿಕೆ ಮುಖಾಂತರವೇ ಯೋಜನೆ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಸರ್. ಇದು ಆ ಹಂತಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಈಗ ಬಂದೀವಿ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೆ. ನಾ ಸಣ್ಣ ಹುಡುಗಿದ್ದಾಗ ಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳ ಹತ್ರ ಎಲ್ಲ ಅಧಿಕಾರ ಇತ್ತು. ಮುಂದೆ ದೇವರಾಜ ಅರಸರ ಕಾಲದಾಗ ಶಾಸಕರಿಗೆ ಬರ್ತದ ಅಧಿಕಾರ. ಮುಂದೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ರಾಮಕೃಷ್ಣ ಹೆಗಡೆ ಅವ್ರ ಕಾಲದಾಗ ಜಿಲ್ಲಾ ಪರಿಷತ್ ಮೆಂಬರು, ಮಂಡಲ ಚೇರ್ಮನ್ಗೆ ಅಧಿಕಾರ ಬಂತು. ಈಗ ಇವ್ರನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಆಯ್ಕೆ ಮಾಡುವಂತ ಆ ಪ್ರಭುಗಳಿಗೆ ಅಧಿಕಾರ ಶಿಫ್ಟ್ ಆಗಬೇಕು. We must push it down and see that they get their power. They are already empowered. ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆನೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅವರೇ ಪ್ರಜಾಪ್ರಭುತ್ವದೊಳಗೆ ಪ್ರಜೆಗಳೇ ಪ್ರಭುಗಳು, ಪ್ರಜಾಪ್ರತಿನಿಧಿಗಳು ಪ್ರಭುಗಳಲ್ಲ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಈಗ ಪ್ರಜಾಪ್ರತಿನಿಧಿಗಳೇ ಪ್ರಭುಗಳಾಗ್ಯಾರ. ಪ್ರಜೆಗಳು ಏನು ಬಿಕ್ಕಿ ಬಿಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅನ್ನೋರ್ಗತೆ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಇದು ಬದಲಾಗಬೇಕು. They are all our representatives. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಅವ್ರ ರೋಲ್ ಏನೈತೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಅವ್ರು ಮಾಡಲಿ, ಜನರ ರೋಲ್ ಏನೈತೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಜನರ ರೋಲ್ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಕಲ್ಪಿಸ್ಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನೀವು ಸೂಕ್ತ ಮಾರ್ಗದರ್ಶನವನ್ನು ನಮಗೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮಾತಿನಾಗ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಿ ಅಂದರೆ, ಮತ್ತು ನಿರಂತರ ಅದು ಈಡೇರುವವರೆಗೆ ಬ್ಯೂರಾಕ್ರೆಟಿಕ್ ಸೆಟಪ್ನಾಗೂ ನಿಮಗೆ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಗೌರವ ಐತಿ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ರ. ಅವ್ರ ತಲೆ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಬದಲಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಿ, ಅವರು ಮೈಂಡ್ ಸೆಟ್ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಬದಲು ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಿ. ನಮ್ಮ ಪಳನಿತವರ ಹೇಳಿರಲ್ಲ, ಆ ಕಾನ್ಸಿಯಸ್ನೆಸ್ನಾಗ ಬದಲಿ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತೇಳಿ. ಅದು ಆಗೋ ಹಂಗೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಮಗೆ ಸೂಕ್ತ ಮಾರ್ಗದರ್ಶನ ನಿರಂತರ ತಮ್ಮಿಂದ ಬರಬೇಕು. 27-28ರ ಯೋಜನೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಆಯವ್ಯಯದೊಳಗೆ ಜನರ ಯೋಜನೆಯಾಗಿ ರೂಪುಗೊಳ್ತದ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಭರವಸೆಯನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಾರ. ಮತ್ತು ಅದನ್ನು ನಾನು ನನ್ನ ಆಯವ್ಯಯದೊಳಗೆ ರಿಫ್ಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಭರವಸೆನೂ ಕೊಟ್ಟಾರ. ಆ ಭರವಸೆ ಈಡೇರುವ ಹಾಗೆ ನಮಗೆ ಸೂಕ್ತ ಮಾರ್ಗದರ್ಶನ ತಮ್ಮಿಂದ ಬರಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಂಡು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಿಮ್ಗಿಂತ ಮೊದಲು ನಾನು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಎದ್ದು ನಿಂತೆ. ಆ ಕೆಲಸ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಆ ಕೆಲಸ ಆಗಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಏನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದು ನೀವೇನು ಹೇಳ್ತೀರಿ ಅದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಅದ್ರಾಗ ಏನು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆನೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಇದು ಆಗಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ ನಮಗೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ. ಇದು ಆಗುವ ಹಾಗೆ ನೀವು ಒಂದು ಕ್ಲೈಮೇಟ್ನ ಬ್ಯೂರಾಕ್ರೆಟಿಕ್ ಕ್ಲೈಮೇಟ್ ಮತ್ತು ಪೊಲಿಟಿಕಲ್ ಆ್ಯಂಗಲ್ನೊಳಗೂ ಏನೇನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಅವರು ಸಹಿತ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಭಾಳ ಗೌರವ ಆಧಾರಗಳನ್ನ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡ ರಾಜಕೀಯದೊಳಗಿರೋ ನಾಯಕರು ಸಹಿತ ಮೀನಾಕ್ಷಿ ಸುಂದರಂ ಅಂದರೆ ಗೌರವದಿಂದ ಕಾಣೋದನ್ನು ನಾನು ನೋಡೀನಿ, ಗೌರವವನ್ನು ವ್ಯಕ್ತ ಮಾಡೋದನ್ನು ನಾನು ನೋಡೀನಿ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಈ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿಯೊಳಗೆ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳಿಗೂ ಅದು ಆಗಬೇಕಂತಂದು ನಮ್ಮ ಫಿಫ್ತ್ ಫೈನಾನ್ಸ್ ಕಮಿಷನ್ ರಿಕಮೆಂಡೇಶನ್ದಾಗ ಅವನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಕೊಟ್ಟಾರ ಅವರು. ಮತ್ತು ನೀವು ಇದು ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಮತ್ತು ನನಗೂ ಏನೋ ಒಂದು ಫೈನಾನ್ಸ್ ಕಮಿಷನ್ ಚೇರ್ಮನ್ರು ನನಗೂ ಒಂದು ಕುರ್ಚಿ ಕೊಡಿಸಿದ್ರು. ಆ ಕುರ್ಚಿಯ ಮುಖಾಂತರನು ಏನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅದನ್ನು ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಉಪಯೋಗ ಆಗುವಂಗೆ, ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಉಪಯೋಗ ಆಗುವಂಗೆ ಕಡೆಗೆ ಆ ಮುಂದಿನ ಯೋಜನೆ ಜನರಿಂದ ರೂಪುಗೊಂಡು ಅದು ಆಯೋಗದೊಳಗೆ ಪ್ರತಿಫಲನಗೊಂಡು ಅದು ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಯ್ತು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಭಾಳ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಇದ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಗೋರ್ಪಡೆ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ ಒಂದು ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಸಜೆಷನ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಶಿವಣ್ಣವ್ರು ಕೊಟ್ಟರು ಕಾಣಿಸ್ತದೆ. ಒಂದು ಟಾಸ್ಕ್ ಫೋರ್ಸ್ ಅದು ಒಂದು ರೆಸೊಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಆಗಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಈ ಇದರಿಂದ ನಾವು ಈ ಫೈನಾನ್ಸ್ ಕಮಿಷನ್ ರಿಕಮೆಂಡೇಶನ್ ಏನೇನು ಮಾಡ್ಯಾರ ಅದನ್ನ ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟೇಷನ್ ಅದನ್ನು ಮಾನಿಟರ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ಟಾಸ್ಕ್ ಫೋರ್ಸ್ ಹಿಂದೆ ಕೂಡಿಗೆ ಸಮಿತಿ ಇದ್ದಾಗ ಆಗಿತ್ತಲ್ಲ, ಹಂಗ ಯಾರು ರಿಕಮೆಂಡ್ ಮಾಡಿರಿ ಹಂಗ ರಿಕಮೆಂಡ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಹೋದ್ರಲ್ಲ, ಅದನ್ನ ಕಾರ್ಯಗತ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಆ ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿ ಕಟ್ಬಿಟ್ವಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಬರೋಬರಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅದು ಕೆಲಸನೂ ಯಶಸ್ವಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅದು ಆಗುವಂಗ ನಮ್ದು ರಿಕಮೆಂಡೇಶನ್ ಹೋಗಿ ನೀವು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡಿ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳ ಹತ್ರ ಕೂತ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡೋಣ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಮಾತನ್ನ ಹೇಳಿ ನನ್ನ ಮಾತು
ಸಾಹೇಬ್ರಿಗೆ DR ಪಾಟೀಲ್ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ರಿಗೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಈಗ ಎರಡನೇ ಗೋಷ್ಠಿಯ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷತೆಯನ್ನು ಸಹ ವಹಿಸಿದ್ದಂಥ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ C. ನಾರಾಯಣ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಸರ್ ಅವರು ಮಾತನಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಕೋರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ.
ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಉಪಸ್ಥಿತರಿರುವಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹಿರಿಯರೇ, ಗೌರವಾನ್ವಿತ ಆಹ್ವಾನಿತರೆ, ಸಭೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಉಪಸ್ಥಿತರಿರುವಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸೋದರ ಸೋದರಿಯರೇ, ನಾನು ಹೆಚ್ಚಿಗೆ ಭಾಷಣ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಲ್ಲ. ಆದರೆ ನನಗಂತೂ ಭಾಳ ಸಂತೋಷ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಕಳೆದ ತಿಂಗಳು ನಾವು ಮೈಸೂರಿನ SIRDಲಿ 3 ದಿವಸ ಸಭೆ ಸೇರಿದ್ದು. ಅದು ಜನರ ಯೋಜನೆಯನ್ನು ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ರೂಪಿಸಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹಿರಿಯರಾದಂಥ ಮಾನ್ಯ DR ಪಾಟೀಲ್ ಅವರ ಆದೇಶದ ಮೇರೆಗೆ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಸೇರಿದ್ವಿ. ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಉಪಯುಕ್ತವಾದ ರೀತಿಯ ವಿಚಾರ ವಿನಿಮಯ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಆಯಿತು. ಅದೇ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ದಿವಸ ಈ ಒಂದು ದಿವಸದ ವಿಚಾರ ಸಂಕಿರಣವನ್ನು 16 ಮತ್ತು 5ನೇ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಹಣಕಾಸು ಆಯೋಗದ ಶಿಫಾರಸುಗಳ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಂತೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ವಿಚಾರ ವಿನಿಮಯ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಆಯಿತು. ಆ ತೀರ್ಮಾನದ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಇಡೀ ದಿವಸ ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆಯಿಂದ ಇಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಅತ್ಯುತ್ತಮವಾದಂಥ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಚರ್ಚೆ ನಡೆಸಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಅದು ಈ ಎರಡೂ ವಿಷಯಗಳು ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಂತೆ 16 ಮತ್ತು 5ನೇ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಹಣಕಾಸು ಆಯೋಗಕ್ಕೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಂತೆ ಚರ್ಚೆಯಾಗಿದೆ. ತಜ್ಞರ ಅನಿಸಿಕೆಗಳನ್ನು ನಾವು ಕೇಳಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಮುಂದೆ ಯಾವ ದಿಕ್ಕಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಅವರು ಸಲಹೆಗಳನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತಲೇ ನಾನು ಅಂತೇನೆ. ಒಂದು ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ನಾನು ವೈಯಕ್ತಿಕವಾಗಿ ಆಭಾರಿಯಾಗಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಅವೆಲ್ಲ ನಾನು ನಮ್ಮ ಗೌರವಾನ್ವಿತ ಸದಸ್ಯರಾಗಿ ಯೋಗದಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಂಥ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಸನಾವುಲಾರವರು, ಮಾನ್ಯ ಪೋಂಡೇರವರು ಮತ್ತು ಸಮಾಲೋಚಕರು ಎಲ್ಲ ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರು ಕೂಡ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಭಾಳ ಶ್ರಮವಹಿಸಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಆಯೋಗಗಳಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಒಂದೊಂದು ವರದಿ ಕೊಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಆಗಿದ್ದರಿಂದ ಕೂಡ ನಮಗೆ ಅನಿವಾರ್ಯ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ 3 ವರದಿಗಳನ್ನು ಕೊಡಬೇಕಾಯಿತು ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಹಣಕಾಸಿನ ಹಿತದೃಷ್ಟಿಯಿಂದ. 3ನೇದಾಗಿ ಇತ್ತೀಚೆಗೆ ಗ್ರೇಟರ್ ಬ್ಯಾಂಗ್ಳೂರ್ ಗವರ್ನೆನ್ಸ್ ಕಾಯ್ದೆ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಏನು 5 ನಗರ ಪಾಲಿಕೆಗಳು 369 ವಾರ್ಡ್ಗಳು ಬಂದಿವೆ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಂತೆ ಹಣಕಾಸು ಬಿಡುಗಡೆ ಮಾಡೋ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ರಾಜ್ಯಪಾಲರ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಸೂಚನೆ ನಮಗೆ ಬಂದಿದ್ದರಿಂದಾಗಿ ಆ ಕಾರ್ಯನೂ ಕೂಡ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ದಾಖಲೆ ಅವಧಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಕ್ತಾಯ ಮಾಡಿದರು. ಬಹುಶಃ 2.5 ತಿಂಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿಗೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಂಥ ನಮ್ಮ ಶಿಫಾರಸುಗಳ ವರದಿಯನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಂಥದ್ದು ಬೇರೆ ಎಲ್ಲೂ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಗ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಕಾಣ್ತದೆ. 2023 ಅಕ್ಟೋಬರ್ 11 ನಮ್ಮ ನೇಮಕ ಆದಂಥದ್ದು. 2024 ಫೆಬ್ರವರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅದಾಗಿನ ಮುಂಗಡ ಪತ್ರ ಅಧಿವೇಶನ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಉಭಯ ಸದನಗಳ ಮುಂದೆ ಮಂಡಿಸೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಆಗೋದು ಕೂಡ ಒಂದು ದಾಖಲೆನೇ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಭಾವಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಇದರ ಮಧ್ಯೆ ಇದು ನಮಗೆ ಒಂದು ರೀತಿ ನನಗಂತೂ ಕೂಡ ಇದು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡೋದ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಒಂದು ಕಲಿಕೆ ಅವಕಾಶವೂ ಆಗಿತ್ತು. ಹಣಕಾಸು ವಿಚಾರಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಮತ್ತು ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಸಂಪನ್ಮೂಲ ಹಂಚಿಕೆ ವಿಚಾರದಲ್ಲಿ, ಆಡಳಿತಕ್ಕೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟ ವಿಷಯಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಅಪಾರವಾದಷ್ಟು ಅವಕಾಶಗಳು ಸಿಕ್ಕಿತ್ತು. ಇವತ್ತಿನ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಮಾಡಿದಂಥದ್ದು ಪೂರ್ಣವಾಗಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸೇರಿಕೊಂಡು ನಮ್ಮ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷತೆಯ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ರಾಜ್ಯ ವಿಕೇಂದ್ರೀಕೃತ ಯೋಜನೆ ಮತ್ತು ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಸಮಿತಿಯು ಸೇರಿದಂತೆ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಸೇರಿದ್ದು ಕೆಲಸ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಆದರೆ ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ಇದು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ರಾಜ್ಯ, ನಮ್ಮ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜ್ ಪರಿಷತ್ತು ಅದರಿಂದ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಅದರ ಭಾಗವೇನೆ, ಅದು ನಮ್ಮದೇನೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ಪೂರ್ಣವಾಗಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿ ಹೊತ್ತು ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ತೇವೆ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಇದನ್ನು ನಿರ್ವಹಣೆ ಮಾಡುವಂಥದ್ದು, ಆರ್ಥಿಕ ವೆಚ್ಚವನ್ನು ಭರಿಸುವಂಥದ್ದು ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಕೂಡ ಅದು ಮುಂದೆ ಬಂತು. ಮತ್ತಿದು 73ನೇ ಸಂವಿಧಾನ ತಿದ್ದುಪಡಿ ಜಾರಿಗೆ ಬಂದ ಮೇಲೆ ಇಡೀ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರದಲ್ಲೇ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಪ್ರಥಮವಾಗಿ ಈಗಿನ ಗ್ರಾಮ ಸ್ವರಾಜ್ಯ ಕಾಯ್ದೆ ಜಾರಿಗೆ ಬಂದಂಥದ್ದು ಮೇ 10ನೇ ತಾರೀಕು. ಭಾನುವಾರ ರಜೆ ಇದ್ದು ಶನಿವಾರ 2ನೇ ಶನಿವಾರ ರಜೆ ಇದ್ದರೂ ಕೂಡ 10ನೇ ತಾರೀಕೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ನಿರ್ವಹಣೆ ಇದು ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಇತ್ತು. ಅವರಿಗೆ ನಾನು ವೈಯಕ್ತಿಕವಾಗಿ ಮೊನ್ನೆ ಸಚಿವರು ಗೌರವಾಧ್ಯಕ್ಷ ಬರಲಿಕ್ಕಾಗಲಿಲ್ಲ. ನಮ್ಮ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜ್ ಪರಿಷತ್ತಿನ ಪ್ರತಿನಿಧಿಗಳಾಗಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿ ಹೊತ್ತಂಥ ಕಾರ್ಯಾಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಾದಂಥ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಗೋರ್ಪಡೆಯವರವರು, ಪ್ರಧಾನ ಕಾರ್ಯದರ್ಶಿ ಅಂತ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಸತೀಶ್ ಅವರು, ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಿಬ್ಬಂದಿ ವರ್ಗದವರು ಕೂಡ ಭಾಳ ಶ್ರಮ ವಹಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಜ್ಯ 5ನೇ ಹಣಕಾಸು ಆಯೋಗದ ಪ್ರತಿನಿಧಿಗಳ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ನಾನು ಹೃತ್ಪೂರ್ವಕವಾದಂಥ ವಂದನೆಗಳನ್ನು, ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಅರ್ಪಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ನೆನಪಾದಂಥದ್ದು ಅಂದರೆ ನನಗೆ ನಾನಾಗಲೇ ಯೋಜನಾ ಸಮಿತಿದು MS ಬಿಲ್ಡಿಂಗ್, ಏಕೆಂದರೆ ನಮಗೆ ರೇಸ್ ಕೋರ್ಸ್ ರಸ್ತೆಯಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಂಥ ಖನಿಜ ಭವನ ಖಾಲಿ ಮಾಡಿಸಿದ ಮೇಲೆ ನಮಗೀಗ ಜಾಗ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು 7ನೇ ಅಂತಸ್ತು ಖರ್ಚು ಭವನದಲ್ಲಿ. ಅದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಸೇರ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತೀವಿ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರಕ್ಕೆ. ಒಂದು ಕಡೆ ಹಣಕಾಸು ಆಯೋಗ, ಒಂದು ಕಡೆ ಯೋಜನಾ ಸಮಿತಿ, ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಕಡೆ ಈ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜ್ ಪರಿಷತ್, ಒಂದು ರೀತಿ 3 ಕೂಡಿ ಬಂದಂಥ ಸನ್ನಿವೇಶ. ಎಲ್ಲರ ಗುರಿ ಒಂದೇನೆ, ಈ ಅಧಿಕಾರ ವಿಕೇಂದ್ರೀಕರಣ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಯಶಸ್ವಿಯಾಗಿ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಆ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಸೇರಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಭಾಳ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಮನೆ ಮೀನಾಕ್ಷಿ ಸುಂದರಮ್ಮ ಅವರು ಬಂದಾಗಲೆಲ್ಲ ಅನೇಕರು ಅವ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಿ, ವಿಚಾರ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವ್ರ ಹತ್ತಿರದಿಂದ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ನೋಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಆಗಿದ್ದಂಥದ್ದು. ಮನೆ ರಾಮಕೃಷ್ಣ ಹೆಗ್ಡೆ ಅವರು ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳಾಗಿ, ಮಾನ್ಯ ದಿವಂಗತ ಅಬ್ದುಲ್ ನಜೀರ್ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ರವರು ಗ್ರಾಮೀಣಾಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜ್ ಸಚಿವರಾಗಿದ್ದಂಥ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಇಡೀ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರ, ಪ್ರಪಂಚದ ಅನೇಕ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರಗಳು ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಂಥ ಒಂದು ವಿಕೇಂದ್ರೀಕರಣ ಪ್ರಯೋಗ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಜರುಗ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು. ಆಗ ಹೊರ ದೇಶದವರು ಕೂಡ ನಮ್ಮ ಜಿಲ್ಲಾ ಪರಿಷತ್ಗೆ ಬಂದು ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು, ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು. ಆ ಒಂದು ಸನ್ನಿವೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಇದು ಹೊಸ ಕಾಯ್ದೆ ಬಂದಾದಮೇಲೆ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಮೊದಲ ಬಾರಿಗೆ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯವರು ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳಾಗಿ, ಮಾನ್ಯ HK ಪಾಟೀಲ್ ಅವರು ಗ್ರಾಮೀಣಾಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜ್ ಸಚಿವರಾಗಿದ್ದಂಥ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯನ್ನು ಇನ್ನೂ ಬಲವರ್ಧನೆಗೊಳಿಸಬೇಕು, ಬಲಿಷ್ಠ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಮಾನ್ಯ KR ರಮೇಶ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ಅವರ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸಮಿತಿ ಮಾಡಿದಂಥದ್ದು. ಅದನ್ನು ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಂಥದ್ದು, ಶಿಫಾರಸುಗಳನ್ನು ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಜಾರಿಗೆ ಬಂದಂಥದ್ದು ತಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ಗೊತ್ತಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು, ಮತ್ತೆ ಹೇಳುವಂಥ ಅಗತ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಆದರೆ ನಮಗೆ ಒಂದು ನೆನಪಾಗುವಂಥದ್ದು ಏನಂದರೆ, ಆ ಸನ್ನಿವೇಶ ಇವತ್ತು ಬಂದಿದೆ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನೆನಪು ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತೇನೆ. ಮಾನ್ಯ ರಮೇಶ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ಅವರ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು 22-23 ಮಂದಿ ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಇದ್ವಿ. ಅದರಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಸೇರಿಕೊಂಡು ವಿವಿಧ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರಗಳಿದ್ದಂಥ ನಮ್ಮ ಶಿಫಾರಸನ್ನು 1 ವರ್ಷ ಸಮಯ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಂಡು ಶಿಫಾರಸುಗಳನ್ನು ಮಾನ್ಯ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟರು. ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ 1 ವರ್ಷ ಆಗಿತ್ತು ಕೊಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ. ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಕೊಟ್ಟಾದಮೇಲೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೂ ಕೂಡ ನಮ್ಮ TADA ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಸಿಗ್ತಾಯಿತ್ತು, ಸಭಾಪತಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಿಗ್ತಾಯಿತ್ತು. ಅದಾದಮೇಲೆ 2015 ಅದು ವಿಧಾನಮಂಡಲದ ಅಧಿವೇಶನ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ಶಿಫಾರಸುಗಳು ಮಸೂದೆಯಾಗಿ ಕಾಯ್ದೆ ರೂಪದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಬರೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಆಗಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ 1 ವರ್ಷ ಆಯಿತು. ಆ 1 ವರ್ಷದ ಅವಧಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವೊಂದು 8-10 ಮಂದಿ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಹಿಂದೆ ಇದ್ದಂಥವ್ರು ಸಮಿತಿಯಲ್ಲಿದ್ದವರು ಸೇರಿಕೊಂಡು ನಮ್ಗೆ ಯಾವ ಟಿ ಎನೂ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಟಿ ಎ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಸಿಟ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಫೀಲ್ ಏನೂ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಇದನ್ನು ಜಾರಿಗೆ ತರಲೇಬೇಕು. ಈ ಮಸೂದೆಯಾಗಿ ಅದು ಮಸೂದೆ ಮಾಡೋದು ನಮ್ಮ ಕೆಲಸ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಆದರೆ ಅವರು ನಮ್ಮ ನಿರೀಕ್ಷೆಗೆ ಅನುಗುಣವಾಗಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೋ ಇಲ್ವೋ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಕರಡು ಮಸೂದೆನೂ ಕೂಡ ನಾವೇ ಸಿದ್ಧ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. ಡ್ರಾಫ್ಟ್ ಬಿಲ್ ಕೂಡ ವಿ ಪ್ರಿಪೇರ್ಡ್. ಕಮಿಟಿ ಅವರ್ ರೆಸ್ಪಾನ್ಸಿಬಿಲಿಟಿ ವಾಸ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಟು ಸಬ್ಮಿಟ್ ದ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಟು ದ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್. ವಿ ಟುಕ್ ಇಟ್ ಅಪಾನ್ ಅವರ್ಸ್ ಟು ಫಾರ್ಮುಲೇಟ್ ದ ಮಾಡೆಲ್ ಬಿಲ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ. ಅದು ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ನಾವು ಕೋರ್ಟಿಗೆ ತಂದು ಕಳಿಸಿದ್ವಿ. ಮತ್ತು ಹಿಂದೆ ಬಿದ್ವಿ, ಅದನ್ನು ಜಾರಿಗೊಳಿಸ್ಬೇಕು, ಸಂದರ್ಭ ಮಂಡಿಸಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. ಒಂದ್ಸರಿ ಈಗಲೂ ಅವರು ನಾವೆಲ್ಲನೂ ಮೊನ್ನೆ ಕಾಗೋಡು ತಿಮ್ಮಪ್ಪನವ್ರಿಗೆ ವಿಧಾನಸಭೆಯ ಗೌರವಾನ್ವಿತ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷ ಆಗಿದ್ದು, ಅವ್ರ ರೂಮ್ಗೆ ಹೋದ್ವಿ. ರೂಮ್ಗೆ ಅವರೇನೋ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಇದೇ ವಿಷಯಕ್ಕೆ ಮಾತಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ನಾನು ನೋಡಿದೆ, ನಾರಾಯಣ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ನೀವು ಸದಸ್ಯರಾಗಿ ನೀವು ವರದಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರಲ್ಲ, ನೀವು ಮತ್ತೆ ಯಾಕೆ ಬಂದ್ರಿ ಅಂದ್ಕೊಂಡು ನೇರವಾಗಿ ಕೇಳಿ. ನಾನು ನೋಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಒಳಗೆ ಯಾಕೆ ಬಂದ್ರಿ ಆಫೀಸ್ಗೆ, ನೀವು ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಾಯ್ತು ಮತ್ತೆ ಯಾಕೆ ಬಂದ್ರಿ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಏನೋ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾಗ ನಾವು ನುಗ್ಗಿದ್ವು ಅನ್ನೋ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಅವ್ರೇನು ಬೇರೆ ಆಗ್ತದಿಲ್ಲ. ನಾನು ನಮ್ಮ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಕೊಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂತ ಸಮಿತಿಲಿ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, ನಾವು ಅದು ಜಾರಿಗೆ ಬರೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ನಾವು ಓಡಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೇವೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ, ಬರಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. ರಿಪೋರ್ಟೇ ಕೊಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂತ ನಾವು ಮೆಂಬರ್ಗಳಾಗಿ ಹೋಗಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಯ್ದೆ ಜಾರಿಗೆ ಬರಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಬಂದಿದೆ, ಅದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಬಂದಿದ್ವಿ ಅಂತ. ಆ ಸನ್ನಿವೇಶ ಈಗ ಮತ್ತೆ ನಮಗೆ ಬಂದಿದೆ. ಅದಾಯಿತು. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಇನ್ನೂ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ನೆನಪಿದೆ, ಅವರು ಮೊನ್ನೆ ರಮೇಶ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ಅವರು ಅವರ ಸಹಕಾರ ಮತ್ತು ವಿಧಾನ ಪರಿಷತ್ತಲ್ಲಿ ಸಭಾಪತಿಗಳಾಗಿದ್ದಂಥವರು ಮಾನ್ಯ ಶಂಕರಮೂರ್ತಿ ಅವರಿದ್ದರು. ಅವರೆಲ್ಲ ಸಹಕಾರ ಕೊಟ್ಟರು. ಸದನದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವತ್ತಿನ ದಿವಸ ಅದು ಅಂಗೀಕಾರ ಆಗಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದರೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಸದನ ಮುಂದೂಡುವಂಥ ಸಂದರ್ಭ ಇತ್ತು. ಅದು ಯಾವುದೋ ಒಂದು ಕೊಡುಗೆಗೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಂಥ ವಿಚಾರದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಎರಡೂ ಸದನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಳ ಗದ್ದಲ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು ಆಡಳಿತ ವಿರೋಧ ಪಕ್ಷಗಳ ಮಧ್ಯೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇವ್ರಿಗೆ ನಾವು ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದು ಮುಂಚೆನೇ ಹೋಗಿ, ಏನಾದರೂ ಮಾಡಿ ಇವತ್ತು ನೀವು ಇದನ್ನು ಪಾಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರೆ ಇದು ಆಗೋದೇ ಇಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, ಏನಾದರೂ ಮಾಡಲೇಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಹೋದಾಗ ಅದೇ 5-6 ಜನ ಹೋಗಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಒಪ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದು. ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಏನಾಗ್ತದೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಅಂತ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ. ಆ ಜಗಳ ಗದ್ದಲ ಆಗ್ತಾನೆ ಇತ್ತು, ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಆ ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ತಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಪಾಸ್ ಆಗೋಯ್ತು ಅಂತ ಘೋಷಣೆ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ರು. ಆ ರೀತಿಲಿ ಆದಂಥದ್ದು ಇವತ್ತು ನಾವು ಇದನ್ನ ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ನೆನಪಾದಂಥದ್ದು, ನಾವು ವರದಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಇನ್ನೂ ಕೂಡ 1 ತಿಂಗಳು ಜಾಗ ಖಾಲಿ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಟೈಮ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ರು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂತ. ಅಲ್ಲಾದಾಗ ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ಆಶೆ ಏನಿತ್ತು, ಅದ್ರ ಎಷ್ಟು ಕಾಪೀಸು ನಾವು ಪ್ರಿಂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ, 1,000 ಕನ್ನಡ, 1,000 ಇಂಗ್ಲೀಷು, ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವು. ಅದನ್ನು ಸರ್ಕಾರಿ ಇಲಾಖೆಗೆ ಅವನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರು ಹಂಚ್ತಾರೋ ಇಲ್ವೋ, ಬೇರೆ ಕಡೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಿದ್ದವರು ನಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ನಾವು ನೋಡಿದ್ವಿ. ಇಲಾಖೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಿಂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಪಬ್ಲಿಸಿಟಿ ಆಗ್ತದೆ, ಪತ್ರಿಕಾಗೋಷ್ಠಿ ಬಿಡುಗಡೆ ಆಗ್ತದೆ, ಪುಸ್ತಕಗಳೆಲ್ಲೋ ಆಫೀಸಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದೋಗ್ತವೆ, ಹಂಚಿಕೆ ಆಗಲ್ಲ. ಹಂಗಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಹತ್ತತ್ರ 800, 750, 800 ಕೂಡ ನಮ್ಮ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ ವರದಿಗಳನ್ನು ಫೈನಲ್ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟು ಬೆಂಗಳೂರದೆಲ್ಲ ಸೇರಿಕೊಂಡು ನಾವೇನೇ ಕಳಿಸೋದು ಆಯೋಗದಿಂದ. ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಖಾಲಿ ಮಾಡ್ಸೋಕ್ಕೆ ಮುಂಚೆ ಅವೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಡೋಣ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಆಗಿನ ಸಿಬ್ಬಂದಿ ವರ್ಗದವರೆಲ್ಲ ಸೇರಿ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಪ್ರೆಸ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ರಾತ್ರಿ ಹಗಲು ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಇಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ರೆಡಿ ಮಾಡಿ, ಅದು ಎಷ್ಟು 2 kg 2.5 kg ಬರೋದು ಒಂದು ಪುಸ್ತಕ ಅಷ್ಟನ್ನು ಸೇರಿ ಅದು 800 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಆನಂದಿಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಇದು ಬಹುಶಃ 750, 800 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಮಾಡಿಸಿ ಕಳಿಸಿದ್ರು. ಕಳಿಸಿದಾಗ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರತಿಕ್ರಿಯೆ ಅಂತ ಬಂತು ಅಂದರೆ ನನಗೆ ಹಿಂದಿನ ಸಮಯ ಬಂತು, ನಿಮ್ಗೇನು ವರದಿ ಕೊಡೋದಷ್ಟು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕೆಲಸ, ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಕಳ್ಸೋಕ್ಕೆ ನಿಮ್ಗೇನು ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿ ಇದೆ, ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಖರ್ಚು ವೆಚ್ಚಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ನಾವೇ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ವಿ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಿಮ್ಗೇನು ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿ ಇದೆ, ನೀವು ಯಾಕೆ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅದನ್ನು ಅಂತ ಹಿಂದ್ಗಡೆಯಿಂದ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಂಥದ್ದು ಬಂತು. ಈಗ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಕಳಿಸಿದ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಅಲ್ಲ, ನಾವು ಯಾಕೆ ಸೇರಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಅಂದರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಶಿಫಾರಸುಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಏನೇನಿದೆ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಂತೆ ಅವರು ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದು 2015ರಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂಗೀಕಾರ ಆಗಿ 2016ರಲ್ಲಿ ಜಾರಿಗೆ ಬಂದಂಥ ಗ್ರಾಮ ಸ್ವರಾಜ್ ಕಾಯ್ದೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದಂಥ ಪ್ರಮುಖವಾದಂಥ ಶಿಫಾರಸುಗಳು ಕಾಯ್ದೆ ಭಾಗವಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಇವತ್ತಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಅಂಗೀಕಾರ ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದೊಂದು ಬೇರೆ ಏನು ಮಾಡದೇ ಇದ್ರು ಕೂಡ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಇರೋವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಅಂಗೀಕಾರ ಆಗುವಂಥ ಜಾರಿಗೆ ಬರುವಂಥದ್ದು ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಕರ್ತವ್ಯ ಮುಗಿತು ಅಂತ ಇಡೀ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರದಲ್ಲೇ ಆ ಥರದ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯನ್ನು ಬರಲಿಕ್ಕಾಗಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಇವತ್ತಿಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡೋ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ನಾನು ಮನೆ ಮೀನಾಕ್ಷಿ ಸುಂದರಂ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ನಾವು ಮಾತಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ವಿ. ಈ ದುಂಡು ಮೇಜಿನ ಸಭೆಗಳಂತಲ್ಲಿ ಬ್ರಿಟಿಷ್ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಲಂಡನ್ ನಡೀತಿತ್ತು. ಅದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ರೌಂಡ್ ಟೇಬಲ್ ಅಂತ ಈ ಥರ ದೊಡ್ಡದಾಗಿ ಸಭೆಗಳು ಚರ್ಚೆಗಳಾದಮೇಲೆ ಒಂದು ಸಣ್ಣದಾಗಿ ಒಂದು ಗುಂಪಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಸೇರಿಕೊಂಡು ಅದ್ರ ಮುಂದೆ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದೊಂದು ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ನಾವು ಗದಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಆದ ಒಂದು ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಬಂದ ತಮ್ಮ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷತೆಯಲ್ಲೇ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. ಆ ಥರ ಒಂದು ರೌಂಡ್ ಟೇಬಲ್ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಆಸೆ. ಇವತ್ತೇನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ಎಷ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ ಎದ್ದೋಗೋದಲ್ಲ, ಇಲ್ಲೇನು ಸಲಹೆಗಳು ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆಯಿಂದ ಸಲಹೆಗಳು ಬಂದಿದೆ, ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಗಮನಕ್ಕೆ ತರಬೇಕು. ತರೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಮುಂಚೆ ಆ ಒಂದು ದುಂಡು ಮೇಜಿನ ಒಂದು ತಜ್ಞರ ಅನುಭವಿಗಳ ಒಂದು 10-12 ಜನ ಸೇರಿ ನಾವು ಒಂದು 10-12 ದಿವಸದಲ್ಲೇ ಸಭೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ನಮ್ಮ ಗದಗ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯದವರು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ನಾಡಗೌಡನಿಲ್ಲ ಬಾರ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದಾಗ ಇದೊಂದು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತಿದ್ವಿ. ಅಂದರೆ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲೇ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಡಿ, ನಾವೇ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಡ ಅನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಸೇರಿಕೊಂಡು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಸೇರಿಕೊಂಡು ಶಿಫಾರಸುಗಳ ರೂಪದಲ್ಲಿ ಏನೇನು ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿದೆ, ಇಂಥದ್ದಿದೆ, ಕಾಯ್ದೆದೇನಿದೆ, ನಾವು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರುವಂಥ ಶಿಫಾರಸುಗಳೇನಿದೆ, ಇದನ್ನು ಜಾರಿಗೊಳಿಸೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಏನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂಥೇಳಿ ನಾವು ಇದನ್ನು ಮುಂದುವರಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ, ಇದನ್ನು ಮುಂದುವರಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಅದು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನಿಸಿದೆ ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ. ಅದಾಗಿ ಒಂದು ಭಾಳ ಸಂತೋಷ ಏನು ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ಹಿಂದಿನ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಹಣಕಾಸು ಆಯೋಗಗಳ ಶಿಫಾರಸುಗಳು ಜಾರಿಗೆ ಬಂದಂಥ ರೀತಿ, ಅದನ್ನು ಬಂದಂಥ ಎಷ್ಟು ಮಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಬಂತು ಏನಿಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ನೋಡಿದಾಗ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ನೇಮಕ ಮಾಡಿದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಂಥ 3 ವರದಿಗಳನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಸದನದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಧಿವೇಶನದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಂಡನೆ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಆ 3 ವರದಿ, ಮೊದಲನೇ ವರದಿನೂ ಮಂಡನೆ ಆಯಿತು, 2ನೇದು 3ನೇದು ಕೂಡ ಮಂಡನೆ ಆಯಿತು. ಅವು ಏನಂತ ಅದರ ಮೇಲೆ ಶಿಫಾರಸುಗಳನ್ನು ಕೈಗೊಂಡಂಥ ಕ್ರಮ, ಆ್ಯಕ್ಷನ್ ಟೇಕನ್ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ, ಅವನು ಕೂಡ ಸರ್ಕಾರಿ ಆದೇಶಗಳ ಒಳಗೆ ಬಂತು. ಕೆಲವನ್ನ ಕಾರಣಾಂತರ ಅದನ್ನು ಅಂಗೀಕರಿಸೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಜಾರಿಗೊಳಿಸೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದರೂ ಕೂಡ ಅದಕ್ಕೂ ಕಾರಣ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದೆ. ಅದರ ಒತ್ತಾಯ ಮಾಡಿ ಜಾರಿಗೊಳಿಸೋಂಥ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಇದನ್ನು ಮುಂದುವರಿಸೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಕಲ್ಪಿಸಿಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು. ಅದು ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಆಶಯ. ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೆ ಸದಸ್ಯರು ಸಣ್ಣವರವರು, ನನ್ನ ಅಪ್ಪಂಡೆಯವರು, ಅವರು ಕೂಡ ಪೂರ್ಣವಾಗಿ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಈ ನಿರುದ್ಯೋಗಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ಇದೊಂದು ಉದ್ಯೋಗ ಕೊಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಸೇರಿಕೊಂಡು ಅದು ಮಾಡೋಣ. ಜೊತೆಗೆ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಹಿಂದೆ ಇದ್ದಂಥವ್ರು ಕೂಡ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಕಡೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಇನ್ನೂ ಕೆಲಸದಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದೇ ಇದ್ರೂ ಪೂರ್ಣವಾಗಿ ಸಹಕಾರ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ನಾನು ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೇನೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ವರದಿಗಳು ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಕಪಾಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಬೇಗ ಹಾಕ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಅನ್ನೋದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮುಂದುವರಿಸಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ, ಈಗ ಮಾನ್ಯ ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ಅವ್ರ ಯಾಕೆಂದ್ರೆ ಅವರ ಮುಂಚೂಣಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಕೆಲಸಗಳಾಗ್ತವೆ ಅಂತ ನಮಗೇನೋ ಒಂದು ನಂಬಿಕೆ ಅದಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಿದ್ದೇನೆ ಅವ್ರದ್ದಂತ ಅಷ್ಟು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ನಾನು ಭಾಳ ಸಮಯ ತಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಶುಭ ಕೋರ್ತಾ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳಾಗ್ತಾ, ಈಗ ನಮಗೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಆಗ್ತಿತ್ತು. ನಾವು ರಮೇಶ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ಸಮಿತಿಯಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾಗಲಿ ಯಾವುದಾದಾಗಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ D.R. ಪಾಟೀಲ್ ಹಿರಿಯರು ಅವ್ರು ಇಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಗದಗ ಗೋವಿಗೆ ಅಂತ ಹೊಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ರಾತ್ರಿ ನಿದ್ದೆ ಬರೋದು ಎಚ್ಚರ ಆಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಇನ್ನೇನು ನೆನಪಾದರೆ ಅಷ್ಟೊತ್ತಿಗೆ ನಮಗೆ ಫೋನ್ ಬರೋದು. ಫೋನ್ ಬಂದು ಇದೊಂದು ವಿಷಯ ನೋಡಿ ಬರ್ತೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟವ್ರೆ, ನೀವು ಬರ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ಅದನ್ನು ಸೇರಿ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದು. ಇಲ್ಲಿರೋರೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಅನುಭವ ಎತ್ತೋ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಎಲ್ಲಿಗೂ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ಇಷ್ಟು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ, ಮತ್ತು ನನಗಂತೂ ಇವತ್ತಿಗೆ ಭಾಳ ಸಂತೋಷ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಈ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರತ್ಯಕ್ಷ ಹಾಗೂ ಪರೋಕ್ಷವಾಗಿ ನೆರವಾದಂಥ ಸಹಕಾರ ಕೊಟ್ಟಂಥ ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ನಾನು ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ಅರ್ಪಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಉಡೆ ನಾಡೋಜ ಕೃಷ್ಣರವರು, ಗಾಂಧಿ ಭವನದ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರು, ಅವರಿಗೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಲ್ಲದೆ ಶೇಷಾದ್ರಿಪುರಂ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯ ಕಾರ್ಯದರ್ಶಿಗಳಾಗಿ ಇವತ್ತಿಗೆ ಅವರು ಲಾ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ನ ಕೂಡ ಕಳಿಸ್ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ರು. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕಳಿಸ್ಕೊಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲದೆ ಮತ್ತು ಅವರಿಗೊಂದು ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಆಸಕ್ತಿಯಿಂದ ಅವ್ರು ಗಮನಿಸಲಿ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಅವರು ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸಿಪಾಲ್ರಿಗೆ ಹೇಳಿ ಕಳಿಸೋದಷ್ಟೇ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಅವರು ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದು ಇವತ್ತಿನ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಆದಮೇಲೆ ಅವರು ನೋಟ್ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು. ಅದನ್ನು ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಥರ್ಡ್ ಅಂತ ಇಷ್ಟು ಸಾವಿರ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಅಮೌಂಟ್ ಹಾಕ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ರು. ಅವರೇನೆ ಆಡಳಿತ ಮಂಡಳಿಯಿಂದ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಬಹುಮಾನ ಕೊಡುವಂಥದ್ದು ಕೂಡ ಇವತ್ತು ಅದು ಕೂಡ ಬಂದಿದೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಸತೀಶ್ ಅವರು ಮಾಧ್ಯಮಕ್ಕೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಂತೆ ಇವತ್ತೇನು ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆಯಿಂದ ನಡೆದಿದೆ ಅದು ಯೂಟ್ಯೂಬ್ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ಈ ಲೈವ್ ಹೋಗಿದೆ. ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆಯಿಂದ ಸಿನ್ಸ್ ಮಾರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಲೈವ್ ಹೋಗುವಂತ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದು ನೀವು ಯಾವಾಗ ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೂ ಅವರು ಅದು ಲಿಂಕ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಯೂಟ್ಯೂಬಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮಗೆ ಜ್ಞಾಪಕ ಇದ್ದಾಗ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೂ ಯಾರು ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೂ ಹೋಗ್ಬೋದು. ಮತ್ತು ಬಂದಿರೋ ಮಂದಿ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆದರೂ ಕೂಡ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ತಿಳಿಸುವಂಥದ್ದು ಒಂದು 7-8 ಸಾವಿರ ಜನಕ್ಕೂ ಹೋಗಿದೆ, ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹೋಗಿದೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಗಮನಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಧನ್ಯವಾದ.
ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ S.S. ಮೀನಾಕ್ಷಿ ಸುಂದರಂ ಸರ್ ಅವರು ಸಮಾರೋಪ ಭಾಷಣವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಮನವಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೇನೆ.
ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಮತ್ತು ನನ್ನ ಎದುರುಗಡೆ ಕುಳಿತಿರುವ ಗಣ್ಯ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳೇ, ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರೆ, ಈಗಾಗಲೇ 6 ಗಂಟೆ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಬಂತು. ಇದು ಭಾಷಣ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗಿರುವ ಸಮಯ ಅಲ್ಲ. ಆದ್ರೂ ನಾನು ಏನಾದರೂ ಒಂದು 2 ಮಾತು ಆಡಿ ಮುಗಿಸಿಬಿಡೋಣ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೆ. ನಮ್ಮ DR ಪಾಟೀಲ್ ಸಾಹೇಬರು ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ನನ್ನ ಮುಂದೆ ಇಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಉತ್ತರ ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಮುಗಿಸುವುದು ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದು ಅಂತ ನನಗೆ ಅನಿಸುತ್ತೆ. ಅವರು ಹೇಳಿದರು, ನಾವು ವರದಿಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಕಾನೂನು ತಂದಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ಪಾಲಿಟಿಷಿಯನ್ಸು ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಒಳಗೆ ನಮಗೆ ಸಪೋರ್ಟಿವ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಆದ್ರೂ ಸಹ ಇದು ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲವಲ್ಲ, ಇದಕ್ಕೇನು ಕಾರಣ, ಇದು ಹೇಗೆ ನಾವು ಮಾಡುವುದು ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಹಾಕಿದರು. ಇದನ್ನು ನಾನು 2 ಆ್ಯಂಗಲ್ನಿಂದ ನೋಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಇವತ್ತು ಬೆಳಗಿಂದಲೂ ನಾನು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಎಲ್ಲ ಭಾಷಣಗಳನ್ನು ನಾನು ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಇವತ್ತು ಮಾತಾಡಿದವರಲ್ಲಿ 2 ಥರದ ಜನರಿದ್ದರು. ಒನ್ ಈಸ್ ಅ ಸೆಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ರೆಡ್ಡಿ, ಶಿವಣ್ಣ, ವಿಜಯ್ ಆನಂದ್. ಅವರೆಲ್ಲ ಏನು ಮಾಡಿದರು, ಈ ಹಣಕಾಸಿನ ವರದಿ ಹೇಗಿದೆ, ವಾಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದ ಸಿಗ್ನಿಫಿಕೆನ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ 16th ಫೈನಾನ್ಸ್ ಕಮಿಷನ್, 5th ಫೈನಾನ್ಸ್ ಕಮಿಷನ್ ಅಂತೆಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳಿದರು. ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಟೆಕ್ನಿಕಲ್ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್. ಅದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಾನು ಹೇಳೋದಕ್ಕಿದೆ, ಆದರೆ ಈಗ ಹೇಳೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಅವ್ರ ಹತ್ರ ಮಾತಾಡಿಕೊಳ್ತೇನೆ. ದೇರ್ ಆರ್ 2 ಪೀಪಲ್ ಹೂ ಸ್ಪೋಕ್ ವೆರಿ ಡಿಫರೆಂಟ್ಲಿ. ನೀವು ನನ್ನ ಜೊತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬೆಳಗಿಂದಲೂ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಈ ಸಮಯವರೆಗೆ ಕೂತಿರುವವರೆಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಮಾತಾಡಿದವರಲ್ಲಿ 2 ಜನರು ಮಾತ್ರ ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಬೇರೆ ಏನೋ ಮಾತಾಡಿದರು. ಯಾರು? ಶ್ರೀಮಾನ್ ವೀರಪ್ಪ ಮೊಯ್ಲಿಯವರು ಮತ್ತು ಪಳನಿದುರಿಯವರು. ಅವರಿಬ್ಬರು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹಣಕಾಸಿನ ಬಗ್ಗೆ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸಿಪಲ್ಸ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಏನು ಮಾತಾಡಿಲ್ಲ. ವಾಟ್ ಈಸ್ ದಟ್ ದೇ ಸೆಡ್? ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳಿದರು, ನಾವು ಏನು ಮಾಡದೇ ಇದ್ದರೆ ವಾಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಹ್ಯಾಪನ್ಡ್ ಇನ್ ತಮಿಳ್ನಾಡು ವಿಲ್ ಹ್ಯಾಪನ್ ಹಿಯರ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಅಂತ ವೀರಪ್ಪ ಮೊಯ್ಲಿಯವರು ಹೇಳಿದರು. ಏನು ಅರ್ಥ ಅದು? ಪಾಲಿಟಿಷಿಯನ್ಸ್, ಬ್ಯೂರೋಕ್ರಸಿ, ದೇ ಮಸ್ಟ್ ನೋ ಏನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. ನಾವೇ ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದು. ನಾವು ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗದೇ ಇದ್ದರೆ ಪೀಪಲ್ ವಿಲ್ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಇಟ್ ಥ್ರೂ ದ ಎಲೆಕ್ಟ್ರಲ್ ಪ್ರಾಸೆಸ್. ತಮಿಳ್ನಾಡಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿದಂಗೆ ಎಲೆಕ್ಟ್ರಲ್ ಪ್ರಾಸೆಸ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಅದು ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗದೇ ಇದ್ದರೆ ದೇರ್ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ಎ ರೆವಲ್ಯೂಷನ್, ದೇರ್ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ಅಜಿಟೇಷನ್, ದೇರ್ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ಎ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್. ಸೊ ದಿಸ್ ಈಸ್ ಒನ್ ಆ್ಯಂಗಲ್. ಈಗ ನಾವು ಹೇಳುವುದನ್ನು ಹೇಗೆ ಇದನ್ನು ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡುವುದು ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗದೇ ಇದ್ದರೆ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಟೇಕ್ ಇಟ್ ಟು ದ ಪೀಪಲ್. ದಟ್ ಇಸ್ ವಾಟ್ ಪಳನಿದುರೈ ಸೆಡ್. 2ನೇ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ ಪಳನಿದುರೈ ಏನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂದರೆ, ಗೋ ಟು ದ ಪೀಪಲ್ ಅಂತ. ನಾವೇ ಮಾತಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರಯೋಜನ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ದ ಪೀಪಲ್. ಈಗ ತಿರುಗಿ ಗೋ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಟು ತಮಿಳ್ನಾಡು ಎಲೆಕ್ಷನ್ ರಿಸಲ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಇವತ್ತು ನ್ಯೂ ಚೀಫ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಹೇಗೆ ಬಂದರು? ಹೌ ಡಿಡ್ ಹಿ ಗೆಟ್ ಇಟ್? ಮೇಕಿಂಗ್ ದ ಪೀಪಲ್ ಅಂಡರ್ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ದಟ್ ದ ಪ್ರೀವಿಯಸ್ ರೆಜ್ಯೂಮ್ ವಾಸ್ either not doing the job or corrupt, whatever that is. ಅದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ಮಾತಾಡಬಾರ್ದು, ನಮಗದು ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಆದರೆ ಜನರಿಗೆ ಅದು ಗೊತ್ತಾಯಿತು, ಬೇರೆ ಚೇಂಜ್ ನಮಗೆ ಬೇಕೇ ಬೇಕು. ನಾವು ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಮೇಕ್ ದಿಸ್ ಫೀಲಿಂಗ್ ದಟ್ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಪ್ರಯೋಜನ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅಥವಾ ಇದ್ರೂ ವಿ ಶುಡ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಅವರ್ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅಟ್ ದ ಲೋಕಲ್ ಲೆವೆಲ್. ಈ ಮನಸ್ಸು ಹೇಗೆ ನೀವು ತರ್ತೀರಾ? ಹೌ ಡಿಡ್ ಯು ಡೂ ಇಟ್? ಇನ್ ತಮಿಳ್ನಾಡು ದೇ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಡನ್ ಇಟ್ ನೌ. ದೇ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಸೆಡ್ somehow the common man feels that there needs to be a change. ಏನಾದರೂ ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ಮಾಡಲೇಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ತಮಿಳ್ನಾಡಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಜನರಿಗೆ ಯಾರು ಮಾಡಿದರು? ನಾಟ್ ಬೈ ಬ್ಯೂರೋಕ್ರಸಿ. ಖಂಡಿತ ಬ್ಯೂರೋಕ್ರಸಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡುವುದಿಲ್ಲ. ಇದನ್ನು ಯಾರು ಮಾಡಿದರು? ಕುಡ್ ಬಿ NGOs, ಕುಡ್ ಬಿ ಲೋಕಲ್ ಪಾಲಿಟಿಷಿಯನ್ಸ್. ಯಾರು ಮಾಡಿದರು? ಸೊ ನನ್ನ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಆನ್ಸರ್ ಏನಂದರೆ, ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಟೇಕ್ ಇಟ್ ಟು ದ ಪೀಪಲ್. ಅದು ಕಂಪೇರಿಂಗ್ ಟು ಮೀ ಯು ಆರ್ ಬೆಟರ್ ಆಫ್. ಈಗ ಯಾರ್ಯಾರೆಲ್ಲ ಪಾಲಿಟಿಕ್ಸ್ ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಡಿ, ಸಾಧಾರಣ ಜನರ ಜೊತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗಿ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಒಳ್ಳೇದಪ್ಪ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಬೇಕು. ಈಗ ಟುಮಾರೋ ಫಾರ್ ಆರ್ಗ್ಯುಮೆಂಟ್ ಸೇಕ್ ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಈಗಲೇ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ತೆಗೆದು ಬಿಟ್ಟರು. ಏನಾದರೂ ಅಜಿಟೇಷನ್ ಆಯಿತಾ? ಒಳ್ಳೇದಾಯ್ತು ಇವ್ರು ಹೋದ್ರು ಅಂತ ಕೆಲವರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಳಗೆ ಇವರು ನ್ಯೂಸನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು, ಈಗ ಇವರಿಲ್ಲ, ವಿ ಆರ್ ಹ್ಯಾಪಿ ಓನ್ಲಿ ವಿತ್ ದ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಸೆಂಟರ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳುವವರು ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಯಾಕೆ ನಾವು ಹಾಗೆ, ಟು ವಾಟ್ ಲೆವೆಲ್ ವೈ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟೇಕನ್ ದಟ್? ಸೊ ಇದು ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್. ನಾವು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಸೇರಿಕೊಂಡು, ವೆದರ್ ಯು ಆರ್ ಅ ಪಾಲಿಟಿಷಿಯನ್ ಆರ್ ಅ ಬ್ಯೂರೋಕ್ರಾಟ್ ಆರ್ ಅ ಲೋಕಲ್ ಪರ್ಸನ್, ಹೌ ಟು ಮೇಕ್ ದ ಪೀಪಲ್ ರಿಯಲೈಸ್ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜ್ ಇಸ್ ಗುಡ್ ಫಾರ್ ಅಸ್. ಇದು ಇದ್ದರೆ ನಮಗೆ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದು. ಈಗ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ತೆಗೆದರೆ ಅಜಿಟೇಷನ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಜಿಲ್ಲಾ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ತೆಗೆದರೆ ಅಜಿಟೇಷನ್ ಆಗಲ್ಲ. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ನಾವು ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ನಾಟ್ ಗಾನ್ ಟು ದ ಪೀಪಲ್. ಯು ಮಸ್ಟ್ ಗೋ ಟು ದ ಪೀಪಲ್. ದಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಸೊಲ್ಯೂಷನ್. ಅದೇ ನಮ್ಮ ವೀರಪ್ಪ ಮೊಯ್ಲಿಯವರು ಮತ್ತು ಪಳನಿದುರೈ ಅವರಿಬ್ಬರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದು. 2ನೇ ಅದರ್ ಆ್ಯಂಗಲ್ ಇಸ್, ಈಗ ಬೆಳಗಿಂದಲೂ ನಾನು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇರುವ ಹಾಗೆ 1987 ಇಸವಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜ್ ಒಳಗೆ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಹೋದೆ. ಹಾಗೆ ರಾಮಕೃಷ್ಣ ಹೆಗ್ಡೆ ಅವರು ಸರ್ಕಾರ, ಅಬ್ದುಲ್ ನಸೀರ್ ಸಾಬ್ ಅವರು ನನ್ನ ಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು. ಅವರಿಬ್ಬರು ನನಗೆ ಹೇಳಿದರು, ನೀವು ರೂರಲ್ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜ್ ಸೆಕ್ರೆಟರಿ ಆದ್ರೂ ಸಹ ಪ್ರಯಾರಿಟಿ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜ್ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು. ರೂರಲ್ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಇನ್ಸಿಡೆಂಟಲ್. ಯು ಥಿಂಕ್ ದಟ್ ಯುವರ್ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜ್ ಸೆಕ್ರೆಟರಿ ದಿ ಆರ್ ಗೋಯಿಂಗ್ ಟು ಎಸ್ಟಾಬ್ಲಿಷ್ ನ್ಯೂ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜ್ ಅಂತ. ಇದು ಎರಡನೇ, ಅದು ಮಂಡಲ್ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ಜಿಲ್ಲಾ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ಬಂತಲ್ಲ, 2 ಟೈರ್ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜ್, ಅದು ಬರುವ ಮುಂಚೆ ಒಂದು 6 ತಿಂಗಳ ಮುಂಚೆ ಐ ಜಾಯಿಂಡ್. ಆವಾಗ ನನಗೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕೆಲಸ ಇದನ್ನು ಎಸ್ಟಾಬ್ಲಿಷ್ ಮಾಡುವುದು. ನಮ್ಮ DR ಪಾಟೀಲ್ ಸಾಹೇಬರು ಹೇಳಿದಂಗೆ, ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಪಾಲಿಟಿಷಿಯನ್ಸ್, ನಾವು ಕಾನೂನು ತಂದಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ನಾವು ಎಲ್ಲ ಬರೆದು ಇಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ಇದನ್ನು ನೀವು ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಯುವರ್ ಜಾಬ್. ನಟ್ಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಬೋಲ್ಟ್ಸ್ ನೀವೇ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಏನು ಚೇಂಜ್ ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಮಾಡಿ, ನಾನು ಅಡ್ಡ ಬರಲ್ಲ. ಏನಾದರೂ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಅನುಮಾನ ಇದ್ದರೆ ನನ್ನ ಹತ್ರ ಬಂದು ಕೇಳಿ, ಮಾತಾಡಿ. ಇಲ್ಲ ಎಂದರೆ ವಿ ವಿಲ್ ಗಿವ್ ಯು ದ ಫುಲ್ ಪವರ್, ನೀವು ಮಾಡಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿಬಿಟ್ರು. ಸೊ ಥ್ರೂಔಟ್ ಮೈ ಟೆನ್ಯೂರ್ ಐ ಹ್ಯಾಡ್ ನೋ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ either ವಿತ್ ರಾಮಕೃಷ್ಣ ಹೆಗ್ಡೆ ಆರ್ ವಿತ್ ನಸೀರ್ ಸಾಬ್. ಸೊ ಆ ಫ್ರೀಡಮ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟರು ನಮಗೆ. ನನಗೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಆ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ಗಳಿಗೂ ಫ್ರೀಡಮ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟರು. ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ, ನಾವು ನಮ್ಗೆ ಏನು ಸರಿ ಅಂತ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಅನಿಸುತ್ತೋ ಅದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಆ ಫ್ರೀಡಮ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟರು. ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ದ ಡಿಫ್ರೆನ್ಸ್. ಆವಾಗ ಫ್ರೀಡಮ್ ಇತ್ತು, ಈಗ ಇದೆಯಾ? ನೋ, ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ದ ಡಿಫ್ರೆನ್ಸ್ ಐ ವಾಂಟ್ ಟು ಸೇ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಯಾರು ಕಾರಣ ಅದು ನಾನು ಉತ್ತರ ಕೊಡುವುದಿಲ್ಲ. ನಾವು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕಾರಣ ಇರಬಹುದು. 1987ರಲ್ಲಿ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗಿದ್ದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಯಾಕೆ ಈಗ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ? ಬೇರ್ ಡಸ್ ದ ಫಾಲ್ಟ್ ಲೈ. ಒಂದು ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ತೇನೆ, ಅಫಿಷಿಯಲಿ ನನಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಂಗೆ ನೀವು ದ ಚೀಫ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಮತ್ತು ರೂರಲ್ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಫುಲ್ ಫ್ರೀಡಮ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ನಾವು ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಮಾಡಬಹುದು. ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಐಡೆಂಟಿಫೈ ದ ಆಫೀಸರ್ಸ್. ಅದನ್ನು ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಒಪ್ಕೊಳ್ತೇನೆ. ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳಲ್ಲೂ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಆಲ್ ಆಫ್ ದಮ್ ಆರ್ ನಾಟ್ ಗೋಯಿಂಗ್ ಟು ಬಿ ಸಪೋರ್ಟಿವ್. ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲೂ ಕೆಲವ್ರಿಗೆ ಇನ್ನೂ ಒಂದು ಹೆದರಿಕೆ ಇದೆ, ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜ್ ಬಂದುಬಿಟ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಪವರ್ ಹೋಗಿಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ. ಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಹಾಗೆ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಆ್ಯಕ್ಚುಲಿ ನಾವು 1987ನಲ್ಲಿ ಒಬ್ಬ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ನನ್ನ ಹತ್ರನೇ ಬಂದು ಹೇಳಿದರು, ಅವರಿಗೆ ಏನು ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅಂದರೆ ಹಾರ್ಟಿಕಲ್ಚರ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್. ನನ್ನ ಹೆಸರು ಹೇಳಬಾರ್ದು. ಹಿ ಈಸ್ ಅ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಆಫ್ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಫಾರ್ ಹಾರ್ಟಿಕಲ್ಚರ್. ಈಗ ಏನು ನಾವು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಅಂದರೆ ಹಾರ್ಟಿಕಲ್ಚರ್ ಫಾರ್ಮ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಜಿಲ್ಲಾ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ವಿ. ಈಗ ಏನು ಮಾಡೋದು? ಅವ್ರು ಬಂದು ನನ್ನ ಹತ್ರ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೇಳಿ, ನನ್ನ ರೂಮ್ಗೆ ಬಂದುಬಿಟ್ರು. ಬಂದು ಹೇಳಿದರು, ಈಗ ನಾನು ಏನು ಮಾಡಲಿ? ಎಲ್ಲ ಜಿಲ್ಲಾ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ನನ್ನ ಹತ್ರ ಇರೋದೆಲ್ಲ ಬರೀ ಫಾರಮ್. ಈಗ ಫಾರಮ್ ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ನನಗೇನು ಕೆಲಸ? ದೆನ್ ಐ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪ್ಲೈನ್ ಟು ಹಿಮ್ ನಿಮ್ಮದು ಏನು ಕೆಲಸ ಅಂತ. ಅವ್ರು ಬರೀ ಫಾರಮ್ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಯು ಆರ್ ದ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಲೆವೆಲ್ ಪರ್ಸನ್, ಇಂಟರ್ ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಕ್ಟ್ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ಸ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ನೀವು ಮಾಡಬಹುದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಏನಾದ್ರು ಒಂದು ಅರ್ಧ ಗಂಟೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟ ಮೇಲೆ ಹಿ ವೆಂಟ್ ಸ್ಟ್ರೈಟ್ ಟು ದ ಚೀಫ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್. ಹಿ ಸೆಡ್, ನನಗೆ ಇದು ಇಷ್ಟ ಇಲ್ಲ, ನನಗೆ ಫಾರಮ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಡಬೇಕು, ಎಲ್ಲ ಹಾರ್ಟಿಕಲ್ಚರ್ ಫಾರ್ಮ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು, ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಜಿಲ್ಲಾ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ನವ್ರಿಗೆ ಏನು ಗೊತ್ತಿರೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿಬಿಟ್ರು. ಸೊ ಐ ವಾಸ್ ಕಾಲ್ಡ್, ಇದಕ್ಕೇನು ಸೊಲ್ಯೂಷನ್? ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ದ 3 of us, ರಾಮಕೃಷ್ಣ ಹೆಗ್ಡೆ, ನಸೀರ್ ಸಾಬ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಬಿ, ನಾವು ಏನು ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಮಾಡಿದೀವಿ ಅಂದರೆ, ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ ಬಿಡಿ, ಯಾವ್ಯಾವುದು ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಲೆವೆಲ್ ಫಾರಮ್ ಅಂತ 2-3 ಇವ್ರಿಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಡೋಣ. ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಇವರು ಅಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಕಾಂಪ್ರಮೈಸ್ ಮಾಡುವುದು. ಎಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಫಾರಮ್ ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಕ್ಟ್ ಒಳಗೆ ಇದೆಯೋ ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಜಿಲ್ಲಾ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಡಿ. ಎಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲಿ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಿ, ಬೆಳ್ಳಾರ ಅಂತ ಒಂದಿತ್ತು ತುಮಕೂರು ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ವಿ ಆರ್ ಡೂಯಿಂಗ್ ಕೋಕೋನಟ್ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್. ಅದು ತುಮಕೂರಿಗೂ ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ಕೋಲಾರಕ್ಕೂ ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ಹಾಸನಕ್ಕೆ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಕಾಮನ್ ಆಗಿರುವುದನ್ನು ಮಾತ್ರ ಇವ್ರಿಗೂ ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಡಿ, ಬಾಕಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ವಿ ವಿಲ್ ಕೀಪ್ ಇಟ್ ಟು ದ ಜಿಲ್ಲಾ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್. ಇದು ಇಂಥ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಸಾಲ್ವ್ ಮಾಡುವಷ್ಟು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಮನಸ್ಸಿತ್ತು. ಅವರು ಹೆದರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಈಗ ಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಪರ್ಸನ್ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಒಂದು ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ತೊಂದರೆ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಇದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ದಿವಸ ಆದಮೇಲೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿನೂ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಆಯಿತು. ಸಡನ್ ಆಗಿ ಕೋಆಪರೇಟಿವ್ಸ್ ಅನ್ನು ವಾಪಸ್ ಕೊಡಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು, ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಟ್ರು. ಇಟ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಗೋಸ್ ಬೈ ದ ಪವರ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಕನ್ಸರ್ನ್. ಇಫ್ ದ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಇಸ್ ವೆರಿ ಪವರ್ಫುಲ್, ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಬಡ್ಜ್. ಇಫ್ ದ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಇಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ದಟ್ ಪವರ್ಫುಲ್, ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಗಿವ್ ಹಿಮ್ ಅಪ್ ಆರ್ ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಫೈಂಡ್ ಅ ಕಾಂಪ್ರಮೈಸ್. ಇದು ಪೊಲಿಟಿಕಲಿ ನೀವು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ನನ್ನ ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಖಂಡಿತ ನಾವು ತಿರುಗಿ ಅದೇ 1987 ಲೆವೆಲ್ಗೆ ಬರೋಕ್ಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನೀವೇನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ, ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಬ್ರಿಂಗ್ ಪೊಲಿಟಿಕಲಿ, ದೇ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಇನ್ಶ್ಯೂರ್ ದಟ್ ದೇ ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್. ಇವಾಗ ಬ್ಯೂರೋಕ್ರಾಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಟೋಲ್ಡ್ ಇದನ್ನು ನೀವು ಮಾಡಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರು ಮಾಡಿಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ದೇ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ರೈಟ್ ದರ್ CRs, ದೇ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಆನ್ಸರ್ ಥಿಂಗ್ಸ್. ಸೊ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಇಷ್ಟ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ದೇ ಶುಡ್ ಬಿ ಗಿವನ್ ದ ಫ್ರೀಡಮ್. ಅದು ಬಿಟ್ಟುಬಿಟ್ಟು ಇಲ್ಲ ನೀವು ಬೇಡ ಅಂತ ನೀವು ಒಂದು ಏನಾದರೂ ಒಂದು ವೆರಿ ವೇಗ್ ಇಂಟೆನ್ಷನ್ ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ, ದ ಬ್ಯೂರೋಕ್ರಾಟ್ ವಿಲ್ ಪಿಕ್ ಇಟ್ ಅಪ್, ಶಿ ವಿಲ್ ನಾಟ್ ಬಾದರ್. That is the only answer which I can give. Between 87 and today, things have changed. ಆದರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಏನೂ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ನಾವು ಕೊನೆಯದಾಗಿ ನಾನು ಒಂದೇ ಒಂದು ಮಾತು ಹೇಳಿ ಮುಗಿಸ್ತಾರೆ.
ಇವತ್ತು ನಾವು ಫೈನಾನ್ಸ್ ಕಮಿಷನ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ವಿ, ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಏನಾದರೂ ನಾನು ಹೇಳಬೇಕು. ದೇರ್ ಆರ್ 6 ಡಿಫರೆಂಟ್ ಸೋರ್ಸಸ್ ಥ್ರೂ ವಿಚ್ ಎ ಗ್ರಾಮ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ಗೆಟ್ಸ್ ಮನಿ. ಮೊದಲನೇ ಸೋರ್ಸ್ ಏನೆಂದರೆ ಅವರದ್ದು ಓನ್ ಸೋರ್ಸ್ ಇನ್ಕಮ್ ಅಂತಾರೆ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಸು ಫೀಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ. ಎರಡನೆಯದು ಸೆಂಟ್ರಲ್ ಫೈನಾನ್ಸ್ ಕಮಿಷನ್ನಿಂದ ಬರುವ ದುಡ್ಡು. ಮೂರನೆಯದು ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಫೈನಾನ್ಸ್ ಕಮಿಷನ್ನಿಂದ ಬರುವ ದುಡ್ಡು. ನಾಲ್ಕನೆಯದು ಸೆಂಟ್ರಲಿ ಸ್ಪಾನ್ಸರ್ಡ್ ಸ್ಕೀಮ್ಸ್, ನಮ್ಮ NREG ಇತ್ತಲ್ಲ ಅಂಥ ಸ್ಕೀಮ್ಗಳಿಂದ ಬರುವ ದುಡ್ಡು. ಐದನೆಯದು ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟಿಂದ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಸ್ಪಾನ್ಸರ್ಡ್ ಸ್ಕೀಮ್ಸ್ ಕೊಡುವುದು. ಆರನೆಯದು ಸ್ಟೇಕ್ ಹೋಲ್ಡರ್ ಪಾರ್ಟಿಸಿಪೇಷನ್ ಅಂತ ಪೀಪಲ್ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ ಬರುವುದು. ಇವತ್ತು ಮಾತಾಡಿದವರು ಎಲ್ಲ ನಾನು ಹೇಳಿದ 2, 3, 4, 5 ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡಿದರು. ಓನ್ ಸೋರ್ಸ್ ಇನ್ಕಮ್ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು, ಐದನೇದು ವಿತೌಟ್ ಎನಿ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ವಿ ನಾಟ್ ಡೂ ಸಮಥಿಂಗ್. ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೆ ಎದುರುಗಡೆ ಒಂದು ರೋಡ್ ಇದೆ, ಈ ರೋಡನ್ನು ನಾವು ಇಂಪ್ರೂವ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ನಾವು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಸೇರಿಕೊಂಡು ಮಾಡುವುದು. ಆವಾಗ ಜಿಲ್ಲಾ ಪರಿಷತ್ತು ಅಥವಾ ಗ್ರಾಮ ಪಂಚಾಯತಲ್ಲಿ ನಮಗೆ ಸಹಾಯ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ, ನಮಗೆ ತೊಂದರೆ ಮಾಡದೆ ಪರ್ಮಿಷನ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಬೇಕಾದರೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಸಾಮಾನುಗಳು ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. ವೈ ನಾಟ್ ವಿ ಡೂ ದಿಸ್? ನಾನು ಕೆನ್ಯಾ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದಾಗ ಒಂದು ಹರಾಂಬೆ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ಇತ್ತು. ಅದು ಏನೆಂದರೆ ಹಳ್ಳಿಯವರು ಬಂದು ನಮ್ಗೆ ಈ ಬೆನಿಫಿಟ್ ಬೇಕು ಅಂದರೆ ವಿ ವಿಲ್ ಗಿವ್ 50%, ನೀವು ಏನು ಕೊಡ್ತೀರಾ ಅಂತ ಗ್ರಾಮ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ಹತ್ರ ವಿಚಾರಿಸ್ತಾರೆ. ಹಳ್ಳಿಯವರು ಕೊಡೋದು 50%, ದ ಗ್ರಾಮ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ಗಿವ್ 50%, ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಟೇಕ್ಸ್ ಪ್ಲೇಸ್. ಈಗ ರೋಡ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಇರುವವರೆಲ್ಲ ಹಣಕಾಸಿನವರು ಒಳ್ಳೆಯವರು, ಇಫ್ ದೇ ಆರ್ ರಿಚ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ದೇ ಮೇ ಗಿವ್ 80%, ಇಫ್ ದೇ ಆರ್ ಪೂರ್ ದೇ ಮೇ ಗಿವ್ 20%. ಅದೇ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ಜೊತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ನಾವು ಇದು 2 ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಮಾತ್ರ ಇವತ್ತು ನಾವು ಬಿಟ್ಟುಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಮೊದಲನೆಯದು ಹೌ ಟು ಇಂಪ್ರೂವ್ ದ ಓನ್ ಸೋರ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್. ಅದು ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್ ನೀವು ಕೊಡಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ನೀವೇ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಆಗ್ತೀರಾ, ನನಗೆ ನೀವೇನು ಮಾಡಿದಿರಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ನನ್ನ ರೋಡ್ ಇಂಪ್ರೂವ್ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ, ನೀವು ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್ ಮಾತ್ರ ತಗೊಳ್ತೀರಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಜಗಳ ಮಾಡ್ತೇನೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಎಲೆಕ್ಟೆಡ್ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ಪ್ರೆಸಿಡೆಂಟ್. ಬ್ಯೂರೋಕ್ರಸಿ ವಿಲ್ ನಾಟ್ ಆನ್ಸರ್ ದಟ್, ದೇ ವಿಲ್ ಕ್ವೈಟ್ಲಿ ಎಸ್ಕೇಪ್. ಆವಾಗ ಏನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು? ಯು ಮಸ್ಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಎಲೆಕ್ಷನ್ಸ್. ದ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಐ ನೋಟಿಸ್ ಟುಡೇ ಇನ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಇಸ್ ಯು ಡು ನಾಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಎಲೆಕ್ಷನ್ಸ್. ಇದು ಆಸ್ ಅ ಪರ್ಸನ್ ಹೂ ರೋಟ್ ದ ಕಾನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಷನ್ 73rd ಅಮೆಂಡ್ಮೆಂಟ್, ಐ ನೆವರ್ ಥಾಟ್ ಇಂಥದ್ದು ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ. ನಾವು ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾನೂನಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ಏನಾದರೂ ನೀವು ಒಂದು ಪಂಚಾಯತನ್ನು ತೆಗೆದರೆ ಕಾನೂನು ಪ್ರಕಾರವಾಗಿ ತೆಗೆದರೆ 6 ತಿಂಗಳ ಒಳಗೆ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಎಲೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಷನಲ್ಲಿ ಇರುವುದು. ಈಗ 5 ವರ್ಷಗಳು ಮುಗಿದೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ, ಎಲೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಏನು ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಯಾರೂ ಮಾಡಲಿಲ್ಲ. ತಮಿಳ್ನಾಡಿನಲ್ಲೂ ಅದೇ ಮಾಡಿದರು. ನಾನು ತಮಿಳ್ನಾಡು ಗ್ರಾಮ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ಪ್ರೆಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಅಸೋಸಿಯೇಷನಲ್ಲಿ ಕೇಳಿದೆ, ನೀವು ಯಾಕಪ್ಪ ಒಂದು ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟಿಗೇಷನ್ ಹಾಕಬಾರ್ದು ಅಂತ. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಒಪ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರು, ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಹಿಂದೆ ಒಂದು ಸರಿ ನಾವು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ಒಂದು ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಲಿಟಿಗೇಷನ್ ಹಾಕಿ ISS ಮುಖಾಂತರ ಅವರು ಒಂದು ಎಲೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿಸಿದ್ರು. ಯಾಕೆ ನೀವು ಮಾಡಬಾರ್ದು ಅಂತ ನಾನು ತಮಿಳ್ನಾಡಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಕೇಳಿದೆ, ಒಂದು 2-3 ತಿಂಗಳ ಕೆಳಗೆ. ಆವಾಗ ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳಿದರು, ಸರ್ ನಾವು ಹೋಗಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ಆದರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಪಾರ್ಟಿಯವರು ಒಪ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನಾನು ಕೇಸ್ ಹಾಕಿಬಿಟ್ರೆ ನಾಳೆ ನನಗೆ ಟಿಕೆಟ್ ಕೊಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ನಾನು ಕೇಸ್ ಹಾಕೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಏನೋ ಆಗೋದು ಆಗಲಿ. ಈಗ ನೋಬಡಿ ಈಸ್ ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟೆಡ್, ಹೂ ಇಸ್ ಗೋಯಿಂಗ್ ಟು ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜ್? ನಮಗೆ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ನಂಬಿಕೆ ಇರಬೇಕು, ಇದು ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಎರಡನೇದಾಗಿ ಜನರಿಗೆ ಈ ನಂಬಿಕೆಯನ್ನು ಮೂಡಿಸಬೇಕು. ಇದು 2 ಬಂದರೆ ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಪೊಲಿಟಿಕಲ್ ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್. ಇಷ್ಟಿದ್ರೆ ತಿರುಗಿ ನಾವು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಬರ್ತೀವಿ. ನನಗಂತೂ ನಂಬಿಕೆ ಇದೆ. ಐ ಆಮ್ ವೆರಿ ಕಾನ್ಫಿಡೆಂಟ್ ವಿ ವಿಲ್ ಡೂ ಇಟ್. ಓನ್ಲಿ ಒನ್ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಅಡ್ವೈಸ್ ಐ ವಾಂಟ್ ಟು ಗಿವ್ ಇಟ್ ಟು ದ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಫೈನಾನ್ಸ್ ಕಮಿಷನ್. ನೀವು ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ದುಡ್ಡು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀರಿ, ಗ್ರಾಮ ಸಭೆಗೆ ಯಾಕೆ ಕೊಡಬಾರ್ದು? ಐ ಆಮ್ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಥಿಂಕಿಂಗ್ ವೆನ್ ದೇ ವರ್ ಟಾಕಿಂಗ್ ಇನ್ ದ ಮಾರ್ನಿಂಗ್. ಸಿ, ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾಡ್ ಗಿವನ್ ಮನಿ ಫಾರ್ ಗ್ರಾಮ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್, ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾಡ್ ಗಿವನ್ ಮನಿ ಫಾರ್ ತಾಲೂಕ್ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್, ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಗಿವನ್ ಮನಿ ಫಾರ್ ಜಿಲ್ಲಾ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್. ಯಾಕೆ ಗ್ರಾಮ ಸಭೆಯನ್ನು ನಡೆಸಬೇಕು? ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಡೆಮಾಕ್ರಸಿ ಇರುವುದು ಗ್ರಾಮ ಸಭೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತ್ರ. ಅದು ಮಾಡಿಸೋದು ಇದು. ತುಂಬ ಜನರೇ ಗ್ರಾಮ ಸಭೆ ಮಾಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ರೆಸೊಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಬರೆದು ಸೈನ್ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಇದು ಓಪನ್ ಆಗಿ ಗ್ರಾಮ ಸಭಾ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವೇನು ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ? ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಯು ಗಿವ್ ಸಮ್ ಮನಿ? ಯು ಸೇ ಗ್ರಾಮ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ಗೆ ಇಷ್ಟು ಅಲೊಕೇಶನ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಇಷ್ಟು ಪರ್ಸೆಂಟ್ 1% ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿ. ದಟ್ 1% ಶುಡ್ ಬಿ ಸ್ಪೆಂಟ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಆನ್ ಗ್ರಾಮ ಸಭಾ. ಗ್ರಾಮ ಸಭಾ ಮೀಟಿಂಗ್ ಕರೆಯೋದು, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಊಟ ತಿಂಡಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕೊಡಿ, ಏನು ಖರ್ಚಾಗುತ್ತೋ ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಈ 1% ಒಳಗೆ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಅವರಿಗೆ ಲೆಟ್ ದೆಮ್ ಟೇಕ್ ಲುಕ್ ಅಟ್ ಯುವರ್ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ಪ್ಲ್ಯಾನ್, GPDP ಎಲ್ಲ ಯಾವುದು ಬೇಕಾದರೂ ಮಾಡಲಿ. ಇದು ಸಾಧ್ಯವಾದರೆ ನಾವು ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಮಾಡುವಾಗ ವಿ ಮಸ್ಟ್ ಮೇಕ್ ಅನ್ ಅಲೊಕೇಶನ್ ಫಾರ್ ಗ್ರಾಮ ಸಭಾ ಆಲ್ಸೋ. ಯು ಕನ್ಸಿಡರ್ ದಿಸ್. ಈಗ ನಾನು ವೆನ್ ಐ ವಾಸ್ ಲಿಸನಿಂಗ್ ಟು ಅದರ್ಸ್ ಐ ಥಾಟ್ ದಿಸ್ ಕುಡ್ ಬಿ ಅನ್ ಐಡಿಯಾ. ಸೊ ಇಷ್ಟೇ ನಾನು ತಿರುಗಿ ಕೊನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳುವುದು, ಸಿ, ಇನ್ ಎ ಕಂಟ್ರೀಸ್ ಹಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿ 30-40 years ಇಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಅ ವೆರಿ ಬಿಗ್ ಇಯರ್. ನಮ್ಮ ಜೀವನದಲ್ಲಿ 30 ವರ್ಷ 40 ವರ್ಷ ಅಂದರೆ ಅದು ದೊಡ್ಡದು. ಆದರೆ ಸರ್ಕಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಥವಾ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ 30-40 years ಇಸ್ ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಗ್ರೇಟ್. ನಾವು ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಟ್ರೈ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ, 87 ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ಈಗ 40 ವರ್ಷ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಬಂತು. ಸೊ ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಅ ವೆರಿ ಬಿಗ್ ಪೀರಿಯಡ್. ಈವನ್ ನೌ ವಿ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಚೇಂಜ್, ಬಟ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಮನಸ್ಸಿರಬೇಕು. ವಿ ಶುಡ್ ವರ್ಕ್ ಟುಗೆದರ್. ನಮಗೆ ನಂಬಿಕೆ ಇರಬೇಕು. ನಾವು ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ತಿರುಗಿ ಅಗೇನ್ ವಿ ವಿಲ್ ಕಮ್ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ವೆರಿ ಮಚ್. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು.
It's a good suggestion. For the GPAs, you can do a recommendation.
Exactly.
Yeah.
See, that whatever I said for graph.
It is in municipalities, it's ward committees.
Ward committee meeting ಮಾಡಿದರೆ
1% dilution ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಭಾಳ ಎಫೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. chairman said to consider that. ಏರಿಯಾ ಸಭಾ ತಂದಾಕ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ ಸರ್. ಹೌದು, ಏರಿಯಾ ಸಭಾ ಆಕ್ಚುಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ BBMP ಆಕ್ಟ್ 2020 ಇತ್ತು, ಇನ್ಕ್ಲೂಡ್ ಆಗಿತ್ತು ಏರಿಯಾ ಸಭಾ. ಬಟ್ GBA ಏನು ಡ್ರಾಫ್ಟ್ ಕಾಪಿಯಲ್ಲೂ ಇತ್ತು. ಬಟ್ ಒನ್ಸ್ ಇಟ್ ವಾಸ್ ಪಬ್ಲಿಷ್, ನಾಟ್ ಟೋಟಲಿ ಟುಕ್ ಔಟ್ ದ 10-15 sections which was related to the area sabha.
ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ವಾಟ್ ಐ ಆಮ್ ಸೇಯಿಂಗ್ ಇಸ್ ಯು ಗಿವ್ ಮನಿ ಫಾರ್ ದಟ್. ಯು ಸೇ ದಟ್ ನೀವು ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಇಷ್ಟು ದುಡ್ಡು ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ. ಈಗ ಸೆಂಟ್ರಲ್ ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಕಂಡೀಷನ್ ಹಾಕಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಐ ವಾಸ್ ಟೋಲ್ಡ್ ಇನ್ ದ ಮಾರ್ನಿಂಗ್ 1200 rupees per house. ನಿಮಗೆ ಇನ್ಕಮ್ ಬರದೇ ಇದ್ದರೆ ವಿ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಗಿವ್ ಮನಿ ಅಂತ. ಲೈಕ್ ದಟ್ ಯು ದ ಕಂಡೀಷನ್ ಹಿಯರ್. ನೀವು ಏರಿಯಾ ಸಭಾ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೇ ಈ ದುಡ್ಡು ನಿಮಗೆ ಕೊಡೋದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ ಅವ್ರು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಮಾಡೋದು. ದಿಸ್ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಬಂದು ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಯಾರಾದರೂ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಆ ಕೇರಳದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತ್ರ ನಮಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ 4 ಜನರು ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಯು ವಿಲ್ ಗೆಟ್ 5 ಒಪಿನಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ. ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಅಂಥದ್ದು ನಮ್ಮ ಕೆಲಸ ಅವರನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಕೂತ್ಸೋದು. ಮೇಕಿಂಗ್ ದಮ್ ಸಿಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಅವರ್ ಜಾಬ್. ಯು ಲೀವ್ ಇಟ್ ಟು ದಮ್, ದೇ ವಿಲ್ ಸಾಲ್ವ್.
ಸೊ ಈಗ ಕಡೆಯದಾಗಿ ಈ ಸಭೆಯ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷತೆಯನ್ನು ವಹಿಸಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಶ್ರೀ UI ಗೋರ್ಪಡೆ ಸರ್ ಅವರು ತಮ್ಮ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷ ಭಾಷಣವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಕೋರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೆ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಈ ಸಮಯದ ಅಭಾವದಿಂದ ಆದಷ್ಟು ಬೇಗ ಈ ಭಾಷಣವನ್ನು ಮುಗಿಸ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಮತ್ತು ಎಲ್ಲರ ಹೆಸರು ಕೂಡ ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಇವತ್ತು ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಹಾಸನಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಗಣ್ಯಮಾನ್ಯರೇ ಮತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ಪರಿಷತ್ತಿನ ಎಲ್ಲ ಎಕ್ಸಿಕ್ಯೂಟಿವ್ ಕಮಿಟಿ ಮೆಂಬರ್ಸ್ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಸ್ವಾಗತ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ, ಆಮೇಲೆ ನಿರೂಪಣೆ ಮಾಡೋದ ಶ್ರೀ ಕೆಂಪೇಗೌಡರು ಮತ್ತು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಡಿಸೆಂಟ್ರಲೈಸ್ಡ್ ಪ್ಲಾನಿಂಗ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕಮಿಟಿ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳಾದ ವೇಣುಗೋಪಾಲ್ ಅವರು, ನಂಜುಂಡ ಅವರು, ಈ ಮೂವರು ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಸಹಾಯ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಈ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ಯಶಸ್ವಿ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ. ರೇಣುಕಾ ಸ್ವಾಮಿಯವರು ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಈ ಒಂದು ಯಶಸ್ವಿಯಾಗಿ ನಡೆಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ತಮ್ಮ ಸಹಕಾರವನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆದರೆ ಈಗ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ವಿಷಯಗಳು ಪ್ರಸ್ತಾವನೆ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಎಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋದರೆ ಅದು ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಅರ್ಧ ತಾಸು ಆಗ್ತದೆ. 2-3 ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ಸ್ ಹೇಳಿ ನಾನು ಭಾಷಣ ಮುಗಿಸ್ತೀನಿ. ಇವತ್ತು ಮುಂಜಾನೆಯಿಂದ ಈ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ ಈ ಓನ್ ಸೋರ್ಸ್ ರೆವೆನ್ಯೂ ಮೇಲೆ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಚರ್ಚೆ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಏನಂದರೆ ಮಾಹಿತಿಯನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಮತ್ತು ಕೆಲವು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಕೂಡ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಾನು ಆವಾಗ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕಂತ ಮಾಡಿದೆ, ಬಟ್ ಸಮಯ ಅಭಾವದಿಂದ ನಾನು ಏನು ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಅವ್ರು ಏನು ಹೇಳಿದೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಅರ್ಬನೈಸೇಷನ್ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. ಪರ್ ಕ್ಯಾಪಿಟಲ್ ಇನ್ಕಮ್ ಇನ್ಕ್ರೀಸ್ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅರ್ಬನೈಸೇಷನ್ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ನಿಜ, ಅರ್ಬನೈಸೇಷನ್ ಆಗಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಪರ್ ಕ್ಯಾಪಿಟಲ್ ಇನ್ಕಮ್ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಬಟ್ ನಮ್ಮಂಥ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಇಂಥ ಅರ್ಬನೈಸೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ನಾವು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಗಳನ್ನು ಸೃಷ್ಟಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ನಾವು ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿನಾಗ ನೋಡ್ತೀವಲ್ಲ, ನಾವು ಅರ್ಬನೈಸೇಷನಿಂದ ಮಾಡಿ ಮುಂಜಾನೆ ಇವರು ನಮ್ಮ ಶ್ರೀನಿವಾಸ ಮೂರ್ತಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು, ಲಂಡನ್ ಇಂಗ್ಲೆಂಡ್ನಾಗ ಹೋದಾಗ ಅರ್ಬನಿಗೆ ರೂರಲಿಗೆ ಏನು ವ್ಯತ್ಯಾಸ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗಲ್ಲ. ಅರ್ಬನೈಸೇಷನ್ ಆದಂಗೆಲ್ಲ ಸ್ಲಮ್ಸ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಮೂಲಭೂತ ಸೌಕರ್ಯ ನಮಗೆ ಕೊಡೋಕೆ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನಾವು ನೋಡ್ತೀವಿ, ನಾನು ಇರೋ ಜಾಗದಾಗ ಕೂಡ ಇಂಥ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಬಿಲ್ಡಿಂಗ್ ಗೇಟೆಡ್ ಕಾಂಪ್ಲೆಕ್ಸ್ ನಾನು ಇರ್ತೀನಿ, ಎದುರುಗಡೆ ಸ್ಲಮ್ಸ್ ಇದ್ದಾವೆ. ಏನು ಅರ್ಬನೈಸೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಿ? ನಾವು ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಸೃಷ್ಟಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಅದರಿಂದ ಅದು ಒಂದಿರಲಿ, ಅದು ಬಿಡಿಸಲೇಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಮತ್ತು ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು 60% ಅರ್ಬನೈಸೇಷನ್ ರಿಕ್ವೈರ್ಡ್ ಟು ಇಂಪ್ರೂವ್ ಪರ್ ಕ್ಯಾಪಿಟಲ್ ಇನ್ಕಮ್. ಬಟ್ ದ್ಯಾಟ್ ಈಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ವರ್ಕಬಲ್ ಇನ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ. ಇಟ್ಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ, ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಓನ್ ಸೋರ್ಸು ಬರೀ ನಾವು 16 ಫೈನಾನ್ಸ್ ಕಮಿಷನ್ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ ನೋಡಿದ್ವಿ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೇಷನ್ ನೋಡಿದ್ವಿ. ಎಲ್ಲ ಓನ್ ಸೋರ್ಸ್ ಅಂದರೆ ಬರೀ ಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್ ಕಲೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಗಮನ ಹರಿಸ್ತಾರೆ ಹೊರತು ಬೇರೆ ಯಾವುದು ಇದು ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಇದು ತುಂಬ ಇದೆ. ನಾನು 2-3 ಸಜೆಷನ್ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಓನ್ ಸೋರ್ಸ್ ಮೊನ್ನೆ ಗದಗ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್ 2 days ಸೆಮಿನಾರ್ ಆದಾಗ ಈ ವಿಷಯ ಬಂತು. ರೆಸಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಕೂಡ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಓನ್ ಸೋರ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ GST ಇರ್ಬೇಕು ನಮಗೆ. ಯು ಮಸ್ಟ್ ಥಿಂಕ್ ಅಬೌಟ್ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ GST. ಇವತ್ತು GST ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ ಕಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಿ. ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ GST ಕಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಷ್ಟು ಭಾಗ ಆ ಪ್ರಪೋರ್ಷನೇಟ್ ಅಮೌಂಟ್ ಶುಡ್ ಕಮ್ ಟು ದಿ ಗ್ರಾಮ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಟೋಲ್, ಹೈವೇಸ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಟೋಲ್ ಕಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಿ, ಅದೇ ಪ್ರಪೋರ್ಷನ್ ಗ್ರಾಮ ಪಂಚಾಯತಿಗೆ ಬರಬೇಕು. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಹೈವೇಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ಗ್ರಾಮ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ಥ್ರೂ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾವೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಅಗ್ರಿಕಲ್ಚರ್ ಸೆಸ್, ನಾನು ಅವಾಗಲೇ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ, ಅಗ್ರಿಕಲ್ಚರ್ ಸೆಸ್ ಹಾಕಿದರೆ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಗ್ರಾಮ ಪಂಚಾಯತಲ್ಲಿ ಅಗ್ರಿಕಲ್ಚರ್ ಆಕ್ಟಿವಿಟಿ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ. ಸೆಸ್ ಹಾಕಿರಿ ತನ್ನಷ್ಟಾನೇ ಅನುದಾನ ಓನ್ ಸೋರ್ಸ್ ಇಂಪ್ರೂವ್ ಆಗ್ತದೆ ಗ್ರಾಮ ಪಂಚಾಯತಿ. ಇಸ್ ಇಸ್ ಟ್ರಿಮೆಂಡಸ್ ಅಮೌಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಇನ್ಕಮ್. ಅದೇ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಲ್ಲ, ಈ ಶುಡ್ ಕಮ್ ಟು GP. ಅದೇ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್ಗಳು ಕಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗ್ತವೆ, ಸೆಂಟ್ರಿಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತದೆ, ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಿದೆ, ಗ್ರಾಮ ಪಂಚಾಯತಿಗೆ ಯಾವತ್ತು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ದೇರ್ಫೋರ್ ಯು ಚೇಂಜ್ ದಿ ಕಾನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಷನ್, ಚೇಂಜ್ ದಿ ಅಮೆಂಡ್ಮೆಂಟ್, ಗ್ರಾಮ ಪಂಚಾಯತಿಗೆ ನೇರವಾಗಿ ಬರಂಗ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಒಂದೇಟಿಗೆ ಇಂಪ್ರೂವ್ ಆಗ್ತೈತೆ. ಕನಿಷ್ಠ ಇವತ್ತು ಏನಾಗಿದೆ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ತಾವು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ, ಇದು ಗೊತ್ತಿನ ಆ ಪಾಯಿಂಟಿಗೆ, ಟುಡೇ ದಿ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜ್ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಈಸ್ ರನ್ ಬೈ 90% ಗ್ರಾಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಸೆಂಟ್ರಲ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್. ಸೊ ಹಾಗಿರ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರು ಹ್ಯಾಕ್ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಏನಂತಾರೆ ಇಂಡಿಪೆಂಡೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿ ತಮ್ಮ ಕಾಲಿನ ಮೇಲೆ ನಿಂದಿರ್ತಾರೆ? ಯು ಆರ್ ನಾಟ್ ಮೇಕಿಂಗ್ ದೆಮ್ ಇಂಡಿಪೆಂಡೆಂಟ್. ಸೊ ಇಂಥ ಒಂದು ಏನಂತಾರೆ ಅವಕಾಶಗಳನ್ನು ಅವರಿಗೆ ತೋರಿಸಿ ಇಂಥ ಒಂದು ಚಾಲನೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟರೆ ಅವ್ರು ತನ್ನಷ್ಟಾನ ಇಂಡಿಪೆಂಡೆಂಟ್ ಆಗ್ತಾರೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಅವರು ಏನಂತಾರೆ ಓನ್ ಸೋರ್ಸ್ ಇಂಪ್ರೂವ್ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಪ್ರತಿಭಟನೆ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ತಾವು ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ರಿ, ನರೇಗಾ ತೆಗೆದು ಜಿ ರಾಮ್ಜಿ ಹಾಕಿದ್ರು. ಯಾರು ಒಬ್ಬರನ್ನ ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಟ್ ಬೀದಿ ಮೇಲೆ ಬಂದ್ರ ನಮಗೆ ನರೇಗಾ ಬೇಕು, ಜಿ ರಾಮ್ಜಿ ಬೇಡ ಅಂತ? ಯಾರು ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದೇ ಫಾರ್ಮರ್ಸ್ 3 ಬಿಲ್ ತಂದಾಗ 1 ವರ್ಷ ಸ್ಟ್ರೈಕ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಡೆಲ್ಲಿ ಹತ್ರ. ಏನ್ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಫಾರ್ಮರ್ ಸ್ಟ್ರೈಕ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅದೇ ಒಂದು ವಿಲೇಜ್, ಒಂದು ಔರಂಗಜೇಬ್ ಕಾಲದ ಲಡಾಯಿ ತರ ಇತ್ತದು, ಅಂತ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರು ಒಂದು ಧ್ವನಿ ಎತ್ತಿದ್ರು? MG ನರೇಗಾ ಯಾಕೆ ತೆಗೆದ್ರಿ, ನಮಗೆ ಜೀರಾಮ್ ಬೇಡ, ನರೇಗಾ ಬೇಕಂತ. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಏನಾಗ್ತದೆ, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಬೇರೆ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ದುಡಿಮೆ ಬರ್ತೈತೆ, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಯಾರಿಗೂ ತೊಂದರೆ ಆಗ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಈ ನರೇಗಾ ನಿಜವಾಗಿ ಯಾವಾಗ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡುದು? ಕೋವಿಡ್ ಟೈಮ್ನಾಗ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡುದು. ಕೋವಿಡ್ ಟೈಮ್ನಾಗ ಎಲ್ಲ ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ರಿಗಳು ಎಲ್ಲ ನಿಂತು ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ರು, ಎಲ್ಲ ಹಳ್ಳಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಹೋಗುದು, ಅವ್ರ ನರೇಗಾ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಕಾಪಾಡ್ತು. ಬಟ್ ಇದು ಪ್ರತಿ ವರ್ಷ ಬರೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಆದ ಕಾರಣ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಓನ್ ಸೋರ್ಸ್ ನಾವು ಎಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೆ ಈ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಮಾರ್ಗದಿಂದ ಓನ್ ಸೋರ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ, ಈ ಡಿಪೆಂಡೆನ್ಸಿ ಏನಿದೆ ಗ್ರಾಮ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಗಳು 90% ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಸೆಂಟ್ರಲ್ ಗ್ರಾಂಟ್ ಅಂತ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆದರೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಅವರು ಸ್ವತಂತ್ರವಾಗಿ ಹೊಂದಿರಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ.
DMF fund ಅಂತ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. That is district monitoring fund ಅಂತ. That is collected by the local ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಮೂಲಗಳಿಂದ ಕಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ the policy is ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಅದು ಆ ಏರಿಯಾದಿಂದ ಕಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿರ್ತದೆ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಖರ್ಚು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತಿದೆ.
ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ರೀ ಪಾಟೀಲ್, ನೀವು ಅದು ಡೀಟೇಲ್ಸ್ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಹೋಗೋಣ. ಏನಾದ್ರು ಮಾಡ್ರಿ, ಯು ಮಸ್ಟ್ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ಓನ್ ಸೋರ್ಸ್. ಅವ್ರ ಕೈಯಾಗ ಬರಂಗ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು. ಮೈನಿಂಗ್ ಆಕ್ಟಿವಿಟಿ ತಗೋರಿ, ಬಳ್ಳಾರಿ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ 15,000 ಕೋಟಿ ಮೈನಿಂಗ್ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್, ಅದರ ₹1 ಕೂಡ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ಗಳಿಗೆ ಬರೋಲ್ಲ. ಬಳ್ಳಾರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ 300 ಗ್ರಾಮ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ಗಳಿಗೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಕೊಡಿ 1 ಕೋಟಿ. ಯಾಕೆ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ? ದಿ ಫಂಡಮೆಂಟಲ್ ಇಶ್ಯೂಸ್ ನಾವು ಟ್ಯಾಕಲ್ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಲೆವೆಲ್ನಾಗೆ ಸೆಂಟ್ರಲ್ ಲೆವೆಲ್ನಾಗ ಟ್ಯಾಕಲ್ ಮಾಡೋ. ಯಾರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. 15,000 ಕೋಟಿ ಸರ್ ಬಳ್ಳಾರಿಗೆ ಮೈನಿಂಗ್ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಫಂಡ್. ಎವ್ರಿ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಬಿಕಮ್ ವೆರಿ ಲುಕ್ರೇಟಿವ್ ಅಂಡ್ ರಿಚ್. ಸರಿ, ಇದು ಒಂದು ವಿಷಯ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಟಾಸ್ಕ್ ಫೋರ್ಸ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ. ಇದು ರೌಂಡ್ ಟೇಬಲ್ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ, ಟಾಸ್ಕ್ ಫೋರ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ, ATR ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ ರಿಗಾರ್ಡಿಂಗ್ ಫಿಫ್ತ್ ಫೈನಾನ್ಸ್ ಕಮಿಷನ್ ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಒಂದು ಟಾಸ್ಕ್ ಫೋರ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಮಾನಿಟರ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ರೌಂಡ್ ಟೇಬಲ್ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಕೂಡ ಇದನ್ನು ಕಾಯ್ದೆ ಕಾನೂನನ್ನು ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಅನುಷ್ಠಾನ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. ಇದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಮುಂಚೆ ನಾರಾಯಣ ಸ್ವಾಮಿಯವರು ಮೊದಲನೇ ಬಾರಿ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ಪರಿಷತ್ತಿಗೆ ವಾರ್ಷಿಕ ಅನುದಾನ ಕೊಡಬೇಕಂತ ಶಿಫಾರಸು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜ್ ಪರಿಷತ್ತಿಂದ ತಮಗೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಅರ್ಪಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಇದು ಯಾರು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಿಲ್ಲ. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜ್ ಅಸ್ತಿತ್ವಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದಿದ್ದು 1962. ಜವಾಹರ್ಲಾಲ್ ನೆಹರು ಇನಾಗ್ರೇಟೆಡ್ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಏನಂತೀರಿ ಆಲ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ಪರಿಷತ್ ಇನ್ 1962 ಗ್ಲಾಸ್ ಹೌಸ್ನಾಗ ಮಾಡಿತ್ತು. ಅವಾಗ್ಲಿಂದ ನಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದಿದೆ. ಆದರೆ ಹೋದ ವರ್ಷ ನಮಗೆ ಗ್ರಾಂಟ್ ಬರೋಕ್ಕೆ ಶುರು ಆಯಿತು. ಈಗ ಶಿಫಾರಸ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇನ್ನು ಮುಂದೆ ನಮಗೆ 1 ಕೋಟಿ ಗ್ರಾಂಟ್ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ರೈಟ್, ಬಟ್ ಇಟ್ ವಾಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟೆಡ್. ರೆಕಮೆಂಡ್ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಸರ್, ಅದು ತಂದು ಕೊಡಬೇಕಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ಅದರಿಂದ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಇದನ್ನು ಮುಂದಿನ ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಇದು ಬಲಪಡಿಸಿ ನಾರಾಯಣ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಹೇಳ್ದಂಗೆ ಡಿಸೆಂಟ್ರಲೈಸ್ಡ್ ಪ್ಲಾನಿಂಗ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕಮಿಟಿ, ಫಿಫ್ತ್ ಫೈನಾನ್ಸ್ ಕಮಿಷನ್, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಪ್ಲಾನಿಂಗ್ ಇದು ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ಪರಿಷತ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸೇರಿ ಆದಷ್ಟು ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜ್ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯನ್ನು ಸಬಲೀಕರಣ ಮಾಡಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಗುರಿಯನ್ನು ಮುಟ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಅದು ಕೊನೆಯದಾಗಿ ಭಾಷಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಮೀನಾಕ್ಷಿ ಸರ್ ಹೇಳಿದರು, ತಾವು ಕೇಳಿದ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರು ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಂತ. ಅವ್ರು ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಂತ ಕೂಡ ಸಲಹೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟರು. ನಂದು ಅನುಭವದಿಂದ ಗ್ರಾಸ್ ರೂಟ್ ಲೆವೆಲ್ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ, ಇವು ಯಾವ ಸಲಹೆಗಳು ವರ್ಕ್ ಆಗಲ್ಲ. ತಾವು ತಮಿಳುನಾಡಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಪಿ ಐ ಫೈಲ್ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು, ಕೊನೆಗೆ ಯಾಕೆ ಮಾಡಲಿಲ್ಲ? ಸೇಮ್ ಥಿಂಗ್ ವಿಲ್ ಹ್ಯಾಪನ್ ಹಿಯರ್ ಸರ್. ಎಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೆ ಶಾಸಕರು ಮುಂದೆ ಬಂದು ಇದಾದಪ್ಪ ಇದು ಪಂಚಾಯತಿ ನಮ್ದು, ನಮ್ಮ ತಾಲೂಕಿನಲ್ಲಿ 300 ಗ್ರಾಮ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ಗಳು ಇದ್ದಾವೆ, ಒಂದು 20-15 ತಾಲೂಕ್ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ಗಳು ಇದ್ದಾವೆ, ಒಂದು 6 ಜಿಲ್ಲಾ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ಗಳು ಇದ್ದಾವೆ ನಮ್ಮ ತಾಲೂಕಿಗೆ. ಇದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಅಡಾಪ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಬಲವರ್ಧನೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಸಬಲೀಕರಣ ಮಾಡಿ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಮುಂದೆ ಬರ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಅವಕಾಶ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಂತ ಅವ್ರು ಮನಸ್ಸು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜ್ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಸಕ್ಸಸ್ ಆಗ್ತದೆ, ಇಲ್ಲದ ಆಗಲ್ಲ ಸರ್. ಐ ಆಮ್ ಟಾಕಿಂಗ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಮೈ ಓನ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೀರಿಯನ್ಸ್. ಅದು ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಏನು ಭಾಷಣ ಮಾಡಿದಕ್ಕೂ ಏನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಕೂಡ ಯಾರು ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿ ತನಕ ಹೋಗ್ರಿ ಸರ್, ದಿಸ್ ವಿಲ್ ನಾಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾಪನ್. ದಿಸ್ ಮೈಂಡ್ ಸೆಟ್ ಮೇನ್ಲಿ ಫ್ರಮ್ ದ MLA ಮೈಂಡ್ ಸೆಟ್ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಆದರೆ MP ಅದೇನು ತೊಂದರೆ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. MLA ಇಸ್ ದ ಕೀ ಹರ್ಡಲ್ ನಾವು ಕ್ರಾಸ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಇದು ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಕ್ರಾಸ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ನಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಅವರ ಮನಸ್ಸು ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ಆಗ್ತದೆ, ಇಲ್ಲದ್ರೆ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ತಾವು ಹೇಳಿದ 1987 ಯಾಕೆ ಇತ್ತು? ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ರಾಮಕೃಷ್ಣ ಹೆಂಡ್ರಿ ನದಿ ಫುಲ್ಲಿ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ದಿ ಆಕ್ಟ್. ದಟ್ಸ್ ವೈ ದಟ್ ಆಕ್ಟ್ ಏನಂತೀವಿ ಮಂಡಲ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ಜಿಲ್ಲಾ ಪರಿಷತ್ ಆಕ್ಟ್ ಸಕ್ಸಸ್ಫುಲ್ ಯಾಕೆ ಆಯ್ತು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರ ಬ್ಯಾಕಿಂಗ್ ಇತ್ತು. ಅಂತ ಬ್ಯಾಕಿಂಗ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಇವತ್ತು. MLAಗಳು ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ಇದು ಆಗೋವರೆಗೆ ನಾವು ಏನು ಹೋರಾಟ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಕೂಡ ಯಶಸ್ವಿ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದು ಆದರೂ ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಮುಂಜಾನೆ ನಾನು ಹೇಳಿದಿಲ್ಲ, ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಕೀಪ್ ಟ್ರೈಂಗ್, ವಿ ಕೆನಾಟ್ ಸ್ಟಾಪ್. ಸೊ ಇಷ್ಟೇಳ್ತಾ ಕೊನೆಗೆ ತಾವು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಫೈನಾನ್ಸ್ ಕಮಿಷನ್ ಗ್ರಾಮ ಸಭೆಗೆ ಅಲೋಕೇಶನ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನ, ಅದು ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಸಜೆಷನ್. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ತಮ್ಮ ಶಿಫಾರಸ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಅಡ್ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರೇಟಿವ್ ಸರ್ವಿಸ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಡೀಟೇಲ್ ತಾವು ಹೇಳಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕುಂತ ಅದನ್ನು ಭಾಳ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಒಂದು ಚಾಲನೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ರಮೇಶ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ಇದರಾಗೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಸಿಕ್ಕರೆ ಅದು ಮುಂದೆ ಸರ್ಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಬರೆದು, ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ನಾವು ಎಷ್ಟಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ವಿ ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಆಗದ ಅಷ್ಟು ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ ಇದರಾಗೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು
ಸರ್, ಇದೊಂದು ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ 224 MLAಗಳಿದಾರಲ್ಲ, ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ 10 ಜನ ಆದರೂ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಸಿಗಲ್ವಾ? 224 MLAಗಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ, 10 ಜನ ಆದರೂ ಸಿಗಲ್ವಾ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯವರು? ಅವ್ರು ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು
ನೋಡ್ರಿ. ಇಲ್ಲ ತಾವು ಹೇಳ್ದಂಗೆ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ MLC 25 ಜನ ಲೋಕಲ್ ಬಾಡಿಯಿಂದ ಆರ್ಸ್ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ. ಒಬ್ರು ಧ್ವನಿ ಎತ್ತದಿಲ್ಲ MLC ಅಸೆಂಬ್ಲಿನಾಗ ಅಬೌಟ್ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜ್. ನಾವು ನಾರಾಯಣ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ DR ಪಾಟೀಲ್ ಅವರು ಸೆಷನ್ ನಡೀಬೇಕಾದಾಗ MLC 25 MLC ಅವರಿಗೆ ಊಟಕ್ಕೆ ಕರೆದು ಒಂದು ಮಾಡಿ ಸಭೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಮೀಟಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡಿ ರೌಂಡ್ ಟೇಬಲ್ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ತರ ಮಾಡಿ ಏನೇನು ವಿಷಯಗಳು ಎತ್ತಬೇಕಂತ ಬರ್ಕೊಟ್ರು ಕೂಡ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಡೇ ಅಸೆಂಬ್ಲಿನಾಗ ಎತ್ತದಿಲ್ಲ ವಿಷಯ. They are not detached, sir. They are mentally detached. Their only job is ನಾವು ಎಲೆಕ್ಟ್, ಏನೋ ತಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಲ್ಲ ಹೇಗೆ ಎಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗ್ತಾರೆ. ನಾವು ಎಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಬಂದಿವಿ, ನಮಗೇನು ಬೇಕಾಗೈತೆ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜ್ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಬೆಳೀಲಿ ಬಿಡಲಿ. ನಮ್ದು 99% MLCs who come elected from the local bodies don't get a ticket next time. So they are not committed. ಎಷ್ಟು ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡಿ ನಾವು ಸಾಹೇಬ್ರಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತು. So if the local body representation is 25 in an upper house is not a small number. ಅವರೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಎದ್ದು ನಿಂತು ಮಾತಾಡಲಿ. ಒಬ್ಬರನ್ನ ಎದ್ದು ನಿಂತು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾರ, ಒಬ್ಬರನ್ನ ಕಲೆಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಆಗಿ ಧ್ವನಿ ಏರ್ಸ್ತಾರೆ ಅಸೆಂಬ್ಲಿನಾಗ? ಇಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ಹೌ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಮಾತಾಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದರೆ ಗ್ರಾಸ್ ರೂಟ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮಗೆ ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಹೇಗೆ ಸಿಗ್ತಿರ್ತಾರೆ? ಪಾಪ ಬಡವರು ಅವರು ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ ಗ್ರಾಮ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ಲೆವೆಲ್ನವರು ಅವ್ರು ಯಾಕೆ ಮುಂದೆ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ? ಅವರಿಗೆ ವೇರ್ ಇಸ್ ದ ಫೈನಾನ್ಷಿಯಲ್ ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಫಾರ್ ದೆಮ್ ಟು ಕಮ್ ಫಾರ್ವರ್ಡ್. ಏನೇ ಇದ್ರು ಕೂಡ ಹೇಗೆ ಡೆಲ್ಲಿನಾಗ ದಿ ಫಾರ್ಮರ್ಸ್ ಅಜಿಟೇಷನ್ ಹೇಗೆ ಬಂದು ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಕೇಮ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಓವರ್ಸೀಸ್ ಫಾರ್ ದೆಮ್. ದಟ್ಸ್ ವೈ ಒಂದು ವರ್ಷ ದೇ ಕುಡ್ ಅಜಿಟೇಟ್ ಆನ್ ದ ಮೇನ್ ರೋಡ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಡೆಲ್ಲಿ, ಔಟ್ಸ್ಕರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಡೆಲ್ಲಿ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರು ಅಜಿಟೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ, ಯಾರು ಅವರು ಅನುದಾನ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಯಾರು ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ? ಯಾರು ಮಾಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಆದ ಕಾರಣ ಇದು ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಮಾತಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ಬೋದು. ಟೀ ಟೈಮ್ ಆಗಿಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ, 6:15 ಆಗಿದೆ. ಆದರೂ ಕೂಡ ತಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಬಂದು ಇಷ್ಟು ಶಾಂತ ರೀತಿಯಿಂದ ಕುಂತು ಈ ಒಂದು ಮುಖ್ಯವಾದ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಾಗಾರಕ್ಕೆ ತಾವು ಎಲ್ಲ ಬೆಂಬಲ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಯಶಸ್ವಿಯಾಗಿ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಮಗೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಮಾಡಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ, ಹಾಗೆ ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಗಣ್ಯಮಾನ್ಯರಿಗೆ ಅವರು ತಮ್ಮ ಅನುಭವ ಇಡೀ ದಿವಸ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕುಂತು ತಮ್ಮ ಅನುಭವವನ್ನು ಹಂಚಿ ಇದನ್ನು ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜ್ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಸಬಲೀಕರಣ ಆಗಬೇಕು, ಬಲವಾಗಿ ಬೆಳೀಬೇಕು, ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಜನರ ಒಂದು ಏನಂತೀರಿ ಎಂಪವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್, ಕೆಪಾಸಿಟಿ ಬಿಲ್ಡಿಂಗ್ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಉದ್ದೇಶದಿಂದ ಅವರು ಬಂದೆಲ್ಲ ತಮ್ಮ ಭಾಷಣವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ಟು ಹೇಳಿ ತಮ್ಮ ಸಜೆಷನ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಹೋಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಮೊಯ್ಲಿ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ರು ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ಹೋಗಿ ಕಂಡಾಗ ನಾರಾಯಣ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಹೋಗಿ ನಾವಿಬ್ಬರು ಸ್ಪೆಷಲಾಗಿ ಹೋಗಿ ಕಂಡು ಬಂದಾಗ ಇಲ್ಲ ಡೆಫಿನೆಟ್ಲಿ ವೆಲ್ಕಮ್ ಅಂತ ಅವ್ರು ಬಂದರು. ನಾನು ಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಕೂಡ ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದೆ, ಸರ್ ತಾವು ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಿದ್ದೀರಿ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ಪರಿಷತ್ತಿದ್ದು, ಇಲ್ಲ ನಾನು ಊರಿನಲ್ಲಿದ್ದರೆ ಡೆಫಿನೆಟ್ಲಿ ವೆಲ್ಕಮ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರು. ಅನ್ಫಾರ್ಚುನೇಟ್ಲಿ ಊರಲ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಆದರೆ ಕೂಡ ಇವತ್ತು ಈ ದುರ್ಘಟನೆಯಿಂದ ಅವರಿದ್ದರೂ ಕೂಡ ಬರ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗ್ತಿದ್ದಿಲ್ಲ. ಆದರೆ ಕೂಡ ಅವ್ರ ಸಹಕಾರ ಇನ್ನೊಂದೇ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ, ಇನ್ನು ಮುಂದೆ ಒಂದ್ಸಲ ಈ ಮೊನ್ನೆ ಏನಂತೀರಿ ಆಲ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜ್ ಪರಿಷತ್ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ನಾವೇನು ನಡೆಸಿದ್ವಿ ಗದಗ್ನಲ್ಲಿ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಅವರು ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣ ಸಹಕಾರ ಕೊಟ್ಟು, ಅವ್ರ ಸಹಕಾರ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಹೋದರೆ ವಿ ವುಡ್ ನಾಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಕಂಡಕ್ಟೆಡ್ ದಿಸ್. ಫುಲ್ ಫೈನಾನ್ಷಿಯಲ್ ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್ ವಾಸ್ ಗಿವನ್ ಬೈ ಆರ್ಟಿಫಿಷಿಯಲ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ವಿದೌಟ್ ಎನಿ ಹೆಸಿಟೇಷನ್. ಸೊ ಅದರಿಂದ ಯಶಸ್ವಿಯಾಗಿ ನಾವು ನಡೆಸಿದ್ವಿ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಇನ್ನೊಮ್ಮೆ ಈ ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ, ಇವತ್ತೆಲ್ಲ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ಯಶಸ್ವಿ ಆಗ್ತಾರೆ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಬಂದು ನಡೆಸಿ ಹೋಗೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಈ ಒಂದು ನನ್ನ ಭಾಷಣವನ್ನು ಮುಗಿಸಿ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ.
ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಅಂತಿಮ ಘಟ್ಟ, ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಧನ್ಯವಾದ ಹೇಳೋದು. ಒಂದೇ ಮಾತಲ್ಲಿ ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲಿರುವಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನ ಹೇಳ್ತೇನೆ. ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಯಶಸ್ವಿಗೆ ಸಹಕರಿಸಿದಂಥ ಹಿರಿಯರು ಹೇಳಿದಾಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜ್ ಪರಿಷತ್ ಜೊತೆ ರಾಜ್ಯ ವಿಕೇಂದ್ರೀಕರಣ ಯೋಜನೆ ಮತ್ತು ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಸಮಿತಿ ಮತ್ತು ಫೈನಾನ್ಸ್ ಕಮಿಷನ್ ಹಿಂದೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದವರು ತಮ್ಮ ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿಯಿಂದ ಹೋಗಿದ್ರು ವಾಪಸ್ ಯಶಸ್ವಿ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ನಾನು ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜ್ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯಲ್ಲಿ 15 ವರ್ಷ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿ 2010ರಿಂದ ನಾನು ಕಂಡುಕೊಂಡ ಸತ್ಯ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಹಿರಿಯರ ಜೊತೆ ನಾನು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಮೀನಾಕ್ಷಿ ಸುಂದರಂ ಸರ್ ಜೊತೆಯಿಂದ ಹಿಡಿದು ಇವ್ರ ಭಾಷಣಗಳನ್ನ, ಇವ್ರ ಮಾತುಗಳನ್ನ ತುಂಬಾ ಅವಧಿಯಿಂದ ಕೇಳಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಇವ್ರು ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ತುಂಬಾ ಓದ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟಿಕಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಗ್ರಾಮ ಪಂಚಾಯತಿ ಸದಸ್ಯನಾಗಿ ಫೀಲ್ಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲೂ ನೋಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ನನಗನ್ಸಿದ್ದೇನು, ಇವತ್ತೊಂದು ನಿರ್ಣಯ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಂತ ಹೇಳಿ, ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜ್ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಭಾರತದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದಿರುವಷ್ಟು ಅಧ್ಯಯನ ವರದಿಗಳು, ಪೇಪರ್ಸು, ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ಸು, ಸಲಹೆಗಳು, ಅದು ಏನು ಇನ್ನೊಂದು 100 ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕಾಗುವಷ್ಟು ಇದೆ. ನಾನು ದಿವಾಕರ್ ಕಮಿಟಿ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ ನ ಓದ್ತಿದ್ದೆ ಗ್ರಾಮ ಸಭೆಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ, 1963 ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರೋದು. ಇವತ್ತೇನಾದ್ರು ಅದನ್ನ ಡೇಟ್ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಇವತ್ತೇನಾದ್ರು ಮಂಡಿಸಿದ್ರೆ ಯಾರು ಏನದು ಅವತ್ತು 1963 ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದು ಅಂತ ಯಾರು ಅನ್ನೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಆಸ್ ಆನ್ ಟುಡೇ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಅಧ್ಯಯನದ ವರದಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳುತ್ತೆ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅವತ್ತಿನಿಂದ ಈ ಚರ್ಚೆಗಳು ನಡೀತವೆ, ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದೆಲ್ಲೋ ಆಗಿಂದ ಹೀಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲೋ ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಬೆಂಗಾಲ್ ಒಂದು ಯಾರೋ ಇದ್ದಾಗ, ಇಲ್ಲಾರೋ ರಾಮಕೃಷ್ಣ ಹೆಗಡೆ ಅವರು ಇದ್ದಾಗ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಯಾಕೆಂದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಇದನ್ನ ಜನರ ಜೊತೆ ತಗೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ಲೇ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ. ಇವತ್ತಿನಿಂದ ನಾವು ಮಾತು ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಕ್ರಿಯೆಗಳಿದ್ರೆ ಬದಲಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿರೋದು ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಒಂದು ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿಕ್ ಎಕ್ಸರ್ಸೈಸ್ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಅದೇ ಮಾತುಗಳನ್ನ ತಿರ್ಗಾ ನಾವೇ ಆಡ್ತಿದೀವಿ. ಹೊಸಬ್ರು ಆಡಲ್ಲ, ನಾವೇ ಆಡ್ತೀವಿ. ನಾವು ನೇರವಾಗಿ ಕ್ರಿಯೆಗಿಳಿಬೇಕು. ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಹೇಳ್ತಿರೋದು ಎಲೆಕ್ಟ್ರೋಲ್ ಡೆಮಾಕ್ರಸಿ, ಎಲೆಕ್ಟ್ರೋಲ್ ಪಾಲಿಟಿಕ್ಸ್ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಇವತ್ತು MLAಗಳು ನಮ್ಗೆ ಅಡ್ಡ ಬತ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ, ನಾವು ಗ್ರಾಮ ಸಭಾನ ಸ್ಟ್ರೆಂಥನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಥ್ರೂ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜ್ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ, ನನ್ನ ಹತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿರುವಂತ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಜೊತೆ ನನ್ನ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಗಳು ಬಗೆಹರಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳುವಂತ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆನ ನೀವು ತಂದು ಕೊಡ್ತಿದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಗೆಲುವಿಗೆ ತೊಂದರೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅನ್ನೋ ಸ್ಥಿತಿ ನಾವು ನಿರ್ಮಾಣ ಮಾಡೋ ತನಕ ಇದು ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಇದೊಂದು ಚರ್ಚೆ, ಒಂದು ನಮ್ಮ ಖುಷಿಗೆ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತೀವಿ ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಇನ್ನೇನು ಆಗಲ್ಲ. ಒಂದೊಳ್ಳೆ ಸೆಮಿನಾರ್ ಆಯ್ತು, ಒಂದೊಳ್ಳೆ ಪೇಪರ್ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದೆ, ಒಂದೊಳ್ಳೆ ಪುಸ್ತಕ ಬಂತು, ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ನಮ್ದು ಉಳ್ಕತ್ತದೆ. ನಾವೇನಾದ್ರು ಕ್ರಿಯೆಗೆ ಇಳಿಲೇಬೇಕು. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕ್ರಿಯೆಗೆ ಇಳಿದಲೇ ಹೋದ್ರೆ 75 ವರ್ಷ ಕಳಿಸಿದೀವಿ ನಾವು. ಈ ಚರ್ಚೆ ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ಮೆತ್ತಗಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಈ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮುಂದುವರಿಸೋರು ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅಟ್ ದಿ ಏಜ್ ಆಫ್ 75 80 ಯು ಆರ್ ಡೂಯಿಂಗ್ ದಿಸ್. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಯಾರು ಜನ ಹೊಸ ತಲೆಮಾರು ವಸ್ತು ಒತ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ. ಒಂದ್ ಕಡೆ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ ಹೇಳ್ದಂಗೆ ಪಂಚಾಯತಿಗಳು ಮುಚ್ಚೋಗಿದ್ರೆ ಏನು ಆಗ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಬೇಡಿ. ನೀವು ಪ್ರತಿದಿನ ಈ ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಒಂದಲ್ಲ ಒಂದು ಪಂಚಾಯತಿಗಳ ಮುಂದೆ ಗಲಾಟೆ ನಡೀತಿದೆ. ನೀವು ಪತ್ರಿಕೆಗಳನ್ನು ಓದಿದ್ರೆ ಇಲ್ಲೇನಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಮಾತ್ರ ಓದ್ತೀರಿ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಭಾಗದ ಮಾತ್ರ ಎಡಿಷನ್ಸ್ ಬರ್ತಿರೋದು ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ನಾವು ದಿನ ಅದನ್ನ ಇಡೀ ರಾಜ್ಯದ ನಮ್ಮ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಬರ್ತಿದೆ. ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆ ಇದ್ರ ವಿರುದ್ಧ ಪ್ರತಿಭಟನೆಗಳು ನಡೀತಿದ್ದಾವೆ. ಒಂದು ಪಂಚಾಯತಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ಯಾವ ಅಡ್ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರೇಟರ್ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಯಾಕೆಂದ್ರೆ ದೇರ್ ಇಸ್ ನೋ ಮನಿ. ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಏನ್ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ರು, ಹೆಂಗೋ ಮಾರ್ಚ್ ಅಷ್ಟೊತ್ತಿಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲರದು ಅಧಿಕಾರ ಮುಗ್ದೋಗ್ಬಿಡ್ತೈತೆ, ಒಂದು 15 ಫೈನಾನ್ಸ್ ದುಡ್ಡು ಹೆಂಗೂ ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ ಈ ವರ್ಷದ್ದು, ಕೊನೆಗೆ ಒಂದು 35-40 ಲಕ್ಷ ದುಡ್ಡು ನಮ್ಮ ಪಂಚಾಯತಿಗಳು ಬರ್ತದೆ, ಹೆಂಗೋ ನಾವು ಆಡಳಿತ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತ. ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಎಂತ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಇದೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ 15 ಹಣಕಾಸಿನ ದುಡ್ಡು ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ, ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಫೈನಾನ್ಸ್ ಕಮಿಷನ್ ದುಡ್ಡು ನಮ್ಗೆ ಉಪಯೋಗಕ್ಕೆ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ನೇರವಾಗಿ ಎಲೆಕ್ಟ್ರಿಸಿಟಿ ಬಿಲ್ ಹೋಗ್ತದೆ, NREJ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಜನರ ಯಾವುದೇ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಗಳನ್ನು ಬಗೆಹರಿಸೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಯಾವುದೇ ಗ್ರಾಮ ಕೆಲವೊಂದು 150-200 ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ಗಳು ನಿಮ್ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳಿದಂಗೆ 25 ಲಕ್ಷ ಮೇಲಿರುವಂತ ತುಂಬಾ ಬೆರಳೆಣಿಕೆಯಷ್ಟು ಪಂಚಾಯತಿಗಳು ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಇನ್ನು ಯಾವ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ಹತ್ರ ಕನಿಷ್ಠ ಒಂದು ನಲ್ಲಿ ರಿಪೇರಿ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೂ ಅವ್ರ ಹತ್ರ ದುಡ್ಡಿಲ್ಲ. ಒಬ್ರು MLA ಅವರು ಯಾರು ಕಂದುಕೂರ್ ಅವರು ಮಾತಾಡೋದು ಒಂದು ವಿಡಿಯೋ ವೈರಲ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಅವ್ರು ಹೋದಾಗ ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳು ಒಂದು ಹಳ್ಳಿ ಗಲಾಟೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಕುಡಿಯೋ ನೀರಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಬಿಂದಿಗೆ ತಗೊಂಬಂದು ಒಬ್ಬ MLAಗೆ. ಅವ್ರ MLA ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ, ಏನ್ರಿ ಆ ಊರ್ಗೆ ಹೋದ್ರು ಎಲ್ಲ ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳೆಲ್ಲ ಬಂದು ನನ್ನ ಮುಂದೆ ಬಿಂದಿಗೆ ತಂದು ನಿಲ್ತಾರೆ, PDOಗಳು ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ PDO ಪಂಚಾಯತಿಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಿಲ್ವಂತೆ. ನಾನೇ ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಸರ್ ಪಂಚಾಯತಿ ರೊಕ್ಕ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನಾನು ಬಂದು ಏನ್ ಉತ್ತರ ಹೇಳಿ? ಇದು ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜ್ ಶಿಸ್ತಿ. MLA ಅವ್ರ ಬಾಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ನೀರು ಕೊಡೋದು ನನ್ನ ವ್ಯಾಪ್ತಿಗೆ ಬರೋದಿಲ್ವಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ. ಇದು ಇನ್ನೊಂದು 6 ತಿಂಗಳ ಮುಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಎಲೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಮುಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ತಿಂಗಳು ಮಳೆ ಮುಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ MLAಗಳು ತಕ್ಷಣ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ಚುನಾವಣೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಇವತ್ತು ನಾವೇನಾದ್ರು ಪಂಚಾಯತಿ ಸದಸ್ಯರಿದ್ರೆ ಸ್ವಂತ ದುಡ್ಡಲ್ಲಾರು ನಾವು ಟ್ಯಾಂಕರ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನೀರು ಕೊಡ್ತಿದ್ವಿ. ಇವತ್ತು ಬಹುತೇಕ ನಾವು ಲೈಟ್ಸ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಟ್ ಲೈನ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ವಾಟರ್ ಸಪ್ಲೈ ಮೇಂಟೆನೆನ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ನಾವು ಸ್ವಂತ ದುಡ್ಡಲ್ಲೇ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ತುಂಬಾ. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ದಿನ ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ ಜನರ ಜೊತೆಲೆ ಬದುಕಬೇಕಲ್ಲ ನಾವು. ಈ ತರದ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಇದೆ. ನಾವು ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟಿಕಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಫೀಲ್ಡ್ಗಳಿದ್ರೆ ಯಾರು ತಹಶೀಲ್ದಾರ್ ಅವ್ರು ತಾಲೂಕ್ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಳಕ್ಕೆ ಜಾಗ 4 ಪಂಚಾಯತಿ ಚಾರ್ಜ್ ಸರ್. ಅವರು ಒಬ್ಬ ಅಡ್ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರೇಟರ್ ಬರಲ್ಲ. PDO ಫೈಲ್ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಒಂದು ಸಣ್ಣ ನಲ್ಲಿ ರಿಪೇರಿ ಮಾಡಿದ ಬಿಲ್ ನ ಅಂಗಡಿನಿ ಪಾಸ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಫೈಲ್ ಹೊತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಅವ್ರ ಆಫೀಸರ್ ಮಾತ್ರಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು. ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು. ಅವ್ನು ಟೈಮ್ ಇದ್ರೆ ಸೈನ್ ಹಾಕ್ತಾರೆ, ಇಲ್ದಿದ್ರಿಲ್ಲ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಅವ್ನಿಗೆ ಅನುಮಾನ, ಸೈನ್ ಹೆಂಗ್ ಹಾಕೋದಪ್ಪ, ಇವ್ನು ಏನ್ ಬರ್ಕೊಂಬಂದವನು ಅಂತ ಅವ್ರಾಗ ಬಂದು ನೋಡಿರಲ್ಲ. ಇವತ್ತು ಎಷ್ಟು ವಿಚಿತ್ರವಾದ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿದೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ನಾವು ಕ್ರಿಯೆಗಳಿದಲ್ಲೇ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜ್ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣ. ಕಳೆದ 5 ವರ್ಷದಲ್ಲಂತೂ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ನಾವು ಮೀನಾಕ್ಷಿ ಸುಂದರಂ ಸರ್ ಹತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜ್ ಕಮಿಷನರೇಟ್ ನೋಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಒಂದು ಕಮಿಷನರೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರಿ. ಒಂದು ಯಾವ ಸ್ಥಾಯಿ ಸಮಿತಿಯ ರೂಲ್ಸ್ ನ 2016 ಇಂದ ಬರೆದಿಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಒಂದೊಂದ್ಸತಿ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಇಂಗ್ಲಿಷ್ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಲೇಟ್ ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ, ಈಚೆ ಬಿಡಕ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರ ಕೈಲಿ. 8 ಜನ IAS ಆಫೀಸರ್ಸ್ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಇನ್ ಅವರ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್. ದರ್ ಆರ್ 8 IAS ಆಫೀಸರ್ಸ್. ಒಂದು ಸಣ್ಣ 4 ಪುಟದ ರೂಲ್ಸ್ ಈಚೆ ತರಕ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಇವತ್ತಿಗೂ ಪಂಚಾಯತಿಗಳು ಹೇಗೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರ ಅಡ್ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರೇಟಿವ್ ಮ್ಯಾನ್ಯಲ್ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಒಂದು ಅರ್ಜಿ ಕೊಟ್ರೆ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡೋಕೆ PDO ಅದು ಎಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಔಟ್ವರ್ಡು ಇಲ್ಲ, ಇನ್ವರ್ಡು ಇಲ್ಲ. ಪಂಚಾಯತಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ದಾರಿ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದ್ರೆ ರಾಜೇಶ್ ಅವರು ಬಸ್ ಹತ್ರನೇ ಇಸ್ಕೊತಾರೆ, ಇಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ TO ಆಫೀಸ್ ಹತ್ರ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಇಸ್ಕೊತಾರೆ. ಅದು ವಾಪಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲೋಯ್ತು ಅಂತಾನೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಇವತ್ತು ಆ ಮ್ಯಾನ್ಯಲ್ ಬರೆಯಕ್ಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಯಾಕೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಸ್ಥಳೀಯ ಸರ್ಕಾರಗಳು ದುರ್ಬಲವಾಗಿದ್ದಾವೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ಒಂದು ಕಚೇರಿ ನಡೆಯುವಂತ ಒಂದು ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ನಾವು ಜನರೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ. ತುಂಬಾ ಕಾನ್ಶಿಯಸ್ ಆಗಿ ಒಬ್ಬ ಅರ್ಜಿ ಕೊಟ್ರೆ ಅರ್ಜಿ ಎಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, PDO ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ಇಲ್ವಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ, ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. ಇಡೀ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯನ್ನ ಅದು ಆಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಆಗ್ದಂಗೆ, ಎನೇಬಲ್ ಆಗ್ದಂಗೆ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥಿತವಾಗಿ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಾಗ್ತಿದೆ. ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಯಾವ ಪೊಲಿಟಿಕಲ್ ವಿಲ್ ಅಡ್ಡ ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ. ನೀವು ಸ್ಥಾಯಿ ಸಮಿತಿ ರೂಲ್ಸ್ ನೀಚೆ ತರದಕ್ಕೆ ಯಾವ ಪೊಲಿಟಿಕಲ್ ವಿಲ್ ಅಡ್ಡ ಬಂದಿದೆ? ಇವತ್ತು ಇದನ್ನ ಮ್ಯಾನ್ಯಲ್ ಬರ್ದಿಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಮ್ಯಾನ್ಯಲ್ ರೆಡಿ ಇದೆ, ಕೇಳಿದಾಗೆಲ್ಲ ನನ್ನ ಟೇಬಲ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ. ಎಷ್ಟು ತಿಂಗಳು, 1 ವರ್ಷ ಆಯ್ತು ಸರ್, ಸ್ಟಿಲ್ ಆನ್ ದಿ ಟೇಬಲ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಕಮಿಷನರ್. ಸರ್ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ, ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಮಜಾ ಕೇಳ್ತೀವಿ ಕೇಳಿ ಸರ್. ಈಗ 1 ತಿಂಗಳಿಂದ DR ಪಾಟೀಲ್ ಸಾಹೇಬರು ಇದ್ರು, ಅವ್ರು ಮುಂದೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ರು, ನನ್ನ ಹಿಂದೆ. ನಾನು 3ನೇ ಬಾಡಿ ಹತ್ತುತ್ತಿದ್ವಿ. RDPR ನಮ್ಮ ಇದನ್ನ ಹತ್ತುತ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ. 3ನೇ ಬಾಡಿ ಕಚೇರಿ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಭೇಟಿ ಆಗಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂತ. ಇದು ಯಾವ್ದೋ ಒಂದು ಪ್ಲಾನಿಂಗ್ ವಿಷಯದೇನೋ ಮಾತಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಬಾ ಅಂತ ನಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸಿಪಲ್ ಸೆಕ್ರೆಟರಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು. ಸೆಷನ್ ನಡೀತಿತ್ತು. ನಾನು ಒಬ್ರು MLC ಮೂಲಕ ಒಂದು ಕ್ವಶನ್ ರೈಸ್ ಮಾಡಿಸಿದ್ದೆ. ಒಬ್ಬ MLA ಇದೇ ಇಶ್ಯೂಸ್ನ, ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ವಿಷಯನ. ನಾನು ನೋಡ್ತಾ ನಗ್ತಾ ಬಂದ್ರು ನಮ್ಮ ಸೆಕ್ರೆಟರಿ ಸತೀಶ್ ಅವರೇ ಅಂದ್ರು, ಸರ್ ಹೇಳಿ, ಇವತ್ತು ನಿಮ್ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ರೈಸ್ ಆಗೋದಿತ್ತು, ಹೆಂಗೋ ನಾವು ಸ್ಪೀಕರ್ ಆಪರೇಟರ್ನ ಇದು ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಬರ್ದಂಗೆ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಟ್ವಿ. ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ದಿ ಪೊಸಿಷನ್ ಅಂದಾಗ ನಾವ್ ಯಾವ ಅಸೆಂಬ್ಲಿ ರೈಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೇನು ರೋಡಲ್ಲಿ ಬಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಸರ್. ಇದು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಬದಲಾಗಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ರೋಡ್ಗೆ ಇಳಿಲೇಬೇಕು ಸರ್. ಗ್ರಾಮ ಸಭಾ ಸದಸ್ಯರಿಗೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ ಸರ್. ಕೋವಿಡ್ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆನ್ಸ್ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗಿದೆ ಸರ್. ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ವರ್ಕರ್ಸ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಇವತ್ತು ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆ ಖುಷಿಯಾಗಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಕೋವಿಡ್ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವಿಲ್ಲಿದ್ರೆ ಒಂದು ಆಕ್ಸಿಜನ್ ಚೆಕ್ ಇದನ್ನ ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಆಗ್ತಿರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಒಂದು ಕೋವಿಡ್ ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಆಗಲಿಲ್ಲ. 69 ಜನ ಗ್ರಾಮ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ಮೆಂಬರ್ಸ್ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ರು ಸರ್. ನಾವು ಅವ್ರ ಜೊತೆ ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಂತಿದ್ವಿ. ನನ್ನೂರಲ್ಲೇ 31 ಮನೆ ಇರೋದೊಂದು ಗ್ರಾಮ, 29 ಮನೆ ಪಾಸಿಟಿವ್ ಆಗ್ಬಿಡ್ತು ಸರ್. ನಾನು ಒಬ್ಬನ್ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನನ್ನ ಜೊತೆ ಬಂದು ಇಡೀ ಟೀಮ್ ಪಾಸಿಟಿವ್ ಆಗ್ಬಿಡ್ತು. ಅದೇ ನಾನು ಒಬ್ಬ ಆಗ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ. ನನ್ನ ಸೆಕ್ರೆಟರಿ, ನನ್ನ PDO, ಆಶಾ ವರ್ಕರ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪಾಸಿಟಿವ್. ಹಂಗೆ ನಾವು ಗ್ರಾಸ್ ರೂಟ್ ಲೆವೆಲ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡೋರು 24/7 ನಾವು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಸರ್. ನಮ್ಗೆ ಎನೇಬಲಿಂಗ್ ಎನ್ವೈರನ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಇಲ್ವಲ್ಲ ಸರ್. ನೋಡಿ, ನಿಮ್ಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತು ಸರ್, ಇವತ್ತು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜ್ ಇಲಾಖೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಒಂದು ಪ್ಯಾರಲಲ್ ಬಾಡಿ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಎ ಪ್ಯಾರಲಲ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್. ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಇರೋದೇನಕ್ಕೆ ಸರ್? ದೇ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಎನೇಬಲ್ ಅಸ್. ನನಗೊಂದು ಸೆಕ್ರೆಟರಿಯೇಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ಮೈ ಆರ್ಗ್ಯುಮೆಂಟ್. ಅವ್ರ ಕೆಲಸ ಏನು? ನನಗೆ ಬೇಕಾದ ರೂಲ್ಸು, ನನಗೆ ಬೇಕಾದ ಗೈಡ್ ಲೈನ್ಸು, ನನಗೆ ಆಕ್ಟ್ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಏನ್ ತೊಡಕುಗಳಿದಾವೆ ಅದನ್ನ ಈಸಿ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಡಕ್ಕೆ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಬೇಕಾದಂತ ಗೈಡ್ ಲೈನ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ನಾವು ಬರ್ಕೊಡಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ, ಬರ್ಕೊಡಕ್ಕೆ ಅವ್ರು ಹಂಗ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ದೇ ಆರ್ ರನ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಲೈಬ್ರರೀಸ್, ದೇ ಆರ್ ರನ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಕೂಸಿಂಗ್ ಮನೆ, ದೇ ಆರ್ ರನ್ನಿಂಗ್ ದೇರ್ ಓನ್ ಘನತ್ಯಾಜ್ಯ ವಿಲೇವಾರಿ ಘಟಕ. ಒಂದೊಂದು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ದೇ ಆರ್ ನಾಟ್ ವರ್ಕಿಂಗ್. ಯಾರೋ ರಾಜೇಶ್ ಅಂತ ರಾಜನಕುಂಟೆ ಪಂಚಾಯತಿಲಿ 2.5 ಕೋಟಿ ಆದಾಯ ಇದೆ, ಒಂದು ಬ್ಯೂಟಿಫುಲ್ ಲೈಬ್ರರಿ ಮಾಡಿದಾನೆ. ಯಾರು ನೀವು ಹೋಗಿದ್ದಿನ 10 ಜನ ಮಕ್ಕಳನ್ನ ಗುಡಿಸ್ ಒಂದು ಫೋಟೋ ತೆಗೆಸ್ಕೊಡ್ತಾನೆ. ನೋಡಿದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಲೈಬ್ರರಿ ಬ್ಯೂಟಿಫುಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಕಾಣುತ್ತೆ. 6,000 ಪಂಚಾಯತಿಲಿ ಆ ಥರ ಲೈಬ್ರರಿ ಇದಾವ. ನಿಮ್ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಹೇಳ್ತಾವಲ್ಲ, ನೀವು ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಮಾಡೋ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಹೇಳ್ತೇವೆ. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ನಮಗೆ ಸಂಬಳನೇ ಕೊಡಕ್ ಆಗ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಪೂರ. ನೀವು ಬುಕ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇರೋದು ಯಾವ ಹಳೆ ಕಾಲದ್ದು ರಾಮಕೃಷ್ಣ ಹೆಗಡೆ ಮಾಡಿದ ಲೈಬ್ರರೀಸ್ ಅವು. ಆ ವಿಷಯಗಳನ್ನ ಹೈಲೈಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ನನಗೊಂದು ನೋವಿದೆ ಸರ್. ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಇವತ್ತು ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ, ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದಿದ್ರಿಂದ ಅದನ್ನ ಹೊಗಳು ಬರ್ದಿದ್ದೀರಿ, ಲೈಬ್ರರೀಸ್ ಆರ್ ಡೂಯಿಂಗ್ ವೆಲ್ ಅಂತ ಈ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ. ಎಲ್ಲಿದಾವೆ ಕೂಸಿನ ಮನೆ ನೋಡಿ ಸರ್. ಅದು NREG ಒಳಗಡೆ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವು ಒಂದು ವರ್ಕ್ ಸೈಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ 5 ಜನ ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳು 3 ವರ್ಷದೊಳಗಿರೋ ಮಕ್ಕಳನ್ನ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗೋದು ಕೆಲಸಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದ್ರೆ 6ನೇ ಹೆಣ್ಮಗಳಿಗೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಅವ್ರು ಕೂಲಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಆ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ನೋಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಅಂತ ಇರೋದು. ಸೆಕ್ಷನ್ 29 ಆಫ್ ದಿ NREG ಆಕ್ಟ್. ನೀವೇನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರಿ, ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಷನಲೈಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರಿ. ಹೆಡ್ ಕ್ವಾರ್ಟರ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಮನೆ ನೀವು ಬರೀತೀರಿ ಗೈಡ್ಲೈನ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ 2 ಟಾಯ್ಲೆಟ್ ಇರಬೇಕು, ಇಷ್ಟು ಚದರ ಮನೆ ಇರಬೇಕು, ಆ ಕೂಸಿನ ಮನೆ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ನಿಮ್ ಗೈಡ್ಲೈನ್ಸ್ ಪ್ರಕಾರ. ಮತ್ತೆ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಓಪನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ರಿ ನೀವು? ಯಾವ ಇಂಜಿನಿಯರ್ ಸರ್ಟಿಫೈ ಮಾಡ್ದ? ಯಾವ್ದೋ ಹಳೆ ಬಿದ್ದೋಗಿರೋ ಸ್ಕೂಲು, ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಯಾವ್ದೋ ಹಳೆ ಬಿದ್ದೋಗಿರೋ ಪಂಚಾಯತಿ ಬಿಲ್ಡಿಂಗು, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬಣ್ಣ ಬಳದ್ವಿ ನಾವು ನಿಮ್ ಕಾಟ ತಡಿಲಾರ್ದಲೆ. PDOಗಳಿಗೆ ಬೆಳಗಿಂದ ಪ್ರೆಷರ್ ಹಾಕ್ಸಿದ್ರಿ, ಕೂಸಿನ ಮನೆ ಅಂತ ಬೋರ್ಡ್ ಹಾಕ್ಸಿದ್ರಿ. ಮಕ್ಕಳೇ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲಿ. ಇನ್ಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಹೋಗಿದ್ದಾಗ ಯಾರನ್ನ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡ್ ಬಂದ್ವಿ? ಅಂಗನವಾಡಿಲಿದ್ದ 4 ಮಕ್ಕಳನ್ನ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡ್ ಬಂದು ಕುಂಡ್ರಿಸಿದ್ವಿ. ಅದು ಅಂಗನವಾಡಿ ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ ನೀವು, ಕೂಸಿನ ಮನೆ ವರ್ಕರ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ರು. ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ವಿ ನೀವ್ ಏನಾದ್ರು ಮಾಡಿ ಮಕ್ಕಳನ್ನ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಂದು ಮೇಂಟೈನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ನಿಮಗೆ ಪರ್ಮನೆಂಟ್ ಆಗ್ತದೆ ಅಂತ. ಅವ್ರು 2 ವರ್ಷ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಬೀದಿಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳು. ಘನತ್ಯಾಜ್ಯ ವಿಲೇವಾರಿ ಘಟಕ ಸಿಂಗಲ್ ಯೂನಿಟ್ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ನಮ್ಮ ಗೋರ್ಪಡೆ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ರ ಕಮಿಟಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದೆ. ಈಶ್ವರಪ್ಪನವ್ರ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಇದ್ದಾಗ ಆನ್ ರೆಕಾರ್ಡ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನೀವು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ವಿಕಾಸದಲ್ಲಿ ಪಬ್ಲಿಷ್ ಮಾಡಿದಿರಿ ಅವ್ರ ಭಾಷಣನ, ಸಿಂಗಲ್ ಯೂನಿಟ್ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ. ಆಯ್ತು ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ರಿ, ಸೆಂಟ್ರಲ್ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಒಂದಿಷ್ಟು ದುಡ್ಡು ಬಂತು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಯಾರು ವಹಿಸ್ಬೇಕು? ಪಂಚಾಯತಿಗೆ ಬಿಡ್ಬೇಕು ತಾನೆ. ನಿನ್ಗೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ, ನಿನ್ ಕಸ ಎಷ್ಟು ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ನಾನು ಎಷ್ಟು ಓಡಿಸ್ಬೇಕು, ಎಷ್ಟು ಕಸ ಇಲ್ಲ. NRLM ಕೊಡಿ, ಮಹಿಳೆಯರ ಎಂಪವರ್. NRLM ಕೊಟ್ರಿ, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ವ್ಯಾಪಾರನೇ ಆಗಲ್ಲ, ಕಸನೇ ಸಂಗ್ರಹ ಆಗಲ್ಲ. ಅವರು ಕಸ ಮಾರಬೇಕು, ಸಂಗ್ರಹ ಮಾಡಿ ಆ ಬಂದಿದ್ದ ದುಡ್ಡಲ್ಲಿ ಡೀಸೆಲ್ ಹಾಕಿಸ್ಬೇಕು, ಡ್ರೈವರ್ ಸಂಬಳ ತಗೋಬೇಕು, 6 ಜನ ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳು ಸಂಬಳ ತಗೋಬೇಕು. ಕಸನೇ ಸಂಗ್ರಹ ಆಗಲ್ಲ ಹಳ್ಳಿಲಿ. ಹಳೆ ಪ್ಲಾಸ್ಟಿಕ್ ಹಳ್ಳಿಲಿ ಯಾರು ಕೊಡಲ್ಲ, ಅವರೆಲ್ಲ ಯಾರಿಗೋ ಮಾರ್ಕತ್ತಾರೆ. ಅವ್ರು ಬಂದ ಚಂಬೋತ್ ಇದನ್ನ ತಗೋತಾರೆ. ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟಿಕಲಿ ವಯಬಲ್ ಅಲ್ಲ. ಆ ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳೆಲ್ಲ ಪಾಪ ಬೀದಿಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅಲ್ಲೋ ಬಿಳಿಲ್ಲ ಮಗಳು ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಒಂದ್ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಆದಾಯ ಇರೋ ಪಂಚಾಯತಿಲಿ ಕಸ ಕಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರೋದು ಫೋಟೋ ಹಾಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಇಡೀ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳೆಲ್ಲ ಆಟ ಓಡಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಯಾಕೆ ಹೇಳ್ಕತ್ತೀರಿ? ಇದೇನಾಗಿದೆ, ಒಟ್ಟಾರೆ ಪಂಚಾಯತಿಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಯಾಕೆ ಜನ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಫೇಲ್ಯೂರ್ ಆಗಿದೀವಿ ಸರ್. ಫೇಲ್ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ ನಾವು, ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ಫೇಲ್ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ, ನಮ್ಮ PDO ಫೇಲ್ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ, ನನ್ನ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷ ಫೇಲ್ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ. ನೀವು ಮೇಲ್ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ನಮ್ಮ ಕೈಯೆಲ್ಲ ಕಟ್ಟಾಕ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನನ್ನ ಗಾಡಿ ಶೆಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಂತಿದೆ. ನೀವು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದ ಗಾಡಿ ಶೆಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಂತಿದೆ. ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಕಡೆ CEOs ಅದೇ ಬಿಲ್, ನಾರಾಯಣ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಸರ್ಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತು, ಅವ್ರ ರೂರಲ್ ಅಲ್ಲೇನೆ ಸರ್, ಇಂಥವನ ಹತ್ರನೇ ಗಾಡಿ ತಗೋಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ವಿತೌಟ್ ರಿಜಿಸ್ಟ್ರೇಷನ್ ವಿತಿನ್ 5 lakhs ಟೆಂಡರ್ ಆಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಟೆಂಡರ್ ವಿತೌಟ್ ಟೆಂಡರ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಂತ ವ್ಯಾಪಾರ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಎಲ್ಲ CEOs ಆಲ್ CEOs ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ ಮಾಡುದು ಸರ್. ರಿಜಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಡ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ ಗಾಡಿನ, ಅವ್ರು ತಗೊಂಡ್ರು, ಚೆಕ್ ನಾವು ಕೊಟ್ವಿ. ನಾವು ಅಸಿಟೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ, ನೋಟಿಸ್ ಕೊಟ್ರು ಸರ್. ನಾರಾಯಣ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಸರ್ ತಂದು ತೋರಿಸಿದ್ರು ನನಗೆ. ನೋಟಿಸ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಬೀನ್ ಇಶ್ಯೂಡ್ ಟು PDOs. ನಾನು ಹೇಳಿದವ್ರ ಹತ್ರ ನೀವು ಗಾಡಿ ಪರ್ಚೇಸ್ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ. ನಾನು ಅಜಿಟೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದೆ ಸರ್. ನನ್ನ ಪಂಚಾಯತಿ ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿಲ್ಲ, ನಾನು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಹೋರಾಟ ಮಾಡಿ ನಾನು ಉಳಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡೆ ನನ್ನ PDOನ. 3 ಜನ ಜಿಲ್ಲಾ ಪಂಚಾಯತಿಯಿಂದ ಬಂದು ನನ್ನ PDO ಚಾರ್ಜ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಶುರು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ನಾನು ಗಲಾಟೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಬೀಳ್ಸಂದ್ರೆ ನಂತರ ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಇದೆ. ದಿಸ್ ಈಸ್ ದಿ ಸಿಚುಯೇಷನ್ ಇನ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ. ಯಾರೋ ಒಬ್ರು ಆಫೀಸರ್ ನಾನೇನೋ ಒಂದು ಹೆಸರು ಪಡಿಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರೊಫೈಲ್ ಬಿಲ್ಡಿಂಗ್ ಗೆ ಇಡೀ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜ್ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ಈವನ್ ಟುಡೇ ಇವತ್ತು ಹೆಂಗಿದೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ಕಮಿಷನರ್ ಲೆಟರ್ ಗೆ IR ಆಫೀಸರ್ ಸೈನ್ ಹಾಕ್ತಾರೆ. ಮೇಲ್ಗಡೆ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜ ಆಯುಕ್ತಾಲಯ ಅಂತ ಇದೆ, ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ಲಿ ಹಾಕಿ ಡಿನೈ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಾರೆ, ನಾನು ಇದು ಆದೇಶ ಮಾಡಲ್ಲ ತಗೋవాలి ನಾನೇ ಹಾಕ್ತೀನಿ, ಇವ್ರು ಆದೇಶ ಮಾಡಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಕಮಿಷನರೇಟ್ ಲೆಟರ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸೀನಿಯರ್ IAS ಆಫೀಸರ್ ಸೈನ್ ಹಾಕೋ ಸ್ಥಿತಿಲಿದೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜ್ ಇಲಾಖೆ. ಮೇಲೆ ಆಯುಕ್ತಾಲಯ, ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಅವ್ರು ಹಾಕಂಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಅವ್ರಿಗಿನ್ನ ಸೀನಿಯರ್ ಸೈನ್ ಹಾಕ್ತಾರೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರ ರೆಕಾರ್ಡ್ ಇದೀವಲ್ಲ. ಇದು ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ. ಇದನ್ನ ಬದಲು ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ಈ ಚರ್ಚೆಗಳನ್ನ ಇವತ್ತಿಗೆ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಬಂದಿದೆ. ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ದಿ ಡಾಕ್ಯುಮೆಂಟ್ ಪರ್ಫಾರ್ಮೆನ್ಸ್ ಇಂಡೆಕ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ. ದೇರ್ ಆರ್ ಸೋ ಮೆನಿ ಡಾಕ್ಯುಮೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ. ಇದನ್ನ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ವಿತ್ ದಿಸ್ ಡಾಟಾ ನಾವು ಜನರ ಜೊತೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಇದನ್ನ ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ಮಾಡದಲ್ಲೇ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ಇದು ತುಂಬಾ ಬರೀ ಚರ್ಚೆಗಳೇ ಆಗಿ ಉಳಿತವೆ. ಏನಾದ್ರು ಕ್ರಿಯೆಗಿಳಿಯುವಂತ ಒಂದು ನಿರ್ಣಯವನ್ನ ನಾವಿಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಮೊದಲು ಚುನಾವಣೆ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ಬೇಕು ಎಲ್ಲ ಅರ್ಬನ್ ಬಾಡಿ. ಬೈ ಸೆಪ್ಟೆಂಬರ್ ಎಂಡ್ ದೇರ್ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ನೋ ಲೋಕಲ್ ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಇನ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ. ಇನ್ 188 ಅರ್ಬನ್ ಲೋಕಲ್ ಬಾಡೀಸ್ ಇದಾವೆ, ಲೋಕಲ್ ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಸ್. ಅವು ಮುಗಿದೋಗುತ್ತೆ ಬೈ ಸೆಪ್ಟೆಂಬರ್ 2 ಟರ್ಮ್. ದೇರ್ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ನೋ ಲೋಕಲ್ ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಸ್, ಓನ್ಲಿ 224 MLAs ವಿಲ್ ರೂಲ್ ದಿಸ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ. ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ದಿ ಸಿಚುಯೇಷನ್. ಈ ಸಿಚುಯೇಷನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಇನ್ನು ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು, ಹೆತ್ತು ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಲ್ಲ, ಬೀದಿಗೆ ಇಳಿಬೇಕು. ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಅಫಿಲಿಯೇಷನ್ಸ್ ಬಿಡ್ಬೇಕು ಸರ್. ಏನಾರು ಆಗ್ಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಅಫಿಲಿಯೇಷನ್ಸ್ ಇದಾವಲ್ಲ, ಪಕ್ಷ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಜೋರ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಿದ್ರೆ ಬದಲಾಗಲ್ಲ ಸರ್. ಇದ್ರಿಂದ ಒಂದು ಚರ್ಚೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ನಾವೊಂದಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿಕ್ ಆಗಿ ಚರ್ಚೆಗಳನ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು, ಖುಷಿ ಪಡ್ಬೋದು. ನಾವು ಇದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಒಳಗೆ ಏನೋ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ, ರಥ ಎಳಿತಾ ಇದೀವಿ. ಡಾಟಾ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದೆ. ಈಗ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ರು ಕೊಟ್ಟೋ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಿಲ್ಲ, ಎಲ್ಲವೂ ಇದೆ. ವಿತ್ ಅಂಕಿಅಂಶಗಳ ಸಮೇತ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದಾರಲ್ಲ, ಅದನ್ನ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ಬೋದಲ್ಲ ನಾವು. ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಕೂಡ, ಸರ್ಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಏನು ಅಧಿಕಾರ ಇದೆ? ನಂದೊಂದು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಇದೆ ಸರ್. ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ಸೀನಿಯರ್ IAS ಆಫೀಸರ್, ನಾನು ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆ ಸರ್ಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸರ್ಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ, ಒಂದು ರಾಜ್ಯ ಸರ್ಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ಥಳೀಯ ಸರ್ಕಾರಗಳ ವಿಷಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ ಅಧಿಕಾರ ಇದೆ? ಕಾಯ್ದೆಯನ್ನ ಅನುಷ್ಠಾನ ಮಾಡೋದು ಬಿಟ್ಟು. ಬಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಸರ್ಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಏನು ಅಧಿಕಾರ ಇದೆ? ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದಿ ಲೆಜಿಸ್ಲೇಚರ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಮೇ ಬೈ ಲಾ ಅಂತ ಇರೋದು. ಲೆಜಿಸ್ಲೇಚರ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಮೇ ಬೈ ಲಾ ಆಗಿದೆಯಲ್ಲ. ಲೆಜಿಸ್ಲೇಚರ್ ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆಯಲ್ಲ ಕಾನೂನ, ಏನೇನು ಅಧಿಕಾರ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. ನಾವು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಗ್ರಾಮ ಸ್ವರಾಜ್ ಮತ್ತು ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜ್ ಕಾಯ್ದೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನನಗೆ ಏನೇನು ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಅಧಿಕಾರ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರೋದು ಸಂವಿಧಾನ ನನ್ನ ವಿಧಾನಮಂಡಲಕ್ಕೆ. ವಿಧಾನಮಂಡಲ ಅದನ್ನು ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಮಾಡಿ ದೀಸ್ ಆರ್ ದಿ ಪವರ್ಸ್ ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಅಂತ ಕೊಟ್ಟ ಮೇಲೆ ನೀನ್ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಯಾವುದೇ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಾಗ್ಲಿ, ಮಂತ್ರಿಗಾಗ್ಲಿ, ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಾಗ್ಲಿ ಏನ್ ಅಧಿಕಾರ ಇದೆ? ಜಸ್ಟ್ ದೇ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ದಿಸ್. ಅದು ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಏನಾದ್ರು ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ಸ್ ಇದ್ರೆ ಅದನ್ನ ಸಾಲ್ವ್ ಮಾಡೋಕೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಕೆಲಸ. ಯು ಆರ್ ಮೈ ಸೆಕ್ರೆಟರಿಯೇಟ್, ಯು ಆರ್ ನಾಟ್ ಮೈ ಆಫೀಸ್ ಬಾಸ್, ಯು ಆರ್ ಮೈ ಸೆಕ್ರೆಟರಿ. ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಮೈ ಸೆಕ್ರೆಟರಿಯೇಟ್. ಬಟ್ ಅವ್ರೇನ್ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡವ್ರು, ಅಲ್ಲಿರೋ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟರ್ ನೋಡ್ಬೇಕು, ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ದಂಗೆ ಕೇಳಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. ಸರ್ SC/ST 25% ಅಮೌಂಟ್ ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಖರ್ಚು ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ಮೇಡಮ್ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಏನೋ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗಲ್ಲ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಅಂತ. ಅಯ್ಯೋ ಎಲೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಗೆದ್ದಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಮರ ಅಂದೆ ನಾನು. ಬಾ ನಮ್ಮೂರಲ್ಲಿ ಗ್ರಾಮ ಪಂಚಾಯತಿ ಎಲೆಕ್ಷನ್, ಐ ನೋ ಹೌ ಟು ವಿನ್ ದಿ ಎಲೆಕ್ಷನ್. ಆ ಸಾಮರ್ಥ್ಯ ಇರೋ ನಾನು ನಮ್ಮೂರಲ್ಲಿರೋ ಬಡವನಿಗೆ ಏನ್ ಸಹಾಯ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಮಾಡೋ ಶಕ್ತಿ ಇಲ್ವಾ ನನಗೆ? ವಿತೌಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾವಿಂಗ್ ದಟ್ ಪವರ್, ದಟ್ ಕೆಪಾಸಿಟಿ, ನಾನು ಎಲೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಗೆದ್ನ? ಅಲ್ಲ, ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ದಿ ಥಿಂಗ್ಸ್ ವಿ ಆರ್ ಫೈಟಿಂಗ್ ಫಾರ್ ಇಟ್ ಸರ್, ವಿ ಆರ್ ಫೈಟಿಂಗ್ ಫಾರ್ ಇಟ್, ವಿಲ್ ಫೈಟ್ ಫಾರ್ ಇಟ್. ನಾವೇನು ಹಿರಿಯರನ್ನು ಕೇಳ್ತಿದ್ವಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ನೀವು ಈ ಚರ್ಚೆಗಳನ್ನ ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸಿ. ಸಾಕು ಚರ್ಚೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ರೆಕಾರ್ಡ್ಸ್, ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಿ ನಮಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟುಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ನಮಗೆ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಬೆಂಡಿಂಗ್ ನಿಲ್ಲಿ, ನಾವು ಕಿತ್ಕತಿ. ನೀವು ಬೆಂಡಿಂಗ್ ನಿಲ್ಲಿ, ನೀವು ಬೆಂಡಿಂಗ್ ನಿಲ್ಲಿ, ನಮ್ಮ ಅಧಿಕಾರ ನಾವು ಕಿತ್ಕೋತೀವಿ. ಅವ್ರು 224 ಜನ ಗೆಲ್ಸೋದು ನಾವು, ಗ್ರಾಮ ಸಭಾ ಸದಸ್ಯರು, ಅದರಲ್ಲೂ ಗ್ರಾಮ ಪಂಚಾಯತಿ ಸದಸ್ಯರು, ಯಾರ ಹೆಸರಲ್ಲೂ ಗೆಲ್ಲಲ್ಲ ನಾವು ಯಾರು ಫೋಟೋ ಹಾಕೊಂಡಿಲ್ಲ, ಯಾವ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಪಕ್ಷ ಚಿಹ್ನೆ ಇಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರ. ನಾವು ವೈಯಕ್ತಿಕ ವರ್ಚಸ್ಸಿನ ಮೇಲೆ ನಾವು ಊರಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಂಗ್ ನಡ್ಕತೀವಿ, ನನ್ನ ಕುಟುಂಬ ಊರಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಂಗ್ ನಡೆದಿದೆ ಅನ್ನೋದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಗೆದ್ದಿರ್ತೀವಿ. ನಮ್ ಸ್ವಯಾರ್ಜಿತ ಇದು. ನೀವು MLA ಪಕ್ಷಾರ್ಜಿತ, ಯಾರೋ ಲೀಡರ್ ಆರ್ಜಿತ, ಯಾರೋ ದೊಡ್ಡ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಹೆಸರಲ್ಲಿ ಗೆಲ್ತಾರೋ ಅವರು ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಈ ತಮಿಳ್ನಾಡು ಎಲೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಹೇಳ್ತಿರು, ಒಂದು ಬಹಳ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಕ್ರಾಂತಿ, ಜನ ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಅಂತಲ್ಲ. ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಸೋಮೋನ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಲೆಟ್ ಇಟ್, ಅವನ ಹೆಸರು ಮೇಲೆ ಗೆದ್ದಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅವರು. ಅಲ್ಲೂ ಒಂದೇನೋ ಒಂದು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದೆ, ಬರೀ ಜನಾಭಿಪ್ರಾಯವೇ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಅದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಕ್ರಿಯೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಲೀಡರ್ ಇದು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾನೆ. ಬಟ್ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಹಂಗಿಲ್ಲ, ನಾವು ಮನ್ಸು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಕಿತ್ಕೊಳಕ್ಕಿದೆ. ಬಟ್ ಹಿರಿಯರಾದವ್ರು ನೀವು ನಿಲ್ಬೇಕು, ನಮ್ಗೆ ಪಕ್ಷ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ಅಡ್ಡ ಬರಬಾರ್ದು ಸರ್. ಇದು ಬರ್ತಿದ್ರೆ ಇದು ಹಿಂಗೆ ಮುಂದುವರಿತದೆ ಸರ್. ಮುಂದೆ ಮಾತಾಡೋರೇ ಇಲ್ಲ ಸರ್. ಇವತ್ತು ಗೋರ್ಪಡೆ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ರು ಜೋರಾಗಿ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ ನೋಡಿ ನನಗೆ ಖುಷಿ ಆಗ್ಬಿಡ್ತು. ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ ನೋಡಿ ರಿಯಲಿ ಈ ಸಮಾವೇಶ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ಬಹಳ ಖುಷಿ ಆಯ್ತು. ಇಷ್ಟು ಗಟ್ಟಿ ಧ್ವನಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ಪರಿಷತ್ತಿನ ಕಾರ್ಯಾಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರು ಸರ್ಕಾರನ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ ಕೇಳಿ ಬಹಳ ಖುಷಿ ಆಯ್ತು. ಈ ಧ್ವನಿ ನಿಂಗೆ ಉಳಿಸ್ಕೋಬೇಕು ಸರ್, ಚುನಾವಣೆ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ಬೇಕು ಸರ್. ಈಗ ನೋಡಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ ಆಗಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಡಿಸೆಂಬರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಚುನಾವಣೆ ಅಂತ. ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಡಿಸೈಡ್ ಮಾಡಂಗ್ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಡ್ತಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, ಯಾವತ್ತು ಚುನಾವಣೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಸಂವಿಧಾನ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಸಂವಿಧಾನ ಯಾವುದೇ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೂ ಚುನಾವಣೆ ಮೊದಲೇ ಮುಗಿಸ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಈಗ ನಿನ್ನೆ ಅದೇ TVK ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ಇವತ್ತು ಮುಗಿದೋಗುತ್ತೆ ಟರ್ಮ್, ವಾಟ್ ಇಸ್ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಅನ್ನೋ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಶುರು ಆಯ್ತು. ನಮ್ದು ಟರ್ಮ್ ಮುಗಿದಾಗ 6 ತಿಂಗಳಾಯ್ತು, ವಾಟ್ ಇಸ್ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಚರ್ಚೆನೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಸ್ವೇರಿಂಗ್ ಇನ್ ಇವತ್ತು ಆಗ್ತಿದ್ರೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಎಂಡ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಸರ್ ಟರ್ಮ್ ಆಫ್ ತಮಿಳ್ನಾಡು. ಇದು ಕಾನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಷನಲ್ ಇದು ಕ್ರೈಸಿಸ್ ಕ್ರಿಯೇಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ನಾಳೆಯಿಂದ ಏನು ಗವರ್ನರ್ ಆಡಳಿತನ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಟಿವಿಗಳಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಏನು ಭಾರಿ ಕಾನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಷನಲ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಶುರು ಆಯ್ತು. 6 ವರ್ಷ ಆಯ್ತು, ಕಾರ್ಪೊರೇಷನ್ ಎಲೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಜಿಲ್ಲಾ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ಎಲೆಕ್ಷನ್, ಅದು ಕಾನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಷನಲಿ ಮ್ಯಾಂಡೇಟರಿ ಎಲೆಕ್ಷನ್ಸ್, ಬಟ್ ಚರ್ಚೆನೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಈ ಚರ್ಚೆಗಳನ್ನು ಹುಟ್ಟಾಕಿ ನಾವೇನಾದ್ರು ಹೋರಾಟ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಇಳಿದಿದ್ರೆ ಸರ್, ಇದು ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಚರ್ಚೆ, ಖುಷಿ, ಒಂದು ಸಮಾಧಾನ. ನಾವು ಇಡೀ ಬೆಳಗಿನ ಸಾಯಂಕಾಲ ತನಕ ಒಂದು ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ ಅಂತ. ಬಟ್ ಈ ಉದ್ದೇಶ ಇದು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು ನಿಜವಾಗ್ಲೂ ಈಡೇರಿದೆ. ನಮ್ಗೆಲ್ಲ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗಿದೆ ಏನಾಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. ತುಂಬಾ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಗಳು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಎತ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ ತುಂಬಾ ಜನ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪರ್ಟ್ಸ್. ಬಟ್ ಈಗ ಏನಂದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ R&D ಅಂತ ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್ ನ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಒಂದು ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ವಿಂಗ್ ಇರ್ತದೆ, ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್. ನೀವು ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀರಿ, ಡೆವಲಪ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀರಿ, ಎವ್ರಿಥಿಂಗ್ ಇಸ್ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟ್ ಇಟ್, ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟ್ ಇಟ್. ಆ ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟ್ ಮಾಡೋ ಕೆಲಸಕ್ಕೆ ನೀವು ನಮಗೆ ಸಹಾಯ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಿದಂತ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೆ ತುಂಬ ಹೃದಯದ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನ ಹೇಳ್ತೇನೆ. ಇವತ್ತಿನಿಂದ, ಇವತ್ತು ಮೇ 10, 1993ರ ಕಾಯ್ದೆ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಧಿಕೃತವಾಗಿ ಜಾರಿ ಆದ ದಿನ. ಮುಂದಿನ ದಿನಗಳು ಈ ಕ್ಷಣದಿಂದ ಹೊಸ ಬೆಳಕು ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜ್ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಥಳೀಯ ಸರ್ಕಾರಗಳ ವಿಷಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಮೂಡಲಿ ಅಂತ ಆಶಿಸಿ ನನ್ನ ಮಾತುಗಳನ್ನು ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ಈ ಯಶಸ್ವಿ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಸಹಕರಿಸಿದಂತ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹಿರಿಯರಿಗೆ, ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ನಾರಾಯಣ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಸರ್ ಮತ್ತು ತಂಡಕ್ಕೆ, ನಿಜವಾಗ್ಲೂ ನಾವು ಚೇರ್ಮನ್ ಆದಾಗ ನಮ್ಗನ್ಸಿತ್ತು ಒಬ್ಬ ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟೀಷನರ್ ಚೇರ್ಮನ್ ಆಗ್ತಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ನಮಗೆ ನಿಜವಾಗ್ಲೂ ನಮ್ಮ ಪರವಾದಂತ ಒಂದು ಇದು ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ. ಅದು 100ಕ್ಕೆ 200 ಭಾಗ ನಾವು ಇದು ಇಡೀ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ ನ ಒಂದು ರಾತ್ರಿ ಕೂತು ಓದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟೆ ನಾನು. ತುಂಬಾ ಅದ್ಭುತವಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಪರವಾದ, ನಾನೇ ಹೇಳಿದೆ ಸರ್ ಇದನ್ನ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಸಾರ್ವಜನಿಕವಾಗಿ ಚರ್ಚೆ, ಇದನ್ನ ಇಡೀ ರಾಜ್ಯಾದ್ಯಂತ ನಾವು ಅಲ್ಲಲ್ಲೇ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ದಯಮಾಡಿ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಇದನ್ನ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಸರ್. ಯಾಕೆ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ತುಂಬಾ ಜನ ಇದ್ದವರು ನಮ್ಗೇನು ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಇಂಗ್ಲೀಷಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀರಿ ಅಂತ ಕೆಲವರು. ನಾವು ಲೈವ್ ಹೋಗಿದ್ವಿ, ಲೈವ್ ಅಲ್ಲೂ ಕಾಮೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಹಂಗೆ ಇದೆ ಸರ್, ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ. ಯಾಕೆ ಇದು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಹಳ್ಳಿಗಾಡಿನ ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕು ಸರ್. ಸಾಕು, ಇದು ಆಯ್ತು. ಒಂದು ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಲೆವೆಲ್ ನಾವು ಒಂದು ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿಕ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ಇದನ್ನ ನಾವು ಇನ್ನೂ ತಿಳಿಗೊಳಿಸಿ ಸರಳಗೊಳಿಸಿ ಜನರಿಗೆ ಫೈನಾನ್ಸ್ ಕಮಿಷನ್ ಏನ್ ಹೇಳ್ತಿದೆ, ನಿನ್ನ ಹಕ್ಕು ಏನು, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಹಣಕಾಸಿನ ಹಕ್ಕು ಸರ್. ಇಟ್ಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಅ ಗ್ರಾಂಟ್, ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಮೈ ರೈಟ್, ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಮೈ ಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್. ನಾನು ಪೇಯ್ದು ವಾಪಸ್ ನನ್ನ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿಗೆ ಏನ್ ಬರ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ರೈಟ್. ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಗ್ರಾಂಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊತಾರೆ ದೊಡ್ಡ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಲೀಡರ್ಗಳು. ನನಗೆ 80,000 ಕೋಟಿ ಅನುದಾನ ಕೊಡಿ, ಏನು ಅನುದಾನ ಕೊಡಿ, ನನ್ನ ಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್ ನನಗೆ ವಾಪಸ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಅಲ್ವಾ. ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಮೈ ರೈಟ್ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನ ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಕಿತ್ಕೋತಾರೆ ಸರ್. ಆ ಕೆಲಸನ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಸೇರಿ ಇದು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ತುಂಬಾ ಈ ಫೈನಾನ್ಸ್ ಕಮಿಷನ್ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಹೋಗಿ ವಾಪಸ್ಸು ಜನರ ಅಧಿಕಾರವನ್ನ ಜನರಿಗೆ ಕೊಡುವಂತ ಅವರೇ ಕಿತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳುವಂತ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯನ್ನು ರೂಪಿಸೋಣ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ನಾನು ಮಾತು ಮುಗಿಸ್ತೀನಿ. ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಧನ್ಯವಾದ.
ಸರ್, ಏನಿಲ್ಲ, ಈಗ ಸತೀಶ್ ಅವರು ಹೇಳಿದಂತೂ ಅಕ್ಷರಾಂಶ ಸತ್ಯ ಸರ್. ಈಗ ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ರೌಂಡ್ ಟೇಬಲ್ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಆಯಿತು, ತಾವು ಇದ್ರಿ, ಗೋಪಡೆ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ ಇದ್ರು, ಪಾಟೀಲ್ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ ಇದ್ರು, ನಾರಾಯಣಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ ಇದ್ರು, ಏನು ಎಲ್ಲ 4-5 ಜನ ಸಚಿವರು ಬಂದಿದ್ರು. ನಾವು ಮುಂದಿನ ವಾರನೇ ಅದನ್ನ ಸಿಎಂ ಮತ್ತು ತಗೊಂಡು ಅಪ್ರೂವಲ್ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ಸರ್. ನಮಗೆ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜ್ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಉಳಿಬೇಕು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನಾನು ಕೂಡ RDPR ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷ ಆಗಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ನಮ್ಮ